Chapter 1 Rewarding a $5 million winning lottery ticket. In this world, where there is white, there is black, and where there is light, there is darkness. With the increasing social pressure, there are also more and more people with distorted mentalities. The whole program, especially the street trick, is gaining popularity. Are gaining popularity, both by the plutocrats and the audience. A world-class consortium has created a program called The Jerk. It is considered to be the leader in the industry. We are in charge of rectification. You guys are in charge of being cool. Hello everyone, welcome as a guest of the Compounding Sharp and Crooked program. I'm your old friend, Brother Crow. The cutie we're going to trick today is a freshly graduated college student. Bai Xiaowen. Ha! Just by hearing the name, I can tell that it must be a well-mannered cutie. So, will our little cutie pee her pants first this time? Or will she faint first? Or fainted before peeing his pants? Ha ha. Then let's wait and see. Right. Don't ever blink, oh. Ha ha. Brother Crow's tone was maniacal, his expression exaggerated, and he laughed somewhat nervously at the camera in the live broadcast room. But the viewers here just ate it up. Who would watch if they didn't have a seizure? Who comes to see this program that doesn't have a seizure? The reason why the show has become the leader of the industry is because of the program. It's all because of the pranks that this program produces. There is no bottom line at all. Many of their methods have even violated the law. But this also happens to satisfy those viewers who are psychologically twisted under pressure. There are tens of millions of registered users. The number of people online at the same time can remain in the millions. This has made the program a huge profit, because the plutocrats behind it were too powerful. Many of the pranks were big investments and big productions, and have always adhered to absolutely no scripts. This increased the uncertainty and playability of the program. But because the nature of the program was just too bad, it would often be reported for crackdowns. So the program team has been roaming around the world, and for each episode of the show, a so-called cutie pie is chosen. The person who is going to be screwed on the show. The more the cutie pie is screwed, the more excited the audience gets. The more excited the audience will be, the more the crew earns. So make the little cutie skeptical. Better yet, to the point of autism. The most important task of the program team. At midnight, outside the university town of Yongha City, there is a bar street. Those who are still out and about at this hour basically wouldn't go back to their dorm rooms. The camera follows Crow on the street. Neon lights are flashing as Brother Crow whistles into the sky. Out of the stores on both sides of the street, there came out a large number of ragged and bloodstained zombies. The narrow street was instantly filled with zombies. As the camera drew closer, the arms of these zombies drooped and were torn apart, revealing white bones. There are black teeth marks with blood all over them. Sticky black unidentified liquid, mixed with blood all over the body, with its slow pace, and gray eyes, plus a low growl like old phlegm stuck in his throat. A zombie's ferocious aura came out. Through these small details, one can't help but admire the professionalism of the show's crew. Among the zombie horde, Brother Crow closed his eyes, opened his arms, and he is taking deep breaths in a somewhat nervous manner. Seems to be enjoying this rare and precious scary atmosphere. The live broadcast pop-up screen immediately exploded. Wow, gaga, it's finally starting. I can't wait. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too disgusting for a horse. That one's eyes are hanging onto its face. Vomit. One's intestines are wrapped around its neck, and it's still dripping down there. It's quite costly. The whole street has been arranged on both sides. It's too exciting. It'll scare him to death and disgust him too. Ow ow ow. The crowd in the live broadcast room is excited. The voice of the general director came from Brother Crow's earpiece. All units prepare. End of adjustments for all units. Targets appearing. Everyone sell out. If the audience dads have a good time, we'll raise the money. With the command of the general director, Morning Green, all the zombies and staff quickly disappeared into the houses on both sides. The camera panned. A young, handsome man with a rather outstanding temperament appeared on the screen. He was Bai Xiaowen, a senior student who was about to graduate. Because of his family's average background, so he has to adapt to the society in advance. Now he's working part-time at a hotel, because he often works overtime, so it's not convenient to go back to the dormitory at night. So he rented a private room near the university town. This bar street is the way he must go back to his rented house. The street was neon and flashing. Bai Xiaowen's face was illuminated by the flickering neon lights, but the whole bar street was surprisingly quiet. There wasn't a single living thing. Bai Xiaowen's calm face was slightly puzzled. There is always a bad feeling right at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The demonic counterattack system has been activated. Counterprops, Divine Compound Grenade, Divine Compound Gatling, Divine Compound Machete. The time limit for the props is 3 hours. When the time limit expires, all damage will be restored. Counter-strike props have been put into the system package. Please use them with your backpack. Counterattack skill, Braveheart. The power of the king. Counterattack mission, leave no one alive. Counterattack reward, if the host completes the counterattack mission, he will be rewarded with a $5 million winning lottery ticket. If the mission is overcompleted, one additional lottery ticket will be awarded. Hearing the series of beeps in his head, Bai Xiaowen froze. Won 5 million winning lottery ticket. 5 million winning. 5 million. As a price-sensitive consumer, $5 million is of extraordinary significance to Bai Xiaowen. Right now, all he could think about was $5 million. A strange smile appeared on his handsome face. Live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why isn't this kid going? Standing there giggling like a hare. But it should be said not to say. This kid is really damn handsome. Almost caught up with me. Handsome has no use. He'll be crying in a minute. Anyone more handsome than me has to cry. Bai Xiaowen already knew what to expect. Accompanied by the flickering neon lights, with a stoic face, he walked down the eerie and silent bar street. The next moment, the large glass of the bar beside Bai Xiaowen suddenly shattered. A zombie with a heavily decomposed face and bloodstained body broke out of the window. It was lying at Bai Xiaowen's feet, only 3 steps away. His legs and arms were showing white bones, and his mouth was emitting a low ho-ho-ho sound. Was twisting his body and rushing Bai Xiaowen to crawl on the. A trail of blood was dragged out on the ground. The stench filled the surroundings. Bai Xiaowen had been tired all day. At this time, he was somewhat disinterested. Pinching his nose, he looked at that actor crawling on the ground. This kid isn't even moving. Scared silly. Ha ha ha. Tramp. Why are you still pinching your nose in disgust? Don't you know this is a zombie? Stupid ass. Seeing his face makes me think of Ryuko Akid. I'm just jealous. That zombie. Scare him to death. At that moment, the glass on both sides of the entire bar street burst open. Chapter 2. Gatling doesn't believe in tears. Watching the hordes of zombies pouring out from both sides of the street, the live broadcast room directly climaxed. Millions of hungry eyes, through the various camera angles, looked at Bai Xiaowen. They believe that in this kind of scene, no one could keep their pants dry, just as those perverted viewers waited, drooled, and drooled, waiting to see this chosen cutie faint or pee her pants. Instead, they saw this tall, handsome boy, slowly took off the backpack he had been carrying behind his back, reaching into his hand, slowly pulled out a grenade, the kind of melon grenade often seen in many movies. Seeing this scene, program, audience, some of the walkers, looking at the densely packed, stinking herd of zombies, Bai Xiaowen was still a little scared in his heart. The counterattack mission requires that no one be left behind. But this is too much. But thinking about the reward of $5 million, Bai Xiaowen's gaze became resolute. In the live broadcast room, seeing Bai Xiaowen holding the grenade, standing there motionless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little cutie. Why is he scared out of his mind? Holding a toy grenade to scare the zombies? Ha ha ha. How can this trash get a grenade? He thinks it's like buying a watermelon? I guess his must have come out already. Look around his feet in a moment. I'm very experienced with these. Bai Xiaowen didn't know that he was being abused by millions of people. He was just thinking, what to do to not let one go. The hissing of the sky accompanied by the fishy stench of the sky. The black press of zombies was pressing towards Bai Xiaowen. Click. Ding. The grenade's card pin was flicked away. Nearby zombies. How do we feel? A little panicked. Boom. A huge explosion resounded through the sky. A dozen or so zombies, gut busted, arms and legs severed. The mutilated corpses and severed heads flew in all directions. The smell of blood was instantly several times thicker. General Director Morning Green. Brother Crow, I said. The zombies, IKAM. Live stream audience. Treadmill. What the hell is this kid doing? Why is he carrying a real grenade? I'm so excited. This is exciting. I've met a tough guy this time. This guy's crazy. Call the police. Someone is illegally possessing and using a grenade. And he's killing people. You can't judge a book by its cover. Such a refined and handsome guy is a real thug. Wow. Little brother is so handsome. Kill a few more. Oh, I'm so excited I can't breathe. Not waiting for the other zombies to react, Bai Xiaowen quickly and calmly pulled out a few more melon grenades and, skillfully flicking the card pins. Rumble, rumble. Fire and smoke filled the air in all directions. The zombies were straight up panicked. What about the promised college students? Where's that well-mannered man? This is simply a siege of all our zombies by himself. The narrow street was in chaos. The ground was filled with broken limbs and dirty blood. The cries of parents and mothers resounded throughout the bar street. Looking at the number of zombies, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but sigh. The power of this grenade is too lame. After this sound reached the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is pretending to be a ninja. A few broken grenades is the limit. And the power is too lame. You have the ability to get a Gatling. Grass. Pretentious bastard. Hiss. Before this sentence was finished, it was seen on the screen. Bai Xiaowen slowly pulled out a Gatling from his backpack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll be damned. Who the hell carries a Gatling around? I'm dreaming, right? Someone pinch me. This is not real. If this is real, I'm going to myself upside down. Have you idiots ever wondered how he managed to fit such a big guy in his backpack? Is this guy the reincarnation of Doraemon? Buzz. As the gun's motor activated, the 6,000 rounds per minute massacre artifact spewed out blue fire. The zombies fleeing in all directions were desperate. Pieces and pieces of them collapsed and bright red blood flowers burst out from their bodies. It's brilliant and eye-catching. It's like a harvest field being harvested. Many zombies fell down in the moment in the heart to vomit, paralyzed, just for $150 and a boxed lunch with chicken legs. We even took our precious little lives. We are bitter in our hearts. We are aggrieved. Just a pity. Gatling didn't believe in tears. In a short time, there were shell casings all over the place. There were no more living things as far as the eye could see. Because of the power of the Overlord and the heart of the brave, the massacre was complete. Bai Xiaowen's arms were only slightly numb. Silently opening the system in his mind, he found that the mission had not been completed. I couldn't help but frown. This 5 million is really not too easy to take. Crow Brother trembled and hid in a rickety store. The face is full of panic. The hand holding the phone cannot stop shivering. Morning, morning. Morning guide. Help. This guy is not human. Morning Green over there had a gloomy face, listening to Brother Crow's pleas for help on the phone with a sobbing voice. He felt his eyes darken. It's all clear from the previous investigation. Bai Xiaowen is an ordinary college student. He's unemployed after graduation. This is a grenade and a Gatling. And a blue light. Isn't this a dream? They've never encountered this before. It's always been them playing tricks on people. They've always been the ones to make fun of others, to make them piss in their pants and die in front of the public. They never thought they'd be killed by a group of people. They're the bad guys. They're the villains. There's no such thing as a villain who gets annihilated right off the bat. The impact of this is beyond his control. He has to get support from the big boss. Otherwise, he will only go in that way. After deliberating for a long time, he dialed a number. Bai Xiaowen never heard the system play the mission completion beep and, slowly drawing out the divine machete from his bag, he calmly walked into a dilapidated store. The live broadcast room had exploded. This guy's blue flame Gatling is out of bullets. The grenades are probably gone too. Look at him using a machete. The zombies aren't dead yet, are they? I've seen several of them hiding in the store. Come out and do it. What's this ruthless man doing with his machete? He still wants to kill them all? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This person is also too cruel. Look at the zombies all scared. Simply inhuman. Upstairs, are you even a human being? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Downstairs, let's fight. I can. You guys, look at this kid. He's too ruthless. Put. A head full of rotting flesh rushed up into the sky with a pair of horrified eyes. Ka-ching. Another zombie, who couldn't dodge in time, was split in half by a slash. For the first time, two eyes, one left and one right, realized each other. With the fall of this zombie, Bai Xiaowen, who was drenched in blood, finally heard the beep that he had been dreaming of. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the counterattack mission. Chapter 3, I want to call the police. Mission completion reward. 5 million winning lottery tickets have been placed in the backpack. As the mission completion beep sounded, Bai Xiaowen was so excited inside that he went crazy. $5 million in lottery tickets. 4 million in hand. That's $4 million. Bai Xiaowen, who had always been calm and collected, he couldn't help but breathe rapidly at this moment. Originally, he was still worried about his livelihood after graduation. He realized his financial freedom overnight. Of course, it's just the freedom of the little guy. By the way, if you overachieve, you'll get an extra chance to win the lottery. What's the best way to overdeliver? Can't we just grab someone and chop them up? That definitely wouldn't work. Bai Xiaowen pondered this question. While carrying his machete, which was crusted with blood, he slowly paced in the silent streets. How in the world could he be considered to have exceeded his mission? The pop-ups in the live broadcast slowly subsided a lot. It seemed that many viewers were afraid that their pop-ups would draw that god of kill over. The entire public screen was a clean slate. Only the young man with the blood-stained machete in the screen, pacing slowly amidst the stained blood and broken flesh all over the ground. Splat, splat. The sound of unhurried footsteps carries a long way in the silence of the bar street, with blood and smoke, echoed in all the empty storefronts. Brother Crow, as the only survivor. Crow, as the only survivor, was hiding behind the bar of a bar. He was also the only one who didn't make up as a zombie. The always arrogant and crazy Crow Brother regretted a lot in his heart. Why didn't he listen to his parents and study hard? Why didn't he listen to his parents and study hard? Have a decent job, get married and have kids, live well, but I was too rebellious, so much so that I became a gangster. To make a living, I got into fights. I was used. I'm now in my 30s. I'd been in a cell for 10 years. When I got out, I was completely out of touch with society. I'm useless. With his domineering appearance and neurotic personality, I won the favor of the director. That's why I have everything I have now. However, it's all coming to an end. In the quiet of the night, the butcher's footsteps are approaching, like a scythe of death, is approaching his neck. Live. The image of Brother Crow's pouting ass, by Xiaowen pacing calmly in a pool of blood with a machete, switching back and forth. On the street, neon lights sparked and made a slight crackling sound. The whole night was even more silent and, also more eerie. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had long stopped completely, and the online audience had already surpassed 5 million. 5 million people watched the gorgeous images created by Xiaowen, but they didn't dare to type a single word on the public screen. No one had expected that a street trickery program would lead to a real devil. More than 5 million people were gripping their hearts for Brother Crow. They're watching the blood-soaked devil approaching the bar where Crow is hiding. More than 5 million people are quiet and dare not take a breath. The number of people online is still soaring. Morning Green pursed her lips, her eyes staring unblinkingly at the duo in the screen. He had completely given up on Crow's death. The big boss had already given the word that $1 million for each dead zombie. 500 zombies is only $500 million. That's all. Ordinary people's lives can be sold for $1 million. It's worth their lives. And the big boss wants to add $1 billion to the program. He wants to mess with Bai Xiaowen. It doesn't matter if he's the god of murder or the god of death. I'll kill him if I have to. I'll do whatever it takes. Bai Xiaowen didn't know that he had caused such a big impact. He was still thinking about what this extra mission was. The stores on both sides have been in and out several times. There's nothing left. Looking at the time limit of the compulsion props is less than half an hour left. He was also a little anxious in his heart. Seeing a zombie head at his feet, he was so angry that he directly kicked the rotten head away. Who knows? By coincidence, he kicked into the bar where Brother Crow was hiding. He rolled right into Crow's side. His nerves were already tense and he was shocked. Brother Crow could not hold back his cry. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Joy climbed onto his handsome face, some impatiently carrying a machete to find the past. Although the live broadcast room is still calm, but in many parts of the world, the moment the zombie's head was kicked to Crow's side, the hearts of more than 100,000 people in the world suddenly tightened. Different degrees of shock appeared. Various styles of ambulances flying all over the world. Even Morning Green had a black eye and almost collapsed. It wasn't that he was so concerned about Brother Crow. It was just because Bai Xiaowen had made the atmosphere just too tense. It could be said to be even more tense than the world's scariest suspense movie. After Brother Crow screamed out, he knew it was all over. He didn't run away. He didn't have the guts to struggle. Like a mouse meeting a cat, he lay down on the floor, resigned to his fate. His eyes stared up at the ceiling. He was pissing and ting all over the place. If there is an afterlife, he'll study hard. Surely, the unbeatable, arrogant and domineering Crow slowly closed his eyes and a teardrop slid down from the corner of his eye. A crystal teardrop slid down the corner of his eye. Splat, splat. The plate shoes that were covered in blood and brain matter came to his side in no hurry. Brother Crow closed his eyes tightly, shivering. Look at this guy's badge. Director of the whole shocker program, Brother Crow. Bai Xiaowen understood. Okay, he's the one with the extra task. Look at the time limit on the compulsion props. There are less than 10 minutes left. Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate any longer. Brother Crow only felt a flash of blood in his eyes. Then a dizzying sensation came over him. Then everything turned into darkness. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra mission. Rewarding the host with a set of Yongha Ipin real estate. The formalities have been completed. Please feel free to move in at any time. Bai Xiaowen was in a good mood, having both punished the bad guys, and also got a huge favor. Standing on the bar street that was completely devoid of living things, looking at everything that he has created, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Look at the time. The time limit of the compulsion props is still the last 5 minutes. Bai Xiaowen calmly took out the phone. 5 minutes later, the dilapidated building was like a step back in time, rapidly restored to its original state. Stained walls and streets were automatically purified. The broken limbs and speeding heads all went back to their respective homes and owners. The red and white slowly flowed into the zombies lying on the ground. Bai Xiaowen just stood there quietly and, watching everything return to its original state. The zombies on the ground slowly climbed up. The narrow and silent bar street instantly became congested and bustling. The neon lights flashed softly with colorful light. When the zombies gradually came to their senses, saw Bai Xiaowen standing there, all became terrified. Although Bai Xiaowen's face was calm, and he even had a smile on his face, but in the eyes of the zombies, this was an expression that was even more terrifying than the devil's. Just as these zombies were about to flee, several police cars with flashing lights arrived. Chapter 4, the zombie is foaming at the mouth. The moment they saw the police car, all the zombies boiled over. They were finally saved. They were filled with hope and joy. They rushed towards the police car in a black mass. They want to accuse the lawless youth. The police in the car were confused. The police in the car were confused. When they received the call, they were told that there was a group violence in this bar street. But this group of people are tattered, blood-stained, pitted in sticky faces. What the hell? Can they still be considered human beings? Aren't they zombies? Who doesn't know zombies? If you say it's a movie, but look at the madness and hunger in those zombies' eyes. It's so real. This feeling is definitely not acting. It comes from the depths of their souls. Hundreds of them all feel the same way. What kind of a crew can recruit so many high-end actors? And there are no cameras or other crews in sight. The whole street is densely packed with zombies. Before we know what's going on, the police car has its windows up, and the police guns were on safety. Bai Xiaowen saw the police car coming. He went over to explain the situation. Although he didn't get hurt, but this program group is definitely a social tumor. It must be brought to justice. Otherwise, other innocent people will be hurt in the future. After the time limit of the props had expired, they were automatically put into the system package. It was automatically put into the system package. At this time, Bai Xiaowen was carrying a simple shoulder bag, white t-shirt with jeans, a pair of plate shoes that were stained with blood and flesh just now, is now as clean as ever. He looked like an ordinary college student. He just calmly walked towards the police car step by step. All the zombies were focused between Bai Xiaowen and the police car. The front of the police car was already full of zombies. These zombies saw that Bai Xiaowen was walking over step by step and immediately exploded. The zombies violently slapped the windows of the police car. The body was shaken by the slaps. Looking at the crazy zombies outside, the police officers inside the car are panicking. They are even considering whether to call the garrison for support. Suddenly, there is an old police officer in the car with sharp eyes. He saw Bai Xiaowen in the back. That young man is dressed clean and tidy. Obviously a normal person. Why didn't he run? Has he never seen a zombie before? Right. Zombies are only in movies. Who's ever seen one in real life? This is bad. The old policeman made a quick judgment because of his vocation. Xiao Lu, drive. Lure the zombies away and save the people behind. Lu is a young man with a strong sense of justice. He's been studying with the old cop since he became a cop. The old cop is his master. He is also his idol. When he heard his master say he'd lead a corpse to save a life, Lu's heart is pounding with passion. Tonight, he'll be working side by side with his master. Put it in second gear and pull up the handbrake. Throttle to the floor. Release the clutch. Release the handbrake. Boom! The car was like an arrow that had left the string, rushing towards the open space in front. The zombies were baffled. Bai Xiaowen was also baffled. Only when the zombies realized that Bai Xiaowen was still walking towards them step by step, they went crazy again. They desperately chased the police car. Police uncle, help! That horrible devil is coming again. There's not much space in front of us. The police car can only drive in a circle around it. Looking in the rearview mirror, the zombie group that was madly chasing after him, Xiao Lu frowned tightly and his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. This group of zombies has been overwhelmed by fear. The massacre they just experienced is still fresh in their minds. The smell of smoke, the sound of explosions, the smell of blood, and the face that was stained with blood and flesh but with a calm face. It's a nightmare for the zombies that will never go away. They're really scared, especially if they've died once. The real devil is behind them, and their only hope is traveling in circles in front of the clearing. They have no choice. They have no choice but to chase the hope. They would rather die of exhaustion than face the devil again. The audience in the live broadcast room, after going into shock for more than 100,000 people, finally began to come alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? What just happened? I fell asleep, who can tell me? I don't know what happened either. My companion went into shock for some reason. Was the show too boring? I fell asleep watching it too. Did that cutie pee her pants? I cam. You see what happened? That group of guys who chased the police car circle are crazy? Hey, I said, that kid is still fine. The program team are all eating? Return my reward money to me. I feel like this Bai Xiaowen is very unsimple. Who can tell me what he really is? For reasons unknown, all the viewers of the live broadcast seem to have forgotten the memory of that bloodbath. But with the current results, the viewers were obviously not satisfied. What about the promised letting the little cutie pee her pants? What about the promised social death of the little cutie? Now, how come cutie is safe and sound, and the zombies are crazy? But the zombies have gone crazy? They even dare to chase the police car? They still think they're real zombies? The number of people online has drastically decreased. However, the screen suddenly shifts. It was a dark room, only a beam of light from above, hitting a bald man's face. He's wearing a green mask, with a cigar in his mouth. Hello everyone, I am the general director of the program, Morning Green. As you can all see, today we ran into tough competition. Didn't manage to make the little cutie pee her pants. Disappointed you all. I'm really sorry, but my boss added another $1 billion. A special rectification program has been set up. The target is only one person. Morning Green viciously exhaled a mouthful of smoke and suddenly flicked the cigar away. By Seowin. The scene cut back to this side of Bar Street. The zombies with good stamina were still desperately chasing after each other with their teeth bared. The ones with poor physical strength were lying on the ground, shedding tears and resigning themselves to their fate. Bai Xiaowen stood there quietly waiting. The old police officer and Xiaolu also realized that something was wrong. Would a zombie be so tired that they were foaming at the mouth? But if they're not zombies, what do they want? Why are they chasing their car so hard? Are they going to attack the police? Analyzing to this, two people face serious up. It doesn't matter if those foaming at the mouth are zombies or humans. As long as they find out, they will be severely punished. How dare you attack the police? It's just lawlessness. Through the thinning herd of zombies, Lu saw the young man on the side of the road. The old police officer also saw him. He hurriedly asked Xiao Lu to drive the car over. Seeing the car finally drive over, Bai Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the police car would tire out the group of zombies. The car opened its door. Xiao Lu greeted him and asked him to get in the car quickly. Bai Xiaowen first thanked him. Then he said, I made the call to the police. Chapter 5, What the hell is he? When Bai Xiaowen had stated the evil deeds of this program team, the old cadre of police officers suddenly became serious. This program has long been listed in all police systems. It's an infamous black program. As soon as we receive a tip, once the information is verified, it will be dealt with severely. Of course, there is also a reward of $10,000 for the tipster. But when the old police officer said the reward, Bai Xiaowen flatly refused. One is that he already has the money, $4 million. He's not a greedy person. Secondly, Bai Xiaowen hates this kind of program. If he doesn't have the system tonight, he'll be scared half to death, and he'll have no place to talk. So he's going to do what he can. Help the police to bring these scums to justice. Without delay, the old cop called in hundreds of police, and 5 armored cars. None of the zombies escaped. They were all arrested and brought to justice. It's a pity they're not the main culprits. They can only be punished for violating public security regulations. They were locked up for 15 days, letting them enjoy a very regular life experience. These zombies all hated the program, but it's strange. The ones they experienced, they had grenades and Gatling. Why are there no traces at all? When the zombies were giving their statements, they described the black time in vivid colors. The police almost brought in a psychiatrist. In the end, they chalked it up to a collective outbreak of hysteria. How else could it have been chalked up to paranormal? The next day, Bai Xiaowen was in a good mood, because he was going to the lottery center to cash in his prize, humming a little song, with his winning ticket, with his ID card, and very professionally prepared a piggyback mask. When he arrived at the lottery center, I showed my ticket and ID at the front desk, filled out some information, and finally got a check for $4 million. Then they were surrounded by salesmen from banks, insurance companies, goodwill organizations, and so on. Surrounded by salesmen from banks, insurance companies, charity organizations and so on. They exchanged the check for a bank card. When he got rid of them, the lottery center asked him to wear a mask for a photo. He'll be interviewed. After this process, it's noon. Now he's a phoenix, with $4 million in his pocket. I've got a lot of guts. The system has rewarded the house. I haven't been there yet. Anyway, it won't run away. Then we need a car. I've had my driver's license for more than 3 years. I've never touched another car except the one at the driving school. If it wasn't for the system, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to touch it even if I hadn't waited a few more years. So life is full of surprises. $4 million is a lot, but in this day and age, it's not much. You don't even have to think about the big G's and the small G's and the supercars and the Rolls Royces. I can't afford it, but I'm so young and I don't have any burden, so I can be a little extravagant, or go to see it first. I took a taxi to the Porsche 4S store. I used to see pictures in car magazines. At that time, I could only look at them. Now I finally have the ability to own one. Bai Xiaowen looked up with some excitement. Oh, Bai Xiaowen, is it really you? What are you doing here? Coming for a sales interview? A woman with heavy makeup saw Bai Xiaowen and walked over with great interest. Upon seeing this woman, Bai Xiaowen was also stunned. And he didn't expect to run into his boss's mistress here. This woman had seduced Bai Xiaowen 3 times, with her body or money. but Bai Xiaowen is really not interested in this kind of goods. The woman hated him. Whenever there's something wrong, she looks for Bai Xiaowen to get into trouble. No wonder you're so tough. So you want to jump ship? Well, wow. You'll have a tough time in a while. Bai Xiaowen frowned slightly. This woman was only in her 20s, but she's dressed like she's in her 30s. She doesn't know how to dress. She smells like dirt, but his boss is over 50 years old. As long as the woman is young enough, she's not looking for status. She's a good mistress. That's why the boss is here today, to buy a car for this woman. Sure enough, a short fat guy in a polo shirt with a bald head and a big belly ran over. Lena, why are you over here? This side is overbooked. Humph. I'm not seeing your staff ready to jump ship. If you don't take care of it, you won't even know when people are gone in the future. The boss took a look. It's really his own employee. It's just a temporary worker. The boss forgot his name for a moment. He just looked at him and turned to the woman and said, "Hey, a small temporary worker. Just jump. The big deal is that this month's salary will be deducted and that's the end of it. Let's go. Get the car, I have an appointment this afternoon. It's a big one." The boss didn't say a word to Bai Xiaowen from start to finish. First, he's unfamiliar. The second is that it's not worth it. What's there to say about a little person? Humph. Look at your poor look. Poor. The woman finally cursed and twisted her ass and swept the boss's fat waist away. Bai Xiaowen smiled bitterly and continued to look at his own car. Pick and choose. In the end, the only one he likes and has a car in stock is this Porsche 911 Targa 43.0T. Bear car 1.52 million. It is also within his affordable range. I called the salesman to open the bill. The salesman went to the garage to prepare for the pickup ceremony. Bai Xiaowen sat on the sofa and drank a drink and waited slowly. "Oh, haven't you left yet? Pretending to be a customer here?" Lena walked over with a smug look on her face, threw a key on the coffee table. "See, I'm the real customer. You stinking beggar just came in for some free drinks. Ha ha ha. Hello miss, your car just came out of the warehouse. Now take it to the wash. Still have to let you wait a little while." At this time the service staff came over and said to Lena, "I'm not in a hurry yet, but as a valued customer of your Porsche, there are some comments I need to make." The service person took one look and it tensed up, too, and respectfully, "Oh, go ahead, miss." Lena enjoyed the feeling of being taken seriously and, "I think your Porsche is a brand. I think your Porsche is kind of a brand. What's with all the dogs and cats? Look at this guy sitting here. He's wearing a low-cut suit. How can he afford a big brand like Porsche? And you let him sit here and drink your drinks, in case he catches a disease. Can you afford it?" The service staff was also a bit confused. Not that they had never seen a difficult customer before, but those who can afford such an expensive car generally have more quality. Just in front of this heavily made-up woman, I really can't praise her, but that little handsome guy, he's very elegant. He's got a lot of class. The difference between people and people is so big. At this moment, "Hello miss, your Mekong is ready for pickup." "Hello sir, your 911 Targa is ready for pickup." Bai Xiaowen got up and followed his sales out. Over here Lena was a bit stunned and asked in a low voice, "How much is that car of his?" The sale said, "Oh, miss, that gentleman's 911 Targa is $1.52 million bear." Lena had mixed feelings. Her Mekong was only $520,000, a mere fraction of what the other man had paid. Chapter 6, Hardworking Lena. Now, Bai Xiaowen could very seriously tell everyone that he had truly gotten rich overnight. As a commoner, at the most unlikely age to be rich, he has everything we desire overnight. Luxury cars, luxury houses, savings, and youth. In this high-powered semi-cabriolet, his thick black hair dances freely in the wind. Bai Xiaowen hums a little song, immersed in the happiness brought by material wealth. Lena is a hardworking junior, having lived in poverty as a child. Made today's her regard virtue as dirt. As long as she can show up in front of people and stop being poor, body and soul can be traded. She was originally a girl in her 20s. She's a girl in her 20s, but she's surrounded by old, half-buried men. The old men covet her youth and vigor. She covets his power and wealth. It's a fair trade, and we each get what we want. Until she met Bai Xiaowen, tall, handsome and well-mannered, the very Prince Charming who often appears in her dreams. Lena is a girl who doesn't know much about subtlety. This also has to do with her experience. Everything is priced to sell. It's just as easy for others to get her. If someone else can give her youth for a price, why can't Lena put a price on this down on his luck Prince Charming? Unfortunately, this Prince Charming directly ignored her poorly thought out **T, whether it's money or anything else. Bai Xiaowen never gave Lena a single chance. Lena's simple mind couldn't understand why this downtrodden boy was so ungrateful. She became angry. She began to target Bai Xiaowen at every turn. She wanted to use the power and money she got in exchange to. She wanted to use the power and money she got in exchange to overwhelm and even destroy this kid. What she can't get, she has to destroy. Lena's empty heart. Lena's empty heart was filled with resentment towards Bai Xiaowen. Until today. Under her persistence, her new boyfriend finally agreed to buy her a Porsche. Although it's the cheapest one in the Porsche brand, it's still a Porsche, but at least it's a Porsche. She was very happy with it. In Lena's mind, she was one step closer to becoming a celebrity. Unfortunately, Lena's dream of becoming a celebrity had not yet been realized. She saw a magical scene. Bai Xiaowen had bought a Porsche, and it was much more expensive than the car she had just bought. In Lena's mind, expensive was the truth. Expensive was strength. The only strength she could hold in front of Bai Xiaowen. Surprisingly, it was also crushed by Bai Xiaowen. Lena's inner world began to go wild. There were signs of collapse. She didn't believe it. She began to quickly make up reasons within herself. Right. That's right. The car must belong to someone else. He's just here to pick it up for someone else. Lena's furrowed brow was relaxed, and a smile crept back onto her heavily powdered face. A smile crept back onto her heavily powdered face. It was a split-second decision. She was going to follow him. In broad daylight, she was going to expose Bai Xiaowen's ugly face. Ahead of the 911 Targa. The 911 Targa in the front carries a happy tune and a young man with a dream. The Mekong in the back. The Mekong in the back is loaded with a vengeful mind and a woman bent on revenge. Two brand new Porsches, in such an extremely elegant manner, one after the other. They arrived at the city's top neighborhood, Yongha Apin. This is a rich neighborhood that Bai Xiaowen, as well as Bai Xiaowen's class. Bai Xiaowen's class. Absolutely do not dare to hope for the rich area. A square foot is hundreds of thousands of dollars, and all of them are not less than 500 square feet of super large units. There is also a high-end English butler-style property that goes with it. Not to mention Bai Xiaowen, even the most powerful boyfriend Lena has ever had. Lena's most powerful boyfriend doesn't deserve to own a house in Yonghaiping. Here, their Porsches are no longer the same. They've all been reduced to mobility scooters and grocery carts. Otherwise you expect to take $1 million car for what? I don't know what purpose the system is in. The most bloody, the most able to show Bai Xiaowen ferocious invincible memories, only reserved for the direct participants, were only reserved for the direct participants. For example, Brother Crow and the group of zombies, and the audience and the rest of the program crew, including Morning Green and the boss behind it. All of their memories of this episode were deleted. They only knew that the group actors at the end had all gone crazy, while Bai Xiaowen was safe and sound. The audience was dissatisfied. Morning Green was furious. The consortium behind it added huge amounts of money. All of this, it's all because of that ordinary college student, Bai Xiaowen. Brother Crow and the group of zombies had developed mental problems that they can't be used anymore. Especially Crow. He's been a badass since he was a kid. He's a good-for-nothing trash. Now he's preparing for the entrance exam. He says he wants to be a contributing member of society. His attitude is very pious. This attracted the attention of the bosses behind the funeral. Additional funding is not enough. It was also necessary to find more professional people. Bai Xiaowen had disgraced the program in front of the audience. The boss behind the program also lost face. Morning Green decided to give this kid some strong medicine. Yongha Apin. Lena looked at the tall and powerful security personnel. Her heart was a little frightened. But when she saw Bai Xiaowen in front of her as if nothing had happened, she became furious. I'll see how long you'll keep pretending. Bai Xiaowen was still immersed in the joy of getting the Yonghaiping mansion. He didn't know anything about Lena behind him. Humming a little song, he approached the gate. The automatic identification system immediately announced, "Welcome home, Mr. Bai." Hearing the voice announcement, the tall and handsome security personnel bowed to Mr. Bai Xiaowen. "Welcome home, Mr. Bai. Welcome home, Mr. Bai." But in his heart, he was frantically spitting. Asterisk asterisk. I've seen many who are richer than me. The one who is richer than me and also more handsome than me. This is really the first one. First, regardless of what the security guards thought in their hearts, after hearing the voice broadcast, Lena was completely stunned. She lost completely. If Bai Xiaowen's Porsche, Lena felt that she still had a chance to struggle. Then this Yongha Ipin house let Lena completely despair. There was not a single chance of resistance. Just as she was about to run away, suddenly, from the distance came more than 200 big, dragon and phoenix, green-skinned men. These men were aggressive and murderous. Each of them holds a weapon in his hand. Swords, spears, swords, axes, hooks and forks. When Lena saw this scene, Lena didn't dare to take a breath. She hurriedly leaned against the wall like a quail. Bai Xiaowen passed through the gate. When he was about to step into the neighborhood under the respectful gaze of the security guy, a beep suddenly came from his head. Suddenly, there was a beep in his head. Ding! Threats of trickery have been detected. The trickery counterattack system has been activated. Counterattack skill, Northern Dipper Divine Fist. The counterattack skill has a time limit of 3 hours, at the end of which all damage will be restored. Counterattack mission, leave no one alive. Counterattack reward, 10 million cash if the host completes the counterattack mission. If the host completes the counterattack mission, he will be rewarded with an extra chance to win a lottery. Chapter 7, coming up is restricted. Based on the principle of big cost and big production, the program team was able to come out on top in similar programs. It relies on big to win. Unfortunately, in the last episode, the last program was slapped in the face by a mediocre college student. The viewers were not happy. The backstage boss lost face. The head of the show, Morning Green, is determined to give Bai Xiaowen some tough medicine. Since this kid isn't afraid of zombies, let's give him a taste of his own medicine. Morning Green applied to the consortium. He spent a lot of money to bring in a group of real outlaws from the neighboring countries. What do you mean by outlaws? What do you mean by outlaws? A group of people who live on the edge of the law, licking their way through life. It's no exaggeration to say that if these people were in my great country, they would be arrested and locked up for life. Of course, in order to restrain this group of outlaws, the program team has paid a heavy price to restrain this group of outlaws. After all, this is a great peaceful country. If something goes wrong, no matter how powerful you are, as long as you're still on this planet, I'll kill you with the power of one country. That's no joke. Of course, to win with big, it's not enough to rely on hundreds of tough guys. Someone else has to be in the show. So the consortium behind the program, with great speed, and spent some money. The whole Yanghaipin also arranged some. It can be said that Bai Xiaowen is the most costly target of the program team, the most costly object of the program ever. Without one of them, live streaming room, the program group has gone all out with this kid. I mustn't go to sleep today. I must watch carefully. Who says people are mediocre college students? Can a mediocre person from your family live in Yanghaipin? The program team is awesome. The owners of Yanghaipin also dare to fix it. ********. Coming. These hundreds of outlaws are simply a tattoo display. You see those passers-by are scared into quail. This time can be more real than the zombies. That one of the body's murderous aura cannot be faked. Little cute must be scared to pee their pants. As soon as the members of the outlaw group with their ferocious flames appeared on stage, the live broadcast room instantly climaxed. Seeing this large group of delinquents rampaging this way, Lena directly stuck to the wall and she's cowering and doesn't dare to look up. The security guy was pretty tough, but as soon as he reached out to stop him, he saw a knife flash. The security guy's severed hand, which was still spurting blood, flew out. He landed at Lena's feet. Lena had never seen such a scene. The severed hand was even twitching in a grip, although she wanted to release her fear by screaming at the top of her voice. But her long life of humiliation, she also cultivated a higher level of courage than normal people. She clenched her teeth. She didn't make a single sound. The security guy screamed in pain, but his screams didn't last long. Only to see his head flying up high. His head was flying high, and blood was still spurting out from the severed wound. What a coincidence. This head, which was still blinking, landed at Bai Xiaowen's feet. ********. It's so brutal right off the bat. It won't directly scare people to death. I have to say that the props team is really world class. That severed hand and head are made too real. Who can stand this? Coming up is restricted. The program team is a bit heartless, but I like it. Program group can be a little more cruel. We can stand it. When he heard the system prompt in his head, Bai Xiaowen was happy. This time, the reward was $10 million. Cash. I was worried that the system would only show up once, although Bai Xiaowen was satisfied with this one time. But who wouldn't want to be even more awesome? And there's an extra draw. Last time, he got a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What will we get this time? This is definitely more exciting than $10 million. Thinking about it, Bai Xiaowen revealed a smile of longing. That kid was scared silly when he saw the heads. Look at him giggling there. Tramp. It's only normal to be scared silly when you're so ed up. It's not normal if you're not silly. Alas, such a handsome little brother is so wasted. Too bad. Miss upstairs. There is something to help you. Can private message me. Bunny downstairs. I am your grandmother. The members of the outlaw group saw that Bai Xiaowen was actually scared silly by a dummy head. The opening is the ending. It was too boring. Even though the program group had given them a hefty paycheck, they came here with the idea of finding excitement. They came here to get a kick out of it. But before their pants are off, it's all over. The members of the heart cannot help but feel a little lonely and empty cold. Bai Xiaowen put away his yearning smile. After all, the mission had to be accomplished. Again, not a single one was left behind. Bai Xiaowen felt that the system was a bit too cold-blooded and couldn't help but shiver. But think about $10 million in cash, and the mysterious lucky draw. Bai Xiaowen's eyes became serious. Beidou Divine Fist. This is an assassination technique that utilizes the human body's acupoints to their fullest potential. Anyone who is hit by this fist will die from the inside. What a cruel fist, Bai Xiaowen muttered. However, Bai Xiaowen raised his head in a huff and, looking at the crooked group of people in front of him, since it's a bunch of scum, then there's no such thing as cruelty. Bai Xiaowen didn't intend to continue wasting time, turning into a residual shadow, rushed into this group of tattoo enthusiasts. Lena, who was still pretending to be a quail by the wall, looking at the severed hand that was still bubbling with blood at her feet, she clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making a sound. She wished she could become airborne. She wished she could become air, so that everyone would ignore her. Occasionally, she looked up. She saw Bai Xiaowen. She saw the human head at Bai Xiaowen's feet, and the inexplicable smile on Bai Xiaowen's face. Bai Xiaowen was stunned. She felt that this time she had finally overpowered Bai Xiaowen. Although she herself was scared, although she was also scared, she didn't become insane. Lena looked at the scared Bai Xiaowen. A strange pleasure inexplicably rose in her heart. But before she could feel this pleasure carefully, she saw Bai Xiaowen's aura suddenly change, turning into a god of killing. He rushed into the middle of the group of villains. He's really gone mad, Lena muttered dumbfounded. It wasn't just Lena. The viewers in the live broadcast room. The little cutie is mentally deranged. This time, the program has finally gotten its revenge, right? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect evil people are actually more effective than zombies. Little kid. This kid is pretending. Don't let him go. It's a pity it's a little kid. Alas. Little cutie. Don't let these devils go even if you're crazy. Bite them. The members of the outlaw group each looked at each other. Is there still a chance for us to find some excitement? Let's give him some excitement then. Chapter 8. Battering the Yakuza. Null. Chapter 9. The Women's Restroom Scare. I don't know why, but I feel like I've had an intensive training session on my tolerance. I can proudly tell you that my pants are dry until now. Why did you let me see this? I want to find my mom. Woohoo. It turns out that a human's head bursts open in such a gorgeous and eye-catching way. I've seen a lot today. Hiccup. Upstairs hiccuped. Firm over. That said, why do I feel my heart not beating? Hiccup. Another hiccup upstairs. But I envy them. Why are my nerves so big? I want a hiccup so bad. The comments in the live broadcast room were all starting to get a little confused. Bai Xiaowen shouted for a long time He felt like his voice was going hoarse. He really wanted to drink some water to moisturize his throat. But now time is short and the task is heavy. There are still a lot of ghosts waiting for him to explode. If I had known that the skill of the Big Dipper Godfist would be so hard on the voice, I should have prepared some throat lozenges in advance. At that time with the throat lozenges and then popping the ghosts will be much more comfortable. Unfortunately, there are no ifs and buts. Bai Xiaowen can only insist. He is racing against time. He was racing against the clock to kill the remaining ghosts, listening to the rest of the ghosts shouting out loud. Yeah, know what? Bai Xiaowen was instantly filled with strength. Listening to the don't know ghosts explode. This feeling was really something else. That being said, out of the 200 or so, the dozens of outlaws from the island countries, today, they received an order from the honorary leader to go to Unity to participate in a very exciting program. The treatment is super generous. Private jet transportation, money and face. But they didn't expect this exciting program to be so exciting. It's so exciting. It's a real blast. He suspects that there must be a mole in the organization. Wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of them. The leader of the gang is running away while calculating in his mind. Who betrayed us? Yumegawa Pants? Or was it Masahiro Kutu? Was it Matsu a Pants? It must be this vicious woman. I've seen her eye to eye with my nemesis, the heartless bastard. I'll make sure they all die this time. Bang 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 bang. Before he could figure it out, his head and ass exploded together, and then mixed together again. Some of the ghosts had a nervous breakdown. How the hell do you pick our country's brothers to hit hard off? They cried out and fled. Unfortunately, this is Yonghua Ipin, the country's top neighborhood. It's not just the scenery that's good, it's the property. Security is also good. There's an electric fence on the high wall. No one from outside can get in. Of course, those inside can't get out either. All the outlaws are desperate. One of the ghosts didn't wait for Bai Xiaowen to give him a blowjob, because the pressure was too much. He's in a mood, directly to a self-immolation. The point is that Bai Xiaowen recovered in 3 hours. The ones who broke up with themselves were really completely hiccuped. But then the United Nations were generous enough not to pursue the matter. The neighboring countries didn't want to give their own countries a hard time over these desperados. The program team paid the money privately, even if the workers died. Originally, The pulp of these more than 200 desperados is only 10 minutes. But some ghosts are not honest. Running around. Bai Xiaowen hard to use almost 2.5 hours to completely clear the scene. If it wasn't for the system beep, if it wasn't for the system alert, he wouldn't know if he'd popped all the outlaws without a single one left. Because except for the few who killed themselves, they were still intact. The other 200 or so were all mixed together. Truly you have me and I have you. Hearing the system alert that $10 million in cash has arrived, Bai Xiaowen is crazy happy. This time, it's one step closer to true freedom of wealth. $10 million in the bag. But the extra lottery task hasn't been completed yet. Look at the time. There's less than 20 minutes left. Bai Xiaowen is in a hurry. Last time it was the executive director of the program who hid behind the bar. I think he was called Brother Crow. Is Brother Crow here again? He's far away from home, wearing glasses in class. Crow, who was carefully taking notes in class, suddenly shivered. So Bai Xiaowen, with all the meat foam, looking around, but except for Lena, who was cowering at the base of the wall and peeing her pants. There was really no one else here. Could it be that Lena's water was that deep? Is she the director of such a big scene? Looking at the time dwindling by the second, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but look at Lena. Lena, her face was pale and shivering all over. If she could do it all over again, she would have studied hard, go to college, find a decent job, find a decent husband, have children, and watch them grow up, and watch yourself grow old. Unfortunately, there are no ifs and buts, because the devil is watching her. Watching her. Morning Green hid in the public women's restroom nearby. He regretted in his heart. Why do you want to be in the limelight? Wouldn't it be better to be honestly in the headquarters phone remote control? What kind of medicine is this? This time, he was about to turn into dregs. As the chief of this program, he is undoubtedly quite successful. Successful in running countless big shows. He thinks he's capable. Right after he investigated that Bai Xiaowen was the owner of Young Haipin, he didn't give up on messing with Bai Xiaowen. This is all from self-confidence. The last zombie program, he somehow forgot some of the process. In the end, he attributed it to the extras not being professional enough. Today he finally understood. Today, he finally realized that what he had been designing to trick was in existence. He was going crazy. If he could turn back time, he would no longer be doing this kind of work under the darkness. He wants to be a serious professional manager. Help those rich people to become richer. He'd help those rich people become richer, so that they wouldn't be able to leave him, and then become richer than them. With his intelligence. Why do you have to do this dirty business? How many people have been screwed to the point of insanity? How many people died because they were tricked to death, and they ended up killing themselves? This bloodshed is all his handiwork. Morning Green hid in the women's restroom and began to reflect and repent, hoping that God would give him a chance to start over. But unfortunately, the heavens have spared no one. Bai Xiaowen didn't use his magic trick to kill Lena. He didn't believe that Lena had the intelligence and ability to do such things. Seeing Lena's wet thighs, Bai Xiaowen felt a little guilty. He let Lena go to the ladies' restroom to clean up a bit, because the statute of limitations was about to run out. By then, everyone will have recovered. If you see Lena peeing her pants, it will not be good. Lena could not believe looking at this man in front of her, all covered in blood, the thick black bangs, but she couldn't hide the look in his eyes. Lena's heart skipped a beat. The fear of death crossed with the pleasure of the high court. She couldn't get enough of it. He'd asked her to go to the bathroom. Was he up to something? Professional habit made Lena clench her legs again, glancing back at the dominant man who was looking around for something. With a slight blush on her pretty face, she hurriedly ran towards the ladies' restroom. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen heard Lena's scream in the women's restroom. Chapter 10, Rewarding a Goose Factory. Hearing Lena's cries, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Could it be that the extra mission was in the ladies' restroom? Looking at the time, there were still 8 minutes left. Bai Xiaowen couldn't care less. He raised his foot and entered the ladies' restroom. She saw Lena carrying a dripping black stocking in one hand, and in the cubicle opposite her, there was a balding man with a frightened face. Bai Xiaowen took a look at his golden badge. General Manager of the Compulsive Crooked Program, Morning Green. There are still 5 minutes left. There wasn't much time left to waste. Lena, you can evade for a while. There might be some bloodshed in a while. Lena, I'm not afraid. I'm used to it. Bai Xiaowen, you'd better go out first. It wouldn't be good to you out and get covered in blood or brain matter or something. Morning Green sat on the ground and, staring with a pair of terrified eyes, looking left, looked again. No one cared about his feelings. He felt that he had turned into a piece of pork in a pork stall, helplessly watching the two bargaining. Lena finally listened to Bai Xiaowen's advice. Watching Lena walk out of the restroom, Bai Xiaowen stopped babbling and let out an explosive cry. Ah da day 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 day. Small fists flew up and down on Morning Green's body. A few seconds later, hoo da. collecting his fists. Turning around, Bai Xiaowen coldly said, "You only have 3 seconds left to live." Then he dashed away in the face of Morning Green's horror. Bang bang bang. Morning Green turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extra mission. Rewarding a goose factory. The formalities have been completed. Listening to the beeps in his head, Bai Xiaowen froze for a full 5 minutes. Even the puddles of flesh and blood around him had reverted back into Big Brothers. He didn't even realize it. Goose factory? It can't be that goose factory, right? Is it possible that I really realized financial freedom this time? This is more than just freedom. It's like going to heaven. I wasn't even this out of sorts when I started getting the system. Bai Xiaowen didn't know what to say anymore. Turning around and looking at the terrified Big Brothers of the Jingkong country, Bai Xiaowen revealed a grateful smile. He wanted to go over and hug them and shake their hands, or invite them for a meal or something. But wherever he went, there was a vacuum of Big Brothers. Some of them can't get out of the way. They just sit on the floor and piss and emball. Live broadcast. Asterisk. What's going on? Why did I fall asleep again? Why are all those Big Brothers sitting on the ground and crying? I've fallen asleep again. Hey, how are not right ah? Big Brothers seem to be some panic ah. How also scared the out of it. Money back. Garbage program group. Tossed twice did not take the little cute. See, can you live in Yunhaiping simple? This time, Morning Green was involved in the whole process. From the beginning to the end of the memory is preserved intact. He has been cowering in the corner of the ladies' restroom. Shivering. He was shivering in the corner of the women's restroom. He kept saying, I only have 3 seconds left to live. Morning Green has lost his mind. After screwing so many people, after having bewitched so many people, he finally got screwed once. Just this once. He was defeated. So, the heavens have spared no one. Lena watched in disbelief. She watched the Big Brothers on the ground recover one by one. She was involved in the whole blood and guts festivities. Naturally, the system retained her memory. When she saw Bai Xiaowen again, she wanted to immediately kneel down and worship. It turns out that what she has been targeting, seduced, provoking, the one she's been targeting, it's not the devil, it was God. Lena vowed to spend the rest of her life, to repent for the sins she had committed. She didn't stay in the big city. She gave up her Porsche, her dreams of being a celebrity, and her pimped-out old men. She returned to the countryside, which smelled of pig and chicken. It's a poor place, but she has her own family. She chose to be a clean village girl from now on. Bai Xiaowen's torn clothes recovered. The flesh and blood on his body were automatically cleaned up and he has returned to a white, clean, and handsome young man. When the police cars, armored vehicles, and even the garrison troops rushed over, Bai Xiaowen greeted them with a smile. Like that. That's right, he called the police again. Upon seeing the rows of police cars and a single loaded police officer, the Big Brothers were so excited. They rushed over to the police. No need for the police to worry. The Big Brothers one by one scrambled to climb into the police car. Skillfully sat in the iron cage. Very cooperative was taken away. There were also a few funeral cars. The unlucky ones who killed themselves were also taken away. These Big Brothers have since fallen into the root of the disease. Whenever they hear a motorcycle motor or similar motor sound, they were trembling and cowering on the ground. Their mouths shivered and kept chanting, I'm down to the last 3 seconds of my life. There is no shortage of Big Brothers in the Well Sky country, but these 250 Big Brothers were all core members. Now they're all dead. They can't hear the motor. The whole Yakuza group is without a leader. The whole Yakuza group was left without a leader. The whole country's politics, economy and humanities are in chaos. This time we failed again. All the professional villains in the country that we've been trying so hard to bring in have been destroyed. Even the person in charge, Morning Green, has been ruined. The bigwigs behind the group are a little shaken up. Originally, they just wanted to do some small projects. It was just a small project to spice up the simple and boring life of the rich and powerful. Who knows? But they have been hit by that ordinary young man's face. That's right. Even if you live in Yunhaiping, in the eyes of the bigwigs, you're still mediocre. What they value is background. Executive directors, program directors, whatever don't matter. As long as the bigwigs want it, the program won't go away. It's too easy to find a two-legged man, but Bai Xiaowen must be investigated. This guy must be investigated thoroughly. Big Brother is furious. Bai Xiaowen was sitting in his mansion in Yunhaiping. He looked around at the room's furnishings and layout, breathing deeply of the fresh formaldehyde odor emanating from the furniture and walls. Bai Xiaowen was intoxicated. Pick up a crystal wine glass, pour a glass of some wine from an unknown year, slowly walked to the river watching platform. looking at the beautiful and boundless scenery. Bai Xiaowen was in high spirits. Suddenly, a feeling arose. He suddenly felt a sense of grandeur in his chest. Now that he has money, I have a car and a house, and a goose factory. A goose factory. Chow chow. This is the so-called Pizza Hut of North Mountain. Bai Xiaowen is fantasizing about the moment he becomes the center of attention in the world. How exciting! Putting down his wine glass, Bai Xiaowen tried his best to adopt a posture and its elegance. And, gently opening his backpack, he took out a thick stack of documents. Bai Xiaowen was complacent, very calmly scanning the title of the contract. Yonghe City 8 Square Goose Factory Transfer Contract. Ga? Bai Xiaowen violently picked up the contract and shoved it in front of his eyes. That's right, 8 Square Goose Factory. Bai Xiaowen almost spat out blood. What the hell was Octagon Goose Factory? Look further down. 8 Square Goose Factory. A star enterprise in Yonghe City. Market capitalization of $200 million. Bai Xiaowen shed tears of remorse. Although $200 million is a lot. But the difference between this goose factory and the goose factory in his imagination is too great. This goose factory is a real goose factory. At the same time, the big man behind the whole thing has also gotten a handful of information. What the hell? It turns out to be a goose farmer. Fix him. We have to fix him. The big man is completely furious. Chapter 11, Yama has arrived. The bigwigs behind the scenes were already determined to screw Bai Xiaowen into a state of disbelief. He's just a farmer with no family background. So who is he to fight with the big money makers like them? A commoner should be a tool for them to use for fun. So the next day, the official website of Wholeheartedly Sharp released a preview of the next installment. The content of the teaser was only 4 words: the King of Hell has arrived. This one teaser directly caused the black screen broadcast room, which was not yet on air, to explode, with various netizens speaking vehemently. What? The King of Hell has arrived. It seems that this time, the program group has really spent a lot of money and is determined to fight to the end with the little cutie. If the hard one doesn't work, let's go for the soft one. The program group's move is really powerful. Once the King of Hell arrives, I'm afraid it's hard for the little cutie to escape from the community's death. Hey, what are you guys talking about? My little cutie is invincible. Both the zombie group and the fighter group can't do anything to my little cutie. That King of Hell is really useful? The nymphomaniac above seems to be a newcomer to the live broadcasting room. She hasn't even heard of the name King of Hell. Let me this old driver to popularize it. Yan Wang is the top stream master of the whole world. About the legend of Yan Wang, there is also a piece of jingle. I know. Once the King of Hell strikes, he knows if there is anything, the society dies in the crematorium. The King of Hell reports. It is said that the King of Hell never misses a trick, and those who have been tricked by the King of Hell can't withstand the subsequent pressure and have committed suicide. That's why he was nicknamed the Living King of Hell. The audience of the black screen live broadcast room was boiling, all looking forward to the next day's live broadcast of the whole thing. Meanwhile, an international flight airliner landed at Yonghe Airport. A mixed-race beauty wearing black leather armor and toed sunglasses, dressed very punk, came down from the plane. Her name was Xia Fengling. Due to her beauty and valor, and a bit of a mixed-race flavor temperament, Xia Fengling immediately caused a lot of male compatriots around her to give her friendly looks. One of the young men, relying on his family's money, confidently came up to hook up. Mixed-race beauty, where are you going? My brother's Maserati is right outside the airport. Do you want my brother to give you a ride? Just as a friend. Xia Fengling sat in the waiting room, swiping her cell phone, not even looking at him, and indifferently said, "Get lost." Yo, the little beauty still has a temper? But I like it. Between the rich second generation's words, there were already a few tall bodyguards surrounding up. The rich second generation laughed. Little beauty, today you don't want to go with me, but also have to go with me. Brother, I pick up girls. I have never failed yet. Xia Fengling looked up at him. With just a few bodyguards? Want to use force? Too low. The rich second generation arrogantly laughed. What do you mean by not low? Not low class? Just then, a bodyguard pointed at the rich second generation's lower body in horror. Ma Xiao, your pants. The rich second generation only felt a coldness under his crotch, and when he looked down, he realized that his pants were loose, and even his underwear had fallen off, and his body was directly exposed. He was such a big man, standing in the middle of the airport's hall with his lower half naked. Of course, immediately attracted countless people's side eyes, and in today's time, there are even many people who took out their cell phones to take a wild shot. Naked man at the airport. Good guy. In order to pick up girls, anything can be done. Is this a moral degeneration? Or is it the corruption of human nature? Tourists each send microblogging, send friends circle. This kind of big melon, guaranteed to harvest a lot of praise. The rich second generation panicked, immediately lifted his pants. yelled at the bodyguards to stop passersby from taking pictures secretly, and he himself looked at Xia Fengling in horror. What have you done to me? Just then, a bodyguard tapped the rich second generation's shoulder. What for? Why don't you go and delete those videos that secretly filmed me? The rich second generation turned his head and angrily rebuked. However, at this angle, he realized that the original display screen of the entire airport hall actually did not display the intelligence of the various flights, but was all about the black photos of him just now, with his naked lower body. A crew member panicked and shouted, "No good, we cast the screen encountered hackers. All the displays have been invaded by a virus." The rich second generation was desperate to the extreme. It was the bodyguards who reacted in time, no longer caring about this mixed-race beauty, as well as the mocking gazes of the people around them, and hurriedly carried the disoriented rich second generation and fled the airport. A few days later, the front page of the various news media headlines, "A rich son, because of its airport nudity bad behavior, resulting in the family industry's stock plummeted, facing a bankruptcy crisis, the rich son of the private organs, but also unprecedented by the 10,000 people to comment on the humiliation of his own, finally jumped off a building to kill himself." Of course, this is an afterthought, and right now, to pick up this summer wind spirit of people finally came. It was none other than the staff of Rectify Sharpness. Several black-clothed hulks were all respectful and even a little fearful of Xia Fengling. "Lord Yen, our program team has been waiting for you for a long time." That's right, the King of Yen was a girl, and the legendary power of the King of Yen. Those few staff members had sort of seen it. She just now a pair of magic hands, God unknowingly, cut off the belt and underwear of the rich second generation, so that the lower body exposed, and then seemingly in the boredom of brushing the cell phone, in fact, is through the operation of the phone, invasion of the airport's display, so that the rich second generation of the black photo, directly exposed to the public, ironclad evidence, there is no chance of whitewashing. This is the means of Yen Wang. Absolutely right. Immediate social death. Xia Fengling's small hand turned around, and an extra lollipop appeared in her hand. She licked it with enjoyment, before revealing a wry smile and said, "The big boss specially sent me to deal with Bai Xiuwen, and I myself am also very interested in him. The reception banquet and other troublesome things are exempted. You guys directly tell me where he is, and then get ready to open the program live." How would that staff dare to disobey Xia Fengling? Immediately returning, "Yes, Lord Yen, my men are on stakeout, and just now news came in that the target is attending school." "School? It's a very good occasion." Xia Fengling licked the lollipop again, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, as if what she was sucking on wasn't delicious candy, but human blood and bones. I believe the viewers in the live broadcast room are also waiting impatiently. On the other end, Yonghua Arts Academy. Bai Xiaowen was currently still a senior here, and although he didn't have to attend classes anymore as he was nearing graduation, suddenly being in possession of a huge amount of money made it even less necessary for him to take odd jobs to earn his living expenses. With nothing to do, he returned to the school to listen to the teachers teach their classes and relive, once upon a time, his time as a student. And just then, a mixed-race beauty wearing black leather armor walked into the classroom. Chapter 12, he's still there. Study. "Professor, I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and I'm late." Xia Fengling apologized to the professor who was giving a lecture with an apologetic face, and her voice, as if it came with some sort of magic. That lecture professor, who was always strict, actually amiably let her in, not even asking for her class number, nor was she at all curious if she was such a face, if she was a new student who had transferred to another school. And Xia Fengling, this school beauty-level beauty appeared on the scene, naturally also attracted the attention of all the students in the classroom, especially the male students. All of them were silently praying in their hearts that she could sit next to them. However, everyone saw that Xia Fengling was containing an inexplicable smile as she walked towards the last row of the classroom. There was only one person sitting there, Bai Xiuwen. Ding! Neat threat detected. Neat counterattack system activated. Counterattack skill, Hand of God. Counterattack props, Nano Megaphone. System prompt. Due to the special situation this time, the statute of limitations for the counterattack skill is only half an hour. Please use it wisely. After the statute of limitations is over, everything will be restored to its original state. Counterattack mission, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and leave your opponents in the dust. Counterattack reward, 100 million savings black cards. Note, if the host over-delivers on the mission, he will receive one free chance to draw a prize. Reward of 100 million? Bai Xiaowen's mind was immediately baffled. Of course he knew that the mixed-race beauty walking towards her in front of him was, I'm afraid, the expert in trickery sent by the Tinkering with Sharpness program team. But the point was, she was looking at, in the end, just a harmless little beauty, the kind with a simple lollipop in her mouth. and last time, solving hundreds of Yakuza members of the Yakuza. The mission reward was only $10 million. This time, facing a little beauty, the reward directly climbed to 100 million? That's not right. Is this little girl 10 times more powerful than those hundreds of murderous outlaws? Not really. Bai Xiaowen was puzzling over this, and Xia Fengling had already walked up to him, licking her lips with a smile. Handsome guy, can I sit next to you? Just imagine. Who could refuse a request from a mixed-race beauty? But Bai Xiaowen could. Hey, there are still so many empty seats, please stay away from me, and it's best to get as far away as possible, Bai Xiaowen said nonchalantly, and rolled his eyes in disgust. Nonsense. Knowing that this bastard was here to screw with himself, Bai Xiaowen of course had no need to be polite to her. However, Bai Xiaowen's behavior drew indignant gazes from all the male students present. A beautiful woman like this throws herself at you and you turn her away? And you told her to get lost? Is there any justice? There is still the law of the land? But after all, it was a serious classroom, so everyone didn't go so far as to curse out. On the contrary, it was Xia Fengling who was slightly flabbergasted for a moment, but her professionalism made her not give up so easily, and immediately smiled awkwardly and said flirtatiously, "No, I want to sit next to you." After saying that, she sat down next to Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen was also too lazy to care about her, and really wanted to see what tricks she could pull off, only to see that at this moment, Xia Fengling pretended to take out her textbook, but in addition, from her backpack, a very small flying insect flew out. This was not a real flying insect, but the most advanced surveillance equipment. The eyes of the flying insect is the ring-shaped camera, 180 degrees to monitor the scene. Wholeheartedly sharp, a new round of wholehearted live broadcasts has officially opened. This time, the program did not win with a big scene, but it ushered in the most peak popularity since this half-month. 120 million viewers from all over the world instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, all of them boiling with blood, waiting for the magnificent performance of Yan Wang. Coming. It's finally here. Once the King of Hell strikes, the society dies in the Hall of Hades. This little cutie will die for sure. Ha ha ha. And the location is actually in the classroom? Aren't they all students who know cutie? This social death effect directly pulls full ah. It feels like I'm already excited even before it starts. Then bow burning. Yan Wang, I love you. I am your idol. You're my fan. Hey, the SB above. You said it backwards. Oh sorry, haven't seen Yama for a long time. Too excited. My mouth fell out. Look. Yama is going to make a move. In the classroom, the professor's lecture was still continuing, but many students were already unmotivated to listen to the lecture, and their attention was secretly focused on Xia Fengling's body. Many whispered, I really don't know what kind of blessings that poor bastard Wen Xiaobai accumulated in his past life, to actually be able to sit next to that kind of top-notch beauty. The point is, this kid still doesn't know what's good for him and actually wants to drive the beauty away? Say, do you guys know this beauty? Is she a freshman? Why do you care so much? It's good to have something to look at. It's many times more beautiful than those artificial beauties. That's right, this kind of beauty will surely be the brightest star in the acting industry in the future. Brothers, why don't we wait for the end of the class and ask for an autographed photo with her first? If I can fall in love with her before she becomes famous, that would be really tisk tsk. I'd give my virginity for her. You son of a, think beautifully. Just when a group of male students were thinking about it, the classroom, which was still relatively quiet on the surface, suddenly let out a shocking ah. The sound level was so high that it made everyone look sideways. It turned out to be Xia Fengling who suddenly covered her mouth and screamed. She stood up, revealing a look of disbelief, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Wen Xiaobai's jacket pocket. Senior brother, something is showing in your jacket pocket. What is that? Immediately she asked herself again. It's a girl's panties. As expected, everyone then looked, only to see Wen Xiaobai's jacket pocket, but also really reveal half of the small fat, and also ing black lace edge. This is damn embarrassing, and the most fatal or that fat times above things. Understand, all understand. The classroom immediately exploded. Vomit. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Bai Xiaowen just now had a look of righteousness and not close to women. I didn't expect him to be so perverted in private. Yeah, there's still him doing this kind of thing up there? Pervert. Dead pervert. No wonder this girl has lost a few pairs of panties recently. Maybe it was by him. I'm going to throw up. Bai Xiaowen, you human-faced pervert. Get out. Get out of the classroom. Immediately, everyone verbally attacked Bai Xiaowen, not allowing Bai Xiaowen to have half a point of sophistry. Even the professor in the classroom showed his disappointment to Bai Xiaowen. He was close to calling the police to catch a pervert. However, what surprised Xia Fengling was that the average person who encountered this situation was bound to be ashamed to the point of being ashamed of himself. But what about Wen Xiaobai's behavior? Instead, He was still sitting steadily in the classroom, still leisurely flipping through a copy of Actors Self-Cultivation. He was still studying. Chapter 13, The Truth is Calling Out. By Seowin. Where are you still pretending? This kind of pervert? Why don't you get the hell out of the classroom? The agitation caused by a black-laced chubby was continuing to ferment, and many of the angry students had already taken out their cell phones to take a wild shot at Bai Xiaowen, and some of the part-time students' small platform anchors had even immediately broadcast Bai Xiaowen's behavior live. In fact, originally, these small anchors were not very popular, but for some reason, it seemed as if a hacking force had intervened. Naturally, it was Xia Fengling's tactics, allowing these small live broadcasts, all of which had made it onto the platform's homepage, and suddenly flooded in a large number of viewers. In an instant, school surprised by Panty Maniac. This kind of headline surprisingly became a social hotspot that hundreds of thousands of people were concerned about just within these few minutes. Many netizens had already started a heated discussion online. The most important point is that the place where the incident took place is the Yonghua Arts Academy, a dream factory that has nurtured many entertainment stars, and it is said that this Bai Xiaowen is also a good student with excellent grades in all subjects, and his looks are also very handsome and compelling, and this is such a student who is likely to become an excellent actor in the future. But behind his back, he is actually a panty-stealing fiend? This can't help but remind one of the many recent headlines in the entertainment industry, such as "I'm big, you'll have to bear with me. Corruption in the entertainment industry is actually spreading from its roots already? This is, how awful, how dirty the stars were inside." Undoubtedly, Bai Xiaowen had already been exposed online, quickly becoming the center of public opinion, and it wasn't hard to imagine that the name panty-stealing fiend would inevitably haunt Bai Xiaowen's entire life. Even if he was mentally tough enough to resist not committing suicide, he would not have half a future to speak of in the future. Without any hesitation, Bai Xiaowen's entire life was completely ruined because of this pair of underwear. This is the means of the king of hell. The audience was even more boisterous in the live broadcast room of Rectify Sharpness. "I'm a mother. The living king of hell is bullish. I just watched it too. This Nima, the little cutie, has already set off a wave of underwear wind on the internet. At this moment, he's simply more of a traffic star than a traffic star. Mom. This is too shameful. There's no need to use a knife to kill, but to kill the heart." Yen Wang. Still the same Yen Wang. Ha ha ha. The little cutie can't top this disc for sure. I'm afraid I'll have to run to the top of the teaching building to jump off the building in a while. Ha ha ha. Ooh-hoo. It's a pity that little cutie has this little handsome face. Above. It's a pity for Nima. I rewarded this program with over 100,000 just to watch this. If cutie doesn't get screwed to death this time, RNM, refund my money. Humph. Above. You're just jealous of my little cutie. Little cutie. Go for it. Mommy supports you. After all, if you hang up that early, Mom won't have much to look forward to. This is much more exciting than an idol drama. Wait, why is Cutie Pie not reacting at all until now? Still reading? I'm afraid he wasn't scared silly. He moved. Cutie moved. Above the bullet classroom, under the attention of 10,000 people, Bai Xiaowen finally moved. There was no terrified sophistry, no hysterical roar. He just closed his book, extremely calmly took out his underwear from his coat pocket, put it on the table, and then just looked at Xia Fengling. Looking straight at Xia Fengling, in his eyes, there were even a few moments of pity for Xia Fengling. This Nima directly put Xia Fengling to the whole blind. She has never encountered this kind of opponent. However, Yen King, who is also a person, the psychological quality is also first class, immediately put on a small white rabbit's poor appearance. Back a step. Senior brother, you're staring at me so colorfully, you don't still want to force yourself on me in public, right? Oops. Senior brother, you're really too perverted, shameless, nasty. Bai Xiaowen is too much. Simply disgusting. Mom opening the door to disgusting to home. However, Bai Xiaowen, really just then, started to take off his shirt. Actually, really wants to force himself on a female classmate in public? Oh my god. Moral degeneration. Human hearts are rotten. My 3 views have collapsed. No way. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to save the girl. I'm going to beat up this pervert. Many male students were already clenching their fists and striding towards Bai Xiaowen. However, Bai Xiaowen only smiled lightly. Classmates, what are you thinking? I'm taking off my clothes. I just want to cover my body for this female student. LOL, look at you guys. It was also at this time that everyone was stunned to discover that inside Xia Fengling's leather armor jacket, the white body shirt, at some point, broke open a long seam from the middle, so much so that even her skin was completely exposed to the public. Good, a spring light appeared, so damn eye-catching. This, Xia Fengling was even more confused. In this world, can someone really cut open my collar without realizing it? Me? I'm the king of hell with magic hands. How is this possible? But the truth is, it just happened. And it was only because Bai Xiaowen was extremely gentlemanly and draped Xia Fingling's clothes over her that she was able to avoid being exposed to even more light. And many sharp-eyed students also found that this new female classmate's inner bra, and the chubby one that Bai Xiaowen had placed on the desk, seemed to be the same one. This is coincidence? Bai Xiaowen said gently again. A female student as beautiful as you, befriending people on weekdays, must be careful. Not everyone are as kind as senior brother me. And Bai Xiaowen looked away. It's true that it would be embarrassing to drop something like this on yourself. And looking at the situation, it could be that something else unpleasant happened before you entered the classroom. Something that made you doubly miserable. But you can't just take your own things and sneakily shove them to the people around you. Sifu knows that you're trying to find a scapegoat like Sifumi, so that you can use this to distract everyone's attention, as a way to desperately prove that you're still innocent. But senior brother would like to ask you, if you do this, won't your conscience hurt? At this moment, the entire classroom was quiet. To be precise, it was all the live broadcasts that were paying attention to this turn of events that were all quiet. Everyone was deeply thinking about what Bai Xiaowen had just said. Although Bai Xiaowen hadn't explicitly said it, and the words were rather cryptic, people had already begun to mistake the truth. No wonder this female student was late for class, and her clothes had been ruined, and the underwear that was clearly a complete set. Many clues are intertwined. The story behind this female classmate seems to be truly revealed little by little. The truth is calling out. Chapter 14, You're such a... It's like Conan pointing with his right hand. There is always only one truth. There are already detectives on the internet giving their conclusions. We, all of us, have wronged this big handsome guy. It must be that this mixed-race beauty, on her way to class, because she was too pretty and overly flirtatious in her dress, that's why she attracted the pervert, who pressed her into no man's land for a while and rubbed her against him. And afterward, this mixed-race beauty, for the sake of saving face, pretended to be calm and ran to class. So that's the real reason why she was late, and that's why the t-shirt within her leather armor is bad. However, during class, her panties fell off again, and she was suffering in her heart, and she didn't want to put away the panties. That made her unbearable. So she stuffed it to that kind big handsome guy next to her, so that she could alleviate the pain in her heart by planting it on someone else, and torturing someone else. Now that I think about it, the big handsome guy's sentence, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" is really too incisive. It turns out that this big handsome guy has long seen through everything. However, he did not reveal it, and warmly gave the mixed-race beauty a coat. What is this called? This is called repaying grudges with kindness. What a noble quality. What a handsome warm-hearted man. This is a rare and superb character on earth. Please remember the name of this handsome warm man. His name is Bai Xiaowen. Just like that, on the internet where Bai Xiaowen couldn't see, public opinion had already begun to go sideways. Bai Xiaowen had instantly gone from panty-stealing maniac to a big handsome warm-hearted man. And this was, in fact, Bai Xiaowen's means of fighting back. Cutting open Xia Fingling's clothes was naturally Bai Xiaowen using the hand of God given by the system. And that passage behind, Bai Xiaowen had intentionally said hidden dangers, just to let the people guess for themselves. Herein lies the blindness of man, always believing in the conclusions he deduces. So, the truth came out. Of course, thousands of netizens saw the truth, and the students in the classroom, naturally, understood it in seconds. Many of the students had already revealed a very apologetic look for having wronged Bai Xiaowen just now, and there were even female students who took the initiative to say to Bai Xiaowen, that, Bai Xiaowen, I'm sorry, why don't I treat you to dinner as an apology? However, one had to admit that buying dinner was only the surface intention, but in reality, they were also attracted by Bai Xiaowen's noble qualities and wanted to seek a more in-depth development. However, Bai Xiaowen, in the face of these beautiful classmates who took the initiative to show their goodwill, was considered to be sitting still, and just gave a perfunctory smile as a response. Humph, once upon a time you love and ignore. Now you can't afford to climb. The system's voice also recalled at this time. Congratulations to the host, means clever, counterattack successful. Mission reward, 100 million black cards, has been put into the host system backpack. The host instantly can check receipt. Ding! The system has detected that the other party is still not dead, and has generated greater malice. Please continue to use the host to counterattack, and has obtained the opportunity to draw free prizes for this mission. System tip, for this counterattack, the host can use the counterattack prop nano megaphone. Bai Xiaowen smiled slightly. By the way system, what about that megaphone? Can this host add something to it? Of course you can. Okay. At this moment, Xia Fengling, whose eyes were twitching, was completely ignored by the crowd, standing alone in a corner of the classroom, as if in the wind. But, the name of Yama, would it not be so easy to be crushed? only to see Xia Fengling quickly adjusted his mindset, and then came to the front of Bai Xiaowen. Ying smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, indeed I wronged you. So, you add my WeChat. I will find an opportunity to solemnly apologize to you. Come, you sweep me." After that, Xia Fengling took out her cell phone and showed a QR code. Bai Xiaowen didn't shy away from it. "Good, I'll give you a chance." The subtext was, "Since you're not dead yet, we'll each use our own means to see who gets who killed." Seeing Bai Xiaowen take out his cell phone, ready to scan the QR code, Xia Fengling's face couldn't help but reveal a light smile of triumph. This QR code actually hid a trickster virus. To know, this is another trick of Xia Fengling. As long as Bai Xiaowen scanned the code, the virus will immediately invade Bai Xiaowen's cell phone, and then force to change the background of the phone, so that Bai Xiaowen's cell phone autonomously play the island's love action movies, but also the sound is turned up to the maximum, and cannot be turned off. That kind of. Even a long press to turn off the phone can't stop it. It was conceivable that by then, the entire classroom would be reminded of the sound of you know what. A warm and handsome guy who had just gained public acclaim was actually watching a movie in public without any sense of shame? It can only be said that Bai Xiaowen's warm-hearted mask will be torn off, and the bombardment of public opinion will be even worse. In the whole handsome crooked, live broadcasting room, the viewers who were originally clamoring for a refund were enthusiastic again at this time. Quickly. Yama hasn't given up. Yama has used a masterstroke, scanning the QR code. Bai Xiaowen has already scanned it. Bai Xiaowen is in the trap. Ha. This time, Bai Xiaowen can't escape. The king of hell is really the king of hell. No bullet is wasted, and he'll die for sure. Hey, pity my little darling. Mom, this moment can only watch you go. He. Scattered. No see. Hey, after the end of this time, the next time you want to see the king of hell, I don't know when to wait. Xia Fengling also sneered in her heart. This moment, even if the opponent is surprisingly strong, but after all, I Yan Wang won. She also pretended, stretching out 3 thin fingers. Senior brother, look at me. 3, 2, 1. With each count, a finger fell, and in Xia Fengling's opinion, after 3 counts, Bai Xiaowen would be doomed. Begin. Sure enough, the classroom immediately resounded with the sounds of so loud that it filled the entire classroom. And even the tens of thousands of viewers who were concerned about this matter and stayed out of the way had to be wary of the surrounding area, and then immediately reduced their cell phone's volume. Only heard the sound. Everyone has already associated with that erotic picture. Blushing and ears red. Publicly watching a movie? Shameful. Too damn shameful. But strangely enough, the source of this sound of shame was not Bai Xiaowen's cell phone, but came from Xia Fengling herself. For a while, most of the people looked at Xia Fengling dumbfounded, while some of the male students secretly revealed a wry smile, thinking, no wonder you're getting that. You're so damn flirty. Xia Fengling himself was also blinded, finally couldn't help it, and directly broke the anti-explosive foul mouth. *********. Bai Xiaowen, what did you do to my mother again? Where? Hurry up. I'm going to turn this thing off. Hurry up and help me turn this disgusting thing off. Chapter 15, Bai Xiaowen's dream of being an actor. Xia Fengling was touching herself like crazy, giving people the feeling that it was more like a girl in an island country movie who was thinking about spring and getting horny. This luscious picture had already seen a lot of male classmates, all of whom were craving for saliva, but in reality, Bai Xiaowen knew that she was just looking for that broadcasting device on her body. The no sound continued, and Xia Fengling was very anxious, taking out her cell phone. No. Flipping through his pants pockets. No. I'm going crazy. Where the hell is that thing? Finally, Xia Fengling reached her hand back behind her back, and to her horror and despair, she realized that the bean-point-sized miniature speaker was actually stuck on the clasp on the back of her inner bra, meaning, for her to remove that miniature horn herself, she would have to, herself, take off her inner bra. My God, could it be that I am the king of the living hell of the whole world? But today, I can't help a Bai Xiaowen, but also instead, I was compelled by him to become a famous on the whole network? Xia Fengling's heart was very aggrieved. And the most crucial thing was that from beginning to end, she hadn't even realized how Bai Xiaowen had actually struck. This was the biggest humiliation for her, a professional master of the whole. Finally, at this moment, Xia Fengling clammed up. Even if she broke the rules of the trade, she was going to directly get Bai Xiaowen killed. Only seeing Xia Fengling glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaowen, she rushed up with a single healthy step. Magic hand, life-snatching needle. She performed her magic hand to the extreme. Her right hand swung at an incredible speed, only in the air, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, and between her thumb and forefinger, she pinched an imperceptible silver needle, aiming it at a certain fatal acupoint, 3 inches below Bai Xiaowen's right ear. When the needle fell, Bai Xiaowen would die immediately, and even the coroner could not find out the cause of death. In the face of this danger, Bai Xiaowen smiled faintly. What? Now that you can't do anything, you've changed your mind to killing? Hey, this program of yours is getting more and more bottomless. And just at that 1000th moment, when the silver needle was about to stab, hand of God, clang, with an extremely faint light sound, Bai Xiaowen raised his hand, surprisingly using the same incredible speed. His index and middle fingers accurately and incomparably pinched that silver needle. At this moment, it was precisely the hand of God vs the magic hand. What? Xia Fengling had a huge shock in her eyes. She even felt that the speed of Bai Xiaowen's strike was faster than hers. This was beyond the limits of humanity, as if it was a legendary divine skill. Who the hell are you? Xia Fengling stared intently at Bai Xiaowen's eyes. My humble self, Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen revealed a bright bad smile. Whoops. This mixed blood beauty is so proactive. Cough cough cough. Female student, although all of us can see that you're very high and in high demand, but after all, this is a classroom, so please restrain yourself. It turned out that Xia Fengling had failed to stab Bai Xiaowen, but at this moment, due to the attacking moves, she and Bai Xiaowen were almost chest to chest, and her right hand was still resting on Bai Xiaowen's head, giving the impression that it was as if she was taking the initiative to rush over and ask Bai Xiaowen for a kiss. This scene, coupled with the that flirty incomparable background music, can't help but let a person suspect that this hybrid beauty can't wait to drive on the spot. Bai Xiaowen, I remember. In the end, Xia Fengling couldn't stand the surrounding eyes, dropping a harsh sentence and rushing away from the classroom. The live broadcasting room of the compulsory sharpness. The administrator used big red letters and sent out a message saying, due to technical reasons, this live compulsion broadcast will be called off in an emergency. Please withdraw from the scene on your own. A sentence floated by, and the screen immediately turned black. Countless viewers started cursing. RNM, refund your money. Old man's pants are off. And you're showing me this? Did Cutie have sex with Yen King or not? Is it paid content in the back? Big deal. I'll recharge again. Strange. Is this a live compulsion broadcasting room or a yellow broadcasting room? Hey, sure enough we're Yen Wang by the little cute counter-integration. Too flirty engaged in this 10 years old powder I want a crooked. Really did not expect. Even Yen Wang shot. Have not been able to take down the little cutie, but also by the little cutie alive into a. My little cutie is the best. Mommy will always love you. I have to say, even though it failed in the end, I had a great time watching it. I hope the program team will do more of these live broadcasts in the future. Scatter. Scatter. There's nothing to watch. Let's go to the darknet and wait for the next preview. At the same time, do not know the truth of the compulsion of other platform forums. Xia Fengling also completely fire out of the circle. The words she had said, the dance of the hair waves, and the action of seducing Bai Xiaowen were all cut into a ghostly short film. And overnight, it had 70 million views on the internet, definitely qualifying her as the first major netizen. And she also had a resounding nickname from then on, Wandering Sister. If you don't know sister waves and sluts in this life, you've seen countless movies in vain. Sis is just a legend. Don't be obsessed with her. Countless edited videos. Birthed. On the other hand, Bai Xiaowen didn't continue to stay in the classroom, but drove his 911 Targa and left the university. At the same time, he also got a feedback from the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Jedi counterattack, successfully making the opponent break defense and be groundless. Hereby rewarded, 1 free lottery chance. May I ask the host if he would like to use the lottery opportunity? Based on the principle of don't take advantage of a bargain, Bai Xiaowen decisively said, Drawl, Ding dong, has received the host's instruction to immediately open the lottery carousel. Ding, congratulations to the host, drew the elementary medical skill. The information is fusing with the host. With the system's prompt, there was really a large amount of medical skill information that melded into Bai Xiaowen's mind. Bai Xiaowen found that this primary medical skills even not only encompasses today's Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and even contains a lot of godly ancient medical skills, and even a few kinds of acupuncture therapy, can really achieve the role of instantly bring the patient back to life, can be described as very powerful. However, Bai Xiaowen, who inherited these divine techniques of medicine, did not appear to be much happier. He looked out the car window at a large poster of a sweet actress, revealing a look of envy. If only I could draw a reward for improving my acting skills, that would be great. That's right. All along, Bai Xiaowen had a dream of being an actor, and the sweet actress on that poster was the idol in Bai Xiaowen's heart, the youngest contemporary movie queen, Su Mingxue. And Su Mingxue was a graduate of the Yonghua Art Academy, whose sweet and invincible looks and exquisite and sophisticated acting skills had been recognized by the entire acting circle, and was the idol in the hearts of all young actors in China. Wait. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen was surprised to find that underneath that poster, there was also a row of small promotional words. Chapter 16, the main character arrives. The movie Princess of the Great Tang Dynasty will hold its opening ceremony tomorrow, and one of the main characters, Su Mingxue, will officially enter the crew tomorrow to start filming. Special note, due to time issues, this theater group still needs to recruit the following talents from the general public. Holy crap! Bai Xiaowen looked at the row of small words and was excited. Su Mingxue is going back to Yunhe to film? And it just so happens that their theater group is still recruiting group actors? And the director of this movie is actually a first-rate director. Fong Qin, if placed a few days ago, when Bai Xiaowen saw these news, he would at most be envious. After all, in the old days, he had to work hard to pay for his living expenses, but now it's different. Not to mention, that 100 million black card alone is enough for Bai Xiaowen to be extravagant for 7 or 8 years. Once a person is materially satisfied, they will long for spiritual fulfillment. Bai Xiaowen also envisioned that he might as well apply for a job and try it out, just in case his traitorous luck was really being looked at by director Fong Qin. To say that this Fong Qin director is also the film and television industry properly a big common. It directed 12 movies, each of which can be both entertaining and deep, and each of which can be shortlisted for the best movie list of the year in Huaxia, 3 of which, but also directly won the laurel. Many highly respected veteran actors would even recommend themselves and even offer their own paychecks once they heard that Fong Qin was going to start a new drama. Without any hesitation, Fong Qin was the most capable big director in today's era. The most capable director, coupled with the hottest young movie queen. It seems that the investor of this drama is really something. Bai Xiaowen thought prettily, it just so happens that I've been lucky this whole time. Maybe I can also realize my dream of being an actor through this opportunity. Enter the film and television industry, and then have a rivalry with my idol Su Mingxue? TSK. My life, complete. Just say it and do it. Bai Xiaowen made up his mind, and immediately turned the car around and sped towards the address of the theater group on the poster. However, this time, even Bai Xiaowen did not realize that the huge publicity poster, Su Mingxue's eyes, in fact, installed a hidden camera. The cast of The Princess of Datang, a dimly lit office. The image captured by the camera, magnified and projected hundreds of times. Every subtle expression of Bai Xiaowen was clearly captured, and inside the office, there were 3 women sitting. 2 of them, Bai Xiaowen recognized. It was none other than his idol Su Mingxue, as well as the previously defeated king of living hell, Xia Fengling. There was also a middle-aged woman with a stern aura. She was dressed in a black suit, her arms crossed over her chest, naturally revealing the majesty of a superior. This person is the big director, Fong Qin, and at this moment, the corners of Fong Qin's mouth hooked up as she looked at the casting screen to reveal a cold smile. From the analysis of his micro-expression when he saw your poster, he's already interested in you. I believe that it won't be long before he comes to us for an interview. Su Mingxue, your charm is really not small. Su Mingxue's face was calm as she said, Director Fong, you guys made such a big fuss with the new drama shooting and publicity. Is it really just to lure him into the trap? Fong Qin sneered. That's right. He doesn't look like anything special. Is it really worth wasting so much of your manpower and resources? Fong Qin didn't reply back because she wasn't sure either. Instead, it was Xia Fengling, who was curled up on a rotating chair, silently eating a lollipop, who suddenly said, he's worth it. Bai Xiaowen is the most powerful opponent I've ever encountered. Su Mingxue looked at Xia Fengling, and couldn't help but remember the legend of her becoming the wandering sister. But Su Mingxue was in contact with the higher-ups of the movie and television industry, and knew some of the insider secrets. And even more so, she knew Xia Fengling's true identity, and to be able to make the living Yama so miserable. It seems that this man, indeed, has a few tricks up his sleeve. Xia Fengling revealed another wry smile. Honestly speaking, I don't even think that it's necessarily useful for you guys to lay such a big setup just for him. Bai Xiaowen, this man is very difficult to deal with. Fong Qin laughed disdainfully. Little linger, to fix a trick, sometimes it doesn't rely on skill, but, she pointed to her brain, wisdom. I, with the wisdom of a top director, am able to have my hands on any type of movie. Even though this Bai Xiaowen has 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, in front of me, he's still just a youngster in his early 20s in the end. Tu pao tu naiyin. As long as I'm there to step in and arrange the plot, how can he, a youngster, possibly resist? Little linger, watch and learn well. Let this guide teach you how to straighten someone out. How to make him fall into the abyss. Su Mingxue suddenly had some intolerance, and whispered, but don't you guys think that he, being counted by so many people, is a bit pitiful? Fong Qin sniffed and glared viciously at Su Mingxue. You pity him? Then who will pity you? That terminal disease of yours? Other than the boss behind me, who has the ability to cure you? Who else can save you? And don't forget, if you want to leave the entertainment industry and live the life of an ordinary person, you also have to have my boss nod his head. Fang Qin is very smart, as if a glance to see Su Mengshue's rebellious intentions, then pulled close to the body. In Su Mengshue's ear whispered, "You into the entertainment industry. Is signed the contract. We can make you into the most dazzling star, but don't forget, we, too, can easily, completely destroy you." Right, 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 that powerful aura, as if the devil's whisper. You, Su Menshua's whole body trembled slightly, her clenched pink fists, her nails snapping into her flesh, but she had no way out. She couldn't help it either. Fang Qin proudly patted Su Mengshue's shoulder. Alright, I'm just kidding. You're so hot nowadays. It's a good tool for us to make money. How can I afford to ruin you now? However, it is also necessary for me to remind you that you know what happens when you confront us. I also believe that you know what to do. Su Mengshue was unable to resist, and only nodded her head silently. That's right, life is like a play, and a play is like life, so for the next part of the play, I'm going to ask you to act it out as well. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. The person didn't come in, but just said on the other side of the door, "Director Feng, the main character has arrived." Fang Qin revealed an evil smile. "Oh, this kid, he came quite fast." Fang Qin then took out a remote control and pressed it against the cast screen. The camera switched and the screen turned, as expected, only to see the entrance of the theater. Bai Xiaowen was alone, probing his head and walked in. Chapter 17, One Look at the Soul. "Hello, I'm here to audition for a group show. Excuse me, can someone give me a lift?" Bai Xiaowen arrived at the crew's filming location. However, all the staff were busy setting up the shed and set. Everyone was so busy that no one gave a damn about him. It's a bit awkward. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a deputy director's badge waved his hand at Bai Xiaowen and said anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help set up the scene. At 4 p.m., Ms. Su is going to start filming the first major scene." Bai Xiaowen laughed awkwardly and said, "Hello, I'm here to audition for a group acting role, not as scene manager." The assistant director said in a bad mood, "There's no need to audition for a group actor, and both group actors and stagehands are the same here. They all have to work, so are you going to do it or not?" Yes, yes, yes. For the sake of his dream of being an actor, Bai Xiaowen endured. After all, it was his first time in the theater, and he didn't know anything about it, so he followed a group of stagehands to lift and carry, and in the middle of it all, he was counted out and called, Hey, what's wrong with you, newbie? You don't even know how to set up? Hey, newbie, you can't touch the camera. New guy, come and move this board." "Okay, right away." Bai Xiaowen responded one by one, still really looking like a hard-working newcomer, and on his way to help out, Bai Xiaowen inexplicably felt a sense of fulfillment, as if all of his current efforts would eventually turn into fruits that would help him grow from a grassroots group actor into a real actor, just like Wang Biaoqian, Zhou Gaoqi, and so on. I, Bai Xiaowen, will now also portray a history of the hard struggle of a future star. Bai Xiaowen's heart was pounding with blood, and he worked harder and harder. However, what Bai Xiaowen didn't know was that, in fact, the real main event had already started shooting. He had become the main character. Inside the dimly lit office, Fang Qin was still carefully studying Bai Xiaowen. The projection screen was divided into 8 pieces, and from every direction, it was monitoring Bai Xiaowen's every move, and Fang Qin could see clearly every time he moved bricks, every subtle expression, and even every drop of sweat on his forehead. What's even more exaggerated is that in order to cooperate with this compulsion performance, Fang Qin also specially invited 3 domestic top psychology experts. The experts took a computer and analyzed from the side, Director Feng. Based on Bai Xiaowen's performance at the scene, he hasn't suspected that this is a setup at all so far. Director Feng, his psychological profiling has also come out. He should be very eager to utilize this opportunity to become a real actor, and is very much looking forward to being able to have a rival scene with Miss Su Mengxue. Also, Director Feng, you let the staff at the scene keep on making him. Invariably, it also lowered his psychological defense, so that he naturally immersed himself in a more humble role. At this moment, what we say, as long as it's not too much, he will do it, and he won't be half suspicious. Fang Qin couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile as she listened to the information derived from these analyses in her ears. Little Linger, see, this is the Bai Xiaowen you fear like a tiger. Xia Fengling looked at the projection screen and was also in disbelief. Bai Xiaowen could actually be so obedient, actually really willing, being called around by others? Holy, is this the ability of a director? That's right. Fang Qin laughed confidently, so that's why. Whole trickery sometimes relies on intelligence. As long as enough details are arranged, as long as enough psychological hints are given to him, this director will be able to turn him into an obedient toolman. Life is like a play is like life. Ha ha ha. But the good show had only just begun. Fang Qin knew deep down that letting Bai Xiaowen not be suspicious was only the first step. Next, there was a continuation of paving the way for more important plays. She looked towards the somewhat reluctant Su Mengxue and said in a commanding tone, "Little Su, it's time for you to take the stage next. Remember, you don't have any contact with Bai Xiaowen in this scene, but that unintentional meeting of eyes must make him feel it. Got it?" Su Mengxue nodded silently. Fang Qin was satisfied. "I believe you are a professional actor. It's almost 4 o'clock. Clean up your bitter face and get ready to go on stage. The Great Tang Princess. First scene, first take, start, click." With an announcement from the floor manager, the first scene officially started shooting. It was a colorful scene. A large number of enemy troops had killed their way into the palace, with corpses and blood flowing everywhere. However, the purpose of the war was only to get this most beautiful princess of the Great Tang, surrounded by countless enemy troops. Su Mengxue plays the role of the only remaining princess of the Tang dynasty. Even in the face of ferocious enemies, her eyes are still resolute. A stunningly beautiful palace dress, dancing in the desperate situation. Her unaccompanied song, but also bright and pleasant. It is in order to give the dead warriors, to send the last elegy. Beautiful. It is so beautiful. This tragic and sad scene, coupled with Su Mengxue's stunning face, simply beautiful and moving. Beautiful and unprecedented. And Su Mengxue's acting skills are top-notch. Will be this singable history? Interpretation of the 3 points will soon be the scene of many people's emotions have been mobilized, including Bai Xiaowen, who was also immersed in Su Mengxue's acting skills and beauty. But unfortunately, Bai Xiaowen only acted as a small soldier and also a damn enemy army, and could only hold a knife and yell Su Mengxue to surrender from the side. If there was a choice, he would prefer to become her escort, even if he fought for her against the whole world. So what? Hey, if this wasn't an act, little master, I would have fallen in front of the battlefield and taken her to kill her. Take her to the end of the world, and be her hero for life. Bai Xiaowen also couldn't help but beautifully fantasize about it. Of course, the people who had such fantasies on the scene were certainly not in the minority. For example, a buddy next to him whispered to remind him, "Kid, don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat." A star of Su Mengxue's level. Us group actors, don't even think about it. Stare. Suddenly, at such an inadvertent moment, Su Mengxue's pair of tearful eyes that caused people to love her, locked eyes with Bai Xiaowen. It was as if Bai Xiaowen's entire body was electrocuted, and another song automatically played in his mind. Just one more look at you in the crowd. That was, what a soul-stirring glance. Unfortunately, before Bai Xiaowen had time to reminisce, the assistant director shouted extremely spoilerishly from the side, "Cut. Okay, it's over. This scene is over. It's been hard on MS. Su, you can come down to change. Let's prepare for the next scene." It was filmed until 11 o'clock at night, and Bai Xiaowen also acted as a roadie for a day. After filming and wrapping up, the assistant director suddenly came over and tapped him on the shoulder. "That who? You're responsible for packing up the costumes and props that Miss Su's team brought. Pay attention. Those things can be expensive." Chapter 18. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. Bai Xiaowen was about to go to work when the assistant director revealed another bad smile and said, "Also, kid, I see that you're always stealing glances at Miss Su when you're acting. I advise you, don't ever fantasize about having any romantic encounters with Miss Su. Grassroots wanting to turn over a new leaf is basically a dream. Work honestly." Bai Xiaowen casually smiled at him as a response. Just like that, Bai Xiaowen packed up the props alone until most of the night. Suddenly, below the dresser, a shiny earring caught Bai Xiaowen's attention, and it was also at this time that the grandpa in charge of the door, holding up an old man's cell phone, ran towards him anxiously. "Young man, phone, Director Lu is looking for you." Bai Xiaowen took the phone, and it was the voice of the assistant director just now. "Hello, kid, lucky you haven't left yet. Something's wrong. Miss Su's earring fell off. It's her favorite pair of earrings, triangular in shape with small blue stones. Miss Su said she might have left it on the dresser. Go look for it." Bai Xiaowen was holding the earrings in his hand. So he said, "Well, deputy guide, I just happened to find them. You send someone over to get them." The assistant director laughed. "No need. It's too late. MS. Su just called me and said that whoever picks up her earring should send it to her place by themselves. and she also wants to thank you in person. Ha ha, kid, you're really a traitorous luck. It's also a pity that this guy has already started a family. Otherwise, how could this good opportunity to be alone with Miss Sue be your turn? No more. Miss Sue is also quite anxious. You hurry up and send it over to her. I'll have the grandpa watching the door tell you the address. With this, the assistant director hurriedly hung up the phone. The janitor handed Bai Xiaowen a slip of paper. LOL, this is Miss Sue's home address. Young man, you're lucky. Bai Xiaowen took the note and read it. Fujiangyijing, Building 32. Fujiangyijing, 32 buildings. This was an independent garden villa. The assistant director hung up the phone outside the door, turned his head and walked into the villa's living room. The three women, Fong Qin, Su Mingxue, and Xia Fengling, were sitting on the sofa. The assistant director said excitedly, Director Fong, that kid took the bait. He promised to send over the earrings. Fong Qin laughed coldly. After so much time laying the groundwork during the day, it's only strange if he doesn't agree. Hey, who says it's not? After all, this is a plot that you personally arranged. Director Fong, I have to say, Director Fong, you have this hand first suppressed and then raised. Want to catch the indulgence? Play is really 6. First let me intentionally step on him to degrade him, do not care about him, and then suddenly give him the opportunity to meet with Ms. Sue, a set of combinations of punches down, to see the kid to play. Simply fooled. Fong Qin leisurely said, Little Sue, you should go take a bath now. Remember, when you see Bai Xiaowen, you must only wear a bathrobe, and spray that perfume that seduces men's impulses, and it's best to act like you've just finished your bath, and can't wait to wipe your body, and your whole body is dripping wet. Su Mingxue blushed and said, I know, don't worry, we'll hide outside. If that kid really dares to lust after you, we'll immediately rush in to save you. Go on, be obedient, go upstairs and take a shower. Su Mingxue couldn't help herself. She could only silently get up and walk towards the upstairs bathroom. Looking at such a well-behaved beauty tool, Fong Qin also revealed a rather smug smile inside. The plot has been arranged to such an extent that it can basically be declared a success. Next, Xiao Lu, you call and inform the Rectify Sharpness program to prepare to open the live broadcast. Alright, Director Fong, only Xia Fengling, but eating a lollipop, smiled wryly. Can we really declare it a success? I don't think it may be. Sister Fong, you must think Bai Xiaowen is too simple. He is not an ordinary beggar. Fong Qin, oh? Little spirit, what's your opinion then? Xia Fengling looked at the assistant director again. Hey, when you called him, how was his tone of voice? The deputy guide recalled. Well, there was nothing strange. His tone was just the same as usual. Same as usual? Xia Fengling laughed. If there is an opportunity to contact the idol of the heart alone, how can the tone be the same as usual? This point, only instead, is very strange. Right. Also, the earrings that Su Mingxue intentionally left there are worth a lot. If he is really an unusual beggar, the first reaction of picking up the earrings should be to keep them for himself instead of returning them to the original owner. Besides, even if he is really of high moral character, but the theater is mixed with fish and dragons, so many people coming and going, so valuable earrings that will also blow. On the contrary, he picked it up? Sister Fong, don't you think this will easily make him suspicious? The words of the living Yama of the integration world had to make Fong Qin deliberate carefully, and she couldn't help but frown slightly as she said, Do you mean that he has actually already found out the end of the story, only that he's just playing a trick on him? It's possible. Xia Fengling smiled wryly. In this case, let's devise a plan B. Fong Qin revealed a creepy sneer. Even if he's really a little smart, he definitely can't endure it. The body's instincts. Little Linger, this guide remembers that at your place, you seem to have top-tier Tsubaki medicines, right? Half an hour later, Bai Xiaowen arrived at the Fujiangyijing, and the closer he got to the address of the villa on the note, Bai Xiaowen's heart, the more uneasy he became. Ding dong! Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The system detects that there is a very deep malice ahead. Immediately for the host, issue a counterattack mission. Counterattack skill, Divine Hypnosis. Counterattack props, 1 bath towel, 2 special ping pong balls, and a handful of trip-tang seeds. Counterattack mission, bring the malefactors to justice and rescue the victims. Mission reward, $100 million of black card credited funds, plus 1,000-year-old clear heart lotus plant. System prompt, if the host overshoots the mission, he will receive a free lottery opportunity. Listening to the system prompt, Bai Xiaowen's heart was startled. Sure enough, there was something fishy going on. In fact, during the daytime, the few strange looks that the assistant director had given himself, as well as the many imperceptible coincidences, had already made Bai Xiaowen suspicious. Coupled with the system's release of the counterattack mission, needless to say, Bai Xiaowen was already 100% certain that this was yet another setup for him by wholehearted sharpness. Good guy. This time the foreplay was pretty big. Almost fooled me. I didn't expect. The famous director Feng Qin and my idol Su Mingxue actually all were bought by compulsive crooked. Hey, is this the corruption in the entertainment industry? Su Mingxue, your image of a jade girl in my heart has collapsed. But what Bai Xiaowen didn't understand was that in this mission statement, besides himself, there were actually other victims for the first time in history? Who could that be? Chapter 19, preferring to walk on Tiger Mountain. Could it be that, rectify sharpness, is no longer satisfied with just rectifying me alone? Rather, it wants two victims to be screwed together? That's why the mission was released, and that's why I was asked to rescue the other victim? But this is a bit different from their program's previous pissiness. There was also the 1,000-year clear heart lotus that was rewarded for this quest, which was also a strange point. Bai Xiaowen had just mastered the beginner's medical art, so of course he knew that it was a precious herb for a certain terminal illness. But little master, do I have that kind of terminal illness? What's the point of rewarding this stuff? System, let's talk. You might as well exchange it for money for me? Please don't be too much host. Start the counterattack plan as soon as possible. Okay. Bai Xiaowen put away the counterattack props, already in his heart, and inexplicably remembered the Liangshan good guy Wu Song. Suddenly the addiction to the theater rose, revealing a smile, singing a Peking accent. I'm going to the Tiger Mountain. This said, Bai Xiaowen came to, labeled 32 garden villas outside, worthy of being a big star's villa. The iron gate also stood a few black-cloaked bodyguards, immediately stopped Bai Xiaowen, asked the intention, and politely said, I'm sorry Mr. Bai, in order to protect Miss Su's safety, before we release you, we have to check your backpack in case you're carrying contraband. Okay. Bai Xiaowen was full of unconcern and directly handed the backpack to the bodyguard. The bodyguard opened it and took out a towel from it in amusement. Bai Xiaowen explained, I'm a relatively clean person. Is it considered contraband? Not really. Then, with a surprised face, the bodyguard took out 2 ping-pong balls from inside. Mr. Bai, this is? Ping-pong balls? I'm a person who loves sports. As I said just now, when you are tired of playing ball, you will sweat easily, so I will prepare a towel. Is there any problem? No problem. The bodyguard rummaged through the backpack again and found a bunch of seeds. Mr. Bai, what's this again? Plant seeds? Oh yes, these seeds were all just bought by me during the day. I'm going to plant them in the back garden of my house. After all, the air will be more sober when I exercise in a natural environment in the future. Good guy. These strange things, actually still used in sets? The bodyguard only felt funny, but people have been professionally trained, usually do not laugh, unless they can not help it, then said, oh, Mr. Bai's usual habits are really strict. All these things are fine, you can carry them with you, but Mr. Bai, for the sake of Miss Su's privacy and safety, so we also need to temporarily keep your phone. Please cooperate. Cooperate. People are big stars. I understand all these. Bai Xiaowen immediately took out his cell phone. But I'll send a text message to my family first, just in case they call me later. After some operations, Bai Xiaowen took the initiative to turn off his cell phone and handed it over to a few guards. The bodyguards also opened the iron door immediately. Please Mr. Bai, Miss Su is in the villa. This is considered your private meeting with Miss Su, so we won't accompany you. Okay. Bypassing the bodyguards, Bai Xiaowen walked straight towards the brightly lit villa. He thought to himself, after laying out such a big setup, you guys are finally going to make a move. Come on then, let's see who screws who over. At the same time, the small warehouse in the corner of the garden, the small enclosed space, the whole thing was like a cockpit in a sci-fi movie. More than a dozen monitors, capturing Bai Xiaowen's figure from all directions, and even several tracking cameras as small as flying mosquitoes. And Feng Qin was sitting in front of the displays. When Bai Xiaowen stepped into this villa, she said into the walkie-talkie in her hand, all crews get ready, open the app and start the whole mess live. Rectify Sharpness was once again live on the air. This time, there was no advance notice, it just suddenly went live. And this time, the charge was extraordinarily expensive, actually as high as $100 per minute. Many old customers had already started to complain. This Nima? If I watch for 10 minutes, won't I lose $1,000? Why doesn't your program group just go rob a bank? RNM, refund the money. A small screen appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, and Feng Qin's avatar appeared there. Feng Qin politely said to the live broadcast room, hello everyone, I'm Feng Qin, the chief planner of this entire live broadcast. First of all, I would like to apologize to all of you customers, due to the fact that we have invested a large amount of foreplay in this time to fix Bai Xiaowen, so this time around, we have also set our rates a little higher. but please rest assured, the viewing effect this time around is definitely worth every penny, because we will be arranging for Su Mengxue to appear, so that she can seduce Bai Xiaowen and act out a spring scene. Upon hearing the name of Su Mengxue, the goddess, the live broadcast room directly boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is that the latest double movie Queen Su Mengxue? My god, I'm his fan. The one who planned this whole mess is still director Fong. It seems like the program's investment is really big this time. It looks like the little cutie is going to suffer. Even King of Hell can't handle it. How can a movie director and a movie star handle my cutie? It's not easy. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As the old saying goes, a hero can't get past a beauty. Wait, the show is going to let Su Mengxue seduce cutie? Doesn't that mean that we, this time, have extra benefits to watch? Fong Qin saw this pop up and laughed. That's right, because this time, not only are we going to put Bai Xiaowen in jail, but we can also let the customers enjoy Su Mengxue's fruity body. So the customers are really getting their money's worth this time. This is also our program group, because of the previous times to let the customers disappointed, and make, the most sincere make-up. Originally, Fong Qin's promise to Su Mengxue was to preserve her reputation, but now it seemed that Fong Qin was trying to completely sell Su Mengxue in order to satisfy the audience's tastes. However, in the eyes of the evil capitalists, Su Mengxue had long since become a tool for making money. It was just a matter of seeing when to drain her value. RNM. No more refunds. Yellow and violent. Ah, you guys are so perverted. I love it. Dream girl Su Mengxue. Ah, just thinking about it, I can't hold back my floodgates anymore. Director Fong, can we fast forward? Fong Qin laughed. Please don't be anxious. The good show will be on soon. Turning her head, Fong Qin then whispered into another walkie-talkie. Xiao Su, Bai Xiaowen is already here. Hurry up and get ready to go downstairs. Remember, make sure to seduce him by all means, but be natural in the middle. Don't make him suspicious. Remember that perfume I gave you. Be sure to use it. Chapter 20, Bai Xiaowen. Ding dong. Bai Xiaowen rang the doorbell, and not long after, Su Mengxue opened the door to her room. However, the next scene, Bai Xiaowen directly froze in front of his eyes, only to see Su Mengxue, face slightly red, as if just in the bath, heard the doorbell, only hurriedly rushed out from the bathroom, just wrapped a towel, hair is still wet, water droplets along her slender neck, into the depths of the invisible, come to the face, but also a strange fragrance. This scene, how provocative, especially Su Mengxue body perfume flavor, actually can arouse people's greed. Let a person cannot help but want to get into the wrong. If you were a wolf, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to hold on to your hand and reach out to Su Mengxue. Dare to ask Bai Xiaowen is a wolf? There is no doubt that he is. But Bai Xiaowen didn't extend his hand for the simple reason that he simply knew that Su Mengxue was in league with the group of inhuman scum on the program team. Any scum that looked even more beautiful, Bai Xiaowen had no interest in. Moreover, now that Bai Xiaowen had practiced elementary medical skills, he was able to smell the irritating drugs mixed in Su Mengxue's perfume just by sniffing it with his nose. Bai Xiaowen would of course be even less likely to fall for it. Miss Su, your earrings. Bai Xiaowen was very calm and directly handed over the earrings. Yikes, I really found it. Thank you. Su Mengxue was an actress in the end. A burst of surprise on her face naturally, and self-consciousness in general, directly pulling Bai Xiaowen's right hand with both hands. Thank you, really thank you. Bai Xiaowen had a jolt. I'll go. You thanked me for thanking you. Why did you even get on my hand? Converge, MS. Su, Su Mengxue made a shy expression and moved aside another position. Benefactor, please come in order to thank you, I've prepared a sumptuous dinner, and I've also taken out a bottle of good wine from my collection. The two entered the house. The lights in the house were dim, with a hidden red glow, and on the dining table, was a candlelight dinner, plus a bottle of red wine. Bai Xiaowen had been busy all day and was indeed hungry, so he directly ignored these romantic factors, rolled up his sleeves, and feasted on his own. Su Mengxue was also slightly stunned. She was not expecting Bai Xiaowen, in addition to a little handsome, other look flat, but is such an ordinary teenager, actually can put himself so a super big beauty do not care. Only no burying head planing rice? This is also, too, no gentleman's manners, right? If it were any other day, Su Mengxue would simply be too lazy to take care of this kind of savage. But right now, there was a small undetectable earphone hidden in her right ear. Fong Qin was urging her. Su Mengxue, the perfume on you actually didn't make him strike? Did you not use the one I gave you? Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you. Don't let him just eat. Find a topic and talk to him. And the eyes, watch your eyes. They must be seductive. Perfume is useless to Bai Xiaowen. Su Mengxue's heart is also very aggrieved. At the moment there is no choice but to continue acting, so she reveals a flirtatious smile. looking straight at Bai Xiaowen, softly said, "Benefactor, what's your name?" Bai Xiaowen didn't raise his head. "I didn't call. Your name? Bai Xiaowen. Oh, Mr. Bai. I personally made all these dishes. Are they good?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "You clearly ordered takeout. I saw the delivery boy when I came." Mr. Bai. Let's not talk about the food. Let's talk about something else. Where do you live? Earth. Su Mengxue? He. Mr. White, you are really humorous. Mr. White, are you here alone? I'm afraid half a person will scare you. Su Mengxue? Forget it. I'll endure. Keep looking for something to talk about. He. Mr. Bai. You don't just eat either. It's such a romantic night. Let's chat. You take the initiative to say a few words too. Bai Xiaowen grinned, then picked up the roasted suckling pig on the dining table. Chatting is not my thing. How about I put on a show for you? 3 bites of a pig. Su Mengxue tried her best. She really tried her best. But facing Bai Xiaowen, the universe's invincible steel straight man, she really didn't know how to communicate. The audience in the Rectify Sharp live broadcast room directly laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. And 3 bites of a pig? Good guy. My own good guy. Finished. Live this piece. He whole understand. I've never seen such an iron straight cancer. My little cutie is cow. Have sister does not engage. Hey, is to play. I spent so much money, just to see the little cutie eat? I'm starving. Director Fong, if you don't speed up the process, refund your money. The money refund brother began to frantically swipe the screen again. Fong Qin was also dissatisfied with Su Mengshue's performance, and ordered in a stern voice, "Forget it, pour him a drink." Su Mengxue smiled and got up. "Mr. Bai, don't just focus on eating the roasted pig, let's clink a glass. In order to thank you for specially sending the earrings, I'll drink up. Feel free." Saying that, 2 tall glasses were poured. Bang! Su Mengxue drank it all in one go. Bai Xiaowen sniffed the tip of his nose at the edge of the wineglass and couldn't help but frown slightly. The hidden stimulating ingredients in here were several times stronger than the previous perfume. But seeing that Su Mengxue had drank it all, Bai Xiaowen himself could not afford not to drink it, so he also meant it and sipped a couple of mouthfuls. At the sight of Fong Qin, she finally stretched her frown and sneered. He drank it, and asked to Xia Fengling beside her, "The I love a chai you gave me won't be a problem, right?" Xia Fengling ate a lollipop. "Don't worry, this is a strange and obscene formula left behind by Wei Shoubu back then. It is good for both men and women, and instant results, and as the name suggests, women eat this poison. Even more will be on the column-shaped object seizure madness." Su Mengxue just directly drank down a whole cup. Not to 3 minutes, she will have a seizure. At that time, this seemed to be more powerful and more powerful. But then again, Xia Fengling had some strange looks in her eyes. After this time, Su Mengshue's image as a jade girl will be completely ruined. Are you guys really going to give up on her just like that? Fong Qin coldly smiled. Anyway, she is suffering from a terminal disease and doesn't have a few years left to live. So why not take this opportunity again and let her go to the tertiary market to develop? Just think of it as reusing waste. Xia Fengling, you guys are really not human. Fong Qin said. It's not you guys, it's us. Speaking of the other end, in the middle of the living room, in fact, Su Mengxue didn't even know that the red wine was poisoned. It was only at this moment, when her body was hot and her heart was flooded, that she finally reacted. This wine was drugged, and they actually didn't tell me, but she knew it too late, and her body was already out of control, only to see her rushing towards Bai Xiaowen, hooking Bai Xiaowen's neck and saying, "Bai Xiaowen, I'm hard to." Chapter 21 The Second Victim. At this time, Su Mengshue's medication kicked in. The Rectify Sharpness live broadcast room immediately exploded. The long-awaited picture finally started. Su Mengxue sent Lang. This wave of welfare. Pull full. The program group is awesome. My god. I didn't expect a generation of Jade Maiden sect head. Actually really so Saw Wolf side. Simply more powerful than our Saw Wolf sister. Living in Wang. Do not queue. Look at Su Mengshue's body. Look at Su Mengshue's face. I have to say, I'm starting to envy the little cutie. Same type of envy. At this moment, I can't wait to exchange identities with little cutie. As the saying goes, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. Brother up there, you're already a level 5 account. Why are you pretending to be a newbie here? You really don't know how the program team works? That's right, don't look at little cute. But I can guarantee that when little cute and Su Mengxue are halfway through their drive, there will definitely be a large group of journalists rushing in and shooting at them. A proper social death scene. There is nothing more painful than this obviously driving on the highway. Are going to rush to the finish line. Hard to be stopped by the people's conductor. That kind of stifling pain is unbearable. I'm already looking forward to the little cutie's expression of pain and shame. And Su Mingxue still has so many fans. This wave of exposure. Little cutie is still not being flushed to pieces? Little cutie will be completely finished. Wait a minute. It seems like the situation is a bit wrong. Have you guys noticed that although Su Mingxue is twisting very hard, little cutie doesn't react at all? Really, yeah. He seems to endure it. Can this even be endured? That's right. The villa living room. In the face of Su Mingxue's extreme attraction, Bai Xiaowen was actually indifferent. This wave can be said to be inhuman, but in reality, it was because Bai Xiaowen had the primary medical arts on his side, and his sense of smell, although he had been stimulated by the toxicity again, and his nerves were extraordinarily taut, he pressed down on his Zhenghui point and Tanzhong point, ensuring that his brain would be able to tolerate it, ensuring the clarity of his brain, and that's how a lot of things are. When you see through to its essence, it doesn't really mean anything anymore. But at this moment, the calmer Bai Xiaowen was, the more he felt that Su Mingxue wasn't right. Looking at her behavior before the seizure, she didn't seem to know that the wine had been drugged, but this wasn't right. Wasn't she a partner with the whole program? She betrayed her own people? And what's even stranger is that with their chests pressed against each other, Bai Xiaowen clearly felt that Su Mingxue's heart was beating at an unusually rapid rate. Although there was the influence of stimulating drugs in it, it shouldn't be this fast. Her body, there was definitely something wrong with it. Bai Xiaowen, quick, I'm so hot. Help me, AI, Miss Su, I'm offended. Bai Xiaowen sighed and made a point of saying so before backhanding Su Mingxue onto the dining table. This kind of scene that is often seen in small life shoot-to-action romance mini-movies is really not suitable for children. But really, Bai Xiaowen was just preventing her from moving around so he could take her pulse and check her health. It doesn't matter if you don't look. It's a shock to look. Bai Xiaowen directly froze, immediately remembering the system's prompts. A smile appeared on his face. So, you're the one besides me. The victim. Su Mingxue was already delirious, and didn't know what Bai Xiaowen was talking about at all, but just looked towards Bai Xiaowen with incomparable desire and stupidity, and softly said, I can't stand it anymore, please, help me. Finally, Bai Xiaowen revealed a warm smile. Don't worry, I'll help you. Thoroughly help you. Ka! There was a startling sound. It was Bai Xiaowen who used a chopstick and shot it at the table lamp not far away. However, the next second, with a wow, the entire villa actually went dark. Nothing could be seen. The whole live broadcasting room also suddenly turned black. The entire screen, you could only see the bottom right corner. Director Fong's old woman's face. The audience directly exploded. What is the situation? I pants her off. You give me to see this? Program team, what kind of crap equipment do you have? Hurry up and come out. Give everyone a statement. How dare you charge $100 a minute for this? Be frank. Is the content at the back charged? Is there more money to be added? As long as you can see the back of the sexy picture. To how much money? Director Fong, you nasty out to open a price. I'm out of it. However, at this time the Director Fong is also full of question marks. She quickly asked the staff, what's going on? Is there really something wrong with our hidden camera? Director Fong. No, it's Su Mingxue's villa that suddenly lost power. And with the dark moon and high winds today, the camera naturally can only capture pitch black images. Then hurry up and send someone to fix it. Quickly, send someone with better hands to fix the circuits without anyone realizing it. The live broadcast absolutely can't be cut off for too long. Okay, Director Fong, I'll go arrange it right away. All the staff members were all tense. They didn't understand how the power was suddenly cut off. Except for Xia Fengling, who revealed a weird smile. I told you, Bai Xiaowen's kid is not that easy to deal with. The screen turned. No one had thought that the chopsticks that Bai Xiaowen had casually thrown out had not only broken the lamp, but had also magically cut the wires that the lamp was connected to, which had led to the short-circuiting of the current in the entire villa. At this time, Bai Xiaowen had already carried Su Mingxue to the second-floor bedroom and took off her bathrobe. The moonlight was dim, and Su Mingxue's bare back was faintly visible, a moonlit beauty, just exposed in front of his eyes, even at his disposal. While Bai Xiaowen's mind, he was just thinking that saving people was important. Discarding all distractions, he directly took out that counter towel, wrapped it around his right hand, and then like rubbing a bath for someone, on Su Mingxue's back, rubbing it repeatedly. This towel given by the system is also really not simple, even automatic heat, emitting white smoke, and this smoke odor also contains a strong medicinal fragrance. Just to restrain, Su Mingxue drank the kind of stimulation poison. Soon, Su Mingxue gradually calmed down, but the naked body is a fact, more or less still some embarrassment, then buried her head in the pillow, pretending to be unconscious. Let Bai Xiaowen continue to rub her back. Bai Xiaowen laughed, don't pretend. I know you've regained your sanity, but seriously, You almost died just now. Su Mengxue was shocked. Lifeless? How could that be? Wasn't that the only medicine I drank? Chapter 22, Cry Freely. No one can bother you. The medicine. It is indeed that kind of medicine. And when an ordinary person drinks it, as long as there's no harm done after the attack, there's really no big deal. But the problem is, you're not an ordinary person. Bai Xiaowen laughed. You suffer from Black K disease, right? Su Mengxue was even more surprised as she gathered her chest with the quilt and sat up on the bed. How did you know that? Black K disease is extremely rare. It is a black spot on a person's heart. Even if one has been an old Chinese medicine practitioner for a lifetime, it is very difficult to see the disease at once. One has to resort to the highest-end detector of Western medicine to find out. And this kind of terminal disease can accelerate the human heart failure? Very fatal. Su Mengxue drank the stimulating poison. Her heart beat faster, which unintentionally extended the onset of the Black K disease, and her remaining days were already numbered. Bai Xiaowen said, You don't care how I saw it. In short, I have a way to save you. That's right. In the system's mission rewards, there was a 1,000-year-old clear heart lotus. Bai Xiaowen didn't know at first what the system was giving him this for, but only now did he understand that it was used to use it on Su Mengxue. Clear heart lotus, as the name suggests, has the effect of clearing the heart, which is exactly what restrains the Black K disease. Su Mengxue excitedly said, My disease, is it really saved? Really? Don't worry, I don't lie. At least, not to beauties. Bai Xiaowen laughed. However, you have to tell me all the parts you know about this whole incident first. That's the condition I'm offering. Su Mengxue was silent as she pondered in her mind, but after weighing it, she felt that Bai Xiaowen, at least, was more reliable than that group of scum who ate people without spitting out bones. So she began to say, This matter also has to start with the phone call that Director Fong made to me 3 days ago. In addition to the before and after arrangements of this incident, Bai Xiaowen also heard some other secrets that shocked him. The entertainment industry was controlled by a large international plutocratic organization. Dirty deals, corruption of the human heart. One shocking secret after another was elaborated from Su Mengxue's mouth. Since the day she stepped into the movie and television industry with her young dreams, she had never lost her freedom. She has also been reduced to a tool for those plutocrats to make money, and even her own life has been firmly grasped in the hands of those scum. Everything is bitter. Half of it is not human. Years of aggression is also at this moment outbreak, convergence into crystal tears, full of coiled in Su Mengxue's eyes. But she is a strong girl, even at this moment, but also forced to hold back. Do not want to let the tears fall. Bai Xiaowen looked heartbroken and said in a warm voice, Cry if you want to. Don't worry, there's me. What's the use of having you? Su Mengxue held in her tears. You know now. In fact, we were surrounded before and after. Director Fong was in the warehouse not far from the villa, surrounded by not only dozens of media reporters carrying cameras, but also 200 to 300 program group thugs. Even if you are more powerful, can you deal with so many people? We'll still end up in the hands of the program team. There's no escape. Facing that plutocratic big organization, no one can escape. Bai Xiaowen, however, seemed as if he didn't take these dangers to heart, only saying gently, although you resigned yourself to your fate on your lips, you actually didn't give up. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made the offer to Fong Qin to leave the entertainment industry, deep in the mud, but working hard to climb out. You are indeed a very strong girl. Cry, believe me, cry out loud. Today, at least today, I won't let anyone bother you. Sometimes the wall of tears crumbles with just a hint of comfort given by a bystander. Oh, wow. Finally, Su Mengxue let out a cry like a little girl, and this crying sound of Su Mengxue, naturally, was also vaguely transmitted into the entire live broadcasting room, which made countless viewers, all of them, listen to their hearts burning with anxiety. But the people who watch this program, more or less have some psychological distortions. They are the ones who can't hear the helplessness and misery in this crying, and can only narrowly think about it. I'll go. You guys listen. Su Mengxue was made to cry by the little cutie. This. I can't stand it yet. Where's the picture? Director Fong, where's such an important picture? RNM, if you don't give me the picture, I'll give you your money back. Director Fong was also in a hurry, but for some reason, the person sent to repair the circuit, but the delayed response, the audience sighed, and scolded too fierce, and even many viewers, has cancelled the membership renewal. This is a big deal, directly related to their interests. Fong Qin ordered impatiently. No more. Can't wait. Quickly, reporters, fighters, send them all out to me. Rush straight into the villa and catch them in the act. Yes, Director Fong. Suddenly, the original peace around the villa was directly broken, and several hundred people rushed out. There were reporters carrying cameras and microphones. There were well-built thugs in black clothes. All of them had only one goal, to rush into the villa and catch the adulterer on the spot. Hey, there are so many people. That brat won't be able to escape now. Look at the joke. Director Fawn's handiwork, how could there be a problem? Look at the surrounding densely packed piers. A mosquito can't even be separated. That ran in the forefront of the hitman. Suddenly saw a person standing in front of him. Cannot help but be vigilant, and then take a closer look. Is actually their own people? And it was the one who was arranged to fix the circuit. Hey, dude, what are you doing? What time is it? Are you still slacking off here? Do you know that you didn't go to fix the circuit? And made Director Fong anxious to death. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your job. That person turned back, but as if seeing a ghost, his face was full of panic. His face was white with fear. Shivering, he said, Don't come over. Don't come near this villa. What, don't come over? What's wrong with you? No, look at my feet. Only then did the fighter look down, and was shocked to find that it wasn't that the brother was lazy, but that he had been wrapped around his ankle by a kind of vine with sharp thorns. The pants were stained red with blood, shocking to the eyes. The hitman also panicked and shouted behind him, Everyone stop! Stop right there! Don't come any closer! However, it was too late. All the people came out. Reporters want to get the first-hand explosive photos. The fighters also want to make the first-class credit. Prophet smoked, driving them, all rushed to the villa near. It was also at this time that the garden grass around the villa actually moved on its own. More accurately, it was the thorny vines all over the ground that started to grow like crazy. Like entering a snake cave, countless poisonous snakes, wrapped around everyone's ankles. No one, no exception, the square director in the warehouse, naturally, also found the situation. She was dismayed and said, Our people, actually, how can this happen? These strange vines, where on earth did they come from? Chapter 23, Clueless Old Young. Xia Fengling looked as if she had already expected this. Humph, now you believe that Bai Xiaowen isn't weak, right? Auntie Feng. Feng Qin was black-faced. You mean, all of this is Bai Xiaowen's doing? But him, how did he do it? Xia Fengling naturally couldn't give an answer. And Feng Qin had a bright idea and immediately brought in an eye to pull up the surveillance of Bai Xiaowen entering the villa in front of him, and then played it back 8 times slower. The camera zoomed in and zoomed out, and then it's actually, those seeds he brought in? It was also at this time that Feng Qin saw that when Bai Xiaowen was walking towards the villa, he had also stealthily sprinkled some plant seeds along the way. These seeds, naturally, were the second counterattack prop that the system had given Bai Xiaowen, the tripping tang, and with the characteristics of a plant like vines, it was actually only necessary to sprinkle a single seed at the root of the wall to spread the entire wall. However, Feng Qin, as if she still had a backhand, she actually revealed a smile. Is this Bai Xiaowen's means? Not bad indeed. But, although I don't know, where did he get these strange seeds, but if these are the only tricks he has, then this time, as usual, he won't be able to escape. Xia Fengling, oh? Feng Qin revealed a greedy smile. Little Linger, the greed of the human heart is terrifying, and directors are masters at playing with the hearts of people. Then, Feng Qin took out her walkie-talkie and said in a cold voice, Listen, the first person to catch Bai Xiaowen, I will reward him privately. $10 million. The voice rang out in the earpieces of each of the beaters. $10 million. I wouldn't necessarily be able to earn such a large sum of money even if I worked 10 lifetimes of labor. Even if these thorny vines waste my legs, this time, I'll still fight. Fight. For $10 million, I'm willing to die. Countless beaters all rushed red at this moment. Although not all of the beaters were able to break free of the trip tang, there was no lack of good hands in each. Under the trend of monetary desire, they erupted with amazing potential, enduring the sharp pain of the poisonous stings, and ripping the trip tang off. In the end, there were still 34 people who rushed into the villa with red eyes. However, when they rushed into the living room, the moment they were about to continue rushing up to the second floor, there was a sound from upstairs. Knock 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 knock. It was 2 ping-pong balls that ricocheted down from the top of the stairs. This was precisely the third counter prop that the system had given Bai Xiaowen, only to see these 2 specialty ping-pong balls suddenly explode in the air, just like a smoke bomb, bursting open a thick mist, and most importantly, this mist also cause people to faint. The next moment, dozens of desperate fighters have been unconscious. The last fighter to fall, unintentionally, saw Bai Xiaowen standing at the top of the stairs, and with great difficulty, he stretched his hand towards the stairs. $10 million. My $10 million. Bai Xiaowen, don't bring you to play like this. Your props, too despicable. Poof. After the words were finished, he fainted. Bai Xiaowen, on the other hand, revealed an indifferent smile. Seriously, the props that the system assigned to him this time, other than that towel, the other 2, Bai Xiaowen was very dissatisfied with. He felt that to deal with these scum, it should be like the first time he triggered the system. He should have been assigned an assault rifle and a box of grenades, and had to blow them up into veritable scum. Even though Bai Xiaowen knew that they would still be resurrected in the end, that would at least be enough to relieve his anger. Unbeknownst to him, the system setup was, in fact, like an online game, where new players would always give you some sweeteners to easily solve the initial battles, but later on, it would still get more and more difficult, and the props would get less and less useful. And the difference between the two is that the online game can also be kryptonite, but the counterattack system does not have this option. Bai Xiaowen wants to pass. You can only work on your own, although the props don't work, but the good thing is, Bai Xiaowen's brain is good, and this time it was almost a miracle. He opened the window on the second floor and looked in the distant direction, muttering to himself, calculating the time, old Yang should almost be here, right? Woo woo woo. As soon as the words fell, the sound of police sirens rang out in the distance. More than 30 police cars, from far and near, soon surrounded the villa. The old cadre of police officers got down from the car, with a large number of officers, rushed into the villa, and the scene in front of them, directly made them dumbfounded. Outside the villa paralyzed hundreds of people, a number of media reporters, as well as gun-wielding thugs, and their feet, there are traces of stab wounds, each blood flow, screaming in pain. Suddenly see such a chaotic scene, the old cadre of police officers surprised. This is the situation of the gods and horses? It was also at this time that Bai Xiaowen walked out from the villa with a warm smile, waving his hand towards the old cadre of police. Yo, Lao Yang, efficiency is good. Arrived so soon? It turned out that before, the bodyguard at the entrance wanted to temporarily take charge of Bai Xiaowen's cell phone, and Bai Xiaowen sent out a text message on the grounds that he wanted to notify his family. But in reality, this text message was to notify old Yang to go out to the police. By the way, old Yang was the old police officer. The two had already met several times, so they naturally became familiar with each other. Looking at old Yang's confused face, Bai Xiaowen hurried over to explain. Old Yang, know where this is, right? Yes, Su Mengshue's home. Didn't you text me? Right. So what? In front of us is such a situation. These reporters want to steal/photograph the star. Good guy. Directly rushed to the house, which should constitute an invasion of privacy, right? There are cameras at the door. You can go to check. Trespassing this crime. Certainly not run. Lao Yang pointed at the men in black. What about them? Bai Xiaowen aggravated his tone. Their nature is even worse. Can't you see that they all have knives, guns and clubs? What's this called? Illegally armed, plus home invasion and robbery. There were more than 30 of them who broke into the living room. But don't worry, they were all put away by me. Bai Xiaowen whispered in Lao Yang's ear. Maybe they're still after Ms. Su's body. Old Yang said with some concern, but the injuries on their feet. Cough. Lao Yang. These criminals, of course, I cannot let them escape. So with some small means. How Lao Yang? I am righteous it. All were stopped by me. This will be. Your superiors will certainly give you a big credit, right? Remember to invite me to dinner. He. In the face of Bai Xiaowen, Lao Yang was more or less helpless. Keeping a few hundred people at once, in his mouth, it was only called a small means. Of course, as for the tripping tang, they had all disappeared because the statute of limitations for the counterprops had come and gone. Old Yang did not have the opportunity to see this magical scene. Chapter 24 Fong Qin's Despair. As for the cross-examination afterward, these people said something about fast-growing vines and ping-pong balls, and old Yang would just treat them as nonsense without evidence that wouldn't even make it into the file. That said, it seems that every time you run into a case with this kid, the inmates will be talking about God? Could it be that this kid really has means beyond the ordinary? Right. Where's Su Mengxue? She's not hurt, right? Don't worry, I'm here. Su Mengxue is fine. Bai Xiaowen laughed meaningfully, and she, I'm afraid, has never been this good. Old Yang's ears were still quite sensitive, and when he vaguely heard the sound of a girl crying from the second floor, he said with some concern, but I seem to hear, she's crying? Bai Xiaowen laughed. Those are tears of happiness. Those are tears of freedom. Bai Xiaowener, I'm getting more and more elusive when you speak now. Maybe that's how it is for a hermit and a tall person. Well, anyway, you kid is great. What you say, is what you say. Old Yang also stopped digging deeper, and added, however, I still have to invite her back to the police station. She is the victim after all. She has to help take a statement. Tomorrow, at least tonight, let her have a good cry. Ding dong. It was also at this time that the counterattack mission released by the system began to settle. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the counterattack mission. Mission reward, $100 million of funds deposited in the black card. plus a 1,000-year-old clear heart lotus plant. The funds have been deposited into the black card, and the items have been placed into the system's backpack. The host can check at any time. Warm reminder, mission completion has not reached perfection. Please continue to work hard for the free lottery opportunity. It hasn't reached completion yet? To put it bluntly, there's still someone who hasn't been handcuffed. As for who that person was, Bai Xiaowen had already guessed. Bai Xiaowen immediately put his arm around Lao Yang's shoulder and pointed him to an inconspicuous small warehouse next to the villa. Hey Lao Yang, I forgot to tell you. In fact, this incident but also hides a big case. Someone with surveillance equipment, stealing/photographing Su Mengxue, but also to Su Mengxue drugged. The social impact, bad enough, right? And the person who set up this game is hiding in that warehouse. And at this time, the cameras in all parts of the villa had not yet been closed, and the entire live broadcasting room was still continuing. However, the images that were being broadcast were not of any neat content, but rather the program's own people, one by one, being handcuffed away by the police comrades one after another. I'll go, little cutie this wave. It's a Jedi counterattack show to fly Why is it that I didn't get to see the expected erotic scenes, but I still feel that it's not a loss? It's also inexplicably lit up? Upstairs, this is the charm of my little cutie. Little cutie, mommy will always love you. Cutie, YYDS. Hey, everyone, look at the bottom right corner. Director Feng, you're still there. You're still here. Look at your old face. You're going to be mad at cutie, aren't you? Why don't you run away? Director Feng, surrender. There are police outside. Ka chow. The black screen of the live broadcast room. The whole program violently terminated. Of course it was Feng Qin who couldn't bear it and pressed the off-air button. In fact, up to now, Feng Qin do not understand how they are, step by step, fell by Xiaowen counter-calculated. Obviously everything is going very smoothly. Obviously at this time should she drink celebration wine is right. Only Xia Fengling, as if she had seen through everything, played it wrong. Auntie Feng, you're still bragging to me? Now you've blown your cover. He also said he wanted to bring down Bai Xiaowen, but now it seems that Bai Xiaowen brought you down, and now Bai Xiaowen has brought the police over. Auntie Feng, for the rest of your life, you are considered to be completely played. After saying that, Xia Fengling smiled with a gloating expression and stood up, walking towards the only skylight in the warehouse. Xia Fengling, where are you going? Feng Qin came back to her senses and suddenly asked nervously. Of course it's to escape. Is it to accompany you here and wait to be caught by the police? Feng Qin was like grabbing a life-saving straw. You, little spirit child. You can escape? Just kidding. I'm the living king of hell in the world of compulsion. The world has only seen the king of hell arresting people. Who has seen people arresting the king of hell? Although the outside was full of police officers, Xia Fengling was still very satisfied with her own stance. However, at this time, there was a plopping sound. Feng Qin actually knelt down to Xia Fengling. Little spirit, please, take me with you and run away. I don't want to be caught. I can't be caught. I have money. I have a lot of money. As long as you take me away from here, I'll give you all my money. Xia Fengling's expression was slightly surprised. She had never seen such a humble Feng Qin. After all, the former director Feng, but at all times, she was always in a high and mighty manner. As for pitying her, that was completely incapable. We're all scum, and you expect me to give you a hand when you're in trouble? Don't laugh at me. Xia Fengling made a light leap, like a monkey, and simply climbed up to the small skylight of the warehouse, showing a bad smile to Feng Qin. Auntie Feng, bye-bye to you then. I wish you a pleasant prison life for the rest of your life. After saying that, Xia Fengling drilled out of the warehouse. Only Feng Qin was left alone, in a pile of high-end equipment. Feeling desperate, there was a loud bang. The door of the warehouse was slammed open. Bai Xiaowen, who had only been seen in the equipment, finally appeared in front of Feng Qin's eyes. Bai Xiaowen revealed a bright smile. Hello, Director Feng. Finally we meet. Feng Qin's hair was disheveled. Her face was horrified, and she was almost paralyzed on the floor, with only a glimmer of hope remaining in her eyes. How much? Bai Xiaowen, huh? What are you talking about? Feng Qin lowered her voice, but almost hissed with her breath. Please, let me go. I'll give you as much money as you want, as long as you're willing to let me go. Bai Xiaowen felt funny. Hey, the police comrades are still around. It's not appropriate for you to say these things, right? Our old Yang is a very upright police officer. Immediately following, Bai Xiaowen squatted on the ground, his face cold as he looked straight into Feng Qin's eyes. And you're scum. You cannot want the bottom line of being a human being for the sake of money. But please don't think that everyone else is the same as you. In this world, there is a kind of person who is able to defy power, not greedy for fame and fortune, and insist on living for the sake of the right ideas in their hearts. This type of person is few. but there are still more or less of them, and you were unlucky enough to run into me, and I am this type of person. Fang Qin's expression at this moment was actually mixed with viciousness and pleading at the same time. It was called a wonderful one. She hissed unwillingly, the fact that you can still hold on to your philosophy is because you haven't seen the true cruelty of this world. After you realize what a bunch of people you've offended, you'll be scared. So, let me go, please. I'll put in a good word for you to those big shots. TSK, 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 TSK. Bai Xiaowen shook his head. Still struggling here? Chapter 25. I'm a thick-skinned person. Director Feng, it seems that you are truly sufficiently greedy and afraid of death. As for those big shots you mentioned, will I be afraid of them in the future? I don't know, but I can, at least for now, live with enough panache, live with enough peace of mind. I also advise you, at least you are a generation of great directors, don't come to the end and spoil your temperament. A face of defeat. Really, I am ashamed for you. Finally, Fang Qin was completely desperate, and as old Yang cuffed Fang Qin suddenly looked fiercely at Bai Xiaowen, and with the most vicious face, said hideously, Bai Xiaowen, I have another accomplice, living hell King Xia Fengling. She ran away through the skylight. Fang Qin gritted her teeth. Quickly, go catch her, don't let her get away with it. The ultimate villain, on the verge of death, also wants to pull a cushion. On the same table in the same boat, no one wants to live alone. Old Yang cuffed Fang Qin with a hand. His expression rose solemnly as he patted this police uniform of his. Comrade, please provide proof of Xia Fengling's presence. Fang Qin's face twisted up. Of course I have proof, Comrade Cop. The viewers of my live broadcast are all witnesses. Then I'll make a hard trip for you to accompany me to get the evidence. Old Yang was excited. Allegedly detaining female stars, violating personal privacy, and setting up false accusations with drugs. Just from the number of people captured outside he could rise a few bars this time. Xiao Baiya, this time I have to thank you. This is a real big case, special case. And now there is still evidence. You can help Brother Yang a big favor. In the future, you can call me Brother Yang. You this godbrother I'll hand over. If someone is not long-sighted and wants to find your trouble, you can just call out to Brother Yang for help. I'd like to see which blind dog dares to find my brother's trouble. Old Yang's bravado and chest beat was loud and clear. Bai Xiaowen, however, had a layer of oily sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone was calling out Su Mengshue's name. That. Su Mengshue lowered her head, her heart poofing wildly. Bai Xiaowen and this cop looked familiar. Her role in this incident wasn't glamorous, and truly speaking, she was still a co-conspirator. To think that she had fought hard for years to break into her current position, would go up in smoke with collaborating with Fang Qin and committing the crime. Su Mengshue's heart felt a chill. Miss Su, why have you come out? Bai Xiaowen greeted Su Mengshue. Su Mengshue was worthy of being a famous actress, although her heart was nervous but her face was calm and composed. Fang Qin has 300 of the program's fighters in her hands. I'm afraid you'll suffer. Ms. Su, you don't have to worry. We police officers are not vegetarians. Seeing the big star, Old Yang was instantly excited. Mr. Bai also told us clearly what happened to you. For a big star like you, we will keep this kind of thing strictly confidential for you when it happens. He will also make a statement instead of you, so that you can avoid attracting unnecessary trouble by showing your face. Su Mengshue purely squeezed out a sweet smile. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for taking care of me. And thank you, Officer Yang, for your timely rescue. Men, it's only right. Old Yang didn't wait for Bai Xiaowen to speak and hurriedly snatched a reply. With a sigh of relief from the officers, Old Yang hurriedly said, Ms. Su, this is at least the scene of the crime. In order to cooperate with our investigation and evidence collection, I also hope that you will be able to go out and stay for a short period of time. Su Mengshue nodded her head quickly. Then I'll lead the people to the arraignment first. Old Officer Yang patted Bai Xiaowen's shoulder and turned to leave. This was a big star, and he didn't know how many tycoons wanted to spend a few moments with her, but unfortunately they couldn't get what they wanted. This kid has been blessed with a lot of luck. Su Mengshue watched Old Yang leave, and she let out a sigh of relief. Officer Yang is still really warm-hearted. I'm really sorry. Before Su Mengshue could finish, Bai Xiaowen interrupted. I've already told Officer Yang about you being coerced. You don't have to worry about Fang Qin and the others putting the fault on you. All of your past works have captivated me, and I hope that you'll be able to produce more excellent works in the future as well. But you're tired of the dirty and smelly movie and television industry. I'll support you just as firmly. Looking at Su Mengshue, who was already in tears, Bai Xiaowen smiled towards. As for the black K disease on you, I'll send the antidote to the location you specified 3 days later. Then, Miss Su, I'll take my leave first. Behind wholehearted sharpness was a world-class consortium. If one were to stay in one place all the time, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble to oneself. and would even bring a lot of danger to those around them. It was time to leave. So far, Fong Qin had been arrested. All 300 of the program group's thugs had been arrested, and only Xia Fengling had escaped. Fong Qin had taken the initiative to give up Xia Fengling, so one could imagine how much she hated the organization that had landed her in jail. However, what awaits them will be the severe punishment of the law. With Old Yang's last question answered, Bai Xiaowen hung up the phone. Old Yang invited Bai Xiaowen to dinner, but he rejected it forcefully. Carrying the roast duck, Bai Xiaowen pushed open the door of his home, and a system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the owner for completing the counterattack. The rating has reached the S+ level. Reward black card credited with $100 million. Rewarded 1000-year clear heart pill. Has been awarded a lucky draw opportunity. Whether to use the lottery opportunity. Draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the carrier maintenance skill book. Once learned will comprehend the maintenance and remodeling skills of various carriers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the carrier maintenance skill book. Worthy of the system's rewards. But any item that was included in the carrier was able to be remodeled by Bai Xiaowen. Think about all the racing videos you saw when you were learning to drive. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau rally that he saw on TV. Bai Xiaowen hated that he couldn't practice live, but Bai Xiaowen held back. The next day when it was slightly dark, Bai Xiaowen was already awake. This was the last time he went to the bar, but he came too early, and the bar wasn't even open yet. Bai Xiaowen drilled into the security office at the entrance as usual. There was a middle-aged burly man sitting in the office. Bai Xiaowen skillfully called out to Brotherly and laid his butt down on the recliner by the man's side. You still haven't finished your bar hunting/sex hunting story from last time. I just happened to have some time. Why don't you tell it again? Bai Xiaowen filled a cup of strong wine for Li and tore open the bag of peanuts and rice and put it on his plate. A glass of wine immediately opened Li's conversation box. The two of them spoke for a full hour before the bar started to get lively. But more people are not into the bar, but instead stopped at the door to look at the 911. It was the first time this group of people had seen this kind of luxury car in front of a bar of this caliber. Bai Xiaowen felt like life was full of desire after hearing what Li said. It was to Therese Cheng. A decent person like Bai Xiaowen couldn't even imitate it. Brother Li, I'm here on the last day today, and this time I'm here specifically to say hello to you. Bai Xiaowen took out 30,000 and placed it in front of Brother Li. Thank you for taking care of me more during the week. Chapter 26, A Pretty Boy $500,000. Brother Li wasn't polite, and put the money in his pocket as soon as he could, throwing it into the suitcase and locking it up. Li suspiciously sized up Bai Xiaowen. Okay you kid, overnight wealth rob a bank? Forget it, no matter where your kid's money comes from, I'll keep this money for you. You kid from the first glance. I know you and this place is not the way people. If you can't make it, remember to come to your brotherly. Your brotherly still has $30,000 for you. Bai Xiaowen smiled nervously. Brotherly, I know in my heart. After leaving the security office, Bai Xiaowen entered the boss's office in front of everyone. The resignation letter was slapped towards the boss's desk. The 4 words were very eye-catching. Rich and capricious. Bai Xiaowen was at least a billionaire now. Monthly salary of a few thousand jobs is not as high as the interest rate of a month in the bank. He couldn't look at that right now, nor did he bother to see what color the boss's fat, fleshy face was. Bai Xiaowen turned around and went out the door, pulling out his keys and pushing through the crowd blocking the road. He got into his car, the gas pedal rumbled, and he left in a cloud of dust. The boss in the office looked at the distant 911 as he gritted his teeth and muttered, Rich, terrific. Bai Xiaowen wasn't in a hurry to leave either. Arriving at the supermarket closest to the neighborhood, Bai Xiaowen bought some canned food and a tent. He was going to pack up and make a trip to avoid the wind. The Rectify Sharp and Splendid program group was like a shadowy spirit haunting him, making him upset. After making his purchases, Bai Xiaowen returned to the entrance of the neighborhood. The doorman hurriedly trotted out from the security booth. You are Mr. Bai, right? Just now, big star Su Mengxue came by and said that she wanted me to forward this document to you. The doorman respectfully handed a document bag to Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen received it with a smile and accelerated towards the elevator. As long as he returned home and brought those clothes with him, he would be able to leave Yongjiang City and head to other cities to seek a moment of peace. He didn't expect to arrive at the underground garage. There was a large group of property attendants who were searching for something with nervous expressions, seemingly frightened by something. Ding! Neat threat found. Neat counterattack system activated. Counterattack props. Someone else's family photo camera. Counterattack statute of limitations. Someone else's family photo camera will automatically expire after 3 hours. Counterattack reward. Charisma boosted by 10 points. Reward for overshooting. Charisma boosted by 10 points. The system's prompts filled Bai Xiaowen's head with confusion. Fong Qin had already been counted as the highest person in charge of the Rectification Sharpshooter program group in Yonghua City. Bai Xiaowen had already personally sent Fong Qin to prison. And who would want to fix him? Could it be that it was Xia Fengling who had fled in a hurry? Bai Xiaowen frowned and picked up the hunting/coloring letter paper. This piece of paper looked thicker than usual, and it also had a bit of a faint scent to it. But if he used this paper to pick up girls, he was afraid that he would be driven away. But considering the rewards for a successful counterattack, Bai Xiaowen fell into deep thought. Old Yang was now searching for Xia Fengling's figure in Yonghe City in a big way. Did she really have the guts to show up? But even if she appeared, Bai Xiaowen wasn't afraid in the slightest. Xia Fengling's skills had long since been restrained to death by him. With the skills he now possessed, even if Xia Fengling had found a lot of helpers, he wouldn't be able to trick him. Bai Xiaowen padded over towards the nearest staff member. Hello, look at you guys panicking. What kind of mess is this? Hearing Bai Xiaowen's voice, the staff raised their heads, sweeping his eyes over Bai Xiaowen in a panic. The staff member looked rushed. We have an accident here. Saying that something strange has appeared. You're the new family that moved in, right? The staff member suddenly thought of something and tensed up to look at Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen nodded blankly. Not bad. I'm the newly moved in household. The staff member dropped to the ground with a plop and aimed his finger at Bai Xiaowen. That thing crawled out of your house. Just then, a scream rang out. That thing crawled out. The staff looked over in unison. Bai Xiaowen then saw a bizarre creature with a body that looked like a shedding dog. It was currently roaming around the ceiling of the underground garage. Seeing Bai Xiaowen looking at it, this thing even opened its mouth and screamed. The sound was as shrill and ear-piercing as a child's cry. Even Bai Xiaowen felt his scalp tingle. The older woman on the side fainted and passed away. There was also one who had a blue face, white lips, and a mouth that was reciting words. This is the watchdog of King Yama. It must be. This is someone who has done bad things, which has led to this heavenly punishment. The King of Hell wants you to die on the third night. Who dares to keep you until the fifth night? Auntie finished not stop. Even from behind him took out a tribute pot, began to burn incense and paper, praying for forgiveness of the watchdog of Hades. The property owners on the side also followed suit. Bai Xiaowen let the previous property officer clutch his sleeve, still not fast enough to kneel down and kowtow. This is King Yama's dog. It's something unclean. If you don't let this thing spare you, you won't be able to live in peace for the rest of your life. This property officer's words immediately startled the crowd. No matter what this thing was, it had come to find Bai Xiaowen, just as the crowd was hesitant to make way for this thing. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Ha 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 ha. Looks like the little monk has a destiny with this place. This was a fat monk in a grey robe with a plump physique. The 9-ring scars on the top of his head seemed to emphasize his identity as a Buddhist disciple. In his left hand he dragged a purple gold mantle, and in his right hand he carried a double-ringed meditation staff. The vestments on his body looked oily and stained, and it looked like he had been wearing them for a long time. Poor monk Shenqing has been shaved since the White Lotus Temple in the northwest. Today, I saw the ghostly aura of this place, and I'm afraid that something unimaginably dirty has shown itself. In order to carry out Buddhist compassion, and in order to bless a side with peace, the young monk has come here. Subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. Shenqing's decisive tone caused the kneeling Amma to stand up. It's great that you're willing to make a move, Master. This thing is creepy to look at. It's not a good thing at first glance, so I hope that Master will take it. Buddhist disciples, but saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Master is willing to make a bid. This is a merit that goes straight to the fruit of Lohan. My family has been eating, fasting and reciting Buddha for many years. There is no way I could have caused such trouble. Big Mom affectionately pulled on Shenqing's arm, pleading written all over her face. Shenqing patted Big Mother's hand and tied up the hem as soon as he could. You can rest assured. The poor monk observes that your face looks like a person of great merit and virtue. The calamity will never involve you. This sinful animal has another target, and it is on the people in the field. Shenqing finished tapping his tin staff. Baby, 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 tell me the target of this sinful beast to harm, so that I may universalize the people. The tin staff fell with a loud bang. Chapter 27, The Exasperated Baldhead. The target of injustice is you. A roar. Shenqing looked angrily at Bai Xiaowen, his fat muscles hardening. The surrounding staff members all looked as if they were seeing a miracle. There were even people chanting the past life transcendence sutra under the old lady's leadership. Bai Xiaowen, however, looked at Shenqing with a bland face. Since Master said it was me, is there a way to crack it? Shenqing didn't utter a word. Picking up the tin staff once more, Shenqing placed the purple gold bowl in front of him and looked at it. It's not impossible to want to save you. Just now my Buddhist Lohan manifested to inform me of the way to save you. If you want to get rid of this injustice, you have to find a great benefactor with strong power of merit and virtue, and paint your whole body with the yellow of a person with strong power of merit and virtue for a full hour before you can do it. Once used, this master's secret method of the poor monk will be able to get you through this calamity. Shenqing finished shaking his head. Unfortunately, it's not a one-time calamity in Scholar's life. Bai Xiaowen didn't move and looked at the people kneeling on the ground as he asked again, then how many more times will my next calamity be? Can master help me? Xiancheng laughed out loud. The time is also fortunate. It is also fate that the monk met the poor monk. There is a secret method within the poor monk's master's school, which is a means to get rid of demons that was specially left behind by Grandmaster Dharma before he crossed the river back then. As long as one caddy of Manzhong Huang is taken internally, the calamity will naturally be able to be dispelled. Bai Xiaowen frowned. Yellow in the human. This monk dared to open his mouth. Does he think he's a 3-year-old child? However, Bai Xiaowen didn't poke at it. Master, to perform this spell don't I still need a special medicine guide? Do I still have to offer a batch of incense money? Xianqing laughed once again. As expected of a master of enlightenment, incense money is indeed needed, but everything is as it should be. Xiancheng's large hand waved in front of Bai Xiaowen. $500,000? Bai Xiaowen said in a somber tone. Isn't the yellow in this man too golden? Xianqing shook his head. This isn't just any Manzhong yellow. This has to be a Manzhong yellow pulled out by someone with great merit. And this kind of man of great merit is 1 in 10,000. Xianqing looked at Bai Xiaowen bitterly, but his heart had already exploded. I didn't expect this fool to be so good at fooling around. If only he had been a little more daring just now. How could he have made an offer of $5 million? Bai Xiaowen pondered. What master said makes me very convinced. Human life is at stake. Please ask master to take out the herbs. As long as master gets rid of the calamity for me, I will definitely offer a great gift. Xiancheng smiled and waved his hand. The poor Taoist will think of a way. But if you want to completely dissolve the trouble, you must take it internally and apply it externally. So that's how it is. Thank you master for showing me the way. Bai Xiaowen had a relaxed expression on his face. But that calamity is on the ceiling of the underground parking lot. So why is master forcing me to be covered in Manzhong Huan when he's not going to exterminate that demon? The smile on Xianqing's face stiffened. It's only because of the deficient virtue of the sure master that he has invited this calamity. Digging into the root of the matter, it's still because of the mage's usual evil deeds and wickedness that the ghosts and gods of hell can't even look at it. If you want to be free from this calamity forever, the only way is to utilize my master's untold secrets to help you out. After Xianqing said that, he put his hands together in the posture of an accomplished monk. Screams once again came from those Amazons beside them, who were all overcome by Xianqing's nobleman stance. That's right, aside from the immediate calamity, there will definitely be a steady stream of calamities showing up in the future. Master is teaching to fish. Bai Xiaowen raised his eyebrows. Worthy of being a master? The answer is seamless. Since it's rare for a cultivator to return from a lost cause, the poor monk will arrange for the materials. Xianqing once again said, there is no need for you all to panic. The poor monk will definitely make a contribution to assessing the calamity. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xianqing ran out of sight. The staff members all began to chatter. I really didn't expect this youngster to look proper, but behind his back he is so disgusting. I really didn't expect this youngster to be so evil. Only here for a few days and he's causing this kind of trouble. In the end, what has he done that is so outrageous that he is able to attract even calamities? It's too evil. He has to be told to get out of the neighborhood. Bai Xiaowen's face was indifferent. This group of staff members didn't expect to actually force a superstition on a thing of unknown origin. It was also true that this thing on the ceiling would make anyone's scalp tingle when they saw it, although it was a top-notch residential area. But most of the staff in the property department were older moms. This group of people were firm believers in superstitious feudalism. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry to go up and get something. Bai Xiaowen looked at the confused faces of the crowd, and the corners of his mouth rose up. If that monk comes back, you guys tell him to never leave. I'll be right back. Bai Xiaowen didn't want to waste time here. Bai Xiaowen had only left for a short while before Xianchan walked back with a box. A group of people gathered around him relaying Bai Xiaowen's words. Just as Xianchang was bragging about his skillful Buddhist teachings, "Senior brother, hurry up and save me." A mournful scream resounded at the elevator entrance. Bai Xiaowen came out of the aisle carrying something covered in a patchwork of fur. Don't you come over. The big mom who had borne the brunt of the attack rose up with a start and backed away. Someone else pulled Xianchang back. Master, step in. Help. Bai Xiaowen, however, laughed coldly and threw the flowery-skinned Yama's watchdog on his shoulder to the ground. The watchdog screamed out miserably. Senior brother is about to die. The crowd was dumbfounded. The corners of Xianchang's mouth twitched. Only then did the crowd realize that this mangy dog's skin was all the result of those fake sheepskin stitched and dyed. The dog's head was surprisingly still a silicone product. The forepaws of the watchdog surprisingly still had hooks. Seeing Xianchang, the watchdog almost collapsed. Senior brother, we're not fit to eat this bowl of rice. It's better to go home. The group of property owners who had morally kidnapped Bai Xiaowen couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow inside. Xianchang was also grimacing, his casserole-like fists clenched. With his face blackened, Xianqing gritted his teeth. Quickly let go of my senior brother, or watch out for me to beat you to death. You bastard. Bai Xiaowen bristled and slammed the man to the ground as he coldly looked at Xianqing. Do it. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Daring to move the earth on the head of a Teiyu Yukai, Xianqing violently lunged towards the front. His palm was even fiercely pumping towards Bai Xiaowen. Look at this stance. Look at the sound of the wind he was driving. This was to slap Bai Xiaowen unconscious. What an evil mind. Just as the crowd was sweating for Bai Xiaowen, however, sneered and lunged over with a hard touch. The fists of the two fought together. Xianqing was no match for Bai Xiaowen. On the spot, Xianqing's arm went limp. The good man refused to lose. Xianqing saw the bad situation and quickly rushed to the exit. How is it possible to let Xianqing run away like this? Chapter 28 Gold can be alchemized in the garbage. Bai Xiaowen took out his family photo camera and aimed it at Xianqing. There was a soft click. Xianqing's escaping figure had already been photographed. With a zipping sound, Bai Xiaowen's hand suddenly had an additional photo in it. This is. Bai Xiaowen's hands shook as he hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Brother Li, do you have a real brother? Don't mention it. He hasn't been home for a full 3 years, and he doesn't know what he's tossing around outside. Brother Li was full of complaints on the phone. Bai Xiaowen hurriedly spoke. Brother Li, your brother was just looking for trouble from me in the basement of my neighborhood. My neighborhood is Yanghaiping. I'll wait for you in the basement. The person can't run away. We caught him. A security guard on the side came over to chat. Li was so excited that his voice trembled on the other end of the phone. I'm coming. It wasn't much effort. A cab had stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. A silhouette rushed into the security room of the neighborhood, splitting his head and giving him a furious one-sided beating. Let you disobey. Let you play missing. Do you know we all thought you were dead? Father is all pissed off at you. Why don't you fight for your life? Xianqing also lost his master appearance at this time. The monk's robe on his body had completely changed its appearance. The tin staff in his hand had also bent a large portion. Originally it was a fake thing. At this time that awesome withstood Li's destruction. The person in the dogskin sleeve also can no longer climb out of the bag by himself. This is not a person. Looks like a cinder block. Seeing Xianqing, the man burst into tears. Don't fight, don't fight. If you fight again my senior brother will be gone. Li's face turned even more green. Good wow little brother. Lao Zi told you to stay away from this NI brother. You even got mixed up with him. Looks like you guys even worship together? I told you not to learn. I told you to get mixed up with brother NI. Brother Li became even more irritable. Lao Zi took someone's $30,000 and said he was prepared to offer a reward to find your bones. Where else could Xianqing endure this destruction? Brother Li's hand was so ferocious that the security baton was given a broken section. Xianqing screamed miserably. Brother, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Don't hit me. I'll never cheat again. Little brother, you say something for me. Do me a favor please. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. My brother will beat me to death if he fights like this. As long as you're willing to save me, I'm willing to work for you as an ox. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Please persuade my brother. Xianqing's voice was hoarse from crying. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Brother Li, who was silent for a moment. Alright, Brother Li, give me face. Humph, dog. For your face I'll spare him this time. If he's not honest you can just talk to me. I'll clean him up. Li grumbled and laughed. Staying here was simply humiliating. Xianqing grunted and climbed up from the ground, his two eyes swollen like light bulbs. The black little brother also followed behind Xianqing's butt. Senior brother, I'll go wherever you go. Xianqing's tears came out again. Bai Xiaowen frowned. I'm not opening the good haul. What are you capable of? The black little brother commiserated. Don't look at me as dark-skinned. I'm yellow, plateau-tanned. With a grin, his white teeth were better than snow. I don't have any other skills, but I'm great at flying over walls. My senior brother's cross-training kung fu is excellent. Only the combat skills have not yet begun to practice, or else the one who suffers is definitely you. The black man was still indignantly defending Xianqing. Xianqing didn't say anything and looked at Bai Xiaowen. Report your name. Bai Xiaowen looked at the two men condescendingly. Song Kuei, Li Hui, greetings, big brother. These two were quite resourceful. However, Song Kuei pouted once again. Big brother, we have a secret. Master refused to let us reveal the location of the division. And in the future, you shouldn't inquire with us. We don't dare disobey the division's orders. Bai Xiaowen's face was unchanged. That's nothing. Isn't it just not prying into your division? No problem. There's one more request. The bruises on Xianqing's face dissipated quite a bit at this point. His eyes burned towards Bai Xiaowen, and his face was filled with anticipation. Bai Xiaowen pondered for a moment and said towards Xianqing, speak. Xianqing idly winked at Bai Xiaowen. I won't hide it from you. Just when your attention was drawn, we did something in your car. Bai Xiaowen's face changed. This was a car he had only bought a few days ago. His butt hadn't even gotten warm yet, and it was gone just like that? Bai Xiaowen resisted the urge to strike as he looked at Xian Qing dead in the face. What did you do to my car? That is, put 2 wrenches on your car. Big brother. Xian Chang lowered his head in embarrassment and shyly said, in our line of work, if we want to cheat people for a living, we must never fall behind in our handiwork. Song Kuei hurriedly picked up. If you are scared for sure you will want to go. At that time a car on the car cannot be driven. A series of evil things on the door. You just do not believe it must believe. That is, Big Brother is able to ignore our hoodwinking. Bai Xiaowen's temples jumped. If it wasn't for the sake of securing his image in front of the property, he would have kicked these 2 douchebags to the police station. That was 911. These 2 livestock. Bai Xiaowen glared fiercely at the 2 men, not really knowing what he was thinking by accepting these 2 men as his own little brother. Give me the wrench. Xian Chang hurriedly handed over the wrench. The monk's robe was as if it was a treasure bag, capable of pulling out anything. Song Kuei hemmed and hawed and giggled. Bai Xiaowen rushed toward his 911 with a stern face. If he hadn't already learned the book on repairing carriers, this 911 would be afraid to have a maintenance record. It was right in front of Song Kuei and Xian Chang. A wrench in Bai Xiaowen's hand was as if it was an engineering hammer at this moment. The parts that had originally been removed were quickly installed by him. Those places that Xian Chang had destroyed, under Bai Xiaowen's repairs, had surprisingly been given a new look. Song Kuei and Xian Chang both looked dumbfounded. What kind of big brother is this? How come he knows everything? Just the operation of repairing the car with a wrench had made both of them look dumbfounded. To be able to afford a Porsche 911 and still be so young. For a while Song Kuei and Xian Chang felt as if they were dreaming. Right, since you both have martial arts skills, do you want to earn big money? Throwing the wrench to Xian Chang, he watched as he revealed his martial arts moves to catch the wrench with precision. Bai Xiaowen then thought about utilizing the waist a bit. At least they were his 2 little brothers, so if they were used well they might even be able to become a big help. The neat sharp program section wouldn't let themselves off the hook so easily, and they would definitely spare no effort to deal with them. Xian Chang bitterly said, of course I want to. I dream of getting rich and eating meat. Song Kuei's face was filled with salivation. Good, then do you guys want to shoot a movie? Chapter 29, follow me and you'll have meat to eat. I'm willing. Song Kuei was the first to jump out. His lean and black body seemed to be filled with explosive power at this moment. Eating meat and drinking wine was his biggest dream at this stage, and he didn't want to continue to cheat. Cheat to others is okay, but if they did not get their hands on them, their days will not be good. Nowadays, who doesn't know that filming is an easy way to earn money? If you can make a living by shooting movies, Song Kuei is afraid to be able to wake up laughing in his dreams. He is also considered to be famous. If a director was blind enough to train him and make him famous, Song Kuei would be so happy. Song Kuei was so beautiful that snot bubbles were coming out of his nose, and his feet had already unconsciously moved to Bai Xiaowen's side. Coldly, a large hand roughly pinched Song Kuei's ear and twisted it 180 degrees. That dark face instantly tightened into a ball. Shen Qing you ing let go. Dude is going to be an actor. If you ing want a crooks go do it alone. Don't bother me. Let go or I'll go ballistic. Ow. Song Kuei was furious and angry up. It was not easy to have a good dream. All to this scourge is gone. Shen Qing did not pay attention to Song Kuei's angry words. He looked at Bai Xiaowen with questioning eyes. Traveling around the north, Shen Qing and Song Kuei 2 people but the golden partner. The 2 of them have not fooled many people in partnership. They are the best of the liars. If they were to be hit by someone's eyes and spread the word that the 2 brothers' reputations would be over. Now who can guarantee that this Bai Xiaowen said will be able to do? Not to mention, the 2 of them had suffered a lot to become actors in the first place. As a result, they could only do a small group performance. Watching others eat meat they can only drink soup crumbs. This day how are they willing to live? This is not. Live and learn. Began to use their own learned acting skills to deceive people. Don't say. This kind of acting skills of the 2 interpreted perfectly. The 2 people earned a lot of money, but the money comes fast, also with the fast. If not for the 2 people squandering, now they need to fall in the hands of this kid? What can you do to make us act? Shen Qing stared at Bai Xiaowen with a cold smile, his eyes filled with the contempt of seeing through life. Don't say you have a friend or something. We're all adults. Don't mess around with all that nonsense. You're good at bragging, but I don't believe a word of it when you say you can make us act. Bai Xiaowen glanced bashfully at Xian Chang. This is your only chance. Otherwise I'll call the police to arrest you 2 liars. Xian Qing's face flushed red. Song Kuei shivered as he stepped forward and jerked Xian Chang's shoulder. Get lost calf. What business is it of yours? Mr. Bai, don't be angry. This guy's brain is not working well. A hamstring. You see he doesn't act. I'll act. I'll act however you order me to act. This was a rare opportunity. Song Kuei couldn't miss it. Watching Song Kuei strive for it, Xian Qing said helplessly, I'm also willing to enter the acting world just like Song Kuei. Bai Xiaowen disdainfully bristled. These two, he knew what kind of they were pulling as soon as they puckered their asses. Showbiz is out of the question. But it's not like there aren't opportunities for you guys to become famous. You know this software, right? This software is called Pimple Print. And what I'm asking you to do is to shoot on this platform. As for the packaging, I'm going to smash $2 million. Your salary depends on the performance. It's not too much, right? Bai Xiaowen's tone was light. Xian Chang was stunned. This was the intention to let the two brothers become focused performing artists on the poxmarks. But Xian Chang is rare this amount of money. Xian Chang helplessly bowed his head. Song Kuei's eyes could eat him up. People under the roof have to bow their heads. A good man can't be defeated by 4 hands. But this will make us famous? This software looks like it's simply fooling around. A bunch of people entertaining themselves. If you want me to act in that old bastard's secret little burger or something, kill me. Xian Chang looked at Bai Xiaowen with trepidation. Song Kuei also changed color. Bai Xiaowen said once again, you two have good hands. I want to create martial arts skits for you guys. Flying over the walls and pretending to be deceptive. If utilized properly, you two are afraid that you'll burst into flames. Bai Xiaowen was cheerful. These two were armed with a great skill. In their case, this skill was a blade of grass, but in Bai Xiaowen's eyes, it was a piece of treasure. Brother Li had taken care of him on weekdays, so if he was able to make Xian Qing turn over a new leaf, he would be repaying him. Xian Qing lived up to the name Li Hui, and immediately thought of Bai Xiaowen's intentions, and he was instantly relieved. The deception of flying over the walls and pretending to be a god was going to be used in crooked ways for a long time. Days were sure to be troublesome. However, if they were able to use such deception techniques in acting, it would be extremely beneficial to Bai Xiaowen and Song Kuei. In terms of deception, they were skillful. Especially Song Kuei's skill of flying over walls. That was a skill that many people coveted. Gulp! The loud and clear wail of his stomach rang out. Song Kuei swept his eyes at the two in shame as he lowered his head and pulled Xian Chang's arm. Brother, shouldn't we eat? I'm hungry. Xian Chang looked at Bai Xiaowen. Let's go eat a big meal. These two were the future traffic codes. One had a pure fire and psychological warfare, as well as the horizontal training skill golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. The other was as light as a swallow and could walk on walls. If these two are able to concentrate on live broadcasting, money will continue to flow. The three of them got into the car. When they got out of the car, Xian Chang and Song Kuei were both a bit weak in the knees. Hilton. This was a place that the two of them had always wanted to come to before but didn't have the money to come and eat. They heard that this afternoon tea meal would cost 3,000. Come here to eat? Song Kuei's voice trembled. Brother, why don't we change the restaurant? I just want to eat my fill. Xian Chang also puffed and looked at Bai Xiaowen in silence. Bai Xiaowen looked at the two people with satisfaction as he waved his hand. There's no need to save money for me. Feel free to eat here today as our first reunion. Song Kuei nodded excitedly and hurriedly waved straight towards the porter. Soon the three were brought to the Hilton's private room. As the dishes were served on a plate, both of them began to envision their happy life in the future. Just then, a news flash appeared on the television. Song Kuei were dumbfounded. Isn't this that big star who was very famous in the city? Yeah, why is she appearing inside the TV? Can it be that there's a new work to be presented in front of everyone? That's great. I'm a big fan of hers. I even bought a lot of her endorsements. The two of them, Xian Chang and Song Kuei, got excited. Right on the TV, Su Mingxue was wearing a white dress at this time, looking so pure that she was swaying like a neighborhood girl. Facing the reporter's camera also didn't forget to show some sweet smiles, as if what happened before didn't exist. This girl is really strong-willed. Chapter 30, Who Stole the Goddess? People who could become big stars. The mental quality was definitely not simple. Bai Xiaowen was overwhelmed with emotion. Facing the long shots, Su Mingxue was all smiles. The camera turned and became the host of a local station. Just a moment ago, the well-known domestic jade lady palmistress Su Mingxue suddenly held a press conference. Right at the conference, Ms. Su has already released her decision. After the scene of Princess Datang is finished, she will rest and leave the entertainment industry. The Great Tang Princess has also been urgently replaced with a new director, and is now in intense production, and will soon meet everyone. But I heard that the reason why Su Mingxue is willing to wash her hands in gold and leave the entertainment industry is also related to a male. The reason why she wants to leave the entertainment industry to develop is also because she hopes to have the opportunity to mix spoons for her sweetheart Su. Bang! Song Kuei's face turned red. Who is that little white boy? I damn well want. Eat? Xian Chang hurriedly pulled Song Kuei back. It's just an actress. Why are you so excited? The voice from the TV came again. Su Mingxue now has many fans, is also at the peak of the career flow actress. Now the flow of courage to retreat this have to pay how much courage. But this also makes people curious. In the end how good that man is. able to let her pay such a big price. Yeezy is reporting live for you. Bai Xiaowen was not surprised. The entertainment industry was notorious for its dirtiness. Su Mengxue had experienced the nightmare of Fang Qin's control again. Bai Xiaowen had again learned from her the important reason why she had set foot in the entertainment industry. Su Mengxue's current needs had already been solved one by one in his place, and there was no reason why she would still choose to remain in the entertainment circle. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to leave the entertainment industry, and it was an excellent good opportunity for her. As for that mysterious man, I'm afraid it was just an excuse for Su Mengxue. The only way for a jade-head girl like her to leave the entertainment industry without any attachments was to defile herself. But what happened next caught Bai Xiaowen off guard. The camera landed on Su Mengxue's face. The microphone was aimed at her mouth. Ms. Su, is there anything you want to say about quitting the entertainment industry? Su Mengxue bit her lip, and she spoke softly. Although I don't know if he's watching TV, watching this program, although today isn't a romantic holiday either, but I also want to take the initiative once, and also want to give him a surprise. Su Mengxue winked. This time I'm going to explain my love to him, and although it's short-lived, it's so strong that my heart can't hold back. What? Showing love? The Jade Maiden Master was surprisingly so high-profile. There was no telling how many young men's hearts would be broken tonight, how many obsessed men would collapse. But didn't she know that once she made today's choice, she was afraid that even if she wanted to come back in the future, she wouldn't be favored by the market. Su Mengxue's fans will also be off, and her popularity will be greatly affected. Even endorsements will have problems. Otherwise, those male stars would not have chosen to hide their families. Su Mengxue was also too bold. Song Kuei snorted coldly, his lungs about to explode from anger. Xian Chang also had a cold look on his face. The two of them were Su Mengxue's loyal fans. The fact that Su Mengxue had abandoned them so easily made them feel suffocated in their hearts. Bai Xiaowen, on the other hand, scratched his head, curious as to who the man Su Mengxue desired was. Su Mengxue's red lips opened again. He's not an ordinary person. He's my hero. Su Mengxue didn't forget to pick up her cell phone when she finished speaking, as if she was trying to confirm that her words were not false. As her small hands flipped, she quickly found the number with the name of her beloved, pressing it in the midst of the many reporters' uproar. The call was answered. A rude voice came from the loudspeaker. Boss, why don't you answer the phone? That's right, second brother, the little old girl on our street corner is quite good looking. Do you think we should look for the boss? There's a martial arts player up here that's pretty slick. Should we go smash someone's stall to show off? Ha, how my voice came out of the TV. Boss, you say something. Song Kuei scratched his head in bewilderment. Xian Chang, however, couldn't help himself. Anna popped his head. Who let you be? The boss doesn't want to answer the phone is not want to answer the phone. Have you blindly involved? Also don't look at what you look like. What does the boss look like? Give me a roll to the side. The conference site. Reporters all have odd faces. It is hard not to believe that Su Mengxue's sweetheart is a gangster big brother? Otherwise how come the little brother would not move to smash people's venues? That's right. Big stars were insecure. If someone could give them a full sense of security, they would definitely be able to get the heart of a big star. Just as the crowd was speculating, Bai Xiaowen helplessly picked up the phone. Ms. Su, we're having dinner right now, and it's not a good place. Do you want to come to the roadside stall? One caddy of pork head. Enough wine. The reporters present all froze. Some of the fans have been so angry that they jumped to their feet. Pig's head pork. This was a favorite food of the city's citizens, but it was also a food that only the city's citizens would eat. People with a little bit of status wouldn't even bother to eat this dish. Su Mengxue was used to brocade clothes and jade food. She would go and eat this dish? Ms. Su, is this your date making an invitation to you? Will you go to the banquet to savor the food? Is your sweetheart a rogue landlubber? One after another, the words rang in Su Mengxue's ears. Su Mengxue covered her eyes as tears fell from between her fingers. After all, she had done wrong. If she hadn't chosen to be in cahoots with Fang Qin and set up a scheme to deceive Bai Xiaowen, there wouldn't have been such an embarrassing incident. The pork was fake. The rejection was real. She'd been clothed in fine clothes ever since she stepped into the casino. So how could she gobble down food like pig's head meat, which sounded crude and unappealing? If only she hadn't been part of the reckoning. The fact that he had racked his brain to find a potent medicine for the treatment of her black queasiness was a testament to his scheming. But now, everything was over. Meanwhile, Su Mengxue's fans, who were originally prepared to disengage, were all on the same page at this time. Even the pedestrians passing by the entrance of the private room started to get angry. Who the hell is this? So arrogant. Don't you know what Su Mengxue is? This is a big star. Big star pursuit are so pretentious. To let me know who it is, I'll smoke him to death. The two people in the hotel also came back to their senses. Big brother, you should not be. Song Kuei eyes are red. This TM what kind of person nah? This is too powerful. Even the big stars have to fall back. This ability is awesome fried. At the time of Song Kuei's red eyes, Xianqing's cell phone also rang. Xianqing looked at the cell phone screen and his body froze. Big brother, let us entice you to paint people in the middle of the yellow incidentally cheat a bunch of gold masters called. Do you see to pick up? Chapter 31 Snakeskin Positioning. The system monitors a very deep malice ahead, and immediately issues a counterattack mission for the host. Counterattack skill, Extreme Dodge. This skill is too counterintuitive and will be automatically forgotten after one day. Counterattack props, Lucky Bow. Counterattack reward, Black Card limit 100 million. Excess reward, 1 chance to draw a lottery. In view of the extreme malice this time, the treasure chest reward is silver level. Judging from the rewards, the difficulty this time seems to be not small. Lucky Bow. This thing looks like something a girl would wear on her head. Is this something you're going to let yourself wear? Then look at Ultimate Dodge. Extreme Dodge can help the owner make a dodge stance that goes against the norm, dodging 100% of regular damage. Bai Xiaowen had a bottom in his heart. It seemed like the system had once again predicted the enemy's prediction. He hurriedly brought the Lucky Bow to the back of his head. Song Kuei and Xianqing surprisingly didn't feel half uncomfortable with it, but instead felt that they deserved it. Bai Xiaowen nodded towards Xianqing. Xianqing blinked. Why did Big Brother suddenly look a lot more handsome? Was it an illusion? Bow ties can increase charm? Turning back to his entirety. Just how does baldness don't go on his hair? That's a problem. Xianqing shook his head and picked up the phone. Little monk, Bai Xiaowen is by your side, right? Give him the phone. An arrogant voice rang out from the phone. Xianqing looked at Bai Xiaowen awkwardly. Bai Xiaowen nodded. Little/pussy brat quite capable of making a scene. You're ing dead this time. Just wash your neck and wait for me. Pushy lie what it? You file really want to have a gun is not to call to find me. Waste. Bai Xiaowen sneered and hung up the phone directly. Really think to speak a few harsh words. Bai Xiaowen will be afraid? Who hasn't crawled and fought in society? Wanting to scare himself. This kind of cargo is also worthy? Xianqing and Song Kuei were both dumbfounded. Bai Xiaowen looked like a civilized man, but the way he acted right now made them change their minds. Full of Jianghu flavor was no worse than theirs. Bai Xiaowen's continuous scolding and agitation made both Xianqing and Song Kuei feel uneasy. What kind of boss had they followed? There was still a thieving light inside those eyes. Looking at them all made one's heart pang with fear. You two eat first. I'll go out to liberate the next. Grinning towards the two, Bai Xiaowen got up and walked towards the door. With this maneuver, looking at Xianqing and Song Kuei both straightened their eyes. This meal would cost at least $2,000. He wouldn't be wanting to experience the feeling of being a bully, right? Right at this moment, inside the Chi Tian Grand Hotel by the Hilton, aimed at the floor of the Hilton's high-rise restaurant, the man wearing a black suit with the headgear of the neat sharp program crew on his head slammed his fist on the loose fighting mannequin beside him. He was still trying to scare Bai Xiaowen, wanting to make this kid gradually break down in his heart. He didn't realize that this kid wouldn't eat this at all. Where did this freak pop up from? But it didn't matter. This kid would never be able to escape him even if his skills were superb. This time, he got a famous swordsman who was famous in the world ranking, King Tiger. His real name is Tiger Wang, but in the East African War as a foreign aide single-handedly slaughtered more than 20 special forces powerful killer. With the Tiger King, there was absolutely no way Bai Xiaowen could escape to heaven. Taking out the walkie-talkie, a trace of viciousness flashed across the man's face. Tiger King, $3 million to hire you as an individual. I hope you won't let me down. I'll give you an extra bonus of $500,000 after this is accomplished. Please make sure to complete the mission, or else, your family in East Africa and your family at home will be secretly executed, and you will only become a pile of flower fertilizer. There was a long silence on the other end of the intercom. A raspy voice sounded over the intercom. No problem. I've found the target. This is a go. The intercom went silent. The man quickly activated the camera hidden on the man's chest button. Right in front of the man, the action began to appear on the television in high definition and without code. The man also didn't forget to turn on the special live broadcasting equipment of the Rectify sharpshooter crew. Swinging around towards the camera twice, a hint of smugness appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. Hello everyone, I'm your old friend Brother Bao. Yesterday, Brother Bao received an invitation from the program group to personally step in and challenge the tricky tasks of our program group. I, Brother Bao, would like to solemnly swear to you all here today that I will let you all watch Bai Xiaowen's end. Among the tasks, Brother Bao will let everyone whore themselves out for once this time. I, Brother Bao, the man with a mission rate of 100% inside the program, will break the legend of this little bastard today. Starting today, until I die, there will never be anyone who can live outside of Bao's prediction. Bao smiled broadly, and suddenly the camera panned to focus on the map on the wall. Jean's mouth full of triumph. Now, it's on. In the TV, Wang, who had already begun to assist in his run, Wang Hu's panting voice had been delivered from the microphone. All eyes had been adjusted to Bai Xiaowen. Taking the moment to pass by Bai Xiaowen, Wang Hu steeply stormed. The dagger in his hand was steeply pulled out, aiming at Bai Xiaowen and ruthlessly stabbing over. Steady, accurate, and ruthless. These three standards were surprisingly performed in Wang Hu's hands. Wang Hu had an additional tactical dagger in his hand. Looking around, Wang Hu laughed hideously and quickly stepped forward, the dagger in his hand ruthlessly stabbing towards the front. Bao Bao also laughed rampantly. No one can come out unscathed from the pursuit of our entire Sharp Crooked program team. This Bai Xiaowen has repeatedly sabotaged our Sharp Crooked program team 3 times. Let's see how I'll take him down today. Below, there will be a wonderful performance by the internationally renowned mercenary Tiger King, Wang Hu. A few minutes later, Wang Hu's face became grave. After he reached into his wallet, looking at Bai Xiaowen, he pulled without hesitation. An iron whip full of thorns appeared in front of the crowd. With a gentle fall, the iron whip had plowed a long whip scar on the ground. Good boy. I didn't expect you to be quite capable of dodging out 100% of my Tiger King's attack, but you won't have a chance next. King Tiger laughed fiercely, and his body violently rotated. The iron whip was driven and began to spin wildly. The sharp wind sound made one's eardrums ache. Right at this moment, a group of diners walked out from the toilet. The diners were unable to react and were hit by the iron whip. At that moment, the skin of this group of diners were all broken. Their bones were smashed, and they were lying on the ground screaming in agony. Looking at the iron whip that came head-on, Bai Xiaowen, however, wasn't worried and instead stood still and hooked his hand towards Wang Hu. Come over here instead. What kind of skill is it to stand there and play with a whip? Wang Hu was almost about to vomit blood. What kind of person was this guy in the end? Chapter 32, Bai Xiaowen's Strength. The various netizens in the live broadcast room were also excited. Little cutie is also too showy. Right, Tiger King fought for half a day, but he didn't even hit a single move? The program group is also too strong. They even invited all the bulls who made it into the 300th place on the mercenary list. Cheer up, little cutie, don't be eaten. The program group had placed heavy bets this time. Netizens who knew what they were talking about had already begun to popularize it. What? Someone is asking who the Tiger King is? You guys have heard of the East African massacre, right? The Tiger King is a terrifying king of killers who single-handedly took out more than 20 people. And his record is that he was able to easily decapitate his enemies even when surrounded by 5 nigos. Upstairs, you're already behind the times. King Tiger has already refreshed his brand new record. When he was on duty in North Africa, he has already refreshed it to the point where he stormed a Ni brother tribe by himself. I heard that he went in alone at that time, and when he came out there were only limbs and broken arms left in the village. Not a single person was intact. Don't talk nonsense about the old brothers up there. My little cutie is the most powerful. You guys see that he hasn't even made a move. Strike? In front of the Tiger King, your cutie only has one way to die. The Tiger King will let him have no chance to strike once. This is the Tiger King's rhythm. The subtitles on the official website of Wholehearted Sharpness were full of embraces for this program group. Only a few people would say a few words for Bai Xiaowen. Most of the viewers were expecting Bai Xiaowen to be brutally torn apart by the Tiger King. They were all eager to see the Tiger King crush Bai Xiaowen and once again display in front of the crowd his murderous skills that had pulverized Ni's bones in the West African tribes. Bai Xiaowen looked calm. After opening absolute evasion, he stood within the range of Wang Hu's attack and coldly looked at the figure flinging the whip. Soon, the whip once again charged towards Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen's face was bland as he watched the whip rush in front of him. His body was as if it was a piece of Play-Doh. With the arrival of the whip, his body even directly made some weird movements to perfectly dodge the whip. Once, 10 times, 100 times, the Tiger King had all started to slightly exhaust himself. Is that all you kid can dodge? If you are a man, stand and give me a whip. Tiger King had begun to curse. The netizens in the live broadcast room were agitated. Why is Tiger King so trashy? Didn't he say he was the little East African bully? With this skill to be able to be on the top 300 of the mercenary rankings, I think I can even be on the top 100. Ha 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 ha. I told you that our little cutie is awesome. You guys still don't believe me. Don't be proud upstairs. If you have the guts to let Bai Xiaowen stand still and eat a whip, only an idiot would stand and be hit. But anyone with a bit of intelligence knows to dodge the other side's attacks. Our little cutie is not as idiotic as you guys. I think he just doesn't have the guts. I'll go. You guys quickly look at the public screen. What's happening? Little cutie pie isn't even moving. Bai Xiaowen walked faithfully towards the Tiger King as if he had given up resistance in full view of everyone. Only every time the Tiger King turned his iron whip, it would be perfectly dodged by Bai Xiaowen when it reached him. The Tiger King was furious, and his iron whip accelerated desperately. Bai Xiaowen didn't flinch in the slightest either, but instead, his speed of approaching accelerated more and more. A scowl flashed across the King Tiger's face. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so tricky this time. No wonder he had been asked to come. However, even if this kid's ability to dodge was powerful, as long as he dared to get close, Wang Hu would dare to let him have no return. Wang Hu's skill could be all in close combat. Wang Hu looked at Bai Xiaowen fiercely. Closer, closer, 10 steps, 3 steps. The audience was dumbfounded. Is this Bai Xiaowen's strength? With his unassuming appearance, he looked like the big brother next door. But the strength he showed at this moment was at the level of a professional mercenary. The ability to dodge was as if he had already predicted every single one of Wang Hu's predictions, and as long as the iron whip reached him, he would easily dodge it. Moreover, every time he dodged, the way he dodged was not repetitive. He was a living textbook of dodging. Bao Bao's face reddened with anger, but he was not in a good position to make a big deal out of it during the live broadcast. Wang Hu, go for it! A shout went up. Wang Hu understood, and the long knife at his waist was drawn out by him. Aiming at Bai Xiaowen, he chopped over fiercely. There was another outcry in the live broadcast room. If this knife landed on Bai Xiaowen's body, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bai Xiaowen was in danger, but right in front of the crowd. Bai Xiaowen's figure shook like a ghostly shadow and flashed, dodging the attack of the knife and the whip. Wang Hu had only retracted his knife when Bai Xiaowen had already landed in front of him. The sweaty hairs on Wang Hu's body stood up. The last time he was in this situation, it was also because he had given people a siege when he went on a massacre within Ni's village. Bai Xiaowen looked at Wang Hu coldly. Just now, you had quite a good time beating me, but now it's my home turf. Wang Hu froze as he looked at Bai Xiaowen strangely. Your home turf? Wang Hu's tone was a bit odd. Bai Xiaowen didn't reply. A fist smashed away. There were no fancy maneuvers, just a simple, rough fist that smashed against Wang Hu's head. Wang Hu's face flashed a sardonic smile, but this was forced by Bai Xiaowen. Fingers pressed down towards the handle of the knife. A blue arc of electricity violently appeared, pumping towards Bai Xiaowen. Although the rectification sharpshooter program team wanted Bai Xiaowen to die, they weren't a criminal gang that killed people. As long as they were able to knock Bai Xiaowen down and bring him back, Wang Hu would be considered to have exceeded his mission. The program team had equipped Wang Hu with all sorts of props, which once used could almost crush an elephant in an instant. It is a pity that these props, Bai Xiaowen is ultimately unable to avoid their own capture. Wang Hu sighed in his heart and waited for Bai Xiaowen to fall limp on the ground in convulsions. At his mercy. Wang Hu was dumbfounded. The arc of electricity had actually swooped down. The arc actually landed in the ground in front of Bai Xiaowen. The smug look on Wang Hu's face froze. How could this be possible? How could anyone be able to dodge the arc of electricity? This was definitely a coincidence. Wang Hu laughed as he once again raised his knife and chopped at Bai Xiaowen, pressing the start button while he was dodging. Tears flashed on the blade. In the live broadcast room, Bao Bao had clenched his fists. The netizens were also getting high. I'll put it together. What kind of person is this little cutie? To think that he can even dodge an electric arc. This escape skill is also too powerful. I want to learn from little cutie. Wang Hu is also too trashy. I at least bought $5 million to pressure him to win. Just this? I come together. What kind of snakeskin position is this? Even the skateboarding shoes in the game aren't this good. Close up and warrior sticking to the meat of the ADC? Ha 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 ha. I told you our little cutie must be very good. Otherwise how could the program group arrange such a powerful and strong person? The corners of Bao Bao's mouth twitched. At this moment, the number of onlookers in the live broadcast room unexpectedly exceeded 500,000. Chapter 33. Look at me and don't blink. The number of participants in Wholehearted Sharpness had been fixed ever since it was built. Although it had the #1 reputation in the industry, it was after all illegal software. Wanting to download it, unless there was a technical gourmand to help you download it from a specific deep water domain. Otherwise, you have to wait for your friends to share it. In the past, everyone was reluctant to share because of the characteristics of the program. Today, however, because of Bai Xiaowen's snakeskin walk, they had shared it with their friends. Bao should have been happy, but at this moment, Brother Bao was crying. He had made up his mind in front of the audience lords and said that he would make Bai Xiaowen lose his resistance. Right now, Bai Xiaowen was still alive and kicking. If this was passed on to the investor behind the whole sharpened crooks, I'm afraid he would be vaporized in the first place. Taking a look at the netizens' messages on the public screen, Bao almost fainted with anger. Never thought that the netizens of this session would be so difficult to fool. All of them are brushing in unison to compel Sharp Crooked to be tricked into peeing by a little cutie. The program group is also too generous. I love you guys. Spending a lot of money to let us watch the famous murderous Demon King being teased by a little cutie. I'm willing to call you guys NB1. Does the program group have a pit in its brain? The arc knife is used. Why don't they just pounce on a layer of water and open the electric gate to engage in Brother Bao, you wouldn't be betraying the organization and being bought by the little cutie, right? Really want to buy you, give us a wink. So that the brothers a little number. Bao Bao almost exploded with anger. Brother Bao took a deep breath and held back his lungs that were about to explode. His low voice rang out in the live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, if Bai Xiaowen had been cleaned up that easily, it wouldn't have been worth it for me to invite the top 300 mercenaries in the world to come and do it. Don't worry guys, the Tiger King's hobby is to tease his enemies to his heart's content before killing them. Bao forced out a smile. You guys be patient, the Tiger King is about to show. It's, damn, a murderer is still a hero in your mouth? This thing I but know. In the Interpol organization in the middle of has always been ranked in the top 100 murderer, but it's only a murderer who can kill Bai Xiaowen without a scratch. This kid still doesn't change his face. Get him killed for me. Just looking at him makes me angry. Destroy that damn face for me. The killing intent on the internet rose high. The evil image of this group of people was getting higher and higher. This group of people more or less had obsessions in their hearts that were difficult to detail. The obsessions grew over time, allowing them to give birth to all sorts of heart demons. In other words, this group of people are a bunch of psychopaths. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let a program that was wandering on the edge of the law explode. Now that they saw Bai Xiaowen dodging the Tiger King's attack with ease, they couldn't hold back their dark hearts and began to vent their dark sides to their heart's content. Bai Xiaowen's face was indifferent to the King Tiger. Wang Hu's movements were getting slower and slower. The power of this blade that was capable of striking electric arcs wasn't as strong as it was before. The sharpness in Wang Hu's eyes had also diminished greatly. It looked like a fallen tiger. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Xiaowen as he steeply reached his palms behind his back once again, as if he was holding some kind of wealth code. Don't force me to lay down my deadly hands. I have the real thing here. If you still dodge, you will really die. Wang Hu let out a low roar. With a clatter, Wang Hu's hand had an additional fire-breathing gun. This was a special spray gun used for barbecuing, and at this moment, it was already aimed at Bai Xiaowen. As long as Wang Hu pressed down, even if Bai Xiaowen dodged as hard as he could only have a grudge on the spot. Bai Xiaowen, however, laughed out loud. If Wang Hu hadn't been a mercenary, he would definitely have a future as a comedian. In Wang Hu's hand, there was no fuel in the barbecue spray gun. The part that contained the fuel was empty at this time, making Wang Hu look funny and ridiculous. Wang Hu was infuriated as he angrily raised the spray gun in his hand. Right at the moment the gun was aimed at Bai Xiaowen, he pressed the switch. Tongues of fire instantly shot out. Even through the screen, the tongue of fire was surprisingly able to give the watchers a burning sensation. The reason why the fuel area was left empty, this was because Wang Hu liked to see the enemy's face with the glory of victory. His favorite thing was to see his enemies killed by him with a face full of smugness. This was able to make him enjoy a spiritual orgasm. Nearby, even if a god came, he could only be burned to death covered in flames. The netizens all began to swipe their screens. Cool, too enjoyable, a billion more times, Hilton flaming garbage man, more. Just when a group of people were all swiping for pleasure. Steeply, a cold and merciless voice sounded behind Wang Hu. Where were your eyes looking when you were fighting me? It was Bai Xiaowen. He was surprisingly still alive. He even slipped behind Wang Hu. How did this grandson do it? Wang Hu's eyes reddened, and he hurriedly turned around and grabbed the flamethrower to spray it over. But I don't know how. The flamethrower has become unusually heavy, as if someone wants to snatch it away. Wang Hu hurriedly exerted himself, but the sweat on his palms made it impossible for him to hold on to it. Under the dazzled eyes of the crowd, the flamethrower unexpectedly smashed straight onto Wang Hu's foot, hurting him so much that he quickly picked his foot. Unfortunately, Wang Hu picked the wrong place. The head of the flamethrower was actually aimed at his crotch. Bai Xiaowen raised his eyebrows. Was this the legendary charcoal burn chick? Worthy of being a professional killer. He was so cruel to himself. Wang Hu wanted to scream in pain, but unfortunately, the flames of the flamethrower drilled into his mouth. Wang Hu's vocal cords were instantly burned. A strong smell of meat also came from the air. Bai Xiaowen slowly turned around. He no longer had the desire to enter the toilet for convenience. But unexpectedly, with this turn, Bai Xiaowen saw two people looking straight at him. Shen Shang opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. Song Kuei, however, was full of excitement. Seeing Bai Xiaowen come over, Song Kuei was so excited that he greeted him when his head was about to kowtow. Big brother, quickly teach me. How did you manage to keep making weird body movements to avoid that thug? Having practiced martial arts for many years, Song Kuei was an expert who specialized in body techniques, the kind of ethereal dodging Bai Xiaowen had just done. Even Song Kuei had never seen it from inside the ancient martial arts circle. Even if it was his master, Song Kuei could be certain that it would never be possible for him to perform such a maneuver. Nowadays, there were only a handful of martial arts in the ancient martial arts circle that were able to practice the martial art of light body to this level. If he was able to learn this kind of tactic, he would definitely be able to gain acclaim within the division in the future. It would definitely be able to impress the old master. Xianxing also came over. Big brother, who is your master? This kind of skill shouldn't be the legendary land immortal, right? being able to make the body make all sorts of gestures that a very human being could make. This kind of ability was beyond their imagination. Chapter 34, Does God Fighting Really Exist? How to answer. The system can't be exposed. However, from the performance of this murderer, the absolute dodging has taken great credit. The flamethrower smashed on the murderer's feet, ignited the murderer's whole person, obviously is the lucky bow in the power. If this kind of metaphysical thing was said, I'm afraid it would be treated as a mental illness by these two newly accepted minions. Bai Xiaowen thought for a moment. Have you guys ever heard of God fight? I just got help from a god just now. How else could I have made that weird gesture? Bai Xiaowen said as he pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, which happened to be a piece of yellow paper he had picked up in passing when he had gotten the lucky bow. Xianqing's mouth opened wide. Song Kuei was even more dumbfounded. This could explain all the shenanigans just now? But this yellow paper talisman looks a bit familiar. Otherwise, why don't we go and practice a divine strike? Boss, where did you get this yellow paper talisman from? We want to buy some too. Song Kuei's face was full of salivation, but he didn't have the heart to lick his old face alone. The corners of Xianqing's mouth were twitching. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a fellow disciple, he was afraid that he would have slapped him down. This bastard even dared to pull him down. But if he can learn, Xianqing's gaze flamed up. Sorry, this yellow paper talisman is not easy to come by. That high person had to ask me to pay a big price before he was willing to give one to you. Bai Xiaowen didn't continue, but Xianqing and Song Kuei understood. The price. Their brothers couldn't afford it. Xianqing reluctantly went forward and grabbed Bai Xiaowen's shoulder. He squeezed his hand up and down his arm. Xianqing's eyes grew weirder and weirder. There was also a gong method in the ancient martial world that was able to make Bai Xiaowen do what he had just done. This kind of gong method was too brutal to cultivate, and had long since been put on the back burner by the sects that knew this gong method. Passed down to this day, there had always been hearings of this cockroach divine technique, but no one had ever been willing to cultivate it. That's because all cultivators who want to practice this technique must have a deep hatred. It's not enough to have a deep hatred, but you must also be under 8 years old. After reaching the standard, one must also have enough recovery power to be able to survive the most torturous years. The most terrifying aspect of this cockroach divine skill is that you need to crack all the bones in your body, and then let the master fiddle with your body so that all the body positions can move freely until you are able to do so. In this way, the opponent would be able to easily dodge any attack. Once one practiced this divine skill, no matter what kind of desperate situation one was in, one would be able to dodge it easily. He was even able to use the special features of this divine skill to enter places that no one else could even think of entering. Xianqing still thought that Bai Xiaowen was the inheritor of this divine skill, but after reading it just now, he felt that Bai Xiaowen was not. Song Kuei instantly understood the small action Xianqing made in seconds, and he sighed with emotion. Worthy of being the boss. Awesome. As for the strange encounters, Bai Xiaowen said the two of them scoffed. They already counted themselves as paragons of strange encounters, walking down the main street and being patted on the back by an old man, and saying that they were absolute wizards. If they resisted, they would let the old man slap them unconscious. Ha! A large amount of gold and silver treasures in exchange for a yellow paper talisman? There weren't many iron beings who could do this. Bai Xiaowen ignored the two people's frowns as he quickly took out his cell phone and dialed old Yang's number. Soon, the call was answered. Brother Yang, I'm here in the Hilton Hotel's high-rise restaurant restroom. This time, it's a serious case of murder, and there are people being burned to death. You hurry over. I'm afraid that the scene will be destroyed in a while. Old Yang was anxious, urging up on the other end of the phone. Don't you watch the fun. Murderers are no good. A dog jumping over the wall is no joke. You be careful, but whenever it's an intentional murder, there must be someone ambushing around. I was just about to inform you that I dug up some incredible information on Fong Qin and the others. I'll tell you later. You wait for a while now. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Bai Xiaowen, however, laughed. Brother Yang, judging from my experience, the live broadcast will definitely start before the move. There must be a miniature monitor on this man's body, and the opponent will definitely be within the range of the monitor's signal transmission. The opponent will never put himself in danger. He will definitely hide somewhere and start broadcasting live, just like Fong Qin, and there's only one place where one can feel the wind and turn away, and that's the Twin Towers alongside the Hilton, inside the Gasland Hotel. Bye. Don't be anxious. Brother Yang is very capable of understanding your feelings. I'll contact the police in charge of Gasfield and have them blockade the hotel, and then we'll do so. Brother Bao also thought to call and warn Bai Xiaowen before making his move. Pretending was a good hand. Unfortunately, it was always a bit short on flavor when it came to doing things. A true bull would never expose himself in the details. Bai Xiaowen snorted coldly. He would like to see where this man who was secretly encouraging the mercenaries to make a move against him actually was. Furthermore, Bai Xiaowen had also already found the source of this phone's location through some protection that he had bought using a huge amount of money. As long as he was able to capture this man, with his authority, and with the list of live broadcasts that he held, he would definitely be able to deal a fatal blow to this so-called wholehearted cooler program group. Bai Xiaowen didn't care who this person was, nor did he care what kind of people were behind the wholesome crooked program. This group of people had to die. What they did had already violated the bottom line of being born human. This wasn't compulsion. This was chronic murder. Inside the live broadcast room, Bao Bao's face froze. The body that was originally thrilled and trembling because Tiger King had pulled out his flamethrower also seemed to be frozen by 1,000 years of cold ice at this moment. Evasive means as if a ghost. A speed that shook like a demon. Is this still a human being? Bai Xiaowen's performance in the video screen made Bao's heart tremble. The point that creeped him out even more was that Bai Xiaowen seemed to be facing the camera the entire time. He seemed to have realized that he was in the middle of being filmed. What kind of person was this guy now? How did he have this kind of terrifying perception? What was even more terrifying was that Bai Xiaowen seemed to know where he was. Who the hell was it? Was secretly leaking secrets to Bai Xiaowen? Bao Bao was chilled to the bone. Originally, this sense of mystery belonged exclusively to their program group, but he didn't expect that nowadays, this sense of mystery would be appropriated by Bai Xiaowen. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens who didn't know the inside story were still in the middle of a heated discussion. Asterisk. You guys are shooting a movie, right? And turning on special effects to fool us. That's right, Bai Xiaowen is your internalized actor, isn't he? The program team should come out and say something. I'll never come back if you don't give me an explanation for that amazing evasion technique. Chapter 35, 33 Levels of Speed Dropping. Where's the director? Bao Bao. Why don't you think of a way to fix Bai Xiaowen? Don't be so stupid there. Cute little girl's merciless face. I'm going to be charmed to death. Brother Bao, I'll swipe 5 rockets for you. You must get Bai Xiaowen for me. Upstairs go to hell. Things had expanded. Hilton. This was the geographic landmark hotel of Yonghe City. But all the big bosses who came to Yonghe City to talk business, the leading bosses of the investment world, would choose to meet at this hotel. But now the Hilton even happened such a tragic and vicious incident. Lao Yang this time directly to the Public Security Bureau sent a request document. After receiving the approval of the city leaders, he purposely transferred all the personnel from the Serious Crimes Unit to come together. The crowd arrived downstairs at the Hilton. A group of people without saying anything directly to the Gasfield Hotel to seal the entrance and exit. There are police outside handle. Hilton Hotel site has also been pulled on the cordon. This piece of commercial area, at this time has been martial law. Brother Bao looked at the situation downstairs. His forehead was sweating. Obviously, someone had provided their whereabouts to the police. Turning around, Brother Bao didn't even give a second thought to the rockets flying across the screen. No matter how valuable the rockets were, how could they be compared to his little life? Directing his men to start dismantling the equipment, Bao once again moved to the window to take a look, and he was instantly relieved. The police had only surrounded the hotel and had not come up to check on anyone. The other party had no idea who the target was. This gave Brother Bao great room for maneuver. Bao Bao sighed in relief and did not reprimand his men as he looked at their slack dismantling equipment, wanting to find out about him, with the efficiency of the police, how to take a small half a day. Time enough. Just when Brother Bao was slacking off, 2 cigarettes of effort. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Outside the door, a sweet female voice resounded. Waiter, is it convenient for you, sir? Bao frowned. Not too convenient. Anything can wait until I wake up from my nap. The female voice rose unhappily. Sir, the tenant in the next room is out of hot water. There is a hot water valve master switch for their room inside your room. Can you let me go in and adjust it? Hot water valve? Bao Bao raised his eyebrows. It seemed like something bad was going to happen. Does he really think he's a 3-year-old kid who would fall for these big crooks so easily? Giving a look towards his men, Bao began to open his treasured life preservation suit. This was the glider. Jumping from the 30-odd floors of this building, he was able to escape unharmed. Even if the police cars blocked off the bottom, they would never be able to keep up with his glider, and he was able to have enough time to escape unharmed. With a crash, the glass was smashed open by Bao. As soon as he opened the case of the life preservation suit, he picked up the iron rod and started assembling it. Bang! A muffled thunder rang out. Immediately afterward, the crowd outside the door fishtailed in. Old Yang rushed in with the crowd of criminal police, their pistols aimed in unison at the people in the room. All be honest with me. All put your hands on the back of your head. Brother Bao instantly blackened his face. What a police officer. To think that he had also become an old shady thief, actually playing the long line fishing trick. But did this group of people really think they could catch him? It was simply laughable. Bao quietly took 2 steps back as he saw an opportunity to turn around with a lunge. Fish out towards the smashed glass window. This was the 33rd floor. How could someone like Bao Bao, who cherished his life, seek death? He already had a paraglider on his back. Not only that, he was also wearing a gliding suit. At this moment, Bao Bao was enjoying the joy of flying in the sky, and he was also holding an altimeter in the palm of his hand. Closer, closer. As long as he was close to the ground by 150 meters, he would open his paraglider and escape safely. Trying to rely on the police to catch him was dreaming. Lao Yang and his men reached the window. The two of them looked out the window. They were silent. An urgent inquiry came from the headset. Sniper team has locked on to the target. Is it shot down? Old Yang was silent. A moment later, Lao Yang spoke again. Give up. The other party is only a suspect right now. We don't have any right to interfere with the other party's lawful behavior before evidence is collected. What's more, the other party has already suspended their crime, and us continuing to move our guns will result in intentional injury. Take these people away, and we will definitely be able to interrogate more hidden things from their mouths. Once there's a breakthrough, that guy won't be able to escape us. 1 hour later, Yonghe City Public Security Bureau Criminal Police Brigade. Old Yang placed a pile of documents in front of Bai Xiaowen. Old Yang's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Xiaowen, from the regulations, such interrogation materials are all internal secrets, and outsiders are not authorized to view them. But from what we know, you are their main target of persecution. You have to cooperate with our actions. Only then will you be able to escape the clutches of these demons. Bai Xiaowen nodded. Just as Bao called, the hacking service that Bai Xiaowen had spent a huge amount of money on had already begun to function at this time in a steady stream. It had already taken down Bao's cell phone when the police arrived. From all the information in the hard storage, to the soft storage, to all the files, they had all been arranged into Bai Xiaowen's hands long ago. Unfortunately, these files were all obtained illegally and could not be used as legal evidence. If Bai Xiaowen really took them out, he might even be arrested for violating the other party's privacy. Old Yang didn't stop talking. That person who jumped out of the window and fled. We've investigated it clearly, saying that this man is related to some living king of hell, and his real name is Xiao Bao, known as Brother Bao. This guy who opened his mouth has already shaken out what he knows. 318 High-Tech Zone Disabled Children Begging Case. Those children are the props they purposely crippled for fun. 286 Bank Riot Robbery. They were the ones behind the conspiracy. Not only these two, there are even more secretive criminal cases. There are too many of these cases. I don't know what to say to you. But this group is quite united, all pulling the charges on themselves. Unfortunately, after Xiao Bao's message was interrogated by us, our people traveled to the place where he might be hiding to arrest him, not expecting to pounce every time. The other party seems to have a strong sense of anti-surveillance. Taking a sip of water, Old Yan looked at Bai Xiaowen regretfully. Your kid is also really good at getting into trouble. This organization has a tight organizational structure and many practitioners, with a large amount of money and manpower. Their energy is beyond your imagination. Now that you've been targeted by the other party, I'm afraid your next days won't be easy. This mercenary assassination is just a test run by the other side. Your next days will become very troublesome. Bai Xiaowen remained bland. Chapter 36, Ghost Steps Jr. Ever since the time the Rectify Sharpness program group came to his door, Bai Xiaowen already knew in his heart, this plaster was going to be stuck on him for a short period of time. Want to tear off this plaster? Difficult. If we don't pull out the backstage of this program group and bring them to justice, it would never be possible for them to know what to do. As long as it's helpful in detecting them, I'll try to do whatever you say. Brother Yang, this group of losers were only worthy of plotting such nasty things in a dark corner. Since they had provoked themselves, Bai Xiaowen smiled coldly. He was going to lift the nest of this group of rats. But I say, Old Yan looked deeply at Bai Xiaowen and smiled. Normally when others hear of being targeted by criminals they'd be trembling and their eyes would be shaking. You kid is calm enough, like nothing's wrong? Their methods are dirty, they do things very viciously, and their organizational structure is extremely strict. If this group of people jump over the wall, I'm afraid the consequences will be very serious. You may not be able to afford it. Xiao Bai, we are brothers and you have helped me so much. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. Even if this group of people are vicious in the country, there is an old saying that has never been wrong. He's a rat. We are his nemesis. Old Yang patted his waist in a serious manner, a smile piling up on his face. Bai Xiaowen instantly understood. Worthy of being Old Yang. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I'm not the kind of cutie who still holds on hard when I'm in danger. Once something happens I'll definitely seek your help. Is it hard for that group of people to dare to go against the police? Old Yang narrowed his eyes in triumph. However, in the next second Old Yang once again spoke in a serious manner. Xiao Bai, you have to pay attention. Since this group of people are able to see that the killing Lion King on the East African mercenaries have hired them over, they must already be desperate. You have to be careful that the other side will get this through some illegal channels. Old Yang shook the bulging thing at his waist. Bai Xiaowen's face tensed. Brother Yang, we're a society with the rule of law, not the beautiful country where gunfights happen every day. It's not so bad, right? Guns were still rare and unusual abroad, but not everyone could buy them in the country. Besides, firearms move a lot. Even with silencers, they were still incredibly loud. Even if the whole sharp and splendid program team had more guts, they wouldn't dare to toss it like this, would they? Not to? Do you think firearms are easy to manufacture? A firearm broken down is just one simple part after another. Judging from the distribution of this organization, the other party's financial strength fully supports the other party to do so. A whole small processing plant is no financial pressure for them. Wanting to destroy you is just as simple as eating and drinking to them. Bai Xiaowen was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Old Yang. So these people are behind a large corporation, or a certain plutocracy? Old Yang sighed helplessly. This kid wasn't stupid. How did he mess with this kind of yama? This group of people were all people with eyes to the sky. If they really investigated it, he would have to ask his superiors what to do. You kid, pay attention. This group of people are looking at us like we're ants on the ground. Bai Xiaowen nodded as he let out a bitter smile. This group of people wasn't something he actively provoked, so it was his own bad luck that was to blame. I'll leave first then. This case of yours is too involved. I'm afraid something will happen if there are any clues. Old Yang barked out an admonition towards Bai Xiaowen and turned to leave. Old Yang went to the door and talked to the police outside, allowing Bai Xiaowen to fully relax in this dark room. With the door being closed, Bai Xiaowen's mind silently chanted, "System, settle the mission rewards. Ding, have completed all of the whole counterattacks. The amount of 100 million rewards have been issued to the black card. Counterattack task completion degree S+. Congratulations to the host for the reward enhancement. This reward is one chance to draw a golden treasure chest. Whether to draw? Draw. Since he had been pushed to the brink of extinction, it was natural to find ways to enhance his strength. The props provided by the system were extremely predictable. By getting the props predicted by the system earlier, one's own little life would be guaranteed. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the lucky prize Ghost Shadow Steps. What kind of reward is this? Bai Xiaowen fixed his eyes on it, and the person was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a weakened version of the 100% evasion skill? 60% evasion probability. Only that you have to rest for a day after each use before being able to use it? Looking at the time, Bai Xiaowen sighed in relief. The duration of this skill could last for a day. It could be used every other day. This was quite humane. Just as Bai Xiaowen was celebrating the fact that he had obtained the divine skill of evasion, a crisp beep suddenly came from his ears once again. Lucky Jackpot triggered a chain of rewards, automatically opening the chain of rewards. Congratulations, Master, obtaining Wang Hu's stamina value and battle experience. Congratulations, Master, obtaining the extra reward. Lucky Finger Tiger. Bai Xiaowen's mind was jolted as he hurriedly looked at his body. It was as if it was inflated. A warm current was actually slowly flowing inside his body as the system beep sounded. It felt like it was going to blow up Bai Xiaowen's body. A full 3 minutes passed before this feeling subsided. Bai Xiaowen wiped the beads of sweat coming out of his forehead and looked at his body. The originally familiar body had unexpectedly become abnormally unfamiliar. Although it still had fair skin, the limbs at this time looked more coordinated, and even the 8-pack abs had been carved out. At a glance, it was someone who regularly exercised their body. Swinging his fist, Bai Xiaowen could feel that an explosive force was already brewing within this brand new body at this moment. This was Wang Hu's strength. Bai Xiaowen's heart was in a state of trepidation. If he was hit by Wang Hu, he was afraid that he would be easily slaughtered by him like a chicken. This guy's strength was also too astonishing, worthy of being a strong person who could rank in the top 300 in a chaotic place like East Africa. Once again, he took a look at the Ghost Shadow Steps. The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose. Ghost Shadow Step. Open. The system's prediction was never wrong, so it seemed that the means to save his life this time was the Ghost Shadow Step. I don't know what kind of heartless tactics the Rectify Sharp Crooks program group would use. Bai Xiaowen thought about the upcoming threat in his mind as he took one step. Bai Xiaowen's entire body seemed like a ghost shadow. In an instant, he was 2 meters away. I'll go. What's going on here? The Ghost Shadow Step wasn't as powerful as Absolute Dodge, but the speed of this movement was also too fast. And during the movement Bai Xiaowen was able to clearly perceive his body making movements to avoid obstacles. This feeling made Bai Xiaowen's body feel soothed. It was as if his muscles were being massaged. What the hell was going on here? Chapter 37. This thing deserves to be called a finger tiger. The surprise was not only that. In the process of moving, Bai Xiaowen was able to clearly feel that his body seemed to still be adapting to the sudden increase in power. Through the door of the room, The sound that was originally supposed to be blocked was clearly transmitted to Bai Xiaowen's ears at this moment. This caused Bai Xiaowen's heart to thrill. This time, the raffle reward was surprisingly so powerful. The ghost shadow steps allowed Bai Xiaowen to massage his muscles in passing as he moved, and was also able to dodge enemy attacks. The enhancement also made Bai Xiaowen's body a lot stronger. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen quickly returned to normal. A police officer outside walked in. Bai, hurry out when you're rested. We're going to continue interrogating the prisoner. Bai Xiaowen walked out of the interrogation room with a smile. I didn't expect that after the physical quality had improved, the vigilance had also increased a lot. Bai Xiaowen's car was parked in the parking lot across the street from the police station, separated by a road with heavy traffic. The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose. This was just right, so he could verify if the guess in his heart was correct. Bai Xiaowen walked out of the police station. Looking at the endless stream of vehicles in front of him, he performed the ghost shadow step and stepped out. His figure swayed like a ghost. In just 2 or 3 steps, Bai Xiaowen had already appeared on the opposite side of the street. This speed, it was as if he was flying over, and the feeling mesmerized Bai Xiaowen. The speed of the ghost shadow steps was too fast, and he surprisingly didn't experience any side effects during its execution. But this ghost shadow steps wasn't without its flaws. Bai Xiaowen's stomach was already protesting, but Bai Xiaowen wasn't worried at all. In order to avoid being harassed all the time by the wholehearted sharpness program, he had already purchased quite a few fast food items and placed them in his car. As long as he ripped open the bag, he would be able to have a good meal. Bai Xiaowen ripped open a bag of wing chicken and ate a couple bites, but his mind fell on the Lucky Finger Tiger. Lucky Finger Tiger. This was the system's prediction. As Bai Xiaowen's mind moved, 2 heavy finger tigers landed in the palm of his hand. At first glance, this finger tiger looked plain and ordinary, not much different from the things sold inside those stores. Bai Xiaowen held it in his hand, but the method of using this finger tiger emerged in his mind. This is not just a finger tiger. This thing is also a glove. Bai Xiaowen put the finger tiger on his hand. With the operating instructions of the finger tiger gently threw out a punch. Bai Xiaowen's eyes went round. 2 silver locks flew out of the finger tiger. The wind was sliced into sections by the 2 silver locks. The silver lock heads were viciously nailed into the wall in front of Bai Xiaowen. This speed, this stance. I'm afraid that even a bullet would be just like this. It wasn't once or twice that those punks on TV used the finger tiger on weekdays. When they swung their finger tigers, they were all punches. If there is this function, then there wouldn't be a gangster chaos? Brother Chicken made a saluting gesture towards the big man with the finger tiger, then activated the mechanism. 2 silver locks flew out, and even if the big brother was no longer powerful, he would only be able to burp. Bai Xiaowen's mind was a bit messed up. What the hell is this? This is still a finger tiger? This is a Tang sect concealed weapon. Once again, he took a look at the operation guide. The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth twitched. I didn't realize that amongst the remaining operating methods of this finger tiger, there was another one that couldn't be used casually. Bai Xiaowen's heart was hard to resist as he curiously flattened his palm to the front. With his thumb gently pressed down, the belly of his finger landed on a small, hard, rounded button. Bai Xiaowen then saw that a silver-colored light flew out from the side of the finger tiger. This was still a finger tiger? I'm afraid this isn't a divine weapon for killing and setting fire. Bai Xiaowen was dumbfounded. This thing was surprisingly able to cover a full 100 meters after being excited, but wherever it was within the range of the silver needle shot, those hard car roof covers had all been penetrated. Bai Xiaowen hurriedly lowered his head, turned around and got into the car to fly away. Bai Xiaowen hadn't even experimented with the other core skill on the Lucky Finger Tiger so far. 1 strike to kill. This skill sounded awesome. Given the Finger Tiger's previous performance, Bai Xiaowen's heart was filled with speechlessness. The system called this a finger tiger? Where in the world did this look like a finger tiger? The finger tiger given by the system couldn't be a product of the Tang family. The car slowly stopped. At this moment, it was on the verge of nightfall. Bai Xiaowen stood in front of the villa, his face darkening. Couldn't it be Xia Bao and Xia Fengling, the 2 ghosts who couldn't keep their hands off each other? It was within the most luxurious villa area in Yonghe City. It was pitch black around Bai Xiaowen, as if he had returned to an underdeveloped area. The stars in the sky were all a lot brighter because there was no pollution from the background lighting. As the most luxurious villa area in Yonghe City, this place had always been brightly lit. But it was pitch black. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen's ears began to ring with the system's warning. The system has detected a great terror and malice ahead, and is immediately issuing a counterattack mission for the host. Counterattack skill, Super Sense, able to sense a radius of 10,000 meters with the protagonist as the center. Counterattack props, bouncing shoes. Counterattack reward, black card limit doubled. Excess reward, 2 chances of lucky draw. Given that this malice is a large-scale extremely evil event, the treasure chest rewards silver level. Bai Xiaowen's heart was shaken. From the rewards given by the system this time, it seemed that the other party was plotting a large-scale terrorist incident. It seemed like the other party didn't want to continue playing anymore. This was preparing to lift the table. Then look at the skills given by the system. Super Sense. Once activated, it was able to allow Bai Xiaowen to feel every move of everyone within a radius of 10,000 meters. Isn't this the legendary omniscience within a certain range? This was a skill that only the immortals could master in mythology. Once again, take a look at the bouncing shoes. Bouncing shoes can help the owner in a split second to be able to burst out close to the speed of instantaneous transportation. This was the shoe of explosive speed, together with ghost shadow steps. With Bai Xiaowen's current physical qualities, I'm afraid that he would be able to increase his speed to the point of approaching the speed of sound. Bai Xiaowen's heart was filled with shock. What was the other party doing? The bouncing shoes were shoes that could explode with terrifying speed. Being able to have the system arrange such a terrifying prop for himself. What kind of hurtful thing was the Wholehearted Sharpness program team trying to do? Bai Xiaowen's mind was spinning in 100 directions. Suddenly, he looked up into the boundless starry sky. Bai Xiaowen knew. Looks like the culprits who made it impossible for me to go home and take a hot bath, watch a movie, or play with my phone are you guys. Bai Xiaowen's heart was chilled. I'm afraid that the person who could do such heartless things wouldn't be an outsider. The only candidate was only one, and that was Xiaobao, who had escaped in front of the police, and judging from the reaction of the neighborhood, the scope of this blackout was not a small amount. Xiaobao is going to die. Chapter 38, Legends of the Night. Tighten the gas. Turn the steering wheel. The car roared. Two headlights pierced the dark night full of intrigue. Boom boom boom. Bai Xiaowen drove his car like an arrow out of a string towards the Yonghe Power Grid Company, which supplied most of the electricity in Yonghe City. The moon is dim. The stars are scarce. The night is bluffing. Lucky Finger Tiger wants to devour people. Toss me Bai Xiaowen. I'll go with you to the end. Now you want to destroy my beloved Yonghe City? Auntie can tolerate it, but uncle can't. I, Bai Xiaowen, am here. With a drift, Bai Xiaowen went away. Bai Xiaowen went away. Yonghe City Power Grid Company. With the renovation of the old city, it has now moved to the northern suburbs of the city. The acacia trees on both sides of the cement road had yet to grow to a person's height. The ground is dry and clean, and there are even places where grass mats are laid. Moreover, this road of the Power Grid Company was wide enough to accommodate many vehicles traveling side by side. Soon, Bai Xiaowen's brows wrinkled. On this road to the Power Grid Company, he had already seen several car accidents caused by power outages that hadn't been prompted. There was also a group of Ghostfire teenagers who didn't want to die, running rushot over the main road. This was turning the road in the power outage area into their private runway, wanting to utilize this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity to have a showdown. At this moment, there was a group of Ghostfire teenagers right in front of Bai Xiaowen who had already overrun the highway in groups. No matter how much Bai Xiaowen honked his horn, this group just wouldn't allow the driveway to be opened. This group of stinky. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help his violent temper. The matter was urgent. There wasn't a single good person in the rectification sharpshooter crew. If the situation was allowed to go unchecked, Xiaobao, who was eager to prove himself, would definitely do despicable deeds. It seemed like it was time to let the Lucky Finger Tiger shine. Bai Xiaowen sneered and poked his hands out of the car window. Two silver locks came out horizontally. Bai Xiaowen swung left and right, instantly backing up a number of cars. Bai Xiaowen took the opportunity to step on the gas with his foot. A group of people all started screaming. Someone had been so heartless as to drive a car directly towards them and run them over. But if someone was watching from the side, they would have seen an amazing scene. A car drove towards the front at a snail's pace. A group of teenagers actually seemed as if they were scared silly, frantically fleeing, not even wanting their motorcycles. Just in time though, Bai Xiaowen watched the crowd flee as he released the handbrake. The car roared towards the front. The motorcycles on the ground all flew up as well. The scene was like a car battle blockbuster. The motorcycles spun and flew away in the air, and Bai Xiaowen's car was like a descending tiger in the group of motorcycles. All the motorcycles that were in front of him flew up, as Bai Xiaowen's car rushed towards the front. If someone recorded it with a camera, watching it in slow motion, one would be amazed to find a grand production that could only be seen in top-notch blockbusters. The car was speeding forward, and the motorcycles on the ground were actually squeezed into the air as the car advanced. These motorcycles were actually extruded in the shape of a dolphin. It was as if it was an answer to the kinetic shape of cars that appeared in cartoons when I was a kid. Dolphin Runner. Rushing away from the last motorcycle, Bai Xiaowen pressed the gas to the bottom. The engine began to roar. Two red streams of light disappeared into the eyes of the group of Ghostfire teens in 3 seconds. The Ghostfire teens came over in shock. They fell into a death-like silence as they watched the distant streams of light. One girl suddenly spoke. "You guys say, did we just interfere with a great game? Are you saying that we actually have underground racing in Yonghe City?" And this car just now is one of the races? That's not true. What do you think would happen to your dad if you let him drive like that? Probably a car wreck. What this one just performed. It couldn't be the legendary dolphin aura, could it? Isn't this a special effect that only appears in animation? How can it appear in reality? Let's follow it up and see if we don't know. The group of people stepped on the gas and flew in the direction where the taillights disappeared. The passion of the Ghostfire teenagers was ignited. The entire road leading to the power company was completely illuminated by lights. By Xiaowun's mind, a dragon of light made up of locomotives flew towards him. By Xiaowun's brows furrowed. This group of people were really shady, so it looked like he would have to use his real skills. The foot pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car's speed began to rise sharply. 200, 220, 240. As the numbers broke through 300, these persistent Ghostfire teens also finally realized something was wrong. There was no way they could see each other's taillights no matter how much they chased. This was perhaps the god of racing, but since it was the god of racing, there would surely be other drivers chasing after them. In that case, it would be better to sit and wait. By the way, have you guys noticed that this person seems to be going to the power company? Right, oh, there's only one in point on this road. It's hard to believe that the god of cars is from the power company. Brothers, let's get on. Go to the power company. See the body. Worship. A group of people boisterously rushed towards the power company. The car stopped. Bai Xiaowen had already arrived outside the power company. In the middle of the power company, the location of the high-voltage conversion tower was originally the place where the entire company had the tightest security. At this moment, however, it had been completely defenseless. The iron fence that was originally a centimeter thick had unexpectedly lost a large portion at this time. At the place where the high-voltage conversion tower was located, there were traces of diggers out. The soil on the ground had already been pressed out in the shape of tracks. Not only that, a large number of tracks had also appeared on these soft lands. Bai Xiaowen's face turned iron blue. I didn't expect this group of people to be so heartless as to attack the power company. Where was this group of people? Just as Bai Xiaowen was wondering, suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Have sensed 500 units of the source of evil thoughts, whether or not to intentionally mark them all. Highlight their location in the mind map and lock their bearings. Marking complete. Master's active intention to fix the malefactor detected. The function of fixing counterattacks is on. You can use all kinds of system-provided free neat trick props at any time, such as fake snakes, wooden people, white paper people, and so on, totaling 1,380,000 kinds. Note, this compound counterattack function can only be used on enemies that harbor malicious intent towards the owner. A glint flashed in by Xiaowen's eyes. Treating others the way they treat you? That's fantastic. Let's do it. Right at this moment, inside the power company's high-voltage power substation computer room. This was a computer room specialized in controlling the operation of electric current. Right now, Xia Bao was standing on the computer desk, and he looked at the leader of the minions standing below him, his face full of fanaticism. This is the night you guys are about to set records. This is the night you guys go down in history. This will be the night you guys officially join us. Chapter 39. A Few Sharp. The whole Few Sharp programming team. This is an organization that you should dedicate yourself to. It enables you to look forward to tomorrow's sunrise rising as usual every day. If Edison invented the electric light to keep the light, the whole Sharp program group is to leave happiness for you. Tonight, let's take away the light and let the human beings who have become slaves of the electric light return to the happy dark night once again. Cheer with me for the coming spectacle. Xia Bao hissed and yelled from the stage. This was a large-scale rectification that hadn't even been done in the history of the rectification sharpshooter. Once successful, the punishment Xia Bao had to suffer for failing in his previous mission would be wiped out. Xia Bao's status in the organization would also be improved. Xia Bao's face was already covered with an excited blush. Immediately, he was going to achieve what he wished for and cleanse himself of the humiliation. Besides Xia Bao, the soft female voice also sounded. Brother Bao, just letting this guy Bai Xiaowen not be able to comfortably lie under the light through the long night, it makes my heart unhappy. What I want to do even more is to hang this bastard up with a rope. Double the humiliation I've suffered. The light fell on the woman's face. It was a youthful and seductive face. That cynical face with a touch of evil. The maverick punk outfit that mesmerized people. Living Hades. A frantic cry rang out in unison from the stage. This woman was Xia Fengling. She had a tough time after leaving from Fengqin. In Yanghe City, as the safe spots were being terminated little by little, Xia Fengling's life was miserable these days. She was afraid of being recognized as herself when she went out. Covering up was never Xia Fengling's style. It was all Bai Xiaowen's fault. If it wasn't for this asshole spoiling her good deed, she wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Xia Fengling couldn't wait to grab Bai Xiaowen and whip him hard. The current Xia Fengling, although she was still as crazy as before, she didn't dare to show her previous behavior. In front of the crowd, she was still restrained. A scowl flashed across Xiaobao's face. Don't worry, even if this brat by Xiaowen has heavenly means, he won't be able to escape me this time. Just now, I've gotten a clue. This kid is heard to be making a statement inside the city council. But Wind Spirit, your skills are powerful, yet you can't do whatever you want. Now if you want revenge, you have to use my power. You'll only be able to do what I tell you to do. You'll have to do whatever I tell you to do, or else you'll go and deal with that bastard boy alone. Xiaobao was now eager for revenge, and he would not allow anyone to interfere with his great cause of revenge, no matter who it was. Xia Fengling wasn't stupid. Standing behind Xiaobao with a black face, Xia Fengling's heart was filled with helplessness. He also thought that Xiaobao would support himself in finding trouble with Bai Xiaowen for the sake of the family. I didn't expect him to be so seriously crazy. Surprisingly, he was delusional enough to think that he would lay out himself against Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen, this little bastard she had already tried to confront. This guy was like a slippery loach. She was simply unable to do anything about it. Xiaobao glanced at the crowd, insanity flashing under her eyes. I know that you're all loyal fans of our Wholehearted Sharpness program team, and you've been very stifled recently watching me get whacked by Bai Xiaowen. However, it doesn't matter. We, the Wholehearted Sharp Crooked program team, are the ones who have mastered the soul of whacking, and we are able to turn whacking into art. Today, I'm going to let you all see the true trickery of our wholesome Sharp Crooked program team. I'm going to make the world fall for our neat trick. Xiaobao laughed fiercely, and suddenly, he swallowed nervously. Right in Xiaobao's eyes, a blue and eerie flame slowly emerged from the ground. This was ghost fire? Seeing Xiaobao looking furiously towards the distance, the many fans all followed in unison. The eyes of the crowd lit up. There was more than a hint of excitement in their eyes. This was the art of rectification that Xiaobao was talking about? This was too beautiful. This ghost fire looked just like a real soul. That face, that body, especially the way this ghost fire's hair seemed to float as if blown by the wind as it floated over. This ghost fire also looks decent. When floating over unexpectedly did not see half a trace of human manipulation. Worthy of the whole Sharp Crooks program group. Powdered them for so long. Earned a lot. Just when the crowd were all ecstatic looking at the ghost fire in the distance, ghost fire made a violent acceleration. The hair that was hanging down unexpectedly flew straight towards the back, as if something was tugging at it. Ghostfire's humanoid face was filled with pain. It was as if someone was torturing her. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide. The blue mouth turned into an empty hole all of a sudden. It seemed to be wailing, and that blue ghostly body had landed on top of the heads of the crowd. Suddenly, the ghostly fire humanoid didn't move. Those empty eyes stared dead at a man in front of them, although there was no color in those eyes. But under the crowd's senses, the ecstatic look, as if they had discovered a delicacy, sent chills down their spines. Just then, the man being stared at took a step back out of fear. The ears of the people present rang in unison with the sound of a following footstep. This sound was crisp. It was like the sound of a woman wearing high heels. It clattered on the ground. It was a sound that was loud. Brother Bao, I haven't watched many ghost movies, but how did you do this? These footsteps are too deadly. If you hadn't informed us in advance, Brother Bao, I really would have thought this thing was real. Spoiled my brother Bao. This thing is just the thing to take against Bai Xiaowen. Against that grandson? He's staying at the station and won't come out. How are we going to deal with him? Are we going to rush in? The chatter did not ease Xiaobao's panic. After joining the neat and cool crew, it wasn't once or twice that he used this kind of psychic trick to scare people, but this ghostly fire humanoid in front of him was really the first time he had seen it. It was too fine. It looked as if it was really a person's soul hanging around in front of him. Xiaobao wanted to restrain his inner fear, but he couldn't restrain this ghost fire humanoid in front of him. How in the world was this thing made? It was too fine. It really didn't look like a prop that could be made by a human being. Not to mention that this thing's demeanor and movements were completely inconsistent with scientific values. The hair and the flames can still move. The face was still able to show an expression of pain, not to mention the eyes. This was the first time he had seen a humanoid made up of flames that was able to give a feeling of having eyes. The more he thought about it, the more creepy Xiaobao became. Xia Fengling, however, was filled with smiles. The anger she had previously felt towards Xiaobao was gone at this moment. Brother Bao, it's worthy of you. Bull. Chapter 40, Bao Bao can't do anything about it. It's the first time the King of Living Hell has complimented someone. Brother Bao, you're great. Brother Bao, when you go home, remember to check if there's any money on the ground to pick up. It's so rare that the King of Living Hell can praise someone. As long as Brother Bao goes out, I will definitely follow. All these kinds of horses' asses were rushing towards Xiaobao like a tidal wave. However, Xiaobao was not happy. He even felt a bit cold at the bottom of his heart. However, all the props of the whole trick just logically does not make sense. But the physical level but must be able to tell clearly. Xiaobao at least is also an expert in the world of whole trickery. but at the moment this thing he did not know how to tell about it. Steeply, a word surfaced in Xiaobao's mind. Xiaobao's face instantly paled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This thing was definitely artificially created. But the more he fell into a logical paradox, the more scared Xiaobao became. Looking at the flaming humanoid that was getting closer and closer, Xiaobao couldn't help but shiver. This thing, it's not our neat prop. The fans stiffened in unison. What? This is surprisingly not a neat prop. The crowd immediately felt bad in their hearts. Xia Fengling even felt her skin tighten, and the ghost fire figure on her head made her goosebumps pop out. If that ghostly fire humanoid were to move forward another 10 or so meters, it would be in front of her. Her legs were shaking and her heart was trembling. One must not just pass out from fear like this. Xia Fengling was secretly ruthless in her heart as she pinched her arm. Pain came from her arm, causing Xia Fengling to settle down a little. Xia Fengling then saw. A gust of wind blew. This ghostly fire humanoid dissipated into thin air with a whoosh. Xia Fengling breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around when she was about to ask Xiaobao what this principle was. The hairs of sweat on Xia Fengling's body stood up abruptly. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and moved away from Xiaobao. Xiaobao froze. Then, as if he understood something, he pursed his lips hard. Xiaobao was not an idiot. He had already seen the clues from Xia Fengling's expression in a split second. This ghostly fire humanoid was actually aiming at himself. In the end, who was it? Xiaobao tried to comfort himself with a forced smile. Instead, his face had stiffened beyond recognition. The hands and feet also began to be paralyzed. The body was as if it was as heavy as if it had been filled with lead. This was the biological instinct of creatures after being overly frightened. Feeling the ghostly coldness coming from behind him, Xiaobao's face turned snow white with a brush. The fans were also dumbfounded as they looked at Xiaobao. This group of bloodthirsty people all seemed to be wilting as if they were frosted cabbages at this moment. Suddenly, they all closed their eyes in horror. It was as if something horrible was about to happen. Xiaobao looked at the expressions of this group of fans, and his heart beat wildly. He felt his heartbeat accelerating. Suddenly, Xiaobao then felt his back being pressed against a cold and bone-chilling finger. That finger slowly moved up from his undershirt and went straight to the back of his head. This icy cold sensation had not yet disappeared. It was as if his ears were being blown by an air conditioner. A cool breeze blew, causing him to shiver. Xiaobao couldn't help himself as he effortlessly twisted his head. But next, Xiaobao was on the verge of crying. Right in front of Xiaobao, this ghost fire humanoid had actually already looked towards him with its pitch black eyes wide open. It was all already attached to the face. Suddenly, those hairs of this ghost fire humanoid had actually bound towards his body as if they were snakes. That empty mouth kept opening and closing. Xiaobao tried to recognize the meaning that this ghost fire humanoid was trying to express. Just as Xiaobao was panicking, the female voice abruptly sounded. Return, me, life, come. A voice that seemed to be a combination of jagged voices resounded steeply. It was as if this voice was murmuring in everyone's ears. Everyone was able to clearly feel the sharp sound produced by the metal rubbing against each other. Quite a few with poor mental capacity had already fainted at this point. Go to hell. Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Being an expert in trickery, he couldn't let his fans look down on him. By no means could he be frightened by this ghost fire humanoid. This was nothing more than the other party's neat trick. Although it looked impressive, it wasn't perfect though. The ghost fire humanoid only needed to knock out the ghost fire. This thing was just a chemical reaction created by white phosphorus. There was nothing scary about it. Xiaobao yelled and ripped off his clothes to lunge towards the ghost fire. The ghost fire humanoid suddenly collapsed. Xiaobao fell on his back. The desolate voice of the ghost fire humanoid sounded again behind Xiaobao. Me, late, early, to, eat, up, you. A gust of wind blew by. The ghost fire humanoid unwillingly touched Xiaobao before disappearing without a trace. Xiaobao's heart was relieved. After his originally tense body was fully relaxed, the swelling sensation made him almost unable to hold it in. Xiaobao hurriedly climbed up and was about to run towards the toilet. But Xiaobao felt something was wrong. How come the ghost fire humanoid had disappeared? But this group of people were still looking at themselves as if they had seen a ghost? Xia Fengling was also standing on the side, looking at himself with a strange expression. It is hard not to. Xiaobao's heart sank as he spoke sharply. Is still behind me? Xia Fengling shook his head and pointed at Xiaobao's back with a gloomy face. Brother Bao, behind your back, there is an additional palm print. What? Xiaobao almost didn't faint. Wasn't this just ordinary ghost fire? How could it leave a hand palm print? Just when Xiaobao's mind was about to get taut, the lights in the field instantly went out. Everything returned to darkness. Xiaobao hurriedly wiped to the edge of the stage and started to liberate himself. It was suffocating. This ghost fire haunted him and he almost couldn't hold it in. Xia Fengling, on the other hand, led the people to check the light bulbs. These bulbs were filaments that were claimed to be able to last for 10,000 years, and could never suddenly go out when there was electricity. It was just after Xia Bao relaxed, a dull great compassion mantra rang out. Above the sky, the hairy moon shone with a miserable ghostly light. It made people's hearts start to grow hairy. A song that was only heard at funerals, together with this kind of moonlight that was only found in ghost movies where ghosts haunted. All at once, the atmosphere in a ghost movie is created. What makes it even more spooky is, the sound of this great compassion mantra was near and far, as if there was a horn swinging back and forth above the heads of the crowd. At times it appeared in the distance, and at other times it came close to one's ears. What was even more terrifying was that even though the song was superlative, the melody was very cheerful. It seemed as if it was celebrating something. Xia Bao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not have any other tricks left, which was why they used such despicable means. This kind of tactic was just to make Xia Bao and the brothers' presence suspicious, although the atmosphere was very much in line with a ghost movie. But instead, Xia Bao was not worried at all. This was definitely not haunted. The fans below began to stir. Xia Fengling looked at Xia Bao in the darkness, and her heart hanging in the air settled down. There was definitely someone messing around. Chapter 41, Really Haunted. Xia Bao had already started to get anxious in his heart. Since he couldn't crack the other party's tactics for a while, the only way was to get out of here in a hurry. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he would never be soft once he struck. From the ghost fire to the current musical score, this was pushing himself towards the brink of extinction. Never let the other party have their way. Retreat! Xia Bao roared lowly and took the lead to step down from the stage. Just at this moment, a grudging, low voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Is this the time to leave? Still want you guys to accompany me more, so that I'm no longer lonely and isolated. If you guys walk out of here, you will die. The ghostly female voice resounded once again. Xia Bao, however, was the first to charge towards the door. The group of fans who had already been scared out of their wits rushed to follow. Xia Fengling pressed on at the end. This group of people ran towards the power company's gate. Under the dim moonlight, quite a few people had suffered a lot of minor injuries from their hasty departure. In the distance, the reflective strips at the gate looked unusually conspicuous, which made the big guys breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they were able to escape from here. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Ka-ching, the surrounding area was once again lit up. Under the lights, a group of white paper people sat against each other in the doorway. They all had axes made of paper cupped in their hands. They looked fierce and vicious. Seeing the crowd come out, this group of paper people all rose up in unison. The axes in their hands were also raised. Xia Bao sneered. It was just a group of paper people. What was there to be afraid of? Charge! Tear them apart! Xia Bao roared, pulling out a baton from his waist and fiercely pumping it over. The paper man's axe was instantly torn apart. Inside the paper was empty without any organs. Those paper people, however, all looked neatly at the one that Xia Bao tore apart. The original miserable face had an extra hint of red color at this time. You killed our companion. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood. With a low roar, the paper people rushed up. This group of paper people wielded weapons made of paper, and anger was written all over their faces. Xia Bao led the way and greatly inspired his fans. This group of fans all looked for stones and wooden sticks to join the battle. The paper people suffered heavy losses in an instant. Under the attack of Xia Bao's fans, this group of paper people were about to become a field of shredded paper. He, you guys are really brave, daring to destroy my toys here. But what should you guys do next? It was the voice of the ghostly fire figure from before. The familiar sound of footsteps once again came to the ears of the crowd. These footsteps, as long as they took a step, the footsteps would follow. It was as if there was someone behind them who had been following all along. Xia Bao looked at the paperman with an indifferent face. The baton in his hand smashed out frantically. The sound in his ears was treated as if he didn't hear it. The paperman disappeared a little bit. Xia Bao spat disdainfully. This kind of means still want to let them out? Simply ridiculous. How dare you show up in front of me with this kind of means? Disdainfully skimming his mouth, Xia Bao raised his leg and walked towards the front. You guys broke my toys. Then, you guys will stay and become my toys. The woman's voice disappeared. The voice of the great compassion mantra became steeply shrill, which was mixed with sharp laughter. Xia Bao, however, already had his heart in the right place, and he straightened his chest. Brothers, these are just props used for trickery. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's walk out and we'll be able to crack the enemy's mechanism. Xia Fengling also yelled right after him. Brother Bao is right. These are just props used by the other side to scare us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's charge. The fans all followed suit. As long as they could leave this place, following Xia Bao wasn't an unacceptable thing. Just as the crowd was about to leave, steeply, the lights focused on a large tree under the gate. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Under the large tree, at this moment, a bunch of skeletons had unexpectedly appeared at some point. At this moment, This group of skeletons all looked over in unison. The leader of the skeletons even had blue flames flickering in his eyes. Voodoo. The fan legs following behind Xiaobao started to swallow their saliva. What was going on here? How could this group of skeletons move by themselves? Xiaobao's sweaty hairs also stood up all over his body as he looked at the group of skeletons in front of him in horror, not knowing what expression to make. The skeletons, however, spoke in his face. Destroying my master's toys and still want to leave here alive? From today, you are her new toys. The skeleton said loudly and flew towards Xiaobao. This time, the skeleton's hands were not toy weapons made of paper. At this time, the skeleton was holding a real club in its hands. Xiaobao wanted to move, but Xiaobao had no ability to move at this time. Under the light, this group of skeletons didn't have any rope on their bodies. Moreover, the flame was not suspended in the eye socket by means of gas. This flame was actually able to leave the eye socket and was able to tremble as the skeleton spoke. This had already surpassed Xiaobao's knowledge. To say that it wasn't haunted, he wouldn't believe it even if he killed Xiaobao. Xiaobao was trembling as he looked at the skeleton. The fans behind him all sat on the ground nervously looking at the skeletons. Many of them had already fainted. If they dragged on any longer, it would definitely cause a large number of fans to defan. It was not easy to have today's size. When the amount of fans of the whole cooler program group became less, the above would definitely put all the blame on him. At that time, even if Xiaobao had 100 mouths, it would be difficult to defend himself. Right now, there was only one chance for him to turn the situation around. That was the peace talks. Walking up to the skeleton, Xiaobao dropped the weapon in his hand. This big brother, can you ask for me? What exactly does your master want? If he only wants a lot of toys, when we leave here, I will arrange for someone to send a lot of paper figures to burn for him. If he wants money, we can burn them as well. The skeleton was silent for a moment, as if inquiring, but not 10 seconds had passed. A sharp voice resounded steeply. How dare you negotiate with me? These little cuties of mine are all babies that have been with me since childhood. You're compensating for a broken one today. Is there such a cheap thing? The female voice exploded steeply. It was as if there were cars ringing in Xiaobao's ears. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Xiaobao's mouth. He, surprisingly, let this female ghost's voice shock and injure him. Big sister, there's a debt for every wrong. It's my fault for destroying your toys. I'll agree to your conditions as long as I can fulfill them. How dare you address me indiscriminately? Let's see me rip out your heart. I'd like to see what kind of wolfish heart you have. The female voice exploded, followed by a blast of wind rushing towards Xiaobao. Chapter 42, I never joke. If you don't give it, I'll get it myself. A sharp voice rang out. It was even louder and harsher than before. Some people couldn't even help but start screaming already as a way to vent the panic in their hearts. Xiaobao's legs went weak and he almost didn't sit on the ground with his butt. This was too evil. In the end, what kind of person is playing God here? Xiaobao spread fear and his legs could no longer stand. Snap! Xiaobao could no longer hold it in. The whole person prostrated on the ground without half the strength to move forward. Auntie, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have spread my wildness on your territory. Do what you want, do what you want, little one will never half resist. Where had Xiaobao received this kind of treatment? As the planner of the Rectify Sharp Crooked program team, Xiaobao was a star-studded existence wherever he went. But now, it was only able to be cleaned up by this female ghost of unknown origin in various ways. For Xiaobao this was an endless nightmare. What are you crying for? It won't be fun if you cry. A sorrowful voice rang in Xiaobao's ears. Xiaobao's ears exploded. Xia Fengling's trembling voice rang out. Cousin, by your side. That ghostly fire silhouette appeared. Xiaobao then felt a burning pain on his chest. It was the ghost came to catch himself. Xiaobao could no longer strain his poker face. Xiaobao's face was filled with despair. Who can stop this ghost? Help, auntie. I know I'm wrong. Just spare me. Tell me what you really want. Xiaobao looked at the ghost fire humanoid in terror, his body trembling as if he was sifting through chaff. The ghost fire humanoid rattled and laughed. Crying? That's right. Don't you know exactly what I want? Taking a step forward, the ghost fire humanoid's gaze coldly fell on Xiaobao. I want all of you to stay here and become my dolls. You broke my toys and you will have to become their replacements. Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in. Tears and snot rolled out together. Desperation was written all over Xiaobao's face. Auntie, please let me go. I have an old man and a young man, I don't want to die yet. Bang! The huge spotlight lit up. Xiaobao and his fans were illuminated clearly. The ghost fire humanoid disappeared without a trace. The white paper on the ground also disappeared. The original hideous and gruesome white bone skeletons had all disappeared into thin air as well. Xiaobao and his fans had long gotten used to being in a dark environment. At this moment, a huge light surfaced steeply. Xiaobao and his fans were immediately plunged into a situation of open-eyed blindness. Tears could not stop emerging from their eyes. After waiting for Xiaobao and his fans to get used to the bright environment, the situation in the arena made Xiaobao gnash his teeth. Right across from Xiaobao, the face made him furious. At the doorway, everything that was there before disappeared without a trace. It made people mistake it for a ghost coming to take revenge, but it turned out to be Bai Xiaowen messing things up. Bai Xiaowen stood alone at the doorway, holding the finger tiger in his hand. It looked like the kid was preparing to use the finger tiger to beat up a group of them severely. Bai Xiaowen also withdrew his voice changer. What? Are you starting to get scared now? You guys finally know what those victims experienced. Do you still think this whole thing is cool and fun now? Cool and fun? Fun? This was like 2 slaps in the face of the crowd. At this time, if someone dares to jump out and say fun, I'm afraid that Xiaobao can be the first time to rush up and give this a mouth. No one dared to speak. The entire power company gate assembled more than 500 people. However, it is this more than 500 people. At this time, the scene was so quiet that one could hear insects chirping and birds chirping in the distance. The corner of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose up. This group of people were quite happy when they were persecuting others, but it was a pity that when they were being persecuted by others, they showed the quality of a dog jumping over the wall. Now that this group of people had gotten a taste of what it was like to be a victim, they still had the face to say happy? Do they still have to have a face? At the main entrance, Xiaobao also finally came back to his senses. Xia Fengling also gritted her teeth. It was all because of this asshole in front of him. If it wasn't because of him, he himself wouldn't have turned into the person that everyone was shouting at and chasing after from all sides. Brother Bao, still don't give orders. These fans are all your loyal fighters. 500 people are still afraid that they can't clean up this? Xia Fengling was anxious, almost roaring and shouting out. Xiaobao reacted and aimed his finger at Bai Xiaowen. Brothers, give me on, get this dead. Xiaobao's words fell, and everyone was ready to charge. Bai Xiaowen, however, touched the lucky finger tiger in his own hands. You guys really want to rush over to find trouble with me? Then hurry over. This finger tiger of mine hasn't seen such tender meat in a long time. Today, I want my finger tiger to be enlightened as well. Some people rushed over, but before they took 2 steps, they were already lying crooked on the ground. Bai Xiaowen laughed out coldly. If you guys don't have anesthesia resistance, you might as well obediently back off. Moreover, what I've prepared for you guys isn't just anesthesia needles. There's a lot more waiting for you guys. Bai Xiaowen's words had just fallen to the ground. Xiaobao's figure flew towards Bai Xiaowen and yelled, pretending to be a bully in front of me. You deserve it too. Brothers, don't be fooled by this look of Bai Xiaowen's. Let me tell you, Bai Xiaowen doesn't have many anesthetic needles in his hands. How many anesthetic needles can this finger tiger thing hold? The whole arrangement, he said, was also definitely a trick. If there really was a whole arrangement, it would have been used long ago. Would it be his turn now? Xiaobao yelled. Bai Xiaowen, however, raised his hands and looked at Xiaobao with contempt. If you have the guts, take a look at my finger tigers. Xiaobao glared round-eyed at the finger tigers. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Puffing, there was a piercing sound, followed by an iron cable flying towards Xiaobao's eyes. On Xiaobao's shoulder, the shoulder armor made of raw iron instantly shattered. Xia Fengling was horrified to see. On the fault of the shoulder armor on Xiaobao's shoulder, it was actually vaguely hot at this moment. A burning sensation came to his face. This was. Xia Fengling looked towards Bai Xiaowen. At this moment, in Bai Xiaowen's hand, a red luster was actually faintly emerging on the surface of the finger tiger. Obviously this luster was the effect of grinding out the iron rope at too high a speed after it was sent out just now. With an ear-piercing sound, Xia Fengling once again saw. The shoulder armor that had already been shattered was actually brought flying at this time. At this moment, the fragments were constantly rotating in midair. On Bai Xiaowen's fingertip, this iron rope, which was even bigger than a fingertip, unexpectedly contracted back strangely. Xia Fengling was scared stiff. Xiaobao was also covered in sweat. The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose. Sorry everyone, I'm not joking with you. Chapter 43, The Struggle of the Beast. More than 500 people, quite a few sturdy men. At this moment, this group of people had all looked at Bai Xiaowen in fear. Where did this group of people still have their previous arrogant and domineering appearance? Where was the impulse to do anything for the sake of the whole thing? This group of people were like a bunch of scared quails, all huddled together, waiting for Bai Xiaowen's judgment. Bai Xiaowen looked at the crowd with a smile. He hadn't lied to Xiaobao. Just a moment ago, when the ghostly fire silhouette appeared beside Xiaobao, it had already made means of the shoulder armor on him. This thing had long since not been the ornament it was before. It was an imitation that Bai Xiaowen had temporarily made. I didn't realize that there was even a compact 3D printer in the middle of the power bureau. It was with the convenience of this thing that he was able to make such a marvelous prop. And the functions carried on the lucky finger tiger were indeed extraordinary. Even Bai Xiaowen was surprised by the functions on the lucky finger tiger. The movement that had occurred once again had made everyone's legs go weak. Everyone had been silent as they looked at Bai Xiaowen. The impulse to flee was not half as strong in this group's hearts. They had all been well behaved. You guys haven't told me your opinions yet. Now, answer me out loud. Was it fun to do what the whole Sharp program team did? It wasn't fun at all. It was so scary. I almost died of fear. Now that I think about what I did before, I feel heartbroken. Ancestor, please let us go. Just treat us like a fart. I'm announcing now that I'm quitting the show's fan club. The group was terrified. Even with over 500 people, no one had the guts to dare to launch an attack on Bai Xiaowen. This made Bai Xiaowen's heart feel relieved, and at the same time, he also deplored it a little more. If those crooked people had bullied the countrymen, this group of bastards who had done all the bad things would have dared to go up and put up a fight, kicking the plaque of the sick man of East Asia. How good would that be? At least they would be heroes. Look at these losers in front of us who bully their own people to please themselves. Even if they are well behaved and courteous, they are just a bunch of living dead people who are shiny on the outside and stink on the inside. A bunch of mongrels who would only sell their women for glory and kneel. Bai Xiaowen didn't look at this group of people either. Raising his hand once again, Lucky Finger Tiger was aimed at Xia Bao. A sardonic smile flashed across Bai Xiaowen's face. Xia Bao, they already know they're wrong, so what about you? Xia Bao acted as the person in charge of this program. Tonight, the image of the program group he represented, as well as the reputation he had deliberately created as a master of rectification in the middle of the program, completely collapsed. Being a master of rectification, Xia Bao was not only set up, he had also been tricked in a series of ways. Nowadays, he was even being curated to surround himself with 500 minions. Even more so, he knelt down to the other party and begged for forgiveness to the other party, and also almost lost control. Xia Bao felt that his life had completely collapsed. He didn't have any face to continue calling the shots on the program, and there was no way to give an explanation to his fans on the program. Xia Bao rather felt that he might as well be killed by that ghost now. Xia Fengling was also, and she looked at Bai Xiaowen with a lost soul. As the living Yama of rectification, she was unexpectedly scared stiff by Bai Xiaowen, almost without the strength to fight back. This guy, how the hell did he do it? You go ahead and do it. Don't you have a lot of neat tricks? You use them. You keep opening my eyes. I'd like to see how you continue to trick me, or else you'll kill me. Xia Bao collapsed. Frantically, he roared loudly towards Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen looked at Xia Bao with a bland expression, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. You're bent on death now? Good. Have a backbone. Unfortunately, if I were to make a move to kill you, it would be dirtying my hands. Bai Xiaowen took off the Lucky Finger Tiger and flicked it. The Lucky Finger Tiger was thrown with precision to Xia Bao's feet. Pick up the Finger Tiger and punch yourself in the head, and you'll be able to get what you want. Everyone froze their faces. Everyone looked at Bai Xiaowen weirdly. This bastard was surprisingly so idiotic. This was his means of defense. Now, it was actually thrown to Xia Bao by Bai Xiaowen just like that. Did he have a brain problem or was his IQ offline? Otherwise how could he make such a brain-dead move? Xia Bao let out a roar and his foot stepped hard on the Finger Tiger. The Finger Tiger reversed and was held by Xia Bao. Raising his hand, he threw a punch. Xia Bao did not hesitate for a second. The mechanism on the Finger Tiger was touched by Xia Bao, and the place where the steel cable was supposed to be sprayed out was touched. Xia Bao's face was filled with a fierce smile. Stupid waste, still dare to give me your defense? Then you obediently go to hell for me. Laughing out loud, Xia Bao was expecting a steel cable to spurt out from among his Finger Tigers, piercing through Bai Xiaowen's body. Ka-ching! The spikes on the Finger Tiger flew up. Then, in Xia Bao's horrified gaze, it fell vertically. Immediately after, a colored light was pulled out, making Xia Bao instantly become the focus of the crowd. As the colored lights were pulled to the bottom, a triangular white paper chess piece was instantly lit up. A loud and clear song also rang in Xia Bao's ears. Under the bridge in front of the door, a flock of ducks swam by. Come on and count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, quack, 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 quack. Really many. Can't count how many ducks. Can't count. The classic music of the street shaker. The air is filled with the smell of merriment, anger, shame, killing anger, resentment, and suffocation. Negative emotions madly spun in Xia Bao's mind. These thoughts caused Xia Bao's heart to continuously breed impulses of destruction. In the end, however, all of these impulses turned into substantial moves. Xia Bao pinched his Finger Tiger, his eyes filled with madness. Brothers, this kid's things are in my hands, so he definitely won't be able to do anything. Let's go up and get him killed. As long as you guys catch this, I will spell out everything to get you into the program. What money and honor, what beautiful women and mansions, everything you guys want will be there. Xia Bao was hysterical. Xia Fengling was also helping out. As long as we hold Bai Xiaowen, I will also personally contribute $50 million, plus $50 million for the group's training program. Being able to get into the program group, being able to become one of the powerful people, and to be able to get a $50 million bonus, a group of soft-footed shrimps. At this moment, as if they had eaten a 10% tonic pill, each one of them wailed and stood up. This group of people frantically pounced towards Xia Fengling. Excitement was written all over everyone's face. Xia Fengling was even the first to rush up after her words fell. In her hand was a cherished trick prop that she could not even use on a regular basis. This was a special prop that only famous people inside the organization could exchange. The soul enchanting net. As long as a person was caught in this net, they would lose all resistance in an instant. Chapter 44, Not Losing Jackalope. Killing towards himself? The corner of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose. Sure enough, these bastards were just thieves, bent on making a move against themselves. Unfortunately, they were destined to not get what they wanted. Bai Xiaowen hooked his finger towards the crowd and the corner of his mouth rose up. Come over here, you guys. Just you goons aren't enough for me to fight alone. I, for one, will slash 500 of you. The winding mountain road. The roar of the engine resounded through the mountains. The flying birds at night were all stimulated by the group of ghostly fire teenagers to lift their wings and fly away. It was the group of young people who wanted to fly when they put on their wings that had rushed over. Oh my god, everyone look, there are still burnt tire marks on the ground left behind by the drift. Too cool. Is this the king of Yonghe City? Let's go. Let's quickly go over to find a master to learn from. Just now that car drives like AE86 in the movie. What are you talking about? This isn't someone from the tofu factory. He might be an executive from the power company. TSK, starting to flirt. Want to stick it on? You don't look at yourself. If you want to stick it up, you have to see if they want it or not. You bunch of dead morals. I poo. A group of people laughed coldly. What if the owner is an old man? An old man of 50 or 60. Are you still willing to take it? Someone in the crowd began to inquire. Humph. Don't you guys know that old men have 3 good qualities? More gold, considerate, and die early. I'll go. You guys summed it up really well. I want to find it too. The ghost fire teenagers were all wild. At this time, they even followed the traces of Bai Xiaowen's car all the way over. At this time, Bai Xiaowen's car was not far from the company's entrance. When the group of ghost fire teenagers all rushed over, they all heard a sound at the entrance of the company. The sound of falling, smashing sounds, and the deafening sounds of begging for mercy. These sounds excited all the ghost fire teens present. I'll go. There's even people doing battle in this place? It's too exciting. Let's go over and take a look too. That's right. Say we can't even help the king of Yonghe City. The crowd all arrived at the location where the car was parked. Hiding behind the car, the crowd looked through the glass window. Is this polite? Right in front of the crowd's eyes, a man with bare hands. There was no sign of him making too many movements. A shake of the shoulders, a wide crotch. It was as if he was a supreme expert who came out of a novel. His opponent was a huge human group of several hundred people. Holy Nima, is this ING still human? I feel like my IQ is being crushed. This bastard couldn't be Papa Ma's son. Awesome Plas. The crowd was shocked. As Ghostfire Juniors, had they ever been so lit up? One person beating up hundreds of people. This kind of thing was something that I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to think about. I go. Don't ING blindly look. Hurry and hide. There looks like you can't beat that man. Prepare to break out. The crowd immediately drilled towards the side of the grove. A moment to hide tightly. The direction of the gate. A rumbling explosion sounded. Thick yellow smoke rose up, but such a commotion still didn't stop the men who were madly rushing outside, wanting to escape. Panic was written all over the faces of this group of men. Many of them still had fear on their faces. It seemed like they had been beaten into submission by that man. Everyone looked at that man with shock written all over their faces. What in the world was this guy's origin? To be able to beat this group of people to the point of being powerless. This was too powerful. That man in the end how to do it. Car God also even so. Even one person single-handedly beat down so many people? Just when this group of Ghostfire teenagers watching the battle, suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. It's the car. Holy, how did it open by itself? Is there someone else hiding in here? Crap. The Ghostfire teenager's heart was anxious. If something was discovered, what should they do? This was a super melee. It would be bad if they were thought to be helpers. Suddenly, a companion covered the shocked teenagers' mouths with death. Right in the middle of the group of Ghostfire teens' shocked gazes. Inside the trunk of the car, surprisingly came out one after another paper person. This group of paper people had powdered faces and looked as if they were alive. At this moment, when they saw Bai Xiaowen being beaten, they all picked up weapons made of paper and rushed over madly. From the madness of this group of paper people, obviously, they were fighting for Bai Xiaowen and they wanted to rebel. The paper people madly rushed towards where Bai Xiaowen was. The Ghostfire teenagers' sweaty hairs stood up all over their bodies. What was going on here? Just as the crowd was wondering, an even more surprising scene was also presented to the crowd. Everyone saw. The people who had originally run out were all shouting not to come over at this moment, and one by one, the physically strong men were kneeling on the ground without the slightest bit of courage to resist. Ghostfire teenagers also all stayed. Fought this hundreds of people. Deal with the king of the car is certainly hand to hand. Even if the king of the car could fight, they would definitely need help, and then their small calculations would be able to get what they wanted. But right now, the Ghostfire Jr. was so frightened that his mouth was wide open. The eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The teenagers who were able to play with the Ghostfire locomotive were all young and bold types. What world have they not seen? But right now, this situation was really the first time they had seen it. I'm going? Is this one of those paper people from the martyrdom store? Which god made this thing? And it can run? In a word, it's unbelievable. If this AI can be sold on its own, I'm afraid the AI world will be killed. The paper man rushed over. Enin kick? Lightning whip? The paper people showed off their skills to the fullest. One by one, the paper people darted and wandered through the crowd. The stout men's faces changed drastically. One by one, they either squatted on the ground covering their crotch and rolling around in misery, or silently lying on the ground looking up at the stars. Getting closer, one could still hear the group chanting, "Mom, I will turn into light." Many of the Ghostfire teenagers covered their crotches. They had already empathized with the vague coldness in the lower half of their bodies. The girls among the Ghostfire teens had all turned their heads as they could no longer hold back their shyness. Quite a few strong men had already taken off their pants to confirm that their bodies were unharmed, to confirm that they were in 3. The eggs in that place were unusually clear. The main entrance, Bai Xiaowen, however, put on the aura of one man against all. "Come on, aren't you guys great? Don't you want to get me killed? Why don't you come? What are you running for? Do it!" Xiaobao's fans were about to cry. What are you running for? Who's running? This was a tactical retreat. But what kind of material is this paperman? How come it hurts so much to hit people? They had to make Xiaobao pay for the comforting fee. They're just fans here to follow the stars. They didn't expect the unmitigated disaster to spread to them. Auntie couldn't help it. Chapter 45. This stick is so silver. Hundreds of paper people, holding sticks made of paper in their hands. At this moment, they were flying towards the crowd. The power of this paper man was ridiculously strong, compared to the paper people that were easily torn apart before. It was two kinds of paper people in general, Xiaobao's fans and henchmen. At this time, most of them were already on the ground. This group of paper people were too ferocious, directly striking out towards the lower 3 paths. The group was caught off guard. Xia Fengling was the same. Originally, Xia Fengling was still preparing to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he didn't expect that some paper people had already rushed over. This paper man continued the essence of strategy and knocked over with a stick. Even if Xia Fengling pretended to be cute, had superb skills in trickery, and had magic hands, but it was defenseless in front of the paper man's simple purpose. Xia Fengling knelt on the ground, her small mouth opened and began to scream. As for crawling away, this kind of thing is, even if you think about it, even if they were given 2 legs, they would never move half a step. These paper people were not good people. If they were to be targeted by the paper people again, their happiness in this life would go up in smoke. Xiaobao's face was filled with horror. How did you do it? To be able to make the paper people pinch a thick stick and hit people. Xiaobao's mind was freaking out. Manipulating a paper man to hit someone. The legendary paper cuts into soldiers was nothing more than that. It couldn't be cracked at all. How in the world was it done? Bai Xiaowen was fighting hundreds of people by himself. This physical strength, even 10 Xiaobao couldn't do it. After getting the lucky finger tiger, Bai Xiaowen was even more bullish. He flicked it around. The iron rope chain thrown out from the finger tiger looked incredibly slender, but it also fiercely jerked around. This iron rope chain directly jerked away a circle of fans. These were all 100 pounds of strong men. On the file report, wasn't Bai Xiaowen a weak scum with no hands? Was he being tricked by his own people? You want to learn? Bai Xiaowen once again waved his hand. The lucky finger tiger in his hand threw out an iron chain. The chain ruthlessly smashed into the last row of fans separated between Xiaobao and him. Up to this point, most of Xiaobao's 500 or so people were already on the ground at this point. This person is a demon, right? Xiaobao gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Xiaowen, his body shaking like sifting chaff. Bai Xiaowen sneered and waved his palm again. The chain mechanism on the lucky finger tiger only made a sound. Xiaobao had already closed his eyes and covered his crotch. It looked like he was about to go to the torture chamber. Goon. Scared? I'm generous. I'll give you a chance. Do you choose to commit suicide, or obediently call the police yourself to stay at the station? Bai Xiaowen kicked the dagger at Xiaobao's feet. This thing looks like a knife forged from fine steel. It should be worth a lot. and it's more than enough to send you on your way. By the way, as a tip, if you want to die without pain, then remember to be steady and precise, and stab you in the heart as soon as you can. You'll be dead in seconds. If you go to prison, I'm afraid you'll be facing a situation that's even more brutal than death. Xia Bao winced. Looking at Bai Xiaowen, Xia Bao resolutely crouched down and grabbed the dagger with one hand. Bai Xiaowen, don't be wild. You'll have to suffer in the future. Xia Bao made a false cut towards Bai Xiaowen, backhanded, but the tip of the dagger was aimed at himself. With a poof, Xia Bao's face was flushed. He laughed out loud. You let me choose, so I'm seeking death. You think I don't know what you made me choose to go to prison for? I know the details of the organization, but I won't tell you. It's just to play a cool snap. Xia Bao was caught off guard and fell on his face. Bai Xiaowen stared at Xia Bao with a fury in his eyes. Play? Do you know how many people have died because of you guys since the whole Sharp program group started broadcasting? 1 year and 3 months since it started airing. 7 cases of accidental deaths. 14 deaths. The number of indirect deaths is as high as 20. The number of seriously injured is also up to hundreds. But with a little bit of self-awareness as human beings, you would never have caused such inhumane incidents. This group of people, there are also what you call old and young. What about their families? What about their lives? All of this, you have not considered. Bai Xiaowen gritted his teeth and his forehead was bruised. All of this was information seen in old Yang's documents. Just this information alone, listening to old Yang might not even be complete. You guys are doing such a morbid thing as rectification for the sake of traffic. In order to express the pleasure of neatly compiling, you deliberately covered up the tragic situation of these innocent people. Now I've decided to deprive you of your right to choose. You only have one path to take. Bai Xiaowen revealed his morose white teeth. 110. Hurry up, tired, or else I'll let you taste the pain endured by those you've scourged. The joy of rectification. Xia Bao got up from the ground. Looking at the knife in his hand, it had been replaced with a neat toy knife. He touched the back of his head. There was still a bit of blood on the back of his head. His heart was filled with anger and fear. What about the promise of letting me choose? How can you think of one thing after another? Who do you think you are? You say you won't let me die? Think you're the god that hundreds of millions of people talk about every day? Take out your cell phone. Xia Bao trembled as he opened the dialing button and called 110. I'm Xia Bao. You guys come and arrest me. I broke the power company in Yonghe City. I'm also one of the planners of the rectification sharpshooter program. I didn't have a choice before. I want to be a good person now. I'm at the gate of Yonghe City Electricity Company. Hanging up the phone, Xia Bao looked at Bai Xiaowen. Is this enough? I'll be going in soon. I want to get a little distraction time. I've already named my identity, and I can't escape the wanted posters at the ends of the earth even if I wanted to run. Bai Xiaowen shrugged it off. Go ahead. Wherever you go is up to you. You can also try big time if you want to run. You're destined to spend the rest of your life in prison. Xia Bao sighed in relief. Those ferocious paper people around him had all made a detour by now as well. Xia Bao quickly rushed towards the direction of the power company's high-voltage power station. As expected, there was no one to stop him. A trace of excitement flashed across Xia Bao's face. Bai Xiaowen, this idiot, he had already laid out an escape path here a long time ago. It was a boat inside the small lake on the far side of the high-voltage power tower. The power company was in the suburbs. The police would definitely take a lot of time even if they wanted to rush over. As long as he got on the boat, even if Bai Xiaowen had great ability, he could only watch him sail away. Among the ghostly fire teenagers, a group of bold ones had already been unable to hold back their curiosity. Darting to the side of the 911, they began to touch the luxury car. I go, big brother, this car is fantastic. I heard that the whole body is made of carbon fiber. After the impact, although it's a waste of car, but people can really live. Chapter 46 The Attacking Black Paper Man. This tire, it's the most expensive imported tire. One of them costs tens of thousands of dollars. Take a look at the brakes inside this wheel. This is a disc brake that only track cars have. Man, it's so cool. The people in front were saying cool. The people in the back are itching. The people in the back pushed the people in the front. A group of people bustled towards the trunk of the car and crashed into it. I don't know where it hit. Suddenly, a small box inside was pushed open. In front of the crowd, a black paper man drilled out of the small box. The paper man looked around in all directions. The whole frightening product has been activated. Locking on the biggest malefactor. Scare him to death. The black paper man jumped and instantly faded into the darkness. The people who saw this scene all looked in awe. The paper man was actually able to walk by himself. Not only that, it was also able to pronounce words. Compulsive? Is it possible that this thing still has AI? A group of people were eager to follow up and capture one or two to study. This thing is a treasure to get rich. Once you can study thoroughly, if you get rich, you can play with Ghostfire any way you want. Unfortunately, This group of people destined to be disappointed. After the black paper man jumped down, immediately disappeared in the night. Most of the remaining paper people who ran out have also been lying on the ground, grabbing a white paper person. The inquisitive Ghostfire Jr. tore it open and took a look. This group of people immediately looked weird. The white paper people's bodies were pure white at this time, and there was only some liquid inside. Can't it be that this is alien technology? Liquid metal manipulating these paper people to move around? This is too wasteful. If I could learn this technology, I'm afraid that I would be able to get 100 of these paper people to work for me to earn money. It's a pity. It's all your fault in front of you. Why don't you be more careful? We might have gotten the treasure. A group of people began to heckle, just as the crowd were all complaining to each other. Bai Xiaowen, however, had already received a system beep. My paper man has been activated? Holy, what's going on? Just as Bai Xiaowen was wondering about the unauthorized mission of the whole little black paper man, suddenly, mournful screams rang out, right above the heads of the crowd. A ball of fire appeared steeply. Then in the blink of an eye, the ball of fire slammed hard into the ground. The crowd all ran away. The flame landed on the ground. Bai Xiaowen's heart also began to mutter. As the flame disappeared, everyone was stunned. What was on the ground was actually clothes that had been burned beyond recognition. Bai Xiaowen looked at the set of clothes on the ground, but he already knew it by heart. This was Xia Bao's clothes. Bai Xiaowen originally just wanted to use the paper man to force him to surrender obediently. He didn't expect that by mistake, he would be activated to scare people to death with the black paper man. It seems that Xia Bao was scared to death alive by the black paper man, but it's not all his fault. The wrongdoer has his own debt. Xia Bao was asking for his own death. The paper man on the ground began to spontaneously combust. Bai Xiaowen returned to the car. The scene in front of him stunned Bai Xiaowen. A group of ghostly fire teenagers were, at this moment, lying on the trunk of his car searching for something. What are you people going to do with my car? Bai Xiaowen looked at the crowd in shock and anger, a hint of rage flashing in his eyes. The bold ones among the Ghostfire teenagers were already yelling. We came over to pay our respects. I didn't expect that we'd be able to see advanced technology here. Big brother, please teach us, how did you manage to make the paper people move? Bai Xiaowen's face froze. If he wanted to know, he would have already gotten rich a long time ago. He would not be clear about what this group of brats were thinking? How did you guys know that my paper man would move? Bai Xiaowen raised his eyebrows. This whole paper man was also sent by the system when he accepted the mission. There would never be anyone who knew half of it. This group of Ghostfire teenagers actually knew. Big brother, we saw it ourselves. The Ghostfire teenagers looked at Bai Xiaowen excitedly, joy written all over their faces. This kind of technology involving liquid metal robots, it was able to envy a large group of people when it was spread out. I'm afraid that even the country would send people to inquire about it. Are you the group of racing spirit guys I just met on the road? Bai Xiaowen didn't respond to their needs and instead opened his mouth to inquire. The crowd nodded and stared at Bai Xiaowen with burning eyes. It's not the technology you guys are thinking of. Bai Xiaowen squeezed out a smile towards the crowd. I don't have a lot of time. The crowd froze, and then sweat broke out on the face of the man leading the group. Suddenly, the man knelt in front of Bai Xiaowen. Snot and tears rose up on his face. As the first person started to cry, the people after him all knelt down in unison and wept bitterly. Car King, it's our fault. We shouldn't have chased after you to bother you. I know it's presumptuous of us to do so, but please also spare us once for the sake of us being your fans. I still want to keep my eggs for something useful. The crowd cried. Bai Xiaowen's crotch-knocking paper men were incredibly powerful, and they had already seen their ferocious might. Bai Xiaowen reacted instantly. He looked at the group of youngsters in tears. It's full of bad guys. I've already called the police just now. The police will be rushing over in a moment. I can't care if you guys get caught by misunderstandings as well. And I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile. If you guys really respect me as the king of cars, then don't you have to listen to me? Bai Xiaowen waved his hand to signal the crowd to get up. I hope you guys can forget all that you've seen and heard here. The crowd looked at Bai Xiaowen as they nodded helplessly. Bai Xiaowen spoke again. Have you guys ever seen me? Seen you? No. What we saw was a warrior who hosts the strong and helps the weak. What we saw was a rare hero on earth. Warrior, please accept my knees. The ones who leaned closest had already begun to busily pat their asses. Bai Xiaowen's eyebrows raised as his gaze coldly looked at the man. Have I not made myself clear enough? You guys just pretend that you've never seen me, okay? Even if the police point a stick at you and tell you to leak, you all have to say that you haven't seen me. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly. A group of people responded in a grand manner. Bai Xiaowen snorted coldly and swept his gaze towards the surroundings. If the police find you, to help you make a statement, you know what to say? The crowd once again shook their heads in unison. Bai Xiaowen was silent for a moment, frowning towards the crowd. You guys just say that there's a guy car motorcycle running away. and you guys don't know what the guy looks like or who he is, and he's wearing a face mask. The Ghostfire teens all nodded. The Car King had spoken. Where could they have any reason to refuse? Car King, we'll listen to you. Chapter 47, Cute Girls, please stay. A soft female voice suddenly rang out. The Ghostfire teenagers immediately tensed up. They didn't think they had been stimulated enough today. Surprisingly, they took the initiative to provoke this person in front of them. If they let this person go crazy, the consequences would be very serious. Just when the Ghostfire teenagers were afraid, someone took the initiative to step in and try to cover the girl's mouth. Don't make a move on me. I haven't finished talking yet. The girl looked at Bai Xiaowen with a burning gaze. Little brother. The girl's eyes were filled with longing. Can I add a friend with you? What? No way. Being good friends with such a living king of hell? This girl's brain circuit was too bizarre. The Ghostfire teenagers were about to cry. They don't even look at what's going on right now, and they're still thinking about men? Bai Xiaowen sniffed and looked at the girl. Good guy. She's beautiful and has a sweet voice. With this face value, even with the little dragon lady in the TV series, she's not far behind, but one has to be careful. Bai Xiaowen looked at the girl regretfully. We're not suitable. You didn't cross paths with me tonight. The girl pouted. Still really heartless. She was a cute girl. Child, how could you do this to her? Seeing Bai Xiaowen get into the car, the girl couldn't hold it in. AI. Wait. The ghostly fire teenager couldn't wait to pick the girl up on his shoulders and run. Why was this girl talking so much? Was this polite? Instead, the girl spoke again. Don't worry, we definitely haven't seen you before. I can understand your mood of wanting to do things without leaving a name, but there are so many of us. Do you think you can seal our mouths with a single sentence? The hearts of people are separated by their bellies. Bai Xiaowen froze. The fists of the Ghostfire teenagers had hardened. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't left yet, he guessed that this girl would be afraid of suffering. However, it was a character he liked. I'm not worried. The words landed. The engine roared thunderously. Bai Xiaowen grinned towards the crowd. The foot throttled to the bottom. The Porsche 911's good condition allowed him to make a quick U-turn. No see. The girl's eyes shone with excitement. He actually said no to himself? Isn't that how it's always played out on TV shows? The main character coolly said no, and immediately afterward, the person had already gotten into the car and ran out of sight. It won't be long before they meet again somewhere. Is it possible that he's trying to play hard to get? He's getting more and more handsome. So happy. Toward the direction of the car left, shouting out loud. You'll definitely see me again. You'd better remember my name. My name is Ti Ching Ching. Listening to the voices floating behind him, a trace of oddness flashed across Bai Xiaowen's face. This girl's temper wasn't to say the least. It really had that flavor of an idol drama heroine. Which young man doesn't long for it? Which young girl doesn't miss it? It's a pity. If it was a different scenario, Bai Xiaowen might have been willing to have a love affair with this girl. The gas pedal under Bai Xiaowen's foot got tighter. The Ghostfire teenagers all surrounded the young girl as well. Anger was written all over the faces of this group of Ghostfire teenagers. What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you tell us that your name is Cha-Cha? Now it's actually become Cha-Ching-Ching. You're cheating our feelings. The Ghostfire teenagers were furious, their eyes glaring viciously at Ti-Ching-Ching. Wait, this name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? I'll go. Wait, you shouldn't. I kind of get who you are. You told us you were a girl from an ordinary family. I didn't realize you were this kind of person. Cha-Ching-Ching, Miss Ching-Ching, good wow you. We were honest and open with you. We were even more helpful to you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Some people began to look at Cha-Ching-Ching with disappointment, their faces filled with regret. Unexpectedly, the person they had tried to help had made them a laughing stock. The smile on Cha-Ching-Ching's face froze. After a moment of silence, Cha-Ching-Ching spoke again. I didn't mean to deceive you all, only that if I were to tell you all my true identity, would you all still treat me as an ordinary little sister? Still have the guts to play with me together? The Ghostfire teens were dumbfounded. It was really necessary to know that this was the same Missy from the TV. It wasn't that they didn't have the guts, it was that they weren't in the same circle, so they couldn't blend together even if they were forced to. Ti-Ching-Ching looked at the distant Porsche 911, and the corners of her mouth rose up. Although he didn't reveal his personal information, he already knew the other party's license plate number. With her family's strength, was it hard to find out a person's true identity? It wasn't a lot of work. The SWAT team had already arrived. All the people in front of the power company had been taken away. The police were a bit dumbfounded by this operation. They had never seen such an arrest scene before. The arrest had never been so peaceful/harmonious. Benefactor, you finally come. Save us. Don't move me. My balls hurt. I've got real ing balls. Let the stretcher carry me away. Don't hit me. My balls hurt. Now they're swollen. Don't move my legs. Let the doctor help me deal with the scene. Uncle Police, I won't do it anymore. The previous situation of the prisoners against the police did not appear at all, but became unusually harmonious. These people even hated for the police to show up a little earlier. The SWAT team members also witnessed history. Originally, they thought that 3 police cars could be stuffed and that would be the top of the list. As it turned out, there were a full 20 large trucks. The most jaw-dropping thing was that in the trucks, the group of people were bare-assed, and everyone was purple in the face. Considering the group of inmates' situation, several hospital emergency department doctors had gone directly outside the detention room to help with the medical treatment. Even the police station's stadium had become a place to hold the group of prisoners. The Ghost Fire teens couldn't escape either. This group of people all needed to make a statement once. However, this group of people had long been warned by Bai Xiaowen, and they didn't dare to leak half the information. It wasn't just because this guy's methods were too weird, specializing in controlling paper people to knot crotches. There was also Ti Qingqing Sake. This big miss had a distinct attitude. Obviously, she had already been conquered by the Car King's car skills, and now her mind was filled with thoughts of how to chase someone else's Car King into her hands. To have angered the other party because of such a small matter. Just one sentence. The family business is afraid that cannot be done. Even Yonghe City may not be able to allow themselves to survive. Ti Qingqing's backstage is not something that ordinary rich second generation like them can mess with. Just as the crowd was busy, Bai Xiaowen, however, had already parked his car downstairs at Old Yang's. He flew towards a residential building opposite the police station. This was the staff dormitory building leased by the police department. Bai Xiaowen entered the building. The weird thing was that in the dark, the building had no electricity. Chapter 48, I still have to fix the wires. Brother, what's going on in your dormitory? The surrounding lights are brightly lit. Only this building was pitch black. This is too frugal. Bai Xiaowen admired in his heart. Worthy of being a police station. This awareness is high. Look at this. Electricity has to be conserved. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Saving what? This is an outlaw doing something. We have a blackout here. Old Yang, furious toward the phone, cursed up. I still have to repair the wires. I don't know which part of the house is in trouble. If I knew what kind of people moved it, I would definitely arrest them and tie them up together for a good education later. Old Yang cursed and grumbled. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his stomach. Brother Yang, man is iron and rice is steel. A meal without food makes me hungry. I'm very hungry right now. You kid, this is coming over to whore out a meal for nothing? Old Yang was so angry that he blew his beard on the other end of the phone. Good guy, I have become your free cafeteria. You kid really do not let me worry. After a moment of silence, Old Yang spoke again. You kid, endure. I'm busy. Finished taking you to the whole point of hard food. It's only half an hour. The people from the Power Bureau are coming over soon. Bai Xiaowen sighed helplessly. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Bai Xiaowen looked at the sky in boredom. System, settle it. Ding. Wide-scale malicious rectification counterattack successful. Obtaining an SS rating. Black card limit of 100 million has been raised. Overfulfilled the task. 2 chances for the lottery. Overfulfillment of the mission. The quality of the settlement lucky draw chest has been upgraded to platinum level. Is it open? Open. Bai Xiaowen softly chanted. Congratulations, master. Obtained an unlimited chicken leg. Function, when the master feels hungry. As long as he thinks of a chicken leg in his mind, he will be able to immediately eliminate his hunger. Congratulations, master. You've obtained a super accelerator. Function, allows the owner to maximize body speed within 5 minutes. Ding. Trigger a lucky strike. Get a platinum level gift bag. Open automatically. Congratulations, master. Obtaining paralyzing fist technique. Legal expert. Non-human control. This is a platinum level reward? This is too luxurious. Looking at these rewards, Bai Xiaowen's face was filled with excitement. The first reward alone was practical, especially since Bai Xiaowen was now too hungry to walk. Eat, must eat. Bai Xiaowen got excited and nonchalantly thought about a large chicken leg. Sure enough, his stomach started to get less hungry. And not only that, but he also had the flavor of a chicken leg in his mouth, while fighting against more than 500 people. Although Bai Xiaowen had Wang Hu's physical strength and also had bouncing shoes to help conserve his strength, but it was ultimately a labor of strength. He relied entirely on his mind to support him. Even an expert amongst mercenaries wouldn't be able to withstand such a high-intensity onslaught, fighting with so many people. If it was an ordinary mercenary's physique, he would have already gotten down. Feeling his full stomach, Bai Xiaowen unexpectedly realized that his body had even recovered quite a bit of stamina, worthy of being a platinum level reward produced by the system. This quality just spoke volumes. The only thing that made Bai Xiaowen feel speechless was this act of thinking about chicken legs in his head. It was like quenching his thirst by looking at plums, and it gave him an inauthentic feeling. If he were to go out in the future and run out of supplies when people were kind enough to let him have food, if he were to say that he had a chicken leg to eat, people would be afraid that they would think that he was a chicken leg. As for the other rewards, they are too comprehensive. Not only was he able to get 5 minutes of super acceleration, but he also learned the paralyzing fist technique. In the online game commercials, the bursting out of the paralyzing ring was shown every day. I'm afraid that this boxing technique would be able to rival that ring. The non-human control was even able to allow Bai Xiaowen to get a lot of information without even leaving his home. There are also legal experts. Bai Xiaowen's eyes were glowing. This was simply tailor-made for him. The program team was now targeting him, and there were still many trashy people secretly supporting this program. Bai Xiaowen had already made up his mind. There was an advertisement that said, well, if there was no demand, there would be no production. Those who like to enjoy themselves naturally spawned a cruel industry like shark fins. Only by getting rid of these bastards could Bai Xiaowen completely get rid of this whole program. Feeling the skills on his body, Bai Xiaowen's heart was filled with anticipation. Rectifying the sharpshooter program group? He counted as a guest of this program group, right? He had seen the audience compel the guests, but he hadn't seen the guests resist, right? However, from today onwards, the person who compels the program group and the audience to fight hard will be there from now on. Bai Xiaowen's face was full of complacency. To fight hard with the audience, he was the first one. He had decided that he would let this group of people know that even if they hid behind the screen, they would be pulled out by him and put in the sun under the law. Very quickly, Bai Xiaowen utilized the hand of God to decode the wholehearted sharpness software. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiaowen compiled the decoded file again. After logging in again, the entire interface of the whole tricked-out crooked crooks immediately turned a miserable green color. All of the viewer IDs were clearly visible in the system with the highest privileges. Seeing all the IDs didn't make Bai Xiaowen stop. Soon, as Bai Xiaowen's divine hand continued to operate, ding ding, a cell phone with a rectification cooler installed began to light up. The owner was still huffing and puffing. The phone instantly unlocked the interface on its own. Soon, a clown man with the words "neat sharp sharp sharp" program appeared in the screen. Greetings, my dear audience lords. I'm the big boss of the tidy sharp crooked program group that you've all been longing for. Did you like the recent program? If you like it, then please hit the receiving knee on the public frequency. What? Don't want to hit it? Stinky, I'm your father. The live broadcast room of wholehearted sharpness instantly exploded. More than 500,000 people instantly went online. My Nima, is this software crazy? Asterisk 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 slash you big slash master. I'm your father. I'm in the middle of a ING meeting with my staff. You guys pulling this? Dogs, I'm about to have an intestinal battle. And you're all scared to death. Just you. Boss, believe it or not, I'll let you die. I won't watch it. Dog-like things still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Uninstall. Apologize and shout at your father, or you won't have a single customer. It was like stabbing a hornet's nest. The group began to get agitated. Bai Xiaowen, however, bristled with disdain. This is it? He thought that this group of people got a kick out of watching people screw around, and that their psyches should already be perverted. Enduring multiple humiliations would be nothing to this group of people. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. However, it's still a bit short of the mark. The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose up as he looked at the public frequency with disdain. You guys try? I'll see if any of you can uninstall our family's app. Chapter 49, Tongue Twister. You guys use my app to release stress. Let us fix the world for you. You bunch of mongrels who will only ever remain in words and won't materialize in actions. What? What else do you want to do if you don't recognize your father? You guys are nothing more than a part of our titty fun. Bai Xiaowen's face was filled with disdain. With this, you also want to fight with him? A bunch of stinky people didn't have any qualifications to fight him. You guys are still forcing yourselves here? You guys don't know that your wives have secretly been hooked up, do you? The Iron Cuckold King is talking about you. You're the most active one. What you don't know is that your wife is giving someone a high right now, right? If you don't believe me, let's give you a live broadcast. Charge, direct VIP high-speed channel. Free. Try crushing, you bunch of scum. Bai Xiaowen laughed coldly and the hand of God was unleashed. Soon, inside the software VIP room, the free little video began to play. A group of people flooded in. Immediately afterward, a series of classic quotes were brushed out on the public frequency. Bai Xiaowen, however, had only just finished an appetizer. TSK, I really didn't think that it's been a few years now, and there's still someone who's blowing it so big in the online world of awesomeness. It's you. Showing off your billions of dollars of wealth, big brother. You do not know the network world everything is open and transparent? Just now, I have collected your relevant information. The place you live is not the Hilton. You are now living in a $30 a night youth hostel. The meal you're eating isn't some expensive French feast. You're just a bowl of noodles with soy milk and donuts. Oh yeah, you did go to restaurants, internationally renowned hotels, Shasian snack specialty stores. True show, you do have hundreds of employees under your hand. Feelings that UTM are doing odd jobs for people's chicken farms. Another user broke down and started crying and jumping and cursing. This? How dare you pop up to look for trouble when your mental quality is so poor? What kind of trash? Bai Xiaowen bristled and changed without saying a word. Bai Xiaowen gave a burst of output. The software interface was about to collapse. Everyone was chattering and started cursing angrily. The app had actually offended all the gold masters. And what was even more terrifying was that it had also secretly collected everyone's information. This made them feel fear. Bai Xiaowen, however, didn't stop. What he wanted was for this group of people to feel fear. What he wanted was for this group of people to know fear. But fear was not the focus of this group of people. Bai Xiaowen's ultimate goal was to make sure that this group of people who seemed to be honorable but actually had a lot of bad deeds were given justice. Soon, Bai Xiaowen withdrew from the line. With the god's hand in play, it didn't take long for Bai Xiaowen to acquire a huge amount of user data. Not only did this data contain personal information, even the positioning of the other party had been locked. These data amounted to several Gs. Bai Xiaowen laughed coldly. He wasn't some kind-hearted person. With all of this data being packaged and sent to the police, Bai Xiaowen didn't forget to use the name of the app's owner. Everything, all that was needed was for the police to come to the door and arrest this group of people, and the whole live broadcast would go up in smoke. As long as the police caught this group of people, the excitement would unfold. Some of this group of people will be fined for illegally distributing video products. Others will be fined for making a video of the whole thing. More importantly, it was this group of scum who hid beyond the net and thought they could avoid punishment. This group of people will also be punished severely by the law. Will they be able to get away with it on their own? Ridiculous. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Since they enjoyed the mental pleasure, they should be allowed to enjoy physical torture in their lives. After operating this, Bai Xiaowen was relieved. What was the meaning of plucking seedlings? This was the standard plucking of seedlings. The mood at this moment. It was as cool as eating an ice cream on a hot day. Waiting for Bai Xiaowen to finish his alignment, he waited in the darkness for a while. Only then did the lights in the surrounding area brighten up one after another. Old Yang came trotting up with a whimper, his face piled with apologies. I'm sorry, today was really unlucky. Cutting the wires for someone. Xiao Bai, you're starving miserably. Buddy, take you to eat a big meal. There's a few co-workers along. You won't mind, right? Bai Xiaowen smiled. No problem. Cops were people too. Without that outfit, one and all of them were a lot more lively. Compared to the seriousness of wearing a police uniform to work, there were quite a few comedians popping out inside. Don't look at the weekdays, one more than the other. The law is powerful. In fact, this group of people driving are all old drivers. A foot of gas 270. Xiao Bai, you are awesome today. But we got the news from the mouths of 500 Hans that you beat them up and knocked them in the crotch with some little paper man? The most ridiculous thing is that this group of people is still ing real. 500 big men, crying like anything, each one like an unweaned child, can't bear the blow, directly fainted. The doctor went over to save people or damn whole speechless. I've never seen such a poor psychological quality. You do not know. The most annoying is that this group of people or make the whole Yonghe city are without electricity culprits. This group of people, doctors are about to hate them. Quite a few hospitals' serious illnesses almost went away because of this. And now they're still in the car demanding that the doctors give them special treatment and hurry up to show them their children and grandchildren's roots. Old Yang's tears were soaring out. Your kid is also too damn powerful. Fighting against more than 500 big men by yourself. You're simply a warrior who has learned those Gaijin Kung Fu written by the Golden Warrior. If you don't teach me a move and a half, so that I can be chivalrous in the future. Ha 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 ha. This group of people just want to plant dirt to frame you. And they even damn well let someone drive 911 over to make a run for it. If it is not your car on the side of our police station, incidentally extracted a car tire on the dirt test report does not match. We all believe it. Lao Yang and the others were talking high and drinking high. This group of people seems to be one suppressed hard, now finally able to relax a wave. It is completely relaxed, although it wasn't wine, but the sweet and silky drink hard let them drink out of the flavor of liquor. This group of people looked and looked crooked, living as if they were drunk. Bai Xiaowen took the opportunity of going out for convenience to settle the bill on the way. There were at least a few 100 million on the books, and besides, it had nothing to do with money. It's just a pain in the ass. Bai Xiaowen also really treats Old Yang as his big brother. Old Yang and his colleagues are the loveliest people in this world. At the same time, among the Cayman Islands, among the islands with the most pleasant scenery, within a group of villas with the biggest years, a villa that occupied most of the island was particularly conspicuous on the island. Chapter 50, the old snake comes out of his hole. To be able to own such a large piece of land to build a villa in a place like the Cayman Islands where landed gentry were everywhere, one could imagine how wealthy the owner of this villa was. The materials and construction labor alone would be astronomical for the average Stardust citizen. not to mention the natural and pure-looking waters, and the clear sandy beaches that could be seen to the end. It was even more expensive to spend a lot of money on conservation. Now, inside the villa, the highest spire was a study. This study alone had an area of 300 square feet. In the middle of the study, all four walls were made into bookcases. Light penetrated in from the glass windows behind the bookcases, providing the room with enough brightness. The man wearing a heavy bathrobe sat on the sofa. He touched his head-mounted computer glasses. A trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Interesting, this technology is a bit strong. Which famous hacker did this? Why don't I remember a hacker on the world rankings doing this kind of good deed? The image of Bai Xiaowen after hacking the whole sharpshooter was still playing on his eyes. There were still people spewing on it now, but they were ultimately a minority. Most people were trying to find ways to delete the software and turn off their phones at the first opportunity. The loss was too great. Fully 500,000 people, and said they were ready for a big fight, but it turned out, still able to impersonate me to take on the audience. This means is indeed very powerful, but it's not enough. Thought it was nothing more than a little pathetic person who couldn't struggle to be disposed of casually. Didn't realize that there was actually this kind of energy. It seems like I have to escalate the difficulty a bit to make him feel the joy of struggling. The man softly chanted. Suddenly, the man picked up his cell phone and directly dialed the Gunfight Everyday Kingdom. The other one was the Woe Clear Gang. Inside the Gunfight Everyday Nation. Inside a civilian ghetto in the crime capital of New Yorker. Virginia was currently on the sofa watching the girl scratching her head to finish the live broadcast. TMD, you are not eating Twisting is not at all energetic. Do you not want to save your brother? A beer bottle flew over. Virginia's face was filled with disgust. I told you, you have to make me hot and give me the desire to occupy you, or else your brother will become like you. Daikanya's voice was not loud, but it carried a magic that made one's heart skip a beat. The girl looked at Big Gold Tooth despondently. She closed her eyes and bounced harder, but it still couldn't satisfy Big Gold Tooth. The girl finally spread her legs and made the most sound gear position. Big Gold Tooth's eyes were filled with eagerness. He finally felt the girl's desire. Wasn't life meant to fulfill many cravings? Now, he came to fulfill this girl. A full 3 hours of torture. The girl had fainted. Only then did Virginia take his cell phone and tap on it. This body of yours is really good. Look at it. I'm true to my word. A little boy, who was covering his butt and flying away from a villa at the moment, had a blush all over his face. There was also a woman in a suit who was hurrying behind her. Boy, here's your gig fee. A suitcase of money was dumped in front of the boy. The boy excitedly picked up the suitcase and flew away. Taking a look at the girl, Virginia helplessly exhaled a mouthful of stinky air, not realizing that this girl was actually so unforgiving. When you wake up and see the note I left, I hope you'll cooperate, otherwise you can't afford the consequences. Virginia spat and got up to leave. Hey boss, what's so important that you're looking for me? Fly Youngha City and fix up a man. Can you? What? I can't? Prepare the clearance formalities for me. I will descend on Youngha City in 3 days. I want to see what kind of god made me personally. What? Boss, you are too polite. What's the use of preparing $3 million for me? I won't do it without $10 million. Okay, deal. Virginia hung up the phone with joy and looked back at the girl who was still slumbering. And I said I'd have a good time, but I didn't realize I wouldn't be able to settle down after all. Goodbye baby. You were a beautiful dream for me after all. Virginia kicked the gasoline barrel on the side. Gasoline spilled out all of a sudden. The fire engine flew off onto the floor. Big Gold Tooth walked towards the door. For a while the fire was in the air. The gas pipes in the room were also detonated instantly after Virginia left. Destruction. A piece of web pipe agitation. Soon, Big Gold Tooth appeared by a black Escalade. Only then did he get into the car. A number of smart tech lines instantly surfaced on the glass of the Escalade. Notify all the brothers of Eric Media to get ready and fly with me to Youngha City 3 days later. Which one? Porcelain. Eric all gone. What about the Gunfight Everyday side? Boss, the brothers still have to eat. Big Gold Teeth grin. After we finish this job, we're all rich. It's more exciting than robbing a bank. And we're still worried about not being able to eat? There will be a deposit in place soon. So pay attention to me. This time but the boss personally sent word to give money. The coast of the porcelain country, near the Frog province, the oil green courier car dashed towards the front. Soon, the car stopped at Woeful Clear. The letter was delivered by a courier to a tiny room. Dafu, this is your mail. Dafu thanked the courier and picked up the letter. Just glancing at it, a trace of gravity suddenly flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he smoked a pack of cigarettes. After 3 bottles of wine were downed, he then got on the motorcycle. Soon, the person arrived at a valley. Dafu entered the valley, and all the big boys and little girls in the valley were gathered together by him. This group of people walked towards a cave on the mountainside in the valley. Soon, the group knelt on the ground in unison. We have an invitation for the ancestor master to come out. Vast voices followed. A long time. Inside the dark cave, a skinny man walked out with robust steps, and a refined light flashed in those eyes. What is it that you guys are looking for me for? Your friend of many years has sent a letter. He has encountered a big trouble and needs you to personally intervene. The target is a youngster named Bai Xiaowen from Manhwa City. He has committed the unforgivable sin of blasphemy. The man was silent for a long time. Since we both lack a heavenly favor from that one, let's return it. Bring me my taming pole. Dafu, you also come over with me. The world winds have shifted. The outside world has long since become magnificent and colorful. It's time for our gang to think about the future as well. Dafu kneeled and soon he led the crowd away. Opening his eyes again, Bai Xiaowen froze. On his chest were smelly feet. He rubbed his dry, aching head. He hadn't expected to get too high last night and actually drink for real. The result was that the group was fine, and he himself was lying down instead. But it was fine. He didn't reveal half a bit of elation. Old Yang was reading a message with a grave face in his room. Chapter 51, Erdnase on the street. Brother Yang, what's so difficult for you? If there's anything I can do to help, I'll try to help you. We are brothers. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his eyes sleepily and walked behind Lao Yang. Old Yang put down his cell phone and looked up with a heavy gaze. Bai, do you know a bald guy named Xianjun? And a short guy named Song Kue? Bai Xiaowen nodded in wonder. These two are the new little brothers I've taken in. Seeing that they're good actors, I want them to enter the movie and television industry. Brother Yang, is it that the two of them have committed a crime? Is it serious? Old Yang sighed. Bai, prepare yourself mentally. The brother who texted me just now to inform me said that these two had gotten into a big trouble, and even beat someone up, beating the hell out of them. That's not all. They also falsely accused people of being thieves. Although Old Yang's tone was not heavy, Bai Xiaowen's heart sank steeply. It's only been a short while, and I didn't expect these two brothers to have caused such a big trouble. As time went on, there was no telling what was going to come out. No wonder Xianjun hadn't gone back for a long time after leaving the house. There was definitely a buttload of trouble waiting for him outside. Where are they people? Bai Xiaowen looked at Old Yang blandly. These two were at least his men now. He had to ask about these two people clearly, or at least do them justice. Old Yang squeezed out a bitter smile. These two people have offended no ordinary people. I heard that it's the young owner of some net fish company, and they have now hired a team of lawyers, saying that they want to find trouble with your two friends. Bai Xiaowen raised his eyebrows. Net fish company? This is a large media group in our Manhwa City. People's family industries involve media, law firms, and network operations. Your little brother offended the other person's young proprietor and slandered people as thieves, without any evidence yet. Now that the person has compiled a complaint and has rejected mediation ready to sue them directly, those little brothers of yours have now been detained. Bai Xiaowen's brows twisted into a ball. He already understood what Old Yang meant. The other party had already made up his mind to determine that the two were slandering their young proprietor. This was an attempt to pin me on the two of them. At the same time, Net Fish Company had even already produced a video file from that time. It was because of the evidence provided by the other party that all the unfavorable aspects had now fallen on Xianjun and Song Kue. Old brother, can you let me meet them? Bai Xiaowen looked seriously at Old Yang. Although Xianjun and Song Kue weren't good things, poking and prodding, there was one thing, their essence was still simple and righteous. If not for that, Bai Xiaowen wouldn't have chosen to make the two his men. Old Yang let out a bitter smile as he shook his head helplessly. Bai, it's not that being a brother is unkind. I'm afraid you'll have to go through some trouble if you want to meet the two of them. Why? It's all because of this group's interference. The prison has already taken them in early. Now if you want to see them both, the people of this group will get the news first. If you are involved, the consequences will be troublesome. Old Yang was filled with bitter smiles. Bai Xiaowen had helped him get a lot of benefits, and he was quite willing to help him achieve what he wanted. If he was still in the detention center, it wouldn't be a problem to see him. But now, he had already entered the prison. That's a different system. Wanting to enter, difficult. With Netfish's involvement like this, under the operation of capital, two ordinary people without any background crashed headlong into it, and the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Want to see them? Without 10 days and half a month is unlikely. These two boys are not people who are willing to suffer. If they cause big trouble inside the prison, then it will be a disaster. Old Yang said no more, lit a cigarette and gulped it down. Bai Xiaowen, however, was relieved. Right in the middle of the previous platinum reward, he had already mastered the ability of a legal expert. Just in time. Old Yang, in that case, let me meet the other party. I'd like to see what the other party is really like. This group of people aren't any good, and since they think they've eaten the two brothers, they're definitely not simple. Old Yang shrugged helplessly. Xiao Bai, don't say that your brother Yang won't help you. Even if he did, you wouldn't be blessed. This business, our little cop can't afford to mess with it. If anything goes wrong, the consequences can be very serious. Besides, now is a big power in the world. If you mess with the net fish company, with their network of contacts, be careful you cannot find a decent job in the city. The net fish company's power was big. It can be bigger than the whole Sharp and Cold program group. It wasn't simple behind this group of people. Being able to drive a group of 500 fans to get together and deal with Bai Xiaowen. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that they would be able to crush a small netfish company. Besides, Song Kuei and Xianjun, these two people's methods weren't simple either, and he believed that these two people's desire to survive would be very strong. With their skills, they would definitely be able to turn danger into success. Old Yang, are you interested in making a bet with me? The corners of Bai Xiaowen's mouth rose. A confident glow radiated from his face. Old Yang bristled. Want to bet with me that these two will come out safe and sound? Not bad. Then what are the bets? Old Yang lazily glanced at Bai Xiaowen. Ultimately young, he didn't know the dangers of the world. In a few more years, Bai Xiaowen would know that the world was not as glorious as he thought. For now, think of it as a little more experience for this kid. $500. Deal. Bai Xiaowen smiled. Old Yang was destined to lose this time. By the way, do you know any ace lawyers who are prepared to let this person come forward to defend the two of them? Seeing how confident you are, just reveal a thing or two to brother, so that brother can also escort you. Although he could not directly interfere, nor could he commit perjury, but in terms of finding a lawyer, Old Yang was also able to step in. Bai Xiaowen, however, shook his head. This is a secret. At the bottom of Bai Xiaowen's heart, at this moment, a red metal was slowly emitting a crimson light. This was something that Brother Li had purposely sent to Bai Xiaowen to pass on to Xin Jindua when he was looking to come over. It was a metal that represented honor, and merit/honor. It was also a commendation that Xianjun had received after being away from home for many years. Although Bai Xiaowen didn't know what this metal represented, he could tell that Xianjun was trying his best to hide something and restrain himself. Although he had been reduced to a con artist, he also had an extremely bottom line. There weren't many people like this left. Bai Xiaowen was waiting for the moment when Xianjun's true identity was revealed to arrive. He wanted to see what Xianjun's hidden true identity really was. Chapter 52, This badge is so powerful. Brother Yang, does the Prince of Netfish Corporation have any injuries on his body? Bai Xiaowen thought about it and spoke again. Old Yang rubbed his brow, a trace of bewilderment flashing across his face. Injuries? Don't quite remember, but I remember coming to report with color on his face, looking like he'd been smacked. And you know, the dudes. It's not a big deal if they suffer a loss, but if someone breaks their face, it's a hatred that's worse than killing their father. Once a beam is formed, that is the result of immortality. Old Yang was ironically unorthodox. You think it's two people working together? Ah, you guessed wrong. In fact, it's a person who is doing it. Song Kuei, that's that shorty, was originally mediating at the center, but ended up pissing off that bag too, and now he's also been taken in and imprisoned. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his face. This is imprisonment? This is too hasty. Looks like Big Brother Li can't continue to relax. He needs to move his ass. Old Yang frowned. Big Brother Li? I've never heard of Bai Xiaowen having a Big Brother Li. Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this? Is he that powerful? Just as Lao Yang was dumbfounded, Bai Xiaowen pulled out a round hard medallion from his shirt pocket and presented it in his palm. Brother Yang, do you know what this medal represents? Old Yang looked at the medallion in the palm of Bai Xiaowen's hand. His heart was full of mixed feelings, and his eyes rolled 1,000 times. Where did you get this medal from? Although Lao Yang didn't state it, the straightened waist and the serious face had already betrayed everything. This medal was not simple. If the true origin of this medal was revealed, I'm afraid that Yonghe City would welcome a small earthquake. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to explain the origins of the medal, suddenly a silhouette rushed in. That person grabbed Bai Xiaowen's hand with a trembling voice. Xiao Wen, you have to help your brother. That's my twin brother. Just in the morning I can't even contact him anymore. The person who came was none other than Li. Brother Li was filled with worry. After meeting with Li Hui, at his suggestion, the two began to connect again. Although the speed at which the two of them connected wasn't mediocre, Brother Li was very satisfied. This was far better than not having the slightest connection before, but it was at this moment, when he contacted again today, there was surprisingly no movement. When the phone was dialed, there was also the sound of it being turned off. Sorrow was written all over Li's face. If his brother disappeared again without a word, what should he do? Who is this person? Old Yang looked at Brother Li oddly. Bai Xiaowen pointed at the medallion. This medallion owner's own brother. What? Old Yang jumped up hurriedly in shock, his eyes staring intently at Bai Xiaowen. Shock was written all over his face. You're saying that among the two people who were taken in, one of them is this medal recipient? Not bad. Bai Xiaowen squeezed out a smile towards Old Yang. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll go and channel the relationship so that we can meet Li Hui. How smart was old Yang? He knew who the real badge recipient was right away. Old Yang left. Li, however, looked at Bai Xiaowen oddly. Bai, what's so special about this medal? There are quite a few of these similar medals at home. The person who sent it over didn't even hint to us what it was. How come that cop just now became so excited after realizing that little brother is the owner of these medals? Are these medals meant to represent a bad origin? Brother Li's words made Bai Xiaowen cry and laugh. Not vulgar? More than not vulgar. From old Yang's face, Bai Xiaowen had already unearthed it. These medals might be a symbol of status. These symbols might represent some of the hidden secrets of the empire. But not knowing didn't mean that one was already able to erase the honor that these secrets represented. Even more so, no one would forget what these medals represented. 1.5 hours later, because of the strong invitation from Netfish/Legal Affairs, the court had surprisingly made concessions as well, willing to open the case earlier. Since Bai Xiaowen didn't have a lawyer's license, there was no way for him to enter the court to defend Li Hui and the two others. Old Yang didn't show up either, and seemed to be drumming up something. Bai Xiaowen stood at the entrance of the court, accompanying Li as he waited anxiously for the outcome. It looked like the trial was coming to a close. Suddenly, the sound of loud motorcycles rang out. Two black automobiles slowly drove by. A special police car flew and grabbed the group of cars before they arrived, and had already begun to start evicting people at the entrance of the court. Comrade, this place is not convenient for ordinary people from now on. Please cooperate with us. Old Yang's booming voice rang out in the group of cars. Little comrade, you don't need to kick him out. He's with us. Bai Xiaowen fixed his eyes. Lao Yang was sitting in the state guest car at this moment, wearing a police uniform. It looked imposing, as if he was coming to greet some big shot. What's going on here? Brother Li had seen Bai Xiaowen and old Yang conversing. At this moment, when he saw Lao Yang's heavily armed appearance, Li was a bit puzzled. Even an idiot would be able to guess that all of this change had something to do with his brother's medallion that he had taken out. Wasn't it just something made of iron? What's the big deal? If I can't bring my brother out of here safely, I won't leave. Brother Li began to be brutal. Bai Xiaowen, however, had already gotten the message. Brother Li, we don't have to worry about Li Hui. With those bigwigs around, us two little shrimps shouldn't wander around. Bai Xiaowen's words fell. Brother Li rounded his eyes. Brother, I didn't see it wrong, right? How come this group of people are all wearing that medal of my brother's? What's going on? Bai Xiaowen shrugged helplessly. The only thing I can tell is that Li Hui is fine. Just at this moment, another sharp sound interrupted the conversation between the two. Comrades, hello, which one of you is Hero Li's family? The SWAT officer opened his mouth full of excitement and inquired. I'm also Li Hui's friend. Bai Xiaowen opened his mouth to explain, his face filled with dismay. Unexpectedly, Li Hui's monkhood was actually just a front. Li Hui's true identity was surprisingly very special. If Bai Xiaowen hadn't guessed wrong, Li Hui's true identity should be an underground member. With Bai Xiaowen and Li's true identities verified, the special police hurriedly and respectfully guided the two of them messing with the kisser to a safe area on the side. With all the clearing completed, this entire street of the courthouse was already empty of a single idle person. Even the cars had begun to make detours. The mounted police had arrived and had stopped their cars and started to salute in unison towards the black sedan behind them. Line up! A hiss. The sound of neatly organized footsteps rang out at once. Chapter 53, Another Big Shot. Line up! With an ear-splitting hiss, all the SWAT officers stood in awe and saluted in unison towards the black sedan, including old Yang, as if he was greeting some big shot. His expression was incomparably serious. The door of the black sedan was pulled open. A bald man in a straight military/uniform, full of spirit, walked down from the sedan, his eagle-like sharp eyes cast towards the entrance of the court. That is, on Bai Xiaowen and his party. Without anger, he was imposing. This person was none other than Xianjun. Besides Xianjun, there was also a beautiful-looking police flower, as well as a middle-aged man with a calm face. The former was precisely Xianjun's daughter, Xian Qingxue. There's an order from above for us to transport Hero Li home, Xian Qingxue said seriously. Xianjun looked at old Yang, but revealed a hint of displeasure. Little Yang, how many times have I told you? There's no need to make such a big show every time. What a waste of national resources. Hey, now that the days are better, young people just don't know how to save. Like how long has it been since we were poor? It's better to think about how to serve the people. Remember my words. Never again. The army/commander's lesson is right. I will definitely pay attention next time, Lao Yang hurriedly said, showing a mortified expression. Next, Xianjun also noticed Bai Xiaowen's presence in the group, revealing a hint of surprise. Immediately afterward, it was to greet him. If it isn't little brother Bai Xiaowen, long time no see. Little brother Bai Xiaowen. Speaking of which, I haven't invited you for dinner yet. Let's go down to the restaurant together after this matter is finished. Facing Xianjun's invitation, Bai Xiaowen was calm and collected, and walked over unhurriedly. Old brother Xianjun. Bai Xiaowen smiled. However, Xianjun was showing displeasure. Ever since last time, I haven't been able to contact you. Why don't you kids take the initiative to contact me to get in touch? Is it because you've forgotten about me as an old man? Ah, sorry, I've been busy during this time, Bai Xiaowen said greatly. Xianjun's displeasure was certainly feigned, and Bai Xiaowen's words weren't fake. During this period of time, he was either on his way to counter-integration or on his way to counter-integration. How could he have time to get in touch with Xianjun? Hey, it's fine. It's normal to be a little busy once I see that your kid isn't an idler. Xianjun gave himself a step down at the same time, patted Xianjun's shoulder, laughed, but this time was caught by me, so also have to accompany me to drink a few cups. Before, it was my daughter who offended you. Please don't take it to heart. Of course when you do something wrong you have to admit it. For the sake of this matter, I've already used the family rules to punish her properly. This next meal, consider it as me making amends to you on behalf of my daughters. Finished speaking, Xianjun glanced towards Xianxing Shui again. Little Shui, why don't you still make amends to little brother Bai Xiaowen? At once, Xianxing Shui's attitude towards Xianjun could be said to have shifted 180 degrees compared to before, and without hesitation, she directly bent down and opened her mouth to apologize. Brother Bai, I am sorry for what happened last time, because I didn't know the truth. I mistakenly took brother Bai as a hooligan. I'm really sorry. Bai Xiaowen secretly laughed in his heart. Good guy. The attitude was actually that good. It seems like Xianxing Shui has really been properly educated by Xianjun, knowing her mistakes and being able to change. She was still a good person, and how could he not even have this kind of belly? It's fine. Bai Xiaowen casually just stopped his hand. Let bygones be bygones. Why mention it again? Ha ha, good one. Why mention it again? With this kind of panache and magnanimity, brother Bai has the demeanor of me back in the day. With these words, we must get drunk tonight. Drink to our heart's content. Xianjun was incomparably grandiose, waving his hand. I'll let Shuer arrange for the best hotel for us, at least 5-star to start with. Seeing this scene, old Yang as well as brother Li on the side were directly dumbfounded. Bai Xiaowen was actually so close to this big shot, and this big shot seemed to look like he still had the intention of pulling Bai Xiaowen in. For a moment, both of them looked at Bai Xiaowen with eyes that became different. Bai Xiaowen, what kind of person was he? Oops, almost forgot. Brother Bai, let me introduce you to someone. Xianjun piggybacked the middle-aged man beside him who had never said anything and looked rather calm, giving a thumbs up and praising. This one comes from a big place. However, before Xianjun could finish, he was interrupted by that middle-aged man. Old Xian. On one side, the middle-aged man reminded in a deep voice, and on the other side, he silently hammered on Xianjun's back. Only then did Xianjun snap out of it. Xianjun smiled awkwardly towards Bai Xiaowen. Sorry, little brother Bai. His identity is a state secret. It's not easy to say right now. I'll formally introduce it to you when I have the chance in the future. And Xiao Luo just remind me. What's the point of whacking me? In case my old bones are broken by your hammering, how can I still invite little brother Bai for dinner? The middle-aged man named Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. So many years of gunfire and shells didn't kill you, and whacking you will hospitalize you? That's something you can say to fool a child. Xianjun laughed and said to Bai Xiaowen, this guy's name is Luo Gao. Don't look younger than me. His whacking ability isn't any worse than mine. He's a moldable talent. If you're interested in him, you can rather chat with him for a few minutes. As for how you plan to call him, Xianjun paused, turned to Luo Gao and asked, by the way Luo, what position are you mixed up in now? Luo Gao thought about it, but reported to a mysterious smile. Okay, now, well, it is only slightly stronger than you, the old undead. Really have you a small Luo, a period of time not see, actually all mixed to my head. Remember you used to be can only hang in the back of my ass. Xianjun was slightly shocked, and randomly did not mince words of praise in the slightest, thumbing his nose. To this, Luo Gao, in response, only smiled faintly. Looking at Luo Gao, Bai Xiaowen was also little surprised. This person looks unassuming. I didn't expect that he is actually a big brother of the party that is even more powerful than Xianjun. So it's true that people can't look like each other. And hearing these words, the crowd was also shocked. Slightly stronger than Luo Gao? It was the little cutie. All could hear that those were humble words. In other words, this middle-aged man named Luo Gao who came along with Xianjun was a great person, even more powerful than Xianjun. This was too much information. Since we're all peers, why bother with name-calling? Bai Xiaowen extended his hand to Luo Gao without being condescending. Just call me Xiaowen. What about you? Just call me Xiao Gao. Luo Gao held Bai Xiaowen's hand. and there was a great interest in by Xiaowen in his eyes. Xianjun but often mentioned this by Xiaowen in front of him. He knew Xianjun very well. If he wasn't really capable, it was simply impossible for Xianjun to be constantly on his lips. Perhaps this by Xiaowen. His energy was even greater than his. Chapter 54, Tricky Enemies. Since we've met once, we're considered acquaintances. Luo Gao smiled. Brother Xiaowen, for old Xian's sake, you'll have to treat me more favorably in the future. Same to each other. Bai Xiaowen smiled faintly. Xianjun also laughed. Little brother Bai, in the future, if you have anything, you can look for him at any time. There's no need to be courteous with him. With his abilities there's no problem he can't handle. Seeing this scene, the crowd froze. Under Xianjun's introduction, Bai Xiaowen had actually befriended another big brother whose weight was no lighter than Xianjun's, and this big brother was still so polite with Xianjun. What was the thing that could most directly influence this world? Connections. If you need to do something, having connections and not having connections is a completely different world. It's no exaggeration to say, Bai Xiaowen knew Xianjun, and once he did something, he could almost do whatever he wanted, unhindered, and a Xianjun, plus a Luo Gao, Bai Xiaowen undoubtedly had amazing influence, and from this moment on, he was no longer an office worker at the bottom of society. Instead, he was a heavyweight existence capable of speaking eloquently with the bigwigs. Alright, we should go. Xianjun looked at Bai Xiaowen and smiled. Little brother Bai, my daughter has already booked a hotel. Let's go over there now. Wait a minute. At this time, old Yang stepped forward as he solemnly said to Xianjun, the old army/commander has personally arrived, and we've also prepared a special gift just for the old army/commander. Gift? Xianjun instantly became interested. Take a look. Without saying a word, old Yang immediately had a special police officer bring over an exquisite gift-wrapped box. The box was translucent. One could vaguely see that within the box was a gun, an ancient, old-style pistol with slight rust. On the side of the pistol, there was also a bright red flag inserted. Lao Yang carefully took the box, as if it were a treasure, holding it with both hands and slowly walking towards Xianjun. Step by step, step by step. The speed is not fast. The footsteps were steady. It was as if he was performing some kind of solemn ceremony. The entire scene, followed by a silence. Soon, old Yang stopped in front of old man Xuanjun and shouted at the top of his voice. After decades of uninterrupted searching, I finally found this gun in the old battlefield, and I'm returning it to the old army/commander at this moment. So please accept it. At the same time, the two columns of special police officers with a straight posture and heavily armed, all spoke in unison, with an aura like thunder. Heroes are immortal. The blood of the martyrs still exists. Heroes are immortal. The blood of the martyrs still exists. A mountain of voices echoed in front of the courthouse gates for a long time. At this moment, everyone was in awe. Xianjun had experienced that most tragic war era, throwing his head and spilling his blood for the country, and was undoubtedly the most honorable hero. These years came over. Xianjun what big storms have not encountered, but see that with obvious rust stains of the old-style pistol. Xianjun in this moment actually could not help but burst into tears. It was as if he had seen that cool past again. He couldn't remember how many years ago it was. He was using this gun. One shot killed the Dog/Day Island governor, and won the special merit. It's just that, this he accompanied him into death once the gun accidentally was lost on the battlefield, due to the important business at that time, then did not go to find. I did not expect. In my lifetime, I can still see. This gift was indeed special. Little brother Bai, please also bother to open it for me, Xianjun said. Bai Xiaowen nodded and was helping Xianjun open the wrapped box in front of him. Aside from it being a show of hands, it was believed that Xianjun also had the intention of letting him accompany him to witness this honor, and also in a way, it was also an affirmation of him as a junior, so of course he wouldn't refuse. Under everyone's gaze, the box was opened by Bai Xiaowen. There was also a delicate red bow tied to that old pistol, and it was possible to see the obvious traces of repair on it. And at this moment, Xianjun picked up that pistol, and because of his excitement, he tremblingly raised it upwards and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Boom! A gunshot rang out. The clattering applause immediately drowned out the entrance of the court. Everyone, including Bai Xiaowen, respected from the bottom of their hearts this old hero who had once fought bloody battles and defended his country. However, at this time, Bai Xiaowen's ear was very suddenly hit by the system's mechanical beep. Discovered the whole package flavor. Anti-trickery system activated. Counter props, any. This reward will be determined by the final anti-trickster rating. The higher the rating, the richer the reward. Please make an effort to get a high score. As the system tone fell, footsteps came from the back door of the courthouse, only to see a fat middle-aged man in a suit, with a mouth full of gold and a head of blonde curly hair walk out, with a pile of thick documents under his armpits, and rush straight this way. It looked more or less incongruous, as if it was a social gangster wearing the skin of a social businessman, and it wasn't even a punk from his own country, but from a crooked one. And at this moment the entrance to the court had been blocked off by a group of special police, and idle people could not approach at will. The fat man was stopped just as he approached. "I'm the plaintiff's lawyer, which law doesn't allow me to walk around outside. If you guys stop me again, I will send all of you a lawyer's letter, so don't want to get yourself in trouble if you do. Get out of my way, all of you." The commotion over there instantly drew the attention of the crowd, including Bai Xiaowin. "Brother Bai, it's that guy, he's the plaintiff's lawyer. Although he's crooked, he's skillful in his business, and he's also found a lot of legal loopholes, pulling east and west. According to what he said, my brother's little offense can actually be sentenced to death by stepping on a horse," Brother Li said indignantly. At this moment, Xianjun also looked over that way. It was fine if he didn't look, but this time, he immediately looked grave. This person, not good to deal with. That smell of blood on his body, if anything, it's not something he was born with. It must have been dyed with a lot of people's blood. We have to be careful. Xianjun's vision of people had always been venomous, and with just a glance, he was able to tell what kind of person the other party was, and that was a sense of crisis answered by years of honing in the battlefield. Years ago, he had touched an extremely dangerous fellow. If not for that decisive ding of luck, he would have died long ago. And Xianjun smelled the same dangerous aura on that middle-aged man. Hearing Xianjun say that, the faces of the crowd changed. Since even the experienced Xianjun said that, it was hard not to let people be unconvinced. And if that was the case, this matter, it wasn't as good as they thought it would be. The enemy, not an idle one. Even Xianjun, who had spent many years on the battlefield killing enemies in blood and experiencing countless deadly battles, reported a look of importance like this. Chapter 55, Shut your dog's mouth. Elder Xian, let him come over. Looking at him, if we don't let him come over, he won't stop. And with that arrogant look, he doesn't even put our SWAT team in his eyes, so it's better to let me teach him how to behave. Bai Xiaowin said. Don't ask. Asking was what made his fists itch once he saw someone he wasn't happy with. Xianjun piggybacked the crooked man who was still chattering with the SWAT team, a look of contempt in his eyes. Why would little brother Bai need to be general with this kind of person? Thinking that just because he knows a little bit about the law, he thinks that he's so powerful. In reality, nothing. It was. For Xianjun's words, the crowd was very much in agreement. Pick up a dog barking at you and you bark at it too? And as long as they ignored that guy, the other party's unpleasant qualities would be exposed in plain sight, and they would just watch the clown show. However, on that side, the middle-aged fat man saw the special police, no matter what he said, is like a brick wall, just does not allow him to enter. Finally furious, a series of unpleasant English swear words came out. What shatter, bitch? If you know a little bit about foreign languages, you will know that shatter is a little bit better, but bichi is equivalent to our national curse. Translated, it means cousin. That's outrageous. If one didn't understand the foreign language and was given such an output, one might be scolded and still be unaware of it. But at this moment present, which one is not cultured? How could they not understand? In this way, that crooked fruit is really bad to the extreme. Knowing that they can understand, but also deliberately so scolded. It's like a pile of deliberately coming up, just to disgust people. This time, Xian really couldn't help himself at all and said to a SWAT officer beside him, no need to stop him. Let him roll right over. There was also anger on the faces of the crowd. A dog barking at you on the street and running to your doorstep to bark at you were two completely different things. Xianjun gave an order. The SWAT officers no longer stopped the middle-aged fat man, and when the middle-aged fat man saw that he was able to pass, he immediately became smug in his heart, and his heart was even more disdainful and contemptuous. Sure enough, Dragon Country people are just good at bullying. Immediately, the middle-aged fat man directly is strutting in, a high and mighty, completely not put anyone in the eyes of the domineering appearance. It was as if, by being able to come here in person, he was giving these people face, should kneel to greet him. Seeing this, a flash of undisguised coldness flashed across Bai Xiaowin's eyes as he coldly said, I want to beat this pussy brat half to death. Everyone here has no opinion, right? Of course the crowd had 10,000 no opinions, because that middle-aged fatso almost had the two big words beat me up written on his face. Old Yang also looked at the oncoming middle-aged fat man with cold eyes. Of course I don't have a problem with it, not to mention half dead. Even if you really beat him to death, I'll give you a pocket. Let me do it. Speaking of which, I haven't boxed for a long time. This guy would be good for me to use as a sandbag. At this time, Li also took a step forward, rubbing his fists and leaping forward. At the corner of his mouth, a cruel smile hung. He was at least a bloodthirsty youth. For this kind of thing, it was the least tolerable. Good. Then be careful. That guy is indeed like what old Shin said. A bit tricky to deal with. Don't just straight up Try his stance first, Bai Xiaowen said. He knew about Li's hands. Having fought all year round, his kung fu wasn't weak there either. If Brother Li's hand could smooth out this crooked head, it would save him from having to make a move. At this time, as Brother Li stood out, the middle-aged fat man also casually threw away the documents in his hand. Wow! The documents were scattered in the air as if they were scattered by a heavenly maiden. The two faced each other face to face. I didn't expect you guys to have such powerful connections behind you. The court was ready to give you the death penalty, and you're actually still able to come out. Is this the style of your country? Human favors that can override the law. TSK, it's really given me insight. Without connections you have to go to jail. With connections you don't have to go to jail. While the middle-aged fat man was talking, his line of sight was not on Brother Li, but was staring at Bai Xiaowen behind Brother Li with a very playful expression. You crooked bastard. Shut the up. Being ignored so much by the middle-aged fat man, coupled with this language, Brother Li was instantly enraged. Li roared, and his entire body was like an arrow that had left the string as he shot towards the middle-aged fat man. The fist that was mixed with the wind of the fist smashed away blatantly. However, the middle-aged fat man's figure drifted strangely, lightly dodging Li's raging fist, and came to Li's side in a flash of lightning. Not good. Li's face changed drastically, secretly saying that it was not good. The middle-aged fat man did not give Brother Li a chance to react. Not waiting for Brother Li to retract his fist to counterattack, he ruthlessly punched Brother Li on top of his face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Brother Li flew over and then flew backwards again. He fell heavily on the ground. Not only was his nose knocked askew, but he also lost 2 of his front teeth. His face was covered in blood. Very wretched. It's all been said. Don't be gullible. Xianjun frowned greatly. Obviously, Bai Xiaowen had already reminded Brother Li just now, but Li still fell for the enemy's agitation so easily, completely without using his brain. Under the heat of the moment, he rushed up at once. As a result, he was directly defeated. Is this the strength of you Chinese? How did you fall in just 1 round? I haven't even started to get serious yet. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, not only am I a lawyer, I'm also the world champion of the boxing competition. The middle-aged fat man looked at the person he sent flying out with 1 punch, the corner of his mouth hooked in a contemptuous smile as he nonchalantly taunted. The anger of the crowd could not help but rise. I'll be your opponent. At this time, Bai Xiaowen assisted Brother Li, and he took a step forward, facing that middle-aged fat man directly. In his eyes, there was a hint of coldness. The reason why Brother Li had lost was mainly because he had been gullible. But this crooked man's hand is also really ruthless. This punch down Li not only almost disfigurement of the face, there are also internal injuries. It was estimated that he would have to lie in the hospital for a while. Come, the middle-aged fat man provocatively hooked his finger towards Bai Xiaowen and smiled playfully. He, who had come at Bai Xiaowen, him, to beat Bai Xiaowen into the hospital, when he was in the hospital, and to go back in and take special care of him. Let him know what it meant to beg for his life and beg for his death. And let the 500,000 viewers of the whole hippie see his miserable face. Swish! The middle-aged fat man's word come had just fallen. An incredibly fast residual shadow had already appeared in front of him, looking like an instantaneous movement. Then, bang! A fist sunk deep above the middle-aged fat man's face. It was like being swung by a 500-pound hammer. And in an instant, all 5 of his features were askew. A muffled sound. The middle-aged fat man was already flying out backwards, like a leather ball. He rolled over a dozen times on the ground. Chapter 56, To fight crooked people, you should use Chinese fists. Bang! With a muffled sound, the middle-aged fat man flew out backwards. That fat body rubbed madly against the ground and tumbled like a leather ball for more than a dozen times before it managed to come to a stop. Brother Li was dumbfounded. The crowd of SWAT officers were silly. Luo Gao was stupid. Even Xianjun was stupid. They even went to rub their eyes coincidentally, their eyes wide with incredulity and disbelief, because they simply couldn't see Bai Xiaowen's striking movements. Bai Xiaowen's speed was just too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if the middle-aged fat man had been knocked down by a sedan, and his entire body flew straight away. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but draw cold air. So ruthless. Xianjun was amazed. Of course he knew that Bai Xiaowen had great hands and was an expert, but he didn't expect that it was even more powerful than he had imagined. No, more than powerful. Too fierce. It wasn't just Xianjun. Luo Gao was also shaken. With such a fast strike, even if the middle-aged fat man was replaced with him, he wasn't sure if he could react. Bai Xiaowen was definitely a martial arts expert. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen lowered his stance and assumed the stance of Master Yip in the movie. Just now, you used intercepting fist didn't you? Wing Chun. Bai Xiaowen, please enlighten me. The middle-aged fat man was obviously more resistant to being punched than the crowd had imagined, and after receiving such a heavy punch from Bai Xiaowen, he struggled for a few moments, and actually got up from the ground again. He wiped the blood from his face. With a futile clench of both fists, his top shirt actually burst open directly, revealing bruised, bronzed skin full of muscles, exploding clothes. The middle-aged fat man burst his shirt on the spot. The momentum was astonishing. The middle-aged fat man moved his neck and looked at Bai Xiaowen with a fierce smile. I was careless just now. I didn't flash. I'm going to get serious next. Get ready to be abused. Bai Xiaowen, said the man. The middle-aged fat man placed both fists above his head. His body shape was like a swimming snake rapidly approaching towards Bai Xiaowen. Then, there was a frantic attack. However, the middle-aged fat man operated fiercely like a tiger for a period of time, and even Bai Xiaowen couldn't touch a single hair of his sweat, as if he was fighting with the air. At first, the middle-aged fat man was still able to keep his composure, but after a fierce attack, he still couldn't touch Bai Xiaowen, and the middle-aged fat man was also flustered. Bai Xiaowen was just too flexible, just like a loach. He couldn't touch him at all. Even if his strength was greater, could he still blow up the air and indirectly hurt Bai Xiaowen? Have you had enough? My turn. After letting the middle-aged fatty attack for a while, Bai Xiaowen suddenly smiled coldly, starting to counterattack. Bang! Bai Xiaowen caught a break in his opponent and threw a punch. Only a muffled sound was heard. The middle-aged fat man directly slid out a dozen meters backwards, and his arms that were blocking his chest were actually so numb that he almost lost feeling. It was vaguely painful. The middle-aged fat man's face became ugly. Whether it was speed or strength, Bai Xiaowen was far above him. Swish! Without waiting for the middle-aged fatty to raise his head, Bai Xiaowen once again bullied his way up. His speed was like lightning, instantly closing in on the middle-aged fatty. Bai Xiaowen's fist nonchalantly greeted him in the face, directly bringing up a sharp sound of breaking wind. It was like a fierce dragon tearing into its prey, overbearing and ferocious. The distance was too close. The middle-aged fat man couldn't dodge at all, and could only raise his arm to block. Just as Bai Xiaowen's fist was about to hit the key fatty, it suddenly stopped a centimeter away from his arm. The middle-aged fatty was stunned. Then his expression turned cold, and he didn't let go of this opportunity to counterattack. Raising a foot, he kicked at Bai Xiaowen's crotch. However, Bai Xiaowen's paused fist was like a bomb in this instant, releasing a terrifying power. Boom! A muffled thunderous sound. The middle-aged fat man's arms that were crossed in front of his body to block were directly smashed. His skin split open and his arm bones shattered and fractured. My hands. The middle-aged fat man looked at his hands that were no longer in shape, revealing an indescribably painful expression as his face twisted and lost its blood color. Bai Xiaowen didn't stop there. He lifted his foot and kicked him to the ground, adding a hard kick to his stomach. Put! The middle-aged fat man's body jerked up and sprayed out a mouthful of blood furiously. Abused? Do you mean abused yourself? Bai Xiaowen condescendingly looked at the middle-aged fatty. The middle-aged fat man stared at Bai Xiaowen in pain, fear, and yet unwillingly. What kind of boxing style are you? You, Chinese Kung Fu, Wing Chun fist, Bai Xiaowen proudly said. As Bai Xiaowen spoke these words, the crowd also had a surge of pride. This crooked man, how could he understand the power of Chinese Kung Fu? Fighting crooked people, one should use Chinese boxing. It hurts so much. Quickly call 110, send me to the hospital. Aha, my hand, you bullied me, a foreigner, because there were so many of you. I want to call the police, I want to sue you. The middle-aged fat man yelled and screamed on the ground, not knowing whether it was to vent his pain or not. His language was somewhat confused. It became a bit delirious. Everyone was coldly looking at the middle-aged fat man, completely ignoring him, for which they did not have a trace of sympathy, even wanted to laugh a little. It was this so-called foreign friend who was spreading his wildness here. It was the one who was beaten so badly by Bai Xiaowen. What is this called? Self-inflicted sins. Can't live. While Luo Gao was focusing on Bai Xiaowen compared to that middle-aged fatty, he looked at Bai Xiaowen with a somewhat grave expression. It wasn't just because Bai Xiaowen knew Wing Chun. That move just now, if he had seen it correctly, that punch that paused slightly during the actual fight, was the most explosive punch in Wing Chun. Inch fist. It was said that when practiced to the extreme, even at a distance of 1 centimeter, even rocks could be shattered. With his status, he had also come into contact with quite a few famous martial arts masters. Among them, there were quite a few who specialized in Wing Chun, but none of them had practiced the inch fist so masterfully like Bai Xiaowen. Could it be Bai Xiaowen's kung fu was quite a bit stronger than those famous masters? This would be terrifying, because Bai Xiaowen was even younger than him. Thinking about this, Luo Gao secretly thought, Bai Xiaowen is not an ordinary person. He must have a good relationship with Bai Xiaowen. Even Xian Qingxue, when she looked at Bai Xiaowei, her little face was red. Bai Xiaowen was just too powerful. In 3 or 2 strokes, he had cleaned up that foreigner. And was also so handsome. I suddenly remembered that there's something else. So I'll leave first. Ah, Xiao Yang. You guys will handle the next. With the matter resolved, Xianjin and his group left with satisfaction. Luo Gao, on the other hand, before leaving, he specifically asked Bai Xiaowen for his contact information. Well done. If there's anything in the future, just come and find me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. And when Bai Xiaowen said his cell phone number, Xian Xingxue on the side silently wrote that string of numbers down. Looking for a date with Bai Xiaowen. At the thought of a date, Xian Xingxue's little face was flushed in deer in the headlights. As for the crooked man, he fell to the ground and wailed for half a day, but no one paid any attention. Chapter 57, The Threat of the Crooked Man. When the middle-aged fat man's voice was muffled from screaming, Old Yang slowly finished pumping one more eye in place before walking towards the other party without slowing down. You're going to call the police, aren't you? I am the police. What's the matter? Talk to me directly. The middle-aged fat man looked towards Old Yang and was immediately on guard in his heart. At the same time, he was unusually angry, obviously deliberately leaving himself out to dry for so long. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he will properly help himself solve the problem. The other party at a glance. He was on Bai Xiaowen's side. I'm afraid this isn't another attempt to screw himself. The middle-aged fat man who had already exercised a keen intuition after years of screwing around had his eyes narrowed slightly all of a sudden, his mind calculating how to cope. You're a cop? Oh, you think you say you are ah. Where are the documents? No documents. How do you let me believe? At that, Lao Yang meets him, immediately took out the documents, handed to the middle-aged fat man in front of his eyes. The middle-aged fat man was not blind. He immediately had to see that Lao Yang's documents were real. Lao Yang was a real, as fake as a police officer. This is a kick in the teeth. Things are very unfavorable for him. However, he was not willing to admit defeat like this. Seeing Lao Yang's documents, the middle-aged fat man immediately closed his mouth and became mute. Seeing the other party like this, Old Yang felt even more amused, looking at him condescendingly and laughing. Alright, you tell me if there's anything. I'll definitely be official. Hearing the other party's words, the middle-aged fat man rolled his eyes greatly. Ha, you think I'm stupid? You're standing over there, you think I can't see it? I'm just saying, and you won't help me out. You'll just verbally perfume me. I know, this encounter, I lost, but this is only the beginning. The middle-aged fat man suddenly laughed, laughing maniacally, as if he had gone mad, and afterward, his words turned to Bai Xiaowen unexpectedly. Bai Xiaowen, now I know why Mr. Ghost lost to you. You're really powerful. Our boss invited so many people, but none of them were able to outwit you, even to get even a sliver of a bargain. This shows that you really do have some skills, but this time is different. We've already figured out how to deal with you. For your sake, we've hired a team of thousands of lawyers, and every single one of them is an expert with superior methods. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be above the law. During this process, we'll be broadcasting the whole thing live, and you won't be able to use your so-called connections to help you anymore. Bai Xiaowen, from now on, you watch your every move. After all, right now, you're also an online celebrity. No one doesn't know about you, Luo fan, and the higher you stand, the worse you'll fall. Just prepare to fall down. Everyone will be watching your good show. As long as you are caught by us with even a hint of a handle, even if it's just a little bit of insignificant offense, we are able to magnify it countless times. For example, if you're walking nicely on the road, there will be a 100-year-old granny touching on you. If you go to the toilet, you can accidentally enter the ladies' restroom by mistake, and so on. Also, the things you've done before, we'll do everything we can to dig those things out as your black material. So Bai Xiaowen, prepare to be ruined. Ka-ching. The middle-aged fat man had just finished speaking when he was shackled by Old Yang. Old Yang coldly stared at the middle-aged fat man. Mr. Ghost, boss, according to you, you're a member of the Rectify Sharp team. Right now, Whole Compulsive Crooked has been classified by us as a serious criminal organization due to its evil deeds. Any of the team members of Compulsive Crookedness are already wanted by the police. Since you're a person from the Wholeheartedly Awesome program, then come with me and be investigated. Of course, the law is just, you can find a lawyer to defend yourself. Who knows? The middle-aged fat man was unperturbed and asked back, Officer Yang, did I say that I'm the person from the Rectify Sharpness program? Did I say it myself? If you don't have concrete evidence and escort me back to the police station just based on my word, it's not in line with your police department's procedures. Or are you planning to ignore the law and want to go beyond it and use the death penalty on me? If that's the case, I'm begging for it. Everything you've done to me will be exposed on the entire internet before long. At that time, let's see how you'll end up. Old Yang fell silent. Indeed, Just relying on this crooked man's word was not enough to convict him. Exact evidence was needed. Immediately. Only to unlock the shackles on the other party's hands. Old Yang glared viciously at the middle-aged fat man. Right now, we don't have the exact evidence to arrest you, but as long as you guys dare to do something harmful to Bai Xiaowen next, I guarantee that I will make sure that all of you will go into the jail and squat for a long time. As if the bottom line made it so, the middle-aged fat man smiled, with a confident look. Officer Yang, there's no need for you to worry about me. Didn't I say just now that we have a professional team of lawyers? There is this team of lawyers. Everything we do will be in accordance with the law, without breaking the law. Even if what we do is no longer excessive and no longer human, you have no right to arrest anyone. Here the middle-aged fat man paused, before turning to Bai Xiaowen with a smile. The law is the best weapon and the best shield. Bai Xiaowen, we'll use the law as a sharp knife to poke a dozen holes in this shield you have. Get ready. From now on, be on your guard 24 hours a day. The moment you are physically and mentally exhausted, that's when you'll die. Seeing that the middle-aged fat man had clearly been taught such a bad lesson by Bai Xiaowen and was still talking so arrogantly, old Yang became even angrier. Lifting the other party's collar, he was about to punch him. However, Bai Xiaowen was the one who stopped him and shook his head at him. Old Yang, his target is me. It has nothing to do with you. Of course you don't need to worry. Could it be that I can't deal with this kind of dog that only barks furiously? Just leave it to me. Sniffing, old Yang nodded heavily. Bai Xiaowen was very capable. He knew that. So, Bai Xiaowen's words made sense. And since the other party was aiming for Bai Xiaowen would have his own way of dealing with it. He didn't need to worry at all. Just need to wait for Bai Xiaowen to teach these lawless guys to behave. Then he would take charge of that process. And then, all of them were arrested and put in jail. Chapter 58, beginning the counterattack. Crooked man's incompetent rage. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how you deal with it. Could it be that you're still above the law? Or, do you think that you, alone, are better than our 1,000-strong team of professional lawyers? Hearing Bai Xiaowen's words, the middle-aged fat man snorted. It was very disdainful. Ha, Bai Xiaowen laughed, not caring about the other party's attitude, and just said indifferently, you say you have a 1,000-person lawyers group, but I have 500,000 people behind me. 500,000 people? The middle-aged fat man's face changed slightly. Of course he was referring to what this 500,000 people meant. That was the average number of people online for the Wholehearted Sharpness program, which was the number of viewers during the live broadcast. Bai Xiaowen looked at the middle-aged fat man and continued. You guys have done too many evil things and appeared as too many victims in order to do this program. Your reputations have long since been corrupted to the core. Do you guys still think that the reason those viewers are still online is to continue watching how you guys screw me over? No, you guys are wrong. It's to see me, Bai Xiaowen, how to screw you over. And this time, I'm going to use the power of these 500,000 viewers to properly fix you guys. More people than you, right? Then let's compete until the end. The middle-aged fat man's face changed once again. The power of the masses was terrifying. As long as the number was large enough, it was able to stir up public opinion. The so-called rumors started because of this. This entire 500,000 viewers, a mouthful of spit every day would be able to drown them alive. He also knew that, now that their reputation had become infamous, those viewers who had once touted the complicated lollipop program, the audience who used to praise the program, none of them were on their side anymore. There was a pause. Bai Xiaowen smiled like a spring breeze at the middle-aged fat man. You used the law as a sharp knife to barrel me, but you shouldn't have thought that I have 500,000 sharp knives like this. And these 500,000 knives are happy to stab each and every one of you. Your 1,000 strong team of specialized lawyers is great, isn't it? Our netizen spamming skills aren't for nothing either. As long as I guide them a little bit, everyone in your entire group of lawyers will be greeted one by the 500,000 viewers by name to their family members once again. So be prepared for that. After all, given that you guys have done so many evil things, those online justice messengers, as well as keyboard warriors, don't mind standing on the moral high ground and properly condemning you. By the way, just now you said that you wanted me to be careful not to be caught in a breach by you guys, right? There's no lack of computer experts among these 500,000 viewers. Getting the information of everyone in your lawyers group is as easy as a slap in the face. You know, those netizens are not only great at spraying people, their means of digging up black information about people is also first-rate. After all, that's what they do for fun. As long as this group of lawyers of yours is still operating and still targeting me, those 500,000 viewers, they won't stop greeting and manhandling you. Do you dare to guarantee that all of you in the lawyer group have never done a single thing that goes against morality? Speaking at the end, Bai Xiaowen's spring-like smile gradually revealed teasing. You, the middle-aged fat man's face turned blue with hatred and gnashed his teeth. While they were using the law as a weapon, Bai Xiaowen was also using the law as a weapon, and he had more than this weapon in his hands. there was also this great killing weapon. Just ask, what was the most terrifying thing at this time? Mass public opinion. On the internet, examples of being cyber-violated to death abound. The pressure from public opinion can not only easily crush a person, but even a company can be brought down. If those 500,000 viewers were utilized by Bai Xiaowen, the group of 1,000 lawyers that they used to target Bai Xiaowen would have a hard time sustaining themselves, because no one would be able to withstand such public pressure. This Bai Xiaowen is simply evil. They thought that their tactics were ruthless enough, but they didn't expect it. Bai Xiaowen was even more ruthless than them, making his earlier threats all a joke. For a moment, the middle-aged fat man's face was unsightly, completely unable to find words to refute Bai Xiaowen, or rather, from his own pitiful head, he was completely unable to search for any means to deal with Bai Xiaowen that were more ruthless than the means Bai Xiaowen had said. He, that's a really nice expression on your face. Old Yan looked at the middle-aged fat man and scoffed nonchalantly. The originally arrogant crooked man. Immediately, he was hit back hard by Bai Xiaowen. 2 words. Absolute. The degree of excitement was comparable to those big movies he had seen. After a few words, Bai Xiaowen didn't even bother to waste any more time on this crooked guy, didn't even bother to look at him again, and was turning around with old Yang to leave. After Bai Xiaowen and his group left, the middle-aged fat man lay on the ground in silence for a long time before he climbed up from the ground. It wasn't because he had laid down enough, nor was it because he wanted to go back. Rather, a colleague from the lawyer team called him, and the commotion on the other end of the phone sounded very chaotic and rowdy, as if they were at war. Hello, boss, something big has happened. What happened? Those netizens have gone crazy, and are frantically physically attacking this lawyers group of ours, and all of our members have been cyber-violated by them. Not only did they flesh us out, they exposed our photos on the internet, and they kept abusing us. Quite a few of our lawyers who were gathering information couldn't stand the pressure of such public opinion, and people kept starting to leave. What? Hearing these words, the middle-aged fat man's face changed drastically. Bai Xiaowen had actually started acting so quickly. Did you call the police? Following that, the middle-aged fat man roared angrily at the other end of the phone. Arrest all those netizens who are maliciously physically attacking us online, as well as creating rumors. Reported. But there are too many people cursing us online. It's completely impossible to catch them all. Many lawyers can't stand this kind of online violence, and dozens of them have already left their jobs. Bai Xiaowen, I'll go to you. Hearing that extremely bad news, the middle-aged fat man angrily slammed the phone down, and a series of expletives bounced out of his mouth. Directly on the spot, he was impotent and furious. 1 week later, a certain lawyer building in the city. The building was the place that the consortium behind, Compulsive and Exciting, had contracted to the 1,000 Lawyers group to use for their work. But now, the entire building could be said to be empty. Countless documents were scattered on the ground. Like a company on the verge of closing down, the garbage was not cleaned up, and it was a mess. Like a chicken coop, and the original 1,000-member Lawyers group, including the middle-aged fat man, only less than 50 people remained. A piece of depression. A piece of desolate. Chapter 59. The first cup of milk tea in autumn. Those who still continued to stay in the lawyer's building, including the middle-aged fat man, all had bloodshot eyes and haggard faces. These days, they had been tormented by the netizens. It had almost produced a shadow. The photos, cell phone numbers, including home addresses, of each and every one of their entire group of lawyers had been exposed at night. Not only did their cell phones have non-stop abusive text messages, but the calls from all over the world, cordially greeting their family members, had even exploded their cell phones. In the end, even their families were harassed to varying degrees. There are even radicals, directly from thousands of miles to the door of their home to throw feces. Not only that, even when they walk on the road, there are all strange gazes over. This group of 1,000 lawyers, their reputation completely stinks. It's become a street rat. It's almost a social death. The reason why they were able to hold out until now was entirely because the large consortium behind them gave enough money. Of course, the net fish company is not good. Was hanging on the internet, continuously scolded 10 days and 10 nights. The stock fell wildly. The order is all gone. Continuous losses. About the signs of closure of the door. And the boss behind the net fish company, therefore, also transferred his anger on them as a group of lawyers. They could be said to be on both ends of the spectrum, and after holding on hard for so long, they had long been teetering on the brink of collapse. Aha! I can't take it anymore. One of the elite lawyers suddenly shouted out, grabbed his unwashed, disheveled hair that hadn't been washed for a few days, and ran out screaming, completely broken down. To this, the remaining lawyers were not reacting at all, because they had long been accustomed to it. Among them, the most emaciated one was none other than that middle-aged fat man, who hadn't closed his eyes for 7 days and 7 nights, feeling like he could die suddenly at any time. The middle-aged fat man raised his head, a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at the ceiling, as if he had aged several years overnight, his expression gray. Like the other lawyers, he had been cyber-violated. And, perhaps it was by Xiaowen's intention, those netizens could be said to have focused on him. He was cursed the hardest and most unpleasantly. All sorts of insulting words refreshed his cognition over and over again, and his family wasn't spared either. Even his wife, who was far away on the Atlantic side, almost wanted to divorce him when she was overwhelmed. Even now, there were still harassing text messages that kept ringing and abusive phone calls that kept coming in. He is being driven crazy. Where is the time to target Bai Xiaowen? This time, he lost. He's lost. He's lost in a big way. In stark contrast, during this week, Bai Xiaowen's days were calm, eating and drinking, sleeping, occasionally taking his cell phone to look up the tearing drama on the internet, laughing out loud while watching. Bai Xiaowen sighed. Have to say, the netizens are really too good at making a whole job of it, and they use all kinds of underhanded tricks. Of course, Bai Xiaowen didn't have the slightest sympathy for those middle-aged fat people, because Bai Xiaowen had always adhered to a principle. People don't offend me. I don't offend. If people offend me, tenfold. This was the price for messing with him. Just when Bai Xiaowen was comfortably lying on the sofa in the mansion, holding his cell phone to enjoy the wonderful performances of the various gods on the internet, there was a phone call, but suddenly called in. On the other end of the phone, was a somewhat familiar sweet voice. Brother Bai, are you free now? Xianqingxue. Bai Xiaowen instantly heard the owner of this voice. It was none other than Xianjin's own daughter, Xianqingxue, who had a misunderstanding with him before. Looking for me for something? Bai Xiaowen said nonchalantly. The thing before, a verbal apology cannot be enough. I can have to make amends to Brother Bai. So, I want to ask Brother Bai to come out and have a cup of milk tea. The voice on the other end of the phone, a slight beat, transparent, some shyness. Good guy. Bai Xiaowen called out good guy in his heart. Was this going on a date with himself? Moreover, it's not just any milk tea. Oh, it's a cup of milk tea in the fall. It's very meaningful indeed. Bai Xiaowen smiled back. The first cup of milk tea in the fall. Is it still human if you don't drink it? And so, the corner of Bai Xiaowen's mouth hooked up. Or else, just go to the appointment. After all, although the little girl had offended herself before, she had already apologized properly to herself, and had the attitude that she should have. But just at this time, the system's beep suddenly interjected. Discovered the whole package aura. Anti-Techeri system activated. Locating the source of the host's aura. Locating successful. In order to avoid being tricked, the host is requested to eliminate the source of the tricking scent as soon as possible. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that there are still things I haven't dealt with yet. I'll call you after I'm done. After saying that, Bai Xiaowen directly hung up the phone. There was still a perfect weighing in by Xiaowen's mind regarding the priority of things. Dating a girl was fine, but to be in danger and still have to go on a date, that's not called chic. Rather, it's stupidity. In a word, the girl is important, but their personal safety is more important. Immediately, Bai Xiaowen's expression became grave, and he began to look for the source of the entire aura that the system had passed over in his mansion. At the same time, a European-style milk tea store in the city center. 3 or 4 beautiful women with white skin and long legs were gathering together to drink milk tea. Xianqingxue was listed. She was wearing a dress. Her face value was actually more eye-catching than the beautiful women next to her, and she could be said to be a big beauty when she changed out of her police uniform. And those few beauties, it was Xianqingxue's girlfriends. Little Snow, how did that big handsome guy of yours reply to you? He said that he still has things to take care of, and when he's done, he'll call me again. And from the sound of it, it seems to be quite important. What can make a man leave behind a big beauty like you? That's right. Who doesn't know that our Xiao Shui is a first-class beauty in the city? The people chasing our Xiao Shui can line up a dozen or so streets. This man is also too insensitive. No. I think he just has important things to be busy with. And after he's done, he should call me. Aya, Xiao Shui, look at you. Do you like people? Hearing one of her girlfriends say that, Xianqingxue instantly squirmed. Her expression unnatural all of a sudden. Only no. Still saying no. Look at your face is red. Aya, our little Snow seems to be finally out of the box. Finally think of finding a boyfriend. Quickly say. How did you hook up? This, can't talk about hooking up. Then what is it? For a while, the atmosphere at the table where Xianqingxue was at became heated. After all, women were all gossipy. Several of Xianqingxue's girlfriends were up in arms, clamoring to hear about Xianqingxue's first encounter with Bai Xiaowen. With a deadpan look. Chapter 60 Bugmaster, the mysterious hunchbacked old man. Bai Xiaowen was naturally unaware of what was going on in the milk tea store, and was just focusing on his own things. In the mansion, He searched for the source of the whole aura that the system had mentioned. Very quickly, Bai Xiaowen had found it, only to see that outside the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, there was actually a thumb-thick red bee floating. Above the red bee's head, there was a striking red exclamation mark, which was the system's prompt. Without this hint, Bai Xiaowen would probably have to look for it for half a day. Honeybee? Bai Xiaowen was taken aback. How could bees appear in a big city? Moreover, it was still a red-colored bee. Were there still such red-colored bees in this world? Bai Xiaowen naturally didn't have the slightest contempt for this bee. After all, that middle-aged fat man's group of 1,000 lawyers, including that netfish company, had already been made miserable by the 500,000 viewers he had utilized. But even so, the system still hadn't moved. That is to say, the whole trick was not over yet, and this red bee, it might be poisonous. If he hadn't closed the window, this red bee of unknown origin might have already broken into his mansion. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaowen raised his spirits, not daring to slack off at all, and after a little bit of thinking, Bai Xiaowen soon had a countermeasure. System, purchase the animal manipulation rectification card. Bai Xiaowen immediately said, purchase successful. The animal manipulation rectification card has been placed into your backpack. Immediately, Bai Xiaowen looked at the red bee in front of him and let out a cold laugh. I don't care what kind of person you were sent by and what you want to do to me. Give me what I came from and go back to what I came from. While speaking, Bai Xiaowen directly used the animal manipulation rectification card. This animal manipulation rectification card, as the name suggests, was able to manipulate animals with its consciousness. Letting the red bee of unknown origin return to its original place was the most prudent method. After all, even if it was directly shot to death, Bai Xiaowen wouldn't get anything. Swish! At Bai Xiaowen's command, the red bee that was originally hovering outside the window suddenly flew away. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No one would know. Such a tiny bee. What outrageous and amazing butterfly effect it would cause. About an hour ago, the phone of the middle-aged fat man who was still staying in the lawyer's building rang, and the middle-aged fat man had thought that it was another abusive phone call from a netizen and numbly wanted to hang up. However, when he glanced at the memo, it was his face that changed drastically. It was the boss calling. For a moment, the middle-aged fat man panicked, hesitating whether to answer it or not. After all, the whole plan against Bai Xiaowen that he was responsible for had been declared a failure, and boss was afraid that this was coming to ask for punishment. The middle-aged fat man gritted his teeth and still answered the phone. Booze, I'm sorry, the whole plan failed. Bai Xiaowen, that kid's tactics are just too despicable. Actually thought of using netizens to deal with us. However, in the face of the middle-aged fat man's apology, on the other end of the phone was an unexpected, breezy voice. You really can't deal with that guy either. But don't worry, just in case, I still have a hand left. I believe that now that little white man is already immersed in the joy of victory, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to strike again. I'll send you the location to pick up an old man called the Imperial Bugmaster. That's an able man I specially invited from a certain mysterious tribe. Remember, don't show him the slightest disrespect. He's the trump card we'll use against Bai Xiaowen. The words fell, not waiting for the middle-aged fat man to speak. The boss on the other end of the phone was directly hanging up the phone. Imperial Bugmaster. Receiving this message, the middle-aged fatty immediately felt ecstatic, the kind of ecstasy that was expected to fail, but things turned around. In other words, they hadn't failed yet. The boss still had a mysterious trump card. The surprised middle-aged fat man didn't waste any time, put on his clothes, put on the mask and duck-tongued cap that hid his ears. It was according to the location given by the boss, and drove to the destination at the fastest speed, a stinking garbage dump. On the side of the garbage mountain, there stood a tattered, gray-haired, hunchbacked old man with a sewing sack on his back. The only thing that was special was that on the old man's forehead, there was an insect-like branding through it. Other than that, this person, it was almost like an old man begging on the side of the road. Next to the old man, there was also a 13 or 14-year-old kid standing next to the old man. It's like a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Is this what boss said about capable people? The middle-aged fat man was dumbfounded and couldn't help but rub his eyes and couldn't help but question. But thinking about it, boss had said at the beginning that he must not show a hint of disrespect to these two. Immediately, the middle-aged fat man didn't even dare to question it. After confirming the identity of the two, he invited them to the car and took them to eat and drink before taking them back to the lawyer's building. Seeing the middle-aged fat man even picked up the two beggars back, a crowd of lawyers are all kinds of staring at the size of the eyes. Many people have even pinched their noses and backed away, as if they have seen. What a stench! Boss, what did you bring the two beggars back for? Vomit. What an awful smell. How many years have these two not bathed? That's right, smoked me to death. Shut up. The middle-aged fat man thought of boss's command, and immediately yelled at the lawyers around him. These two gentlemen are the high-ranking people boss invited. You all show me some respect, whether or not we can get back the game. It all depends on these two gentlemen next. If you make the two gentlemen unhappy, all of you will have to get out. Still not quick to pour a cup of cappuccino for the two gentlemen. As soon as they heard that these two beggars were actually invited by the boss, the lawyers' faces turned white and they were too scared to speak. A beautiful secretary, after inviting the two people brought by the middle-aged fat man to sit down on the living room sofa, was even personally carrying 2 cups of cappuccino to the two people. Old sir, this is the guy that boss wants you to take care of. The middle-aged fat man similarly sat down and handed a piece of information to the hunchbacked old man, and at the top of the information was clearly by Xiaowen's picture. The old imperial bugmaster seemed to be illiterate and couldn't read the text on the information. Shaking his head straight, the middle-aged hunchback had to have a young lawyer read it to the imperial insect master. However, the young lawyer was the one who was interrupted by the old imperial bugmaster repeatedly. College students? What does that mean? Whole cool program? What the hell is that again? Old me can't understand what you're saying. Please re-explain it again in words that old me understands in another person. Seeing the situation, the crowd's blood pressure directly rose. This doesn't understand. That doesn't understand. To know that can be some of the most basic modern knowledge. This old man is a primitive man? Chapter 61 Red Queen, the means of the imperial bugmaster. The crowd was almost exasperated by the old imperial bugmaster and spat out blood. Once they heard it, did this old man cross over from the ancient times? And so, this so-called boss specifically invited to deal with by Xiaowen's 2 capable people. In the eyes of the crowd, how to look at how unreliable. One couldn't help but question in their minds that the boss was afraid that he had led the wrong person. These two were afraid that they were here to cheat and cheat. The young lawyer finally lost his patience as well and turned to the middle-aged fat man, complaining unslowly, "Boss, he doesn't even know the most basic modern knowledge. I don't think this kind of person can deal with by Xiaowen. He's clearly here to pit the door against the people. Pit gate trickery? You're not allowed to disrespect my master." The young imperial bugmaster, who had been silent while sitting next to the old imperial bugmaster, frowned all of a sudden, and with a lift of his hand, several bugs flew out of his sleeves and pounced on the young lawyer's face. The young lawyer instantly collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful scream. Not much time passed. His face, which was still quite clean, looked as if it had been stung by hundreds of bees, swelling up into several large bags. The crowd was greatly shocked. The eyes that looked at the old imperial bugmaster duo changed drastically in vain. It was as if they were looking at 2 monsters. Disciple brother, don't attack people suddenly. We're here this time to only deal with those who should be dealt with. Don't strike out indiscriminately at people outside of our target. You forgot. This is our code of conduct. I'm sorry, master. I'll recover him right away, the young imperial bugmaster said, raising his hand once again. A strange 4-winged insect flew out and sprayed some unknown liquid towards the face of the young lawyer, who fell to the ground and wailed endlessly. A miraculous scene happened. The young lawyer's face that was originally swollen like a balloon immediately recovered with a speed visible to the naked eye. And soon, he was fine and stood up from the ground. His face was full of palpitations. This time, no one dared to question or talk anymore. The gazes towards the old insect master duo were filled with awe. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. In the predator world, there were still many unknown things, and the means that the young imperial bugmaster had just used made it something that they had never seen before. If they lost their awe for such unknown things, then they would end up as miserable as the young lawyer just now. And the crowd, including the middle-aged fat man, also finally understood. Why did the boss invite these 2 people here? These 2 people were undoubtedly true worldly experts. With these 2 people taking action, by Xiaowen's downfall could be imagined. 2 gentlemen, this is roughly the situation. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged fat man was respectful again, explaining the situation to the old insect master in the shortest and most concise language possible. After speaking, he revealed a hint of hatred. May I ask what methods the 2 gentlemen intend to use to deal with him? This by Xiaowen has screwed us over these past few days. I haven't slept for 7 days and 7 nights. If the 2 gentlemen can help me teach this guy a good lesson, I will definitely thank you properly. The old imperial bugmaster nodded his head. The middle-aged fat man had treated him well, so he naturally had a hint of goodwill towards the middle-aged fat man compared to the young lawyer. He pondered for a moment and spoke. That's the purpose of our visit. But let's say it first. We only straighten people out. We don't kill them. This is certainly no problem, the middle-aged fat man said indignantly. But even if we don't kill him, we still have to make him feel what it's like to beg for life and not be able to beg for death. The middle-aged fat man had already accumulated countless grievances these days, just waiting to vent them out. It could be said, he couldn't wait to chop Bai Xiaowen up and feed him to the dogs. It wasn't too much of a stretch to describe it as hatred to the bone. Bai Xiaowen was his lifelong enemy. Make his life worse than death, is it? The old insect master asked. Not bad. We must make his life worse than death, the middle-aged fatty said viciously. As long as Bai Xiaowen was made worse than dead and tortured, only then would he be able to release his heart's hatred. The old imperial worm stopped talking at once. It seemed to be thinking. At this time, the young imperial insect master sitting beside the old imperial insect master made a suggestion. Master, why don't we use the Red Queen? The toxin on the Red Queen isn't so strong that it can poison him to death. As long as it stings him a bit, it will be able to make that person worse than dead. However, we have to have someone keep an eye on him, in case he tries to jump to his death because he can't bear the pain. It would be bad. What? There is such a good thing? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged fat man instantly became excited and said, it's fine, then let's use that what's-her-name Red Queen. According to what the little imperial insect master said, as long as the person stung by that Red Queen would be subjected to incomparably painful torture, worse than death, or even, might kill themselves because they couldn't bear the pain. This effect was also too fierce, and just in time. Let him personally enjoy Bai Xiaowen's life as worse than death look. Not only that, but also the whole live follow the shooting. Let the 500,000 viewers of the complicated and unstable audience have a good look at Bai Xiaowen's painful, unhinged, and fragile appearance. Think about it. The middle-aged fat man was incredibly excited. Bring out the Red Queen. Being interrupted by the middle-aged fatty, the old imperial bugmaster wasn't the slightest bit upset and said indifferently. The young imperial bugmaster then opened the tattered sack that the old imperial bugmaster had carried over earlier as instructed. Not open, okay. Once opened, everyone was shocked, only to see that it was filled with all kinds of transparent glass jars, some of which were filled with liquid, and the liquid was soaked with all kinds of insects, and some of them were still holding all kinds of live insects. The little imperial bugmaster took out a jar containing a red bee from it in a very long time, and there was clearly a label attached to the top of the jar. Red Queen. Seeing this, the crowd was a bit surprised, because they had never seen a red bee before. The Red Queen needs to smell the scent on the target. Do you guys have any items used by that Bai Xiaowen Jr.? The old imperial bugmaster asked. Of course I do. The middle-aged fat man immediately shouted, waving his hand towards the young lawyer. Go and bring Bai Xiaowen's items over. The young lawyer immediately ran away. Soon, he was returning with an old cell phone in a transparent bag. Since the lawyers group had to collect physical evidence against Bai Xiaowen in the beginning, they had squatted at the trash can in front of Bai Xiaowen's door for quite some time, and this old cell phone was exactly the trash that Bai Xiaowen had thrown away. The old imperial bugmaster placed the old cell phone in front of the jar containing the Red Queen, recited a series of arcane incantations that were difficult to understand, and then opened the jar. Buzz! Seeing that Red Queen fly out, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their mouths straight and very silently withdrew several meters. After all, they had heard it just now. Once they were stung by this Red Queen, it would be so painful that they would want to commit suicide. Chapter 62 Poisonous Insect Backfires. Terrified crowd. Buzzing. Seeing that Red Queen fly out, the crowd all rushed to stay far away. Just now, they had heard clearly that once they were stung by this Red Queen, it would be so painful that they would want to commit suicide. How painful that would be. None of them wanted to try it. At the same time, as if it understood the old insect master's incantation, the Red Queen first stayed on the old cell phone for a while, and then flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems, this Red Queen wouldn't sting people indiscriminately. That's it? The middle-aged fat man looked at the old imperial insect master with a suspicious face. The old imperial bugmaster nodded. Next, just wait. Seeing that the old imperial bugmaster closed his eyes after saying these words, with a look that he didn't want to say anymore, the middle-aged fat man couldn't say anything more. There was only to wait quietly. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. And during this process, the middle-aged fat man felt as if he had spent a day, constantly ferrying steps back and forth in front of the sofa. His patience was gradually disappearing. At the end of the day, it was even more anxious. After the old imperial bugmaster released the Red Queen, the old imperial bugmaster had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, not doing anything. In the middle-aged fat man's opinion, the old imperial bugmaster just let go of the Red Queen. This behavior is simple as hell. Let him on his line. And just such a simple act to be able to clean up Bai Xiaowen's words. This was too mysterious. Could it be that they shouldn't do something on top of that? Just wait dryly? Old sir. Finally, the middle-aged fat man couldn't help himself and stopped to look at the old insect master. Are we really just going to wait here and do nothing? If we just stay here, how do we know if that Red Queen has gotten to that Bai Xiaowen guy or not? Shouldn't we go and confirm it? Bai Xiaowen isn't easy to deal with. It's not impossible that the Red Queen was killed by him. Or maybe there was some kind of accident, causing the Red Queen to not find Bai Xiaowen. Sniffing. The little Imperial Bugmaster looked at the middle-aged fat man with a displeased look on his face. If you doubted my master's ability, you shouldn't have invited us in the first place. The middle-aged fat man was just about to say something, but the old Imperial Bugmaster who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed was the one who opened his eyes at this time. Still looking like a calm and relaxed senior, he lifted his finger and did some math, revealing a hint of a smile as he said, "It should be almost time." As expected, not long after the old Imperial Bugmaster's words fell, outside the window not far away, there was a buzzing sound. This one sound instantly caught the attention of everyone present, and all of them looked over in unison. What flew back was none other than the red bee that flew out an hour ago. The Red Queen had returned. Has the mission been completed? Well done. Seeing this, the old Imperial Bugmaster revealed a kind smile, and his eyes signaled the young Imperial Bugmaster to open the jar from earlier. Before looking at the Red Queen again, quickly return inside. However, the Red Queen did not listen to the words of the old Imperial Insect, but instead flew straight at the old Imperial Insect and stung the Imperial Insect Master hard on his face. This sudden change caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. What was the situation? Wasn't the old Imperial Bugmaster the Red Queen's master? How did the Red Queen sting her own master? Old Imperial Bugmaster's face also became very ugly, but his reaction was also very fast, and with a flick of his hand, he was already using the jar to put the Red Queen back together. Then, the old Imperial Bugmaster looked at the young Imperial Bugmaster with a greenish color, and his voice was becoming trembling. Quickly, have all of them stay away. Don't come near me. I'm going to be unable to hold back. The little Imperial Bugmaster had obviously never encountered anything like this before. His face changed drastically and he was flustered. However, he still maintained enough composure, and once he gritted his teeth, he immediately waved his hand and shouted, all of you, back off. If you don't want to die, stay away from my master." And after that, as if he was also foreseeing some kind of horrible thing happening, he immediately stepped back and came to the side of the window, staying as far away from the old insect master as he could. On his face, there was even an undisguised look of horror, and hearing the words of the young Imperial Bugmaster, all the people were all bad as a whole. Fearing for their lives, they all retreated to the side of the wall. What the hell is going on? Compared to the terrified little Imperial Bugmaster and the crowd, the middle-aged fat man was in a daze, looking towards the little Imperial Bugmaster and asking, wasn't that Red Queen sent out by the old Imperial Bugmaster to clean up by Xiaowen? How could it still sting its own people? I'm afraid this is a mistake somewhere, right? Moreover, the person who was stung by the Red Queen was the old Imperial Bugmaster. What did it have to do with them? Was it necessary to hide so far away? When the old Imperial Bugmaster saw the middle-aged fat man still standing by his side, with a head as iron as a transformer, he couldn't help but be incomparably anxious. Stay away from me. I can't help it. My excrement is poisonous. Accompanied by the last sentence words fell. The old Imperial Bugmaster with a blue face instantly transformed into a jet fighter. Ting and ting all over his pants. The middle-aged fat man heard that sound of going to the toilet and ting himself when he ate bad food. A series of sour sounds that went on and on. There were also quite a few that splattered onto him. A smell so bad that it made him want to die leapt into his nose even more, almost sending him away. Oh, honorable insect god, please forgive my master's sins. He didn't mean to blaspheme the insect god. A huge look of horror appeared on the young Imperial Insect Master's face, and with a thud, he directly knelt down towards the extreme western bit of the sky. Thud thud thud, constantly kowtowing, even knocking blood out of his head didn't stop. Their tribe believed that there were gods in the world, and the bug god was the god they specialized in serving. It was with the bug god that they signed a contract and paid a huge price to obtain the mysterious power to harness poisonous insects. It was the bug god gives this power. If they offended the bug god, not only would their power be withdrawn, but the entire tribe would also suffer extinction. The Bugmaster was sacred, but the only Bugmaster that truly existed in this world was his master. The Imperial Bugmaster was the spokesperson messenger of the bug god, representing the insect god. If there were no accidents, he would be able to fully inherit his master's imperial insect technique after reaching adulthood and become a true divine imperial insect master. However, if the insect god became angry, then everything would be over. So the young Imperial Bugmaster now desperately wanted the bug god to forgive them, to forgive his master who had blasphemed against the bug god, and to forgive this great offense. And seeing that the old Imperial Bugmaster had pooped his pants, the crowd pinched their noses. Obviously there was a toilet not far away. This old guy is also too heavy-handed. Chapter 63, Good is rewarded with good, evil with evil. The people who stayed in the same living room as the old Imperial Bugmaster smelled the indescribable smell and all pinched their noses, staying far away from each other. The middle-aged fat man who was closest to old Imperial Bugmaster even almost died on the spot, because the old Imperial Bugmaster was the source of the stench. At this moment, He was simply an infinitely powerful poison gas bomb. The smoky stench was constantly emanating from him. Whoever smelled it died. The middle-aged fat man instantly suspected that this old Imperial Bugmaster wasn't here to help them deal with Bai Xiaowen, but to disgust them. No, not good. This stench is toxic. Suddenly, the middle-aged fat man covered his nose and collapsed, foaming at the mouth on the spot, his whole body convulsing, and he directly lost/inhibited himself. Seeing the situation, the rest of the crowd was like encountering the plague. Fearing to avoid it, they wanted to rush downstairs to take refuge. However, without exception, they all fell down one by one, with the same symptoms as the middle-aged fat man, all foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The little imperial insect looked at these people with a compassionate gaze. That look was like seeing a cold corpse. The reason was simple and complicated. Those who were stung by the Red Queen would have uncontrollable incontinence/incontinence, and their feces and urine would flow. Not only that, the excrement would become as if it was a gas bomb, emitting an extremely deadly stench. Once inhaled, without a special antidote, simply cannot be saved. And just now, everyone staying in this living room smelled the odor of his master's excrement, and the special antidote he certainly has. It's just that, for a just-in-case antidote like this, he only had two. He took one for himself, then gave one to the old Imperial Bugmaster, and the young Imperial Bugmaster closed all the doors and windows to prevent the poisonous gas from drifting out. More victims appeared. 1 hour later, in the living room of the lawyer's building, only the old Imperial Bugmaster and the little Imperial Bugmaster were still standing. As for the others, including the middle-aged fat man, all lost their vital signs, dead. Not only that, the deaths were all very miserable. One by one, without exception, urine and feces were lost/inhibited, white eyeballs protruded, hideous and unsightly, and they died without resting in peace. Sinning, I actually committed such a killing today. Dozens of lives, all because of me, and I blasphemed the insect god. I deserve to die for my sins. Looking at the corpses in front of him, the old Imperial Insect Master flopped and directly knelt on the ground, his face pale and agonized. Looking at the tragic situation in front of him, the young Imperial Bugmaster was also unable to bear it and felt guilty. However, he still put his hand on the old Imperial Bugmaster's shoulder and tried to persuade. Master, it's the Red Queen who devoured the Master without any reason. The fault does not lie with you. Since Master has bitter feelings, I believe that the insect god is magnanimous and will definitely choose to forgive you. Don't continue to dwell on it. No, the old Imperial Insect Master had a firm gaze, with an ironic look of atonement. Not only did I blaspheme the insect god, but I also killed so many lives. I made such a monstrous mistake. One can only die to atone for their sins. Upon hearing this, the young Imperial Bugmaster couldn't help but leave tears in his eyes. He knew the old Imperial Bugmaster's character. Once he made a decision on something, it was a gentleman's decision. A team of horses could not follow, and it was impossible to change no matter what. He could only accept it with tears in his eyes. When the old Imperial Bugmaster changed back into a clean outfit, he opened one of the jars containing red blood and dipped his finger in it to draw a magic formation on the ground. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the magic formation. A series of incantations once again chanted out from his mouth. Next, an incredible scene happened, only to see the old Imperial Bugmaster's eyes closed tightly. Around his body, there was actually colorful light emanating out. It was very dazzling. Supreme Insect God, I have committed such a heinous crime. I have no choice but to die to thank for my sins. Please ask the Bug God to accept my repentance. In order to show my sincere remorse, I am willing to accept the extreme punishment of having 100 insects devour my body. The 100 insects devouring body execution. Hearing these words, the little Imperial Insect Master was moved. This so-called 100 insects devouring the body, as the name implied, was to release all the canisters of insects and let all the insects eat themselves. The degree of pain during the process was far more painful than a 5-horse split. Master, why are you suffering? The little Imperial Bugmaster was in tears, and although he couldn't bear it in his heart, he still obediently executed it and went to open all the insect jars one by one. Apprentice, if Master is not around in the future, you will be the next Imperial Bugmaster, to carry forward the art of the Imperial Insect Master. For Master, go first. Come on, I'm ready to. Suddenly, the old Imperial Bugmaster's words were like a duck that had been pinched by the neck, stopping violently, only to see. The old Imperial Bugmaster stared with eyes full of incredulity and disbelief, with a look of incomparable shock. It wasn't just the old Imperial Bugmaster. The young Imperial Bugmaster was also shocked when he saw the change in the old Imperial Bugmaster's body, only to see that the 7-colored light on the old Imperial Bugmaster's body had suddenly become even more intense, and a head of white hair, moreover, had turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. White hair, turned black, looks, all of a sudden, he was several dozens of years younger. Master, The little Imperial Bugmaster's entire body was dumbfounded and unable to speak. It wasn't just the little Imperial Bugmaster. The old Imperial Bugmaster was also dumbfounded. He looked blankly at his hands for a long time before coming to his senses. However, he revealed an ecstatic expression, as if he had won a $10 million lottery, and said with a trembling body, "The insect god said that these people have sinned so much that they deserve to die, and now that they have gone to hell because of us, they are removing harm for the people, and I am meritorious for ridding the people of harm. I don't need to die to pay for my sins, and I am told to continue to spread the art of royal insects to the world and help more people." The insect god also said that this is retribution. Good is rewarded for good and evil for evil. Moreover, this is a great good. Those of us who participated in this matter are all greatly merited. Reward Master Me with 50 years of life expectancy, and you, disciple, with an additional 15 years of life expectancy. As for him, the old Imperial Bugmaster pointed to Bai Xiaowen's picture on the desktop. The greatest merit, rewarded with 300 years of lifespan. An old man and a young man looked at each other and all of a sudden hugged each other tightly. Tears were shed on the spot. It didn't take long. It was only then that the two were able to pull themselves together and flop down, kneeling down at the same time, kowtowing continuously. "Thank you, insect god, for your mercy. In this life and the next, we wish to serve the insect god forever." After a long time, only then did the two slowly return to normal, but in their eyes, there was still an undisguised joy. The old Imperial Bugmaster looked at the young Imperial Bugmaster and said solemnly, "Apprentice, even though I have obtained the forgiveness of the insect god, after this incident, I no longer have the face to be the god's messenger. Next I will hand over all the true passages of the art of Imperial Bugmastering to you. You prepare yourself to become a divine insect royalist and serve the insect god forever." Yes. Chapter 64, Strange Youngster. Apprentice, I will next give you the true transmission of the art of insect sentry. So prepare yourself to become a holy insect sentinel and serve the insect god forever. Inside the lawyer's building, the old Imperial Insect Master looked at the young Imperial Insect Master and said solemnly, "Yes." The young Imperial Bugmaster was excited and thrilled. To become a divine Imperial Bugmaster, to serve forever, to be loyal to the bug god forever, to dedicate his entire body and soul and even his entire life to the bug god. This was his dream. And, the Imperial Insect Master continued, "That descendant called Bai Xiaowen is no ordinary person. I want to meet with him. Master, since that Bai Xiaowen has been rewarded by the insect god, it means that he has been recognized by the insect god. Do we still have to fix him?" The little Imperial Insect Master asked strangely. "Of course not." The old Imperial Bugmaster shook his head straight. "The reason why the Red Queen lost control must have something to do with this Bai Xiaowen. I want to find out what exactly happened during that hour when the Red Queen flew over. Also, the person who hired us for a heavy amount of money. We no longer have to continue to listen to him. It's the bug god's will. The bug god said for us to help more people, and since that's the case, we can't contribute to the evil and continue to help people do bad things. From now on, we have to do more good deeds." Yes, the little Imperial Bugmaster was very happy. He was certainly more willing to be a good person than a bad person. "Then I'll go invite that Bai Xiaowen over now." The little Imperial Bugmaster finished speaking and rushed over. However, after a moment's effort he ran back again, and he looked at the old Imperial Bugmaster with some embarrassment. "Master, it's already 2 in the morning. Maybe people are resting right now. Isn't it a little bit not good to go over and disturb them now?" "Well, that's also true." Old Imperial Bugmaster nodded. "In that case, we'll go look for him early tomorrow morning." And after that, he then turned his gaze on the corpse on the ground. "Just in time. We have to dispose of these corpses so as not to invite unnecessary trouble. And let's rest here tonight. We'll look for him tomorrow." Early the next morning, when Bai Xiaowen went out to throw out the garbage, he came across a teenager with tattered clothes. The teenager was dirty and skinny, like a poor child in a malnourished mountainous area who didn't have enough to eat every day. "It looks a little strange," Bai Xiaowen thought to himself. "This skinny teenager standing here should be to pick up garbage to eat. At this age, he doesn't go to school, but instead comes to pick up garbage to eat. It's really pathetic." This made Bai Xiaowen feel a trace of sympathy. Whether it was a beggar or a social animal, it was not easy for everyone to live. And so, with the idea of adding a little bit of warmth to this world, Bai Xiaowen let the skinny boy return to the mansion with himself. Invite him to dinner. Bai Xiaowen had already ordered a bunch of takeout for himself. This skinny boy looked as thin as a bone, but his appetite was really great, eating 5 or 6 hamburgers in one breath, and also gnawing on a whole kiln chicken, plus a whole bottle of Fat House Happy Water. It seemed like he hadn't eaten anything that delicious in a long time, and the scrawny boy was smiling, always smiling happily. Bai Xiaowen chatted with him as he ate. Not chatting was fine. Once he chatted, Bai Xiaowen was taken aback. According to what the skinny teenager said, he actually knew himself. Good guy, is he that famous now? The little beggars that he casually encountered outside all knew him. Not only that, this somewhat strange skinny teenager also kept babbling. Listening to Bai Xiaowen, he was speechless and confused. Little friend, you're joking, right? You're saying that I'll live for at least 300 more years? Doesn't that directly break the Guinness World Record? I'm just playing with the idea of doing some kindness, giving you a taste of the warmth of the earth, and accumulating some merit for myself. You don't have to kiss my ass like that. The little Imperial Bugmaster's expression was very serious and sincere. Brother, it's not like I'm kissing your ass. I'm telling the truth. There's a master in the tribe I live in who can talk to the gods. It's awesome. This is what that god said. It's still thanks to you that I was able to live for a few more years after properly fixing up those bad people with bad intentions and sending them down to the Yellow Springs. Brother, you are truly awesome. Little brother's admiration for you is as continuous as a torrential river. Under the other party's mouthy chatter, the buzzing sound in Bai Xiaowen's head was coming louder and louder. He was afraid that he had invited in a psychopath. This kid was afraid that he hadn't eaten for too long and had gone wicked crazy. If you don't help yourself to the end, send the Buddha to the west, and then help to call him a mental hospital hotline. Send him in to cure his head. After all, not the right medicine. Sickness is not relieved. Thinking about this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a trace of pity and sympathy in his eyes as he looked at the little Imperial Bugmaster. How pitiful, so young and crazy. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to call the psychiatric hospital hotline, the little Imperial Bugmaster sitting across the table from him, his mouth full of crumbs, licked his fingertips full of reminiscence and suddenly spat out this sentence. Let's just tell you straight up, it's the boss who hired us to deal with you. But of course, thanks to you we're now reformed. So don't worry. Bai Xiaowen was taken aback. It turned out that this kid hadn't committed a crime, and in order to figure out what was going on, Bai Xiaowen then went out and followed the little Imperial Bugmaster on a drip to an office building. The building was filled with an indescribably unpleasant odor, and on the ground, there was quite a bit of red residue. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but frown. Why was this office building similar to a toilet? And it was also like the kind of public restroom that hadn't been cleaned for hundreds of years. He almost passed away. What is this smell? Bai Xiaowen asked, pinching his nose. My master dealt with a lot of filth last night. It's as easy as sweeping the floor for my master. Just release the bugs and they chew through it all at once. But those residual stench, there's no way for us to take care of it. So just bear with it for a while. Brother, the little Imperial Bugmaster revealed an apologetic expression. Just beating Bai Xiaowen to death. Bai Xiaowen wouldn't have thought that the filth in the little Imperial Bugmaster's mouth were people. Dozens of dead people. After all, when the little Imperial Bugmaster spoke, he was very calm and collected. It sounded as if it was as common as cleaning the house. So, Bai Xiaowen didn't think any deeper, thinking that those dirty things, they should be the garbage on the ground. As for the bugs that the little Imperial Bugmaster was talking about, they should be some type of sweeping robot. After all, technology had advanced now. It was convenient to do everything. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, the master that the little Imperial Bugmaster said. Chapter 65 Old Imperial Bugmaster's Gift of Thanks. Bai Xiaowen didn't pay too much attention to the words of the little Imperial Bugmaster because that wasn't the point. The point was the master that the little Imperial Bugmaster said in his mouth. Soon, under the little Imperial Bugmaster's lead, Bai Xiaowen met the old Imperial Bugmaster. There was a red carpet on the ground and the old Imperial Bugmaster respectfully asked Bai Xiaowen to sit down. The three people sat on the ground like this and began to communicate. And after an in-depth exchange that no one disturbed, Bai Xiaowen finally did understand the cause and passage of events. Originally, seeing the beautiful scenery of the tribe they were in, Boss wanted to develop a tourist resort in their tribe. Their tribe had been passed down from ancient times and had a long history, so of course they were unwilling. The villagers of the tribe fought to the death to defend the tribe. However, these isolated primitive people, where are the opponents of those modern people with hot weapons? If it is not for the old Imperial Insect Master with a hand of godlike Imperial Insect art, constantly circling with them, playing guerrilla warfare, constant consumption, the whole tribe has long been armed suppression. The person named Boss, seeing the old Bugmaster's methods are so amazing, he wanted to make peace with them, said as long as the old Imperial Bugmaster was willing to help them deal with one person, he would let them go as a tribe and stop the development, for the sake of the entire tribe. Old Imperial Bugmaster had no choice before he and his only disciple, little Imperial Bugmaster, came to this big city. That's how it is, Elder Bai. We had no choice but to use the Imperial Insect technique to deal with you. Please, you must forgive us. I promise, we will definitely change our ways in the future. Reset people. Saying that, The old Imperial Insect Master as well as the young Imperial Insect Master both raised their hands and fiercely slapped themselves on the face a few times, both looking sincerely repentant for a time. And after hearing these words, Bai Xiaowen also finally understood where that red bee had come from before. It turned out to be from these two people, and they were also coerced. There was a reason for what happened, and the attitude of admitting fault was so sincere, much better than those truly evil people. So Bai Xiaowen had no reason not to forgive them. So Bai Xiaowen said, "It's not your fault. It's all because of the guy called boss's lust for profit, for the sake of his own selfish desires. He doesn't even have a conscience. If it were me, I would have done the same thing, so the two of you don't have to feel guilty. Besides, the result is good, isn't it? What goes around comes around. For the two of you to be fine, it is precisely because the old heavens have opened their eyes and know right from wrong. It's good to have a clear conscience." Under Bai Xiaowen's enlightenment, the little Imperial Bugmaster duo also cried out in pain, looking like they had met a great saint, almost as if they were kowtowing to Bai Xiaowen. "Woohoo! Senior Bai is truly magnanimous. We will definitely reform and do more good deeds in the future. Elder Bai is our guide on the road of life, our life mentor, our guiding square monument." Bai Xiaowen was speechless. These two guys, was it necessary to be so exaggerated? Since that's the case, we'll part ways with Senior Bai. That boss will definitely send someone to keep an eye on us, so it's not a good idea for us to stay with Senior Bai for much longer. Soon, the old Imperial Bugmaster duo stood up, arching their hands earnestly to say goodbye. "Wait, since that boss wanted you two to come and straighten me out, and you haven't completed your tasks, I'm afraid it's not good to entertain him when you return, so it's best for you guys to straighten me out before you leave." Bai Xiaowen called out to them. These words directly caused the old Insect Master duo to freeze, and afterward, directly moved. They both knelt down towards Bai Xiaowen, once again crying bitterly, snot and tears flowing. "Senior Bai is truly a great benefactor. In the future, when we have the chance, we will definitely repay Senior Bai properly. Woohoo! In history, there are actually saints like Senior White, who are willing to help us even though it's clear that we've had evil thoughts towards Senior White." After being moved for a while, the old Imperial Bugmaster duo were yet again in a difficult situation. "But, how should we fix Elder Bai? We can't use the real thing, right? It's impossible for us to lay our hands on using the real thing." "Simple." Bai Xiaowen smiled, indicating a small problem. "You guys just need to scare me casually. For example, if I sit there quietly and you take the ghost mask from behind and suddenly slap me." This, the old Imperial Bugmaster and the young Imperial Bugmaster glanced at each other, and afterward, both felt that it was acceptable. This could only be considered a small fight, but it was part of the whole trick. Thus, it was said and done. The three of them tacitly stopped talking, and the surrounding area then quieted down. In this quietness, Bai Xiaowen quietly sat cross-legged on the ground, while the old Imperial Insect duo approached gently from behind. On their faces, they were both wearing a hideous ghost mask. Approaching, both of them stretched out their hands and tapped on top of Bai Xiaowen's shoulders, and Bai Xiaowen then turned back. It was fine if he didn't turn back, but this turned back. "Ah!" Bai Xiaowen let out a loud cry, like a deer quietly grazing on grass turning its head and suddenly seeing a lion, directly jumping up violently and retreating wildly backward. That look was so frightening that his soul flew out. "There, this will do. Thank you, Elder Bai, for being willing to cooperate with us. It's really very much appreciated." Both of the old Imperial Bugmasters removed their ghost masks, and neither of them smiled, only revealing a touched expression. The young Imperial Bugmaster gave a thumbs up towards Bai Xiaowen. "Brother, your acting skills are too realistic. You almost even fooled me. Could come doc without you, I'm not watching." Just now, when Bai Xiaowen yelled and jumped up, he was the one who was startled instead. In fact, it was Bai Xiaowen who scared him. Bai Xiaowen got up from the ground as if nothing had happened, and only smiled faintly at the little Imperial Bugmaster's compliments, dismissing them with a laugh. "Send someone to the end. Send the Buddha to the west, right? Either you help or you don't, and since you want to help, let's just follow through to the end." "Elder Bai, we don't have anything that we can take out. This is a killer bee. If you get stung slightly, you'll have to stay in the hospital for at least half a year. If someone messes with Senior Bai in the future, just release the killer bees and let him feel the evil on earth." The old Imperial Bugmaster walked over to Bai Xiaowen and took out a jar from that broken sack, which was filled with buzzing flying yellow bees. "Then I'll be respectful." Bai Xiaowen didn't push back, and directly took it in a big way. It was because that sentence of the other parties was something he liked, and it was also very much in line with his character. If someone dared to mess with him, then he would let him see what was called true evil on earth. Social poisonous beating. Chapter 66, Mysterious Invitation. Bai Xiaowen very much liked the old Imperial Bugmaster's words. If someone dared to mess with him, he would let him learn about the evils of the earth and let him see the poisonous killings of society. So, this jar of killer bees, he happily accepted. Then Elder Bai, this is goodbye. We'll see you in the future in the Jianghu. Delivering their thanks, the old Imperial Bugmaster duo also left with it. For a moment, only Bai Xiaowen was left alone in the large building. The empty building was silent and quiet as a pin could be heard. Bai Xiaowen wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead muttered to himself, "System, I shouldn't be counted as having been tricked into doing this, right? Doesn't count." The system said, "That's good." Bai Xiaowen sighed in relief. This could only be considered acting after all for them. Essentially, it was still counter-integration, because they had already learned in advance that the old Imperial Bugmaster duo would come over to scare themselves. If they wanted to, they could completely scare them in turn. Ding! The host has completed the anti-masterminding task. Final anti-masterminding rating, yes. Reward, 100 million cash. 1 global limited edition luxury car. Aston Martin. A helicopter gunship. Ding! 100 million in cash has been deposited into your account. The Aston Martin has been placed in your mansion's garage, and the anti-mutilation helicopter gunship has been placed in your backpack. Please keep up the good work, and continue to fight against the whole thing, and hit a higher anti-smut rating to get richer rewards. A series of system beeps rang out in Brain River. Bai Xiaowen said, "Love, the boundless wide ocean. A private vacation island located in the north-south orientation. In a super luxurious sea-facing villa. A female secretary wearing a sexy bikini, hot and sexy, with a face value comparable to that of a big star carried a cup of red wine and walked into the boss's study. Only when she walked in, her face changed in vain, because the door is actually half covered. To know boss always do things meticulously, even this kind of details, will be boss seriously noticed. Door, either close it, either it's not closed." With her familiarity with the booze, recently there must have been something that made boss's mood change in a not-so-small way. Otherwise, something like this wouldn't have happened. The female secretary immediately took a deep breath, revealing a hint of caution, and immediately carefully pushed open the door and walked in. "Boss, your red wine." The man maintained his original posture, his face expressionless. Looks, did not intend to speak. Seeing this, the female secretary's nervousness was only slightly eased. In her opinion, as long as boss was not angry, then even if the sky collapsed, it was not a matter. On the contrary, if the boss was angry, it was even more terrifying than the end of the world. After delivering the red wine, the female secretary didn't leave, but instead took out another purple and gold exquisite invitation from within her chest. "Boss, the once-in-a-decade Gainwhy Madness one day will start to take place in less than a week. Should we accept the invitation?" The man narrowed his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his originally expressionless face. "I'm going to take this invitation, as a gift. Give it to the kid called Bai Xiaowen. He, who is qualified to enter." Hot Pot Restaurant. Xian Xingxue had been waiting for Bai Xiaowen's call all these days, and well, Bai Xiaowen had finally moved on this day, but what she never expected was, the venue where Bai Xiaowen had asked himself over to meet would actually be something like this. Not much luxury. Rather, it was like a place where some ordinary families would go. To put it bluntly, Bai Xiaowen's kind of status. Shouldn't one go to a 5-star hotel? Compared to this kind of place was too ordinary. Seeing Xian Xingxue's silent look, Bai Xiaowen thought that he was dissatisfied with the place he had chosen, and immediately shook his head. It was also, what kind of person was Xian Xingxue? Her father was a big shot at the level of the old army/captain, already accustomed to eating and drinking or straight up pulled full of specifications, right? Ha! A well-bred $1,000 lady. Thinking about it, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but give Xian Xingxue a big blank stare. Do you know what it means to say that fragrant wine is not afraid of deep alleys? This hot pot restaurant has a 500-year-old secret recipe. It has been passed down to this day. Back in the day, only emperors were qualified to enjoy it. So don't be in the midst of bliss and not know what's good for you, and still not move your chopsticks? Said. He lifted his own chopsticks, chucked a crayfish into the hot pot, and ate it with gusto. Xian Xingxue glanced towards the steaming hot pot and instantly showed hesitation, because there was everything in that hot pot. Crabs, crayfish, beef, noodles, goose eggs, and all sorts of filth, as if everything that flew in the sky and walked on the ground had been added in. It said it was authentic hot pot, but she had never seen such a mixed hot pot. Anyway, at a glance, she didn't have a good appetite. What are you waiting for? Not eating yet? Bai Xiaowen saw Xian Xingxue hesitate to move his chopsticks, so he took the initiative to clip up a piece of pork sausage and put it in his bowl. This is simply a delicacy on earth when you dip it in chili sauce. Come on, try it. I won't lie to you. Looking at the pig intestines that couldn't be washed clean no matter how much he washed them, Xian Xingxue couldn't help but show a disgusted expression. But Bai Xiaowen personally gave her a dish. How could she not live up to Bai Xiaowen's good intentions? Of course, it wasn't good to waste food, And so, Xian Xingshue's heart crossed and she picked up her chopsticks to clip that piece of pork sausage into her mouth. Originally, Xian Xingxue was already prepared for her taste buds to be tortured, but the pork sausage just entered her mouth. Her entire being froze. This flavor, so fragrant. Xian Xingxue immediately chewed on it, revealing a reminiscent expression. Then, reflexively, she cast her gaze into the hot pot. Just one piece was certainly not enough. How about it? Delicious, right? Bai Xiaowen looked at Xian Xingxue and smiled. Never had a pig sausage that delicious, right? This is a true imperial treat. Aha! Xian Xingxue nodded her head like garlic, and immediately stopped being reserved and polite, directly eating her fingers and eating large chunks. Bai Xiaowen watched her eat, and his smile grew even wider. This was like that kind of thing. Maybe the first time there will be some pain, and even resistance. But, when you break through that layer of psychological defense, you will want it again and again. You just can't stop. What do you mean by a life of treading water? That's what a horse's life is all about. A pampered young lady like Xian Xingxue, what the hell does she know? Woo! Seeing Bai Xiaowen staring at himself all the time, Xian Xingxue couldn't help but have her little face blush, and her eating movements slowed down for a moment. Because, doesn't her big chunky dashu look a little out of shape in Bai Xiaowen's eyes? No wonder Xian Xingxue thought that way. Once a woman has a favorite man, will subconsciously want to remain perfect in front of that man. Chapter 67 Horror Level Torture. What are you looking at me for? It's fine. If it's good you can eat more. Looking at Xian Xingxue whose movements had obviously slowed down, Bai Xiaowen also felt a bit amused. Xian Xingxue nodded somewhat shyly. Then looking at Bai Xiaowen's eyes, she said somewhat shyly, that, will be able to bring me here next time in the future? Of course I can. When you want to come and eat, just call me. As long as I'm free I'll come out. Bai Xiaowen instantly and cheerfully agreed. Sniffing, Xian Xingxue instantly lowered her head. Her face became even redder, and her little heart even started to beat like a deer. In her opinion, Bai Xiaowen was promising that he would often come out and date himself in the future, which meant that Bai Xiaowen didn't have ill feelings towards her, and if it went on like this, it was possible that something would happen between the two. Of course Bai Xiaowen didn't know what Xian Xingxue had in mind. Good things should be shared with others. This was his usual style. The two of them ate the hot pot like this, chatting as they ate. Bai Xiaowen gave Xian Xingxue some of the things he saw and heard, although most of them are some trivial daily life, but Xian Xingxue is listening to a lot of flavor. Bai Xiaowen also told Xian Xingxue interesting stories from time to time, making Xian Xingxue laugh and flutter. And so, a hot pot meal down. Xian Xingxue felt that her sweetness with Bai Xiaowen had deepened quite a bit, or rather, Bai Xiaowen was really attractive to himself. Not only could he not help but be reliable, but he was also an interesting person. It would be great if Bai Xiaowen could be his boyfriend. This thought came out. Xian Xingxue immediately felt her cheeks burn a little red again. Blah blah blah. Xian Xingxue, do you still want to be shameless? After only one meal, is your soul being hooked by the other party? As a girl, be reserved. Of course, Bai Xiaowen was also quite happy. He hadn't been that relaxed in a long time after always being constantly looking for trouble along the way. However, just as Bai Xiaowen and Xian Xingxue were having a good conversation, an untimely call came in at this time. Bai Xiaowen picked up his cell phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Bai Xiaowen? You have an expedited delivery. If it's convenient, please also come and pick it up as soon as possible. Oh, I'm eating out right now. I don't have time to pick it up. You can put it in the cabinet in front of my door first. Very sorry. There's a note on top of the express delivery that it needs to be handed over to the owner in person. If you are really inconvenient, can you tell me your current address? I'll dispatch it to you right now. Thanks. That's fine. I'm now at a hot pot restaurant near the Urxiankyo pedestrian street on Chunzhua Avenue. Aha! Please wait for a moment. I'll be right there. Not much longer. A courier walked into the hot pot restaurant, and under Bai Xiaowen's reaching out to greet him, he directly walked straight over towards the side. Then, a courier box was handed over to Bai Xiaowen. After Bai Xiaowen signed it, the courier then left. Strange, I haven't bought anything online recently either. Bai Xiaowen looked at the courier in front of him and felt strange. And at this time, Bai Xiaowen's heart jumped. I'll go. It couldn't be some pussy trying to screw him over again. The moment the thought came out, it was immediately rejected by Bai Xiaowen. It shouldn't be. If someone is really trying to trick him, then there should be a system prompt. Since there is no system prompt, it meant that this was just a most normal delivery. And under curiosity, Bai Xiaowen still opened the courier, only to see that within the courier was an extremely delicate purple golden envelope. On top of that, there was a line of large letters. Caneway stay crazy one day. And just as Bai Xiaowen saw that line of lettering on top of it, Bai Xiaowen's system's crazy alarm suddenly rang out in his mind. Terror level integrative aura detected. Anti-mutilation system activated. Explanation: the maliciousness of this compulsion breath is extremely strong, and the host may die in the anti-compulsion. So please raise the host's spirit and treat it with caution. In view of the strong malice of this compulsion, the system has attached an additional anti-compulsion prop, an underground armed launching silo. Anti-compulsion underground armed launching shaft, equipped with a one-time manipulation button. One-time use. Extremely powerful, and will be scrapped when used up. Please use with caution. The higher the anti-mutilation rating, the richer the reward. Please do your best to carry out this anti-mutilation operation. Good luck. You may die in the counter compound. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaowen's face changed drastically, and his expression instantly became unprecedentedly grave. Not only would he possibly lose his life, the location was in the gunfight Everyday Kingdom, and even the armed launching silo had been straightened out. This was a big mess. To know, Bai Xiaowen was aware of the power of an armed silo, and under a storm of ammunition pouring down, it could easily destroy a small country. However, he was in trouble, and he might have to use this kind of fire coverage to solve it. Just how exaggerated was this? It could be said, the previous counter-integration was a child's play compared to this one. Just outrageous. As for Xin Qingxue, when she saw that purple and gold invitation, she was even more shocked to the point that she stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with incredulity and disbelief. This is an invitation to the Gainwei Crazy one day, and it's also a super special guest. Only the most honored guests can receive this HD. Only the top 10 globally, the most influential super heavyweight bigwigs around the world deserve this invitation. Heavens, Bai Xiaowen, how on earth did you get this invitation? You have to know. How many people have gone crazy and exhausted all means, contacted countless connections, and spent billions of dollars to not be able to get an invitation to the Garnival State Madness for a day super extraordinaire guest of honor? Because it's something that only characters who have been recognized all over the world are qualified to get. Xian Qingxue was directly so excited that she vigorously slapped the table and stood up, leaning her body forward and roaring out without regard for her disorder. Super extraordinary plus ice invitation. There is only one in the world. By accepting the invitation, you can spend a day with the world's most recognizable celebrities. You can humbly ask Mr. Babat for stock speculation tips. You can exchange computer topics with the founder of Little Apple. And you can also have the opportunity to spend a night with the world's most top-notch big beautiful celebrities. And so on and so forth. Not only that, there's also a superb banquet of the highest standard in the world that night. The banquet will be filled with celebrities, countless big names, celebrities, tycoons, and even the Prince of Oil and the Queen of a certain country will be there. You'll be able to party with them all night long. It will be the craziest day of the decade. Chapter 68, One Day of Madness. Sorry, not interested. Super special guest invitation. The only one of its kind in the world. By accepting the invitation, you can spend a day with the world's most famous celebrities. You can humbly ask Mr. Babat for stock speculation tips. You can exchange computer topics with the founder of Little Apple. And you can also have the opportunity to spend a night with the world's most top-notch big beautiful celebrities. And so on and so forth. Not only that, there's also a superb banquet of the highest standard in the world that night. The banquet will be filled with celebrities, countless big names, celebrities, tycoons, and even the Prince of Oil and the Queen of a certain country will be there. You'll be able to party with them all night long. That will be the craziest day of every decade. Xian Qingxue was so excited that she instantly threw her previous reserve out of her mind and was nothing but excited. A super special guest invitation. This thing couldn't be measured in terms of money. Only when one's status was high to a certain degree and their influence reached a certain level throughout the world could they be granted this qualification. Even, that is known in the circle as King's Tiara. What kind of person was Bai Xiaowen to actually have the qualifications to receive such an invitation for this super special guest? Compared to Xian Qingxue's excitement, Bai Xiaowen's expression remained unchanged, and he still had a breezy look. Bai Xiaowen slowly took a sip of his drink and looked at Xian Qingxue and said, "You look like you're very interested in this crazy day. Is it because you want to participate?" Of course. Xian Qingxue nodded her head like garlic, still not hiding the excitement in her eyes. Anyone who casually fishes out 1,000,000 informed people from around the world, 99% of them want to participate. I'm the same. Just dreaming. I want to participate. Rip. Bai Xiaowen was expressionless, and under the watchful eyes of Xian Qingxue, he tore the invitation for that super special guest into 2 halves, 3 halves, 4 halves. Finally, he tore it into pieces. Then, it was casually spilled onto the trash can on the side of the table as if it was thrown away as garbage. Bai, brother Bai, you, what are you doing? Xian Qingxue was so shocked on the spot that she even stuttered. That was a super special invitation to the Ganadhi State Madness one day, representing super high status and fame that could not be measured in money, having an extremely special significance. a precious thing that countless powerful people had begged for. If put up for auction, the final selling price would be at least $5 billion or more, even more exaggerated, because in the eyes of those tycoons, money was nothing more than a string of numbers. But Bai Xiaowen just tore it up like that? The super special guest invitation with a guaranteed value of over $5 billion was just torn up and thrown into the trash by Bai Xiaowen? One day of madness? Bai Xiaowen's eyes went cold and he smiled blissfully unconcerned. Sorry, I'm not interested in that stuff. Xian Qingxue froze, completely dumbfounded, frozen like a wooden chicken. The super special plus ice invitation that had driven countless powerful people crazy was like a piece of scrap paper in front of Bai Xiaowen. May I ask who else in this world had this kind of vigor? Bai Xiaowen looked in the direction of the gunfight everyday nation, and in his eyes, a rare hint of morose coldness appeared. If I'm interested, even if I don't have this invitation, I'll go over there to see what's going on. No one can stop me. But if I don't dare to be interested, even if the master who organized that whatever crazy day personally comes to invite me, I won't give a damn. A word. To go or not to go depends on myself, not this pass-like scrap of paper. Looking at Bai Xiaowen's seriously handsome face, Xian Qingxue's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Her breathing was disorganized, and she almost fainted. She had to admit it. At this moment, she had a good feeling towards Bai Xiaowen, and it directly pulled full. She, Xian Qingxue, was conquered by this man. After a long time, Xian Qingxue regained her composure, and when she looked at Bai Xiaowen again, her eyes had already turned into peach blossom eyes, full of nymphomania. Brother Bai, you're the only one in the world who dares to tear up this super special guest invitation. If it was anyone else, I guess they would have hated to offer it up as an ancestor and burn incense every day. If this invitation is taken to the auction house, it can fetch at least $5 billion to start with. Treating money like dirt, worthy of being Brother Bai. These words were said very sincerely. Xian Qingxue was completely conquered by Bai Xiaowen, the kind that had 5 bodies to throw at him. And these words happened to be what made the couple at the next table hear them. Both of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. Just one envelope worth $5 billion? It's fooling the ghosts. The wind turbines of the wind power station didn't even dare to blow that much. So powerful. Why don't they just go to heaven? Of course, this couple didn't know the truth. That's why they reacted this way. If they knew the truth, after seeing that envelope being torn off by Bai Xiaowen, it is estimated that they will directly faint in fear and be sent to the hospital in a minute for resuscitation. After all, that was something that had a guaranteed value of $5 billion. Even if they just got a little bit of the leftovers, they would be able to live their entire lives without worrying about food or clothing. Bai Xiaowen was the equivalent of burning paper for the dead. A fire burned off 5 billion. No big heart cannot withstand. Another thing to say back, the fact that this couple didn't know the truth didn't mean that Bai Xiaowen didn't know the truth. In fact, even if Bai Xiaowen didn't know the truth, he had already guessed it. Needless to say, this sudden invitation must have come from the handwriting of the boss, and only that boss has the ability to do so. And this so-called invitation, at best, is just a pass, or the kind of pass that can be copied indefinitely. It's worthless, and that super special guest spot, boss will definitely try to find a way to keep it for himself. After all, if this boss didn't want himself to participate in one day of madness, why would he send himself something so valuable again? That terror-level malice, that was where it came from. Bai Xiaowen stood up and said to Xian Qingxue, "That's it for now. I'll go back first. Let's come out next time we're free." After saying that, Bai Xiaowen was walking out in style without looking back. Although Xian Qingxue was unwilling to let go, she still didn't chase after him. Looking at Bai Xiaowen's departing figure, Xian Qingxue revealed a trace of a smile as she sat down at the table and muttered, "Luckily, I asked my father in advance to ask his connections to get me an invitation to the one day of madness as well. And even though I'm not a super special guest, I'm still qualified to enter and participate in that super banquet." Not bad. She also had an invitation, although the grade was a bit lower than Bai Xiaowen's. But, as long as she was able to participate in one day of madness with Bai Xiaowen, she was satisfied. So, regarding Bai Xiaowen's departure, Xian Qingxue didn't bother to stay, because it wouldn't be long before she would be able to see Bai Xiaowen again. Chapter 69 Song Queen Lingbinger, Elder Wang, help me book a flight ticket to Garnivas. Xian Qingxue picked up the phone and dialed her father's assistant. "I'm going to go crazy one day to have a good time." Who knew? The old man who was named Elder Wan was the one who said, "Third miss, I just wanted to inform you that the big consortium behind Wholeheartedly Awesome will make a big commotion on this one day of madness, and that place will be very dangerous, so it's recommended that you don't go. I believe that the old army/commander is also unwilling to see you in danger." Third miss, even if Third miss still wants to go, the old army/commander will not agree. At those words, Xian Qingxue was instantly stunned. After thinking about it, Xian Xingxue said to the other end of the phone, "Alright, in that case, although it's a pity, for the sake of my own personal safety, it's better if I don't go. Don't worry, Elder Wang. I'm still very measured about this kind of thing. Playing around is playing around, possibly treating life as a joke. I also don't want you guys to worry for me. Hang up. Aha, it's good that Miss knows." Putting down the cell phone, Xian Xingxue was revealing a wry smile. Not going? What kind of joke is that? Not only was that a major day that only happened once every 10 years, how could she not go and have a good time while her playfulness was still there? Of course the precious thing was that Bai Xiaowen would also go. If not go, and what to take to capture Bai Xiaowen's heart? And she's not stupid. Since her father didn't agree to her going, she could only bypass him. One sentence. One crazy day in the state of Guanabei. She had to go. Jesus couldn't stop it if he came. I said. Immediately, Xian Xingxue's gaze turned firmer. Once again, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, second sister, help me get a private jet. I'm going to the crazy one day. By the way, help me find a few retired Special Forces soldiers who have stayed with the War Wolf Corps. This time I'm going to have a blast. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. Cut. Second sister doesn't know about your little mind. This time that handsome guy called Bai Xiaowen will also go, right? If you like it, then boldly chase after him, daring to go through fire and daggers. That's the woman of our Xian family. That husband of mine, he chased after her like this too. Go! Second sister will give you a rear guard. Thank you, second sister. Xian Xingxue was overjoyed, and then deliberately emphasized, by the way, don't ever tell father, or I'll be dead. That night, border customs. Bai Xiaowen's but hadn't even warmed up in the VIP waiting hall. He was attracted by the bustle not far ahead. It didn't matter what he saw. This look, he saw someone he didn't want to see. Ling Binger, as one of the top stars in China. She was surrounded by countless avid fans and reporters like a swarm. The sound of photographs being taken were clicking and clicking. It attracted the attention of everyone present. MS, Ling, aren't you preparing to release a new album? How come you suddenly want to participate in the Cane Weaver crazy one day? Why did you postpone the release of your new album wirelessly? You know that countless fans are waiting hard for the album to go online. Please do answer this question. Miss Ling, isn't that person going to be there too? It's said that Miss Ling is very attached to that person. Is that person someone that Miss Ling likes? Can you tell our fans? However, regarding the questions of these reporters and horsemen, Ling Binger, who was wearing a mask and duck-tongue cap and was dressed tightly, always reported that she was ignoring them and didn't say a word. In fact, she didn't even want to bother with these annoying guys. Her own attention had been focused on searching the faces in the waiting hall to see if she could find out the face that she had been thinking about day and night. That's right, it was none other than Bai Xiaowen, the person she had been thinking about day and night. After learning that Bai Xiaowen was going to participate in the once-in-a-decade one day of crazy in the state of California, and that he was going to do so as a world-shattering super special guest, she decisively postponed the release of her new album indefinitely, and entrusted her connections within the entertainment industry to follow the trail and find the airplane Bai Xiaowen was going to sit on. Not only that, but also booked a place next to Bai Xiaowen in first class. There had been no news of Bai Xiaowen during this period of time, causing her to almost break her heart with longing, and now Bai Xiaowen had finally made a move. How could she let go of this opportunity? This time, she must chase Bai Xiaowen to her hand and declare it to the world. Bai Xiaowen, her destiny, the only one in this life. Soon, Ling Binger applied for great joy, because she finally found Bai Xiaowen's figure in the VIP waiting hall, and at that moment, she did not hesitate to walk straight towards Bai Xiaowen. Seeing this, countless reporters and avid fans flocked to her. Bai Xiaowen was speechless. This Ling Binger, simply a follower. She could be seen everywhere. This top-stream big star named Ling Binger was one that he had met during an anti-troll and had saved her life at that time. But I didn't expect that just because of that, the other party became enamored with himself. To this, Bai Xiaowen of course avoided it. After all, once he fell in love with such a top-stream big star, their every move would be exposed to the public eye. At that time, I'm afraid that even when he went to the restroom, there would be a paparazzo stealing/photographing the entire time. It would undoubtedly bring endless troubles and effects to his simple and unassuming life, and he didn't want that. Of course the most important thing was, Ling Binger's own personality was also very annoying, not his favorite type at all. So, Bai Xiaowen just wanted this guy to stay as far away from him as possible. One sentence, don't come over and seeing that he really couldn't hide anymore, Bai Xiaowen directly said in his mind, System, redeem anti-technical fixation technique, redemption successful. The anti-compulsion fixation technique has been placed in the host's backpack. I'll fix it. Next, Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate to use the counter-compulsion fixation technique on Ling Binger. At the same time, Ling Binger, who was walking towards Bai Xiaowen with joy in her heart and thinking about how she was going to strike up a conversation with Bai Xiaowen, suddenly felt her body stiffen. And then, it was as if she had been struck by an evil spirit and couldn't move. Standing straight in place, Bingling was instantly filled with question marks and was very confused. What's the situation? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Bai Xiaowen seized this opportunity and directly walked past Ling Binger, not even glancing at her. It was as if he had encountered a plague that he feared to avoid. His footsteps were even more hurried, and he disappeared in a few breaths. Bai Xiaowen, bastard! Ling Binger was almost ready to cry with anger. As a top traffic big star in the circle, she was sitting on millions of fans, a song that had exploded all over the internet, and she was a deserving generation of young songstresses. Every time she showed up, it all attracted the crowd to go crazy. But why is this person? Seeing her is like avoiding the plague. Why? Chapter 70, The Pushy Xin Xingxue. Bastard! Ling Binger almost cried with anger. As a top traffic big star in the circle, she was sitting on millions of fans, a song that had exploded all over the internet, and she was a deserved generation of young songstresses. Every time she showed up, it all attracted the crowd to go crazy. But why is it that this person? Seeing her is like avoiding the plague. Why? Ling Binger just watched Bai Xiaowen walk away, and her entire being broke down on the spot. Seriously, even if Bai Xiaowen had just looked at her one more time in the middle of the crowd, it wouldn't have been that devastating. But Ling Binger was still extremely unwilling inside. Where was she bad? She was considered the most perfect companion even in the entire country. She couldn't figure out what Bai Xiaowen didn't like about her. Obviously, as long as Bai Xiaowen was willing, she could even package/support him, cultivate him, and let him enter the circle and become a top-stream big star just like her. The large group of reporters and paparazzi who had followed Ling Binger over, as well as the countless fervent fans, were all puzzled. What was wrong with Ling Binger? Why was she suddenly standing still? Is it because she thought of something sad? Or is it because her foot has turned? Fortunately, Ling Binger did not stay in place. After about 10 seconds, she soon found herself back to normal. And so, with a trace of resentment, Ling Binger immediately turned back and looked over. Her eyes, once again, began to frantically search for Bai Xiaowen's figure, and her eyes were slightly reddened with anger. There were also so many reporters present. She also had to try her best to maintain her dignity and elegance, or else she would probably be able to cry out directly. Soon, Ling Binger saw Bai Xiaowen's figure. This look was fine. It didn't matter if she didn't look. Ling Binger was dumbfounded on the spot, as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, her mouth wide open, as if she had seen something she didn't want to see, only to see. A stunningly beautiful woman was intimately wrapping her arms around Bai Xiaowen, and the two of them were talking and laughing as they headed towards the boarding gate. Ling Binger's entire body was bad. That was Xin Xingxue. She was fortunate enough to have met her once in Magic City, and that stunningly beautiful woman with her arm around Bai Xiaowen was clearly the old military/captain's youngest daughter, Xin Xingxue. In an instant, Ling Binger suddenly understood something. No wonder Bai Xiaowen was avoiding himself like the plague. It turns out that Bai Xiaowen already has a favorite in his heart, and this one is even more powerful than himself. It's even more powerful than himself. He can't be an enemy of her at all. After all, Xin Xingxue is the daughter of the old army chief. Even if she is the top star in the circle, can the singing on the stage be compared to the officials? If one messes with the other party, one could even block oneself, because although she is a singer, she is only entertaining the masses. But the official is different. That is, once for the country spilled head, throw blood, struggle in the front line, protect the existence of the country. To put it bluntly, she, Ling Shuer, wasn't even qualified to compete with Xin Xingxue. She, not qualified enough. Woo! Why? Woo woo! With a fluttering sound, Ling Binger's knees softened directly was kneeling on the ground, ignoring the loss of temperament and crying like a little schoolgirl who had lost her love. A time, various reporters and horses with countless fanatical fans, were all taken aback, and it was unbelievable. In the end, what kind of sadness was it that made the top-stream big star, who was fervently pursued by the public, cry so heartbreakingly? Boarding gate. Bai Xiaowen was taken aback as he looked at Xin Xingxue, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere beside him and wrapped her arms around him. Why did you come? What? I can't come? Does the Garnivi Madness one-day rule only allow you boys to participate? Don't be poor. Tell me more. Hey, what else could it be but that I'm attracted to you? This. Bai Xiaowen's heart straightened up and called out, good guy. This he really didn't expect. Fancy me? On the surface, Bai Xiaowen still pretended to look like he was skeptically sizing up Xin Xingxue. What do you see in me? Bai Xiaowen hadn't experienced anything. What big storms hadn't he seen before? A mere confession. Certainly not enough to cause much of a fluctuation within. Of course, he wasn't a narcissist. Who knew if Xian Qingshua's words had a joking element to them? I'm attracted to any point on your body. Xian Qingxue smiled sweetly, her face slightly red. Good guy. Bai Xiaowen once again called out good guy in his heart. This came and went. It seemed like it wasn't a joke. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen looked at Xian Qingxue revealing a serious look. So, you have to come with me, right? Aha! Of course. Must go. Xian Qingxue nodded her head like garlic, directly emphasizing 3 times in a row in order to prove her determination. No way. It will be dangerous there. It's better for you to go back. Absolutely not to come along. Bai Xiaowen pushed Xian Qingxue away, frowning at him with a very strong attitude. If Xian Qingxue hung there, how could he explain to Xianjun? As for Bai Xiaowen's tough attitude, Xian Qingxue not only didn't have a trace of sadness, but on the contrary, she felt a warmth in her heart, because Bai Xiaowen was concerned about himself, worried about his own safety. Was this the feeling of being in love? The heart suddenly beat so fast. As long as you're there, I'll go even if it's dangerous. Xian Qingxue relentlessly pressed up again and laughed. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I won't hold you back. Not only will I not hold you back, if Brother Bai encounters danger, I will also protect Brother Bai. Don't look at me like this. This girl is very powerful. Bai Xiaowen was sort of speechless. Looking at this situation, Xian Qingxue was non-reliable on himself. However, if Xian Qingxue really hiccuped, will he take the urn and explain it to Xianjun? Let Xianjun white hair send black hair? No. Xianjun seems to have no hair. Anyway, you're just not allowed to come along. Bai Xiaowen didn't have a soft heart and once again pushed Xian Qingxue away. Just kidding. A woman? Women will only affect the speed of my shooting. Fine then. Xian Qingxue still didn't have a trace of an unhappy look. Instead, she hemmed and hawed. But if I can't follow you, you can follow me. This time, I've brought a few very powerful people with me. If anyone tries to harm Brother Bai, I'll let them raid them all. Brother Bai, protected by me. Now, Bai Xiaowen was completely speechless, hadn't really seen it. Xian Qingxue, this little mouth so will force lie, reduced to the realm of stalking, simply difficult to distinguish from Ling Binger. Also, let me tell you something. This time Ling Binger will not only also participate in the Garnawai State Crazy one day, but also specifically set this in the seat next to you. If you go up there now, the fact that Ling Binger likes you will be exposed to public view. Is that really okay? Chapter 71 Arrival at the airport. The first wave of trickery. Of course there was a problem. Bai Xiaowen's face changed. If he sat with Ling Binger, then he would have to have a headache along the way. Bai Xiaowen looked at Xian Qingxue. Where did you ask about this? Of course Xian Qingxue couldn't say that. Like Ling Binger, she had checked everything about Bai Xiaowen's itinerary. After all, this defeated good feelings. Moreover, if she retained a trace of mystery, she might even be able to hold Bai Xiaowen's heart. You don't look at what I am either. Xian Qingxue pretended to look smug, and after a pause, it hugged its chest and continued. Of course, it's just an insignificant matter. Don't bother about these details. Being able to set off with my white brother. It's the thing that's vital. So, you have a way to be able to make me avoid Ling Binger? Bai Xiaowen heard something from Xian Qingxue's mouth and immediately asked after her. Xian Qingxue was a second-generation official anyways. With his father's status, he was bound to have connections all over the world. And out of all those people, it made sense to know a few super rich people. It wasn't too much to ask, was it? It's not easy to avoid that chick, Xian Qingxue said, and then did not sell out with Bai Xiaowen. Directly was open to the truth. To tell the truth, I've already prepared a private airplane, and a private route. At any time I can clump the 4-person route to depart. Sure enough, Bai Xiaowen knew he had guessed. Xian Qingxue, his father's identity was so powerful that he knew a few super rich people. And how could these super rich people not be equipped with so many dozens of 4-person routes for their travels? After all, money could make the devil push the mill. In this world, there was nothing that money couldn't buy. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we get going? Bai Xiaowen instantly went from looking bad when he heard that Ling Binger would be sitting with him to instantly turning into a joyful smile. And after that meal, he already considered Xian Qingxue as a friend. What was the point of being polite between friends? So you agree that I should follow you? Like Bai Xiaowen, Xian Qingxue was also instantly delighted and couldn't help but happily hug Bai Xiaowen's arm again. The soft and fluffy parts of her body rubbed against Bai Xiaowen's arm without stinting. It made Bai Xiaowen's heart itch, although Xian Qingxue was still young, far from being so mature. But that development, it was just as excessive as a 30-headed hitman, and it could all take seconds. Of course, right now, Bai Xiaowen's feelings towards Xian Qingxue was just a friend relationship, but he didn't have any other thoughts about Xian Qingxue yet. What do you mean you're following me? Didn't you just say that you wanted me to follow you? These words came out. Both of them smiled heartily. Let's go then. Next, fearing that Bai Xiaowen would back out in general, Xian Xingxue immediately pulled Bai Xiaowen's hand and headed towards the private passageway on the other side. After 18 hours of flying, the private airplane Bai Xiaowen and Xian Xingxue were traveling on smoothly arrived at the airport in Garnibus. The jet lag in Galilee was completely reversed from the country. While it was daytime at home, it was nighttime here, and it took a long time for the two of them to get used to the time difference. Gunfight everyday nation. It was 7:50 at night. Bai Xiaowen's duo had just stepped out of the airport. The system's beep sounded abruptly and Bai Xiaowen's head discovered a malicious neat trick aura. Anti-troll system activated. Positioning the host. Positioning successful. The hostile hostage is in the rest area at the front exit, and the specific target has been marked. The target is carrying a timed explosive. Please fight back. No limit to the means. System-friendly reminder, the secret armed underground silo follows the host's movements and is located within 500 meters of the host at all times, ready to be activated at any time. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his somewhat drowsy eyes, and the system's beeps made Bai Xiaowen's brain, which had become somewhat chaotic from the long flight, wake up all of a sudden. Good guy. It came so quickly. On the surface, Bai Xiaowen pretended to look as if nothing had happened, and his eyes naturally followed the system's prompts towards the rest area in front, only to be seen. The red exclamation mark marked out by the system was right on the head of a young Asan from the Hanging Wall country, who was holding a giant doll bear of equal height in his hands. That giant doll bear was also marked with a red exclamation mark, representing danger. In front of the crowd, Youth San suddenly threw the doll bear into the crowd. For such a bizarre action, the tourists, who already had the instinct to avoid harm, all of a sudden screamed and ran away, and some even knocked over a garbage can on their way to escape. Not much time. Immediately have carried the camera little brother went over. Pull open the zipper of the doll bear. Inside is a medium-sized doll bear. Medium-sized doll bear is a small doll bear. Small doll bear and a small doll bear is a small doll bear. Seeing this scene, the tourists realized it was a false alarm, and they all let out a breath. And the camera boy went to the tourists who were frightened, and apologized to the latter in a good voice in a fluent foreign language. The cameraman explained that they were people from the Everyday Tinkering program and were performing a real-life tinkering show. Upon hearing that they were from the Everyday People program, some of the tourists immediately showed joyful faces, and they all went up to take pictures with the camera boy. It was because the Everyday to Trick program was very hot in the gunfighting everyday nation. Not everyone had the chance to be able to be tricked by this program. After going back, you can brag with your friends. The camera boy was also quite generous, taking out a few soothing items and giving them to the tourists who had been tricked. The entire rest area was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It wasn't long. There was another middle-aged San holding a huge doll bear that was as tall as a man and rushing straight towards Bai Xiaowen. While running, he never opened the zipper of the doll bear and pulled out a ticking time bomb from inside. And the surrounding tourists were already completely relaxed at this time. Not only did not have the slightest precaution, on the contrary, they were in the mindset of watching the fun, to see which unlucky guy fell for it this time. At the same time, they secretly praised the program group for using realistic props this time. No wonder this program can be fire. In response, Bai Xiaowen didn't just sit back and wait. Bai Xiaowen didn't sit back and wait. With a fierce step on the floor, the whole person directly shot out as if it was an arrow that had left the string. It was like a sedan with a full throttle, lightning fast, and then, a fist in the air, smashed into that young San's face. Chapter 72 Shocked Xian Xingxue. Boom! With a muffled sound, young San landed on his back. In the process of falling to the ground, two incisors along with some blood foam were directly flying up, and his nose was crooked. Bai Xiaowen didn't stop there. He yanked up young San's hair and roughly shoved the bomb into the other party's mouth. Then, he tore open the transparent glue that he had already prepared, and wrapped it around and around on the young man's mouth and head. Let the youth San's mouth tightly stick with the bomb, and then, grabbed the other party's collar, lifted the other party to the air. Body like a spring instantly jumped, a ferocious knee strike, greeting to his chin. With a click, young San's neck broke. The whole person even flew up in the air directly under that terrifying force. After several backflips in the air, is to come to 7 or 8 meters in the air, and after that short hover, a deafening explosion came. Boom! There was a loud bang. Young Ashen exploded. The movement was earth-shattering. Blood and flesh were splattered in all directions. Pieces of internal organs and countless blood foams were directly splattered on the faces of the onlooking tourists. A strong smell of gunpowder and blood permeated the entire rest area. The tourists in the entire rest area obviously did not anticipate such a horrific event to occur, and they all froze in place, their faces filled with horror. All of them were scared silly. As for Bai Xiaowen, he waved at the little brother who was carrying the camera earlier, revealing a hideous smile. This meet and greet gift, I like it a lot. Aha! Murder! There's a terrorist attack! There's a terrorist attack! Run! and after a short period of silence, the tourists in the entire rest area finally came back to their senses, as if they were being claimed by Hades. One by one, incomparably terrified, they rushed into the safe passage. The scene instantly became incomparably chaotic. It was like a pot of porridge. The only one present who remained calm was Bai Xiaowen alone. Of course, although Xian Qingshu by Bai Xiaowen's side didn't run away in fear, she was also dumbfounded, and there was even a deafening buzzing sound in her ears. One could imagine the power of that bomb just now. Then again, when they associated it with the fact that the young Asan was running towards them just now, it was clearly targeting them. If it wasn't for Bai Xiaowen, I'm afraid that she would have been killed just now. A fine thought. And just when all the tourists had fled to their deaths, from amongst the rest area's toilets, 5 or 6 more youths in trench coats suddenly stepped out quickly, each with a shrewd figure and a ferocious gaze. These people came straight towards Bai Xiaowen and the two of them, and in the process of walking quickly, they also reached out and pressed their hands on the waist hidden in their trench coats. Bai Xiaowen immediately perked up. There was no need to think. These people, they had real guys on them. And Xian Qingshu, who hadn't yet gotten over the shock of the explosion, finally came back to her senses when she saw those few youths, and took a deep breath. With that, she relaxed. Great, they were fine. Not bad. These people were the bodyguards that third sister had found for him, and each one of them was a retired special forces soldier who had spent time in the Warwolves regiment, especially the guy in the lead called Linjin, who had made countless military achievements, was the elite of the elite, very reliable. Of course, Xian Qingshu thought so, but Bai Xiaowen didn't think so. Although there was no system alert sound, but the imposing appearance of these people, it was possible that they were still in the middle of the first wave of malicious wholeheartedness. So, going is the best policy. System, redeemed the anti-technical compulsive windwalking boots. Bai Xiaowen immediately said, redemption successful. The anti-techary windwalker boots have been placed in the host's backpack. After redeeming the anti-technic windwalking boots, Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate to pick up Xian Qingshu in a horizontal hug and directly use the anti-technic windwalking boots. Swish! The next moment, Bai Xiaowen and Xian Qingshu directly disappeared into thin air. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a direct disappearance. It was just that because they were moving too fast, exceeding the limits of what the naked eye could track. In the eyes of outsiders, Bai Xiaowen and Xian Qingshu appeared as if they had disappeared in place. The bodyguards who had followed them over were dumbfounded. Looking around, their hearts were bewildered. People had disappeared? Suddenly disappeared just like that? The leading bodyguard named Linjin brought people to look around again, and still couldn't find anyone. And at that moment, he could only call his third sister, who was far away in that part of the ocean, with a complicated mood. Third miss, things are a bit complicated. Second miss doesn't know what's going on. Obviously she's still in front of our eyes the next second, but the next second she suddenly disappeared into thin air. An angry growl immediately came from the other end of the cell phone. Find it for me, dead or alive. If you can't find anyone, you guys don't come back. Stay there forever. At the same time, Xian Qingshu had just suddenly lost consciousness for some unknown reason, and by the time he regained consciousness, it was already an unknown amount of time that had passed. Oh, where am I? Xian Qingshu immediately braced himself and tried to stand up, and what relieved her was that Bai Xiaowen was right beside him. As long as Bai Xiaowen was there, it wasn't considered dangerous. Next, Xian Qingshu realized that she and Bai Xiaowen were in an underground that resembled a bomb shelter, but it was well lit and the surrounding things were visible, only to be seen. The surroundings were covered with all sorts of weapons. It was comparable to a weapons museum. For a moment, it was actually too much to count. At once, Xian Qingshu stared wide-eyed, full of incredulity and disbelief, and it took a long time before she slowed down and looked at Bai Xiaowen in shock. Brother Bai, could it be that you're a killer? Tian, ah. This instant, Xian Qingshu felt like her three views had been subverted. Her own perceptions had been shocked. Ever since the time Bai Xiaowen received an invitation from the super special guest of Garnivus Madness one day, Xian Qingshu had constantly guessed Bai Xiaowen's identity, but he hadn't expected it. Bai Xiaowen was actually an assassin? Only an assassin who dared to assassinate the head of state would be qualified to get that crazy one-day super special guest, right? Is this the real purpose of Bai Xiaowen's participation in the one-day madness? The owner who organized the crazy day would commission Bai Xiaowen to perform a super mission that could shock the world or something. If Bai Xiaowen knew what Xian Qingshu had in mind, he would definitely spit on Xian Qingshu. He. This girl has too much imagination, right? Killers were cool though, but alas, he wasn't. Chapter 73, Only the dead can keep secrets. Looking at the front is like an arsenal. What Gatling, narcotic/gun, Barrett, AK-47, short dagger, katana. There were even anti-tank guns, anti-armor concussion bombs, anti-armor piercing heavy tanks, and stealthy helicopter gunships, a variety of weapons neatly displayed, almost all the weapons in the world. No, you cannot find, only you cannot think. Xian Xingxue dared to say that if he were to fully arm himself with the weapons in front of him, he would be able to carry out the secret mission of killing, and it was the scene in front of him. Let Xian Xingxue once suspected that Bai Xiaowen was afraid to be a killer, not even an amateur, but a professional killer. It was like the kind that was played out in the movies, the kind that killed without leaving a trace. In this regard, Bai Xiaowen could only say that Xian Xingxue was thinking too much. Killer? Bai Xiaowen smiled. What killer? I'm just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Hearing this, Xian Xingxue almost spit out blood. I'll believe the hell out of you. Who's an ordinary person with such an arsenal? It was just the most ordinary gun in the country. If it wasn't reported, then one would have to be invited in for tea. And then, Bai Xiaowen looked at Xian Xingxue again with a serious face and said to Xian Xingxue, you saw what happened not too long ago. The moment I set foot on this piece of land, there will be people coming non-stop to take my life. They will use bombs. They will launch all sorts of horrific attacks. They will do whatever it takes to kill me, by every physical means you can think of. And this is just the beginning. By the time things play out to a certain point, it's possible that even I won't be able to protect you and guarantee that you'll be able to stay safe from each other. So, do you still want to continue following me? Or rather, do you really still have the guts to continue following me? Bai Xiaowen stared tightly into Xian Xingxue's eyes, and in his last sentence, he even used a questioning tone, aggressively. However, Xian Xingxue was not the least bit impressed, because this was in his opinion. Bai Xiaowen was trying to scare her off, so to scare her off, wasn't it because he feared for his life? So, Heart not only do not feel afraid, on the contrary, he felt somewhat joyful. When we go out later, let's just go our separate ways. Finally, Bai Xiaowen said. Then, Bai Xiaowen was turning around. In fact, as a reward for the mission that the system had given him earlier, Bai Xiaowen was still coming inside the secret armory for the first time. And this secret armory was not letting himself down at all. It felt like just taking the weapons inside and arming himself. This is not able to directly go out to kill the four directions? Of course. Let volume huge secret arsenal. Most let Bai Xiaowen interested in nothing more than that 100 change clothing house. Immediately, he walked towards that side. Bai Xiaowen and Xian Xingxue arrived at the 100 changes clothing house. The 100 changes clothing house, as the name implied, had countless sets of clothes, where you could dress up as any image in the world. Grannies, yellow-haired gangsters, clowns, heroes, Superman, and so on and so forth. Only you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't find. And any one of these suits in here is made of the most special bulletproof material, fireproof, electricity-proof, stab-proof, lightweight and safe. Wow! Once Xian Xingxue went in, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide again. Even if it was a department store, the styles were not as complete as this house. And as soon as she came in, Xian Xingxue was attracted by a set of clothes. Unlike the other clothes hanging on the hangers, that set of clothes was placed separately on one side with a crystal window, and it was in the very center of the room, which made it stand out at first glance. And on the window, it was clearly marked with a line of big words, "Female killers only, Brother Bai. I want to wear this." Xian Xingxue's eyes lit up, and she instantly took a fancy to that set of clothes, her hand touching the crystal window with an excited look. Good guy. Bai Xiaowen called out good guy in his heart. I didn't expect Xian Xingxue to be so discerning, taking a fancy to the most valuable set of clothes in this 100 changes clothing house as soon as she came up. The strength of the material of this uniform, but it was also far above the other clothes, and it was also a murder uniform that was specially formulated for killing, can hide all kinds of pistols and short daggers, and even high explosive grenades inside, also specially equipped with a small masking machine. This special small masking machine can help you escape the customs inspection. It's hard to defend against. Seeing Bai Xiaowen looking over, Xian Xingxue thought that Bai Xiaowen couldn't afford to give himself such good clothes, and couldn't help but rise her small mouth, hugging Bai Xiaowen's arm and pouting with Bai Xiaowen. I'm a girl's family, my hands are unencumbered. I need to have a means of defense. Bai Xiaowen was speechless, and this time, he wasn't just speechless, but really speechless, knowing that he was powerless, and still dared to come along to such a dangerous place. You have to know that the name Gunfight Everyday Nation isn't called that for nothing. However, what Xian Xingxue said was also reasonable. She, a girl's family, of course, also needed means of self-preservation. So, Bai Xiaowen was the one who generously gave Xian Xingxue this female assassin's uniform. Oh, thank you Brother Bai. Brother Bai is too good to me. I want to give my body to Brother Bai. Xian Xingxue was so excited that she hugged Bai Xiaowen, almost wanting to give him a fierce kiss on the face. Coughing. In return for your body is not necessary. Bai Xiaowen pushed Xian Xingxue away. A girl's family. How is it that you don't know how to be reserved at all? Sticking it to her every day. Does she think she is a wound sticker? And after that, Bai Xiaowen didn't move and wordlessly circled around behind Xian Qingxue. Ka-ching! Xian Qingxue suddenly heard the sound of a bullet being loaded. And then, something cold and hard pushed against her waist, and Bai Xiaowen's cold voice came from behind her. This place has not been accessible to a second person besides me, and I won't allow there to be a second person who knows about it, so there's no longer a need for you to be alive, because only the dead can keep secrets. Say your last words. At once, Xian Qingxue's body stiffened, but it was only a stiffening of her body as she immediately reacted and laughed. Brother Bai, don't scare me. If you really wanted to kill me to silence me, as early as when I lost consciousness just now, you would have already done it. And, taking a step back, why did you bring me to this place if you didn't want a second person to know about it? Is it because there's no other place to hide for a reason that a child wouldn't believe? Bai Xiaowen, of course, didn't see that Xian Qingxue was smiling a far-fetched smile. Chapter 74, Am I not that kind of person? Although Xian Qingxue sounded calm and collected, Bai Xiaowen, who stood behind Xian Qingxue, didn't see the far-fetched smile at the corner of her mouth. That's right, although Xian Qingxue sounded calm, she was actually panicking inside. However, Bai Xiaowen's response to Xian Qingxue was silence, an oppressive silence. Finally, Xian Qingxue couldn't help herself, and with a clench of her teeth, she directly turned around and laughed. Your delay in firing wasn't guessed by me? Well, you guessed it, you're such a little wit. Bai Xiaowen also laughed, and naturally, there was no need to continue pointing the gun at Xian Qingxue, and immediately, he also put the gun away. Seeing this, Xian Qingxue felt relieved inside, unable to help but exhale heavily. Even so, her heart was still thumping with palpitations in general. After all, there were no absolute things in this world. What if Bai Xiaowen really wanted to kill her to silence her? If there really was such a thing, she wouldn't even be able to cry. He, even if it wasn't guessed by me. I'm so cute. Brother Bai, do you want to kill me? Xian Qingxue repeated her trick, once again sticking up, grabbing Bai Xiaowen's arm and shaking it as if she was pampered, puckering her lips and putting on a cute face. In response, Bai Xiaowen also laughed in tandem. Of course I don't want to give up. At once, the two of them burst into laughter. For a moment, the entire 100 Changes locker room was filled with rapture. Xian Qingxue was also not expecting that Bai Xiaowen actually had such a sense of humor. For a while, amidst Bai Xiaowen and Xian Qingxue's laughter, the original tense atmosphere suddenly vanished without a trace. With that said, Xian Qingxue walked behind Bai Xiaowen and carefully patted off the dust on Bai Xiaowen's shoulders as well as on top of his back. The explosion not long ago had shaken down quite a bit of dust from the ceiling of the rest area. Alright, I'm going to go change my clothes next, so don't peek. After helping Bai Xiaowen pat off the dust on his shoulders and back, Xian Qingxue opened the crystal window containing the female assassin's uniform and went to change her clothes. With that look, she looked quite a bit playful. Not only that, when passing by Bai Xiaowen, Xian Qingxue even deliberately emphasized the last few big words, stretching the word "oh" to a long time. This could make Bai Xiaowen look happy. Xian Qingxue's appearance was almost as if she was saying the opposite, practically itching for herself to peek at her while she was changing clothes. Of course one wasn't that kind of person. I just can't peek even if I want to. Bai Xiaowen mumbled to himself. The system-designed changing room is so tight that even a mouse can't crawl in, unless I can see through. Wait, perspective. Ding. The anti-techno perspective glasses only require 100 teacher points to be able to redeem them. The host has enough points. You can redeem them at any time. What a guy. How does the system know what's in his mind? And with that, Bai Xiaowen immediately felt ashamed of his evil thoughts. He was a righteous man. How could he be that kind of person? Oh, I didn't say I wasn't that kind of person either. Bai Xiaowen was silent like this for a minute, then suddenly became excited as he suddenly realized. System, exchange. However, Bai Xiaowen hadn't even finished speaking. His shoulder was gently tapped. What appeared in front of Bai Xiaowen was none other than Xian Qingxue. Looking at Xian Qingxue who was sleeping on the piano, Bai Xiaowen froze and looked at Xian Qingxue and asked, "How did you change so fast?" At this time, Xian Qingxue was already changing into that female assassin's uniform, the clean and sharp blouse, as well as the short skirt that only went up to her thighs. The two sections of long, slender and white legs were exposed in the air like that. It looked exceptionally eye-catching. And Xian Qingxue's stunning beauty, but also hidden murder. Precisely. Is the bottom of the skirt under the hidden murder? If intentionally lifted the hem of the skirt, we'll find Xian Qingxue's right leg tied with a ring of ties, tied with a short dagger and pistol inserted. That just right position. Hidden firearms at the same time. And then convenient Xian Qingxue draw a gun to shoot, or draw a knife to cut people. Charming and dangerous. Dangerous and charming. Overall, Xian Xingshua's current costume made by Xiaowen's eyes light up. Good guy. I straight up called out good guy. This is a specially tailored assassination uniform specifically for female assassins? Love it, brother. Bye. Does it look good? Looking at Bai Xiaowen staring at himself, Xian Xingxue also had a small blush on her face, pinching the corner of her skirt and spinning around in front of Bai Xiaowen as she asked, quite suitable for you. Bai Xiaowen naturally didn't mince his words of praise and spoke directly. It had to be said. Xian Xingxue wore this one, and it was quite something. Looking, it was the female assassin who drew her gun and shot at any time. Then since I'm so good looking, brother Bai, do you still want to drive people away? Hearing Bai Xiaowen's praise, Xian Xingxue was instantly beaming and was very witty as she followed Bai Xiaowen's words. Bai Xiaowen said, you have a good point. I can't even refute it. I can't even argue with that. Saying that Xian Xingxue isn't good looking, that's really good looking. Saying that Xian Xingxue is good looking, that really is one of the truths of the world, and it's completely impossible to find any other words to refute it. So, what else could Bai Xiaowen do? He was helpless too. 30 minutes later, in the center of the busiest city center in the state of Garnivas, a towering mansion rose up and could be seen throughout the city. Its name was the Imperial Mansion, and it was here that the once-in-a-decade Freedom Day took place. At this time, the time was displayed as 23:45 minutes by the standard of the gunfight everyday state. That is to say, there were still a mere 15 minutes to go before the start of the one day of madness. 15 minutes later, the next 24 hours would be the freest and craziest and hippest day of the decade, and it hasn't even officially started yet. Inside and outside the entire building, including the rooftop on the top floor, there was already a sea of people, and everywhere was a clamor of people. The degree of fervor was comparable to 100,000 ADHD patients having a rave at the same time. On the rooftop of the building, the light sources were densely covered, illuminating the entire rooftop as if it was daytime. On the side of the giant pool in the center of the rooftop, countless bikini-clad beauties with hot bodies walked around, holding red wine, talking and laughing with their friends. On the stage next to it, there were rock singers rocking along with the lights and music rhythm. Hippie, ear-splitting music room covered 100 meters in a circle, and at the entrance of the building, the war was filled with countless heavily armed gunfighting everyday kingdom police, in the maintenance of order, due to the participation of countless superstar singers and movie stars. At this moment, the road outside the mansion was packed with at least 500,000 avid fans. Chapter 75, Super Special Guests, Crowd Shocked. At the entrance of the crowded building, 500,000 fervent fans of the big stars gathered here, with that crazy look as if they could clash at any time with the armed defense line consisting of hundreds of police officers from the gunfight everyday kingdom. In the midst of this crazy hustle and bustle, an eye-catching global limited edition red sports car drove over from the road maintained by thousands of security guards. It then braked and made a perfect drift. With a sharp sound, this red sports car successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. For a moment, everyone held their breath and fixed their eyes on it. This time, which big star was it again? Or a globally recognized celebrity? The windows of the red car sports car full of high-tech texture slowly descended, revealing a young man wearing a pure black suit, with a handsome look and an even more extraordinary temperament. It was Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen lazily looked toward the beautiful welcome lady standing in front of the entrance, dressed in a tight Chinese cheongsam, just like a sexy creature. The tone was even more rather casual. You, right now, go and tell the host who organized the free day event. Say that I've already thrown that invitation you sent me into the trash, and that I don't need your evaluation and recognition. Also, remember to tell him my name. Me, Bai Xiaowen. Coming. These words came out. The various fervent fans who had been stopped by the police outside the cordon exploded. If the person in the car was any big star or big celebrity, they would be able to accept it if they spoke with such an arrogant attitude. But the other party was a new face, a passerby. Also so crazy? Zayat, where did this brat come from? How can he be so arrogant? Ashy bar, what a turn off. We suggest that he be expelled directly. Don't let this kind of person enter. That's right, it looks like a thug dude. Che, having a few stinking dollars is amazing. The crowd verbally attacked Bai Xiaowen, and there were even some cranky old men who started greeting Bai Xiaowen's family in a beautiful foreign language. It wasn't just the crowd. Even the beautiful welcoming lady couldn't help but frown her willow eyebrows when she heard such words. To know, even those red-hot top-stream big stars would give 3 points of face in front of their masters, and would never be as arrogant as this kid in front of them. Oh no, this kid, it seems like he didn't put the master in his eyes at all. She had received so many guests. There wasn't one as crazy as Bai Xiaowen. The beautiful welcome lady's first reaction was of course to get angry, but her good professionalism still allowed her to maintain a professional smile. Of course, it wasn't just a matter of holding back. After all, How could Miss Beauty Welcome not have seen the world when she was able to serve as a free one-day welcome miss? She could tell at a glance that the red sports car that Bai Xiaowen was riding in was a global limited edition that the sports car company had customized specifically for the super rich and big stars. In the world, there were no more than 10 of them. Every one of them was an existence worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Just the fact that Bai Xiaowen had such a car was enough to illustrate his identity and status. And facing such a character, as a small welcoming lady, she had to maintain a smile no matter what, and could not show a trace of emotion no matter what. Taking a step back, even if Bai Xiaowen made even more excessive requests, she had to accept them. Okay, sir, please wait for a moment. The beautiful welcome lady was like a tool person who responded to a request, immediately taking out her cell phone and dialing the owner of the organization Garnivis Free Day. And the response on the other end of the cell phone was simple. There shall be no blocking. Immediately invite Mr. White in. Yes. Putting away her cell phone, the beautiful welcoming lady's eyes instantly changed when she looked at Bai Xiaowen again, like a gold-digging girl seeing a rich super tycoon. It was incandescent. Immediately, the beautiful welcoming lady looked ferociously at the crazy fans outside the cordon who had just verbally attacked Bai Xiaowen, and coldly said in a loud voice, Mr. Bai Xiaowen is a super special guest that our master personally invited over. If you guys dare to speak out against Bai Xiaowen again, that would be going against my master. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was looking at Bai Xiaowen, revealing shocked expressions. He was the super special guest of this free day? Hiss. Amidst the shock, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew the weight of this title. Even a prince of a country could hardly become a super special guest. You had to have a terrifying influence throughout the world. It's no exaggeration to say, any super special guest who had participated in the free one day was a super character capable of turning the world upside down and changing the world's pattern. It was an existence that had taken on the crown of a king, the absolute protagonist of the free day. Such a character, once they, ordinary people, messed with them, I'm afraid that even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Pa. Among the people who had just said something bad about Bai Xiaowen, there were immediately people who were so remorseful that their intestines turned green and raised their heads to slap themselves violently. If they knew that Bai Xiaowen was the super special guest, then even if they were given 10,000 ambition, they wouldn't dare to push Bai Xiaowen around. The host who can organize an event like Free Day has a lot of energy of his own, right? But every super special guest, their energy is above that of the host of the Free Day event. Super special guests, for the Free Day, from the strict sense, is the real guest of honor, VIP, of VIP level of honorable existence. Mr. Bai, this way please. On this side, under everyone's gaze, the beautiful welcoming lady respectfully walked forward and personally pulled open the car door for Bai Xiaowen. And naturally, Bai Xiaowen didn't pay any attention to those clowns who couldn't keep their mouths shut, didn't even cast a single redundant glance at them, but just walked straight towards the VIP elevator under the guidance of the beautiful welcoming lady as if she were the guest of honor. In addition to those who were repentant because they had spoken ill of Bai Xiaowen, more people were dumbfounded as they watched Bai Xiaowen's duo walk towards the VIP special elevator entrance. The super special guest, the absolute protagonist of the free day. He would be the most dazzling existence in the next 24 hours. Even those big stars, big celebrities, in front of such an existence, they were all a bit overshadowed. As for these ordinary people, people don't even bother to look at them. Bai Xiaowen is the king who wears a crown and sits on a throne. As for them, they are commoners. They can only pay homage to Bai Xiaowen. The difference in status is too great, like a chasm, with an insurmountable rift, can only look at the back of it. Chapter 76, A Day of Freedom. The beginning. Just like that, Bai Xiaowen and the two of them were led by the beautiful VIP lady to the elevator passage reserved for VIPs, and with the elevator, they slowly ascended. The wall in front of Bai Xiaowen and Xian Xingxue was transparent, and from where they were, they could look down on the night scenery of the state of Garnivi, including the 500,000 fervent fans that had gathered around the building from all the big stars. From their angle, the crowd below was like a swarm of black ants. For a moment, Xian Xingxue felt a dark pleasure in her heart. It felt like Bai Xiaowen was the king of the world, and she, Xian Xingxue, was the queen by Bai Xiaowen's side, and underneath her vision, all of them had to submit. Brother Bai, this is the first time I've been that noticeable. It's like I'd become a big celebrity comparable to a big star. Xian Xingxue, who was standing beside Bai Xiaowen, couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if Bai Xiaowen was the main character tonight, then wasn't she, who stayed by Bai Xiaowen's side, the so-called heroine? It could be said that she had dipped into Bai Xiaowen's light to a great extent. For a moment, Xian Xingxue was unusually exhilarated and couldn't help but go deeper to feel this feeling. That kind of super-fueled status thrill of being high above the rest. However, compared to the excitement on Xian Xingxue's face, Bai Xiaowen still had a breezy demeanor. Opening his mouth, the words he uttered were as if he had poured a dish of cold water on Xin Qingxue. I know that you're enjoying this feeling right now, but it's far from the time to be happy and stay alert at all times, because it will definitely not be too peaceful here tonight. Since you're going to follow me, then be prepared for the worst and prepare for the worst. If necessary, I can't protect you. You have to watch out for yourself. In short, don't ever hold me back. Bai Xiaowen was very serious. No matter if it was his look or his words, there was no other reason. From the moment he stepped into this imperial mansion, he had already prepared himself for a big fight, so how could he slack off? For Bai Xiaowen's seriousness, Xin Qingxue was a bit unimpressed. Not only unimpressed, but on the contrary, she was a bit displeased with Bai Xiaowen's sentence about dragging his feet. Cut. I'll protect myself. I don't need you to worry, Brother Bai. Also, what dragging behind? Doesn't Brother Bai just not want me to cause trouble for Brother Bai? When the war starts next time, I'll just stay far away. I'll be a witness and watch Brother Bai perform the entire time. Indeed, although Xin Qingxue vaguely smelled a hint of something unusual, she still didn't put too much stock in it. There was no other reason. Since there were so many big stars and celebrities converging here, the owner who organized the free day would definitely not let any accidents happen at the site of this once-in-a-decade event. Not only had thousands of security guards been set up outside the building to maintain order, but hundreds of heavily armed elite police officers from the gunfight everyday kingdom had also been invited. To what extent were those elite police well equipped? Even if those 500,000 fanatical fans were to break in, they would be able to directly use armed suppression. Not only that, in the sky there are 5 or 6 armed helicopters constantly patrolling, monitoring every move below at any time. Even in the building around the lights cannot be irradiated in the dark building, is hiding dozens of ace snipers. In this super feast, but also inserted 50 plainclothes agents. It can be said, the security level of the Freedom Day was the highest in the world. Only the owner who organized the Freedom One Day event could have such a masterstroke, and with such heavy defenses and measures. Anyone who dares to mess up on the free day, 100 heads won't be enough to fall off, and the opposite is true. You just have to party to your heart's content, because the safety of your life can be completely guaranteed to the fullest. And then there's this, anyone who participates in the free day, before entering, will be extremely strict testing. What cell phones, computers, watches, all electronic products, are not allowed to bring into the field. Of course, cell phones can't even be brought in, not to mention guns, knives, blades and the like. Even nail clippers are not allowed. Of course, only the 2 of them were the exception, since the clothes they were wearing were special high-tech products. The guns and cold weapons they were carrying on their bodies could completely escape the detection of the instruments, and with the weapons hidden on their bodies, adding up, they were completely an armed mob. Even if hundreds of people rushed towards them together, they didn't even carry fear. And in this situation, Bai Xiaowen's words Xin Qingxue naturally didn't put it in their eyes. After all, they had guns on them compared to others. The small guns and cold sharp blades hidden on their bodies gave Xin Qingxue a great sense of security. Since this was the case, what was there to be afraid of? So, Xin Qingxue just couldn't think of any danger they would encounter even if she thought about it. And the moment Bai Xiao and Xin Qingxue stepped onto the rooftop of the Empire State Building, the deafening sound of music, accompanied by a carnival atmosphere, it came crashing down on them. On one of the giant stages, the voice of a famous host in a tuxedo was amplified countless times through the microphone, drowning out all sound. I announce the free day, which will now begin. Handsome men and women from all countries, please get ready for a screaming orgy. As the opening ceremony of Freedom Day, the next 13 most influential big stars, superstars, and super celebrities in this world, will appear together in your sights, and look to the heavens. The audience gathered around the stage erupted with enthusiasm and shouts like a volcano erupting, and the atmosphere of the scene ignited. Invited by the owner of the free day, there were more than 500 guests from all over the world, from all corners of the globe, but the waiters are as many as 1,000 people, constantly shuttling back and forth, only for these guests to provide the best treatment and service. And at this moment, accompanied by the host's words fell, all the people's gazes were looking towards the sky that the host was pointing at, and all of them, without exception, raised their heads to look at it, only to see 13 of the most influential stars, superstars, and super celebrities in the whole world were slowly hoisted down by a steel wire. The steel wire was basically invisible to the naked eye, and everyone had a pair of huge, white wings behind their backs, looking as if they were angels descending from the sky. This further triggered the atmosphere of the whole venue. Everyone was cheering, screaming and shouting. The 13 global top-notch redheads were not only wearing the most fashionable clothes, the most gorgeous dresses, and had the most beautiful and glamorous appearances. All of them had a pair of small megaphones fixed around their mouths, and any one of them spoke, all of them were able to clearly transmit into the ears of everyone present. Chapter 77 Another Mysterious Man. 13 scantily clad top global celebrities, after falling from the sky, were smiling at the audience below the arena. The voices were in unison. "Hello everyone, welcome to freedom one day," shouted out. "Rejoice, revel, this will be the craziest, freest day of the decade, let's party all night long, Ali Bati, wow." The commotion at the scene was suddenly like a volcano erupting. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being one of the world's top celebrities, so many of them came together and directly brought the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. The music turned on at this time. The entire audience was constantly twisting their bodies and waving their fists as they screamed to the rhythm of the powerful and incomparable music. Even Xian Qingxue was infected by this incomparably enthusiastic atmosphere, playing Chicken Blood in general, incomparably exuberant, swaying her body and starting to get high, and looking at the whole scene. Bai Xiaowen was the only one who was indifferent and expressionless, as if what was happening around him had absolutely nothing to do with him, looking, so to speak, the most indifferent person in the entire free day. The sorrows and joys of human beings are not connected, I only found them noisy. Of course, Bai Xiaowen was certainly not this kind of literary youth. The truth was, a series of cold system beeps rang out in Bai Xiaowen's head, discovered a malicious rectification aura, positioning the host, positioning successful. The malicious prankster aura originated from Sakura Nation's biggest celebrity, Barton Eagle, above the giant stage. The air freshener spray he carries has a hallucinogenic effect. Please beware of this man. We've detected a malicious aura. We're locating the host. Locate successful. A large source of malicious aura has been detected in the crowd below the stage. It's the service girls of the free day. 31 of them. They all have semi-lethal poisonous chemicals on their palms, which are only effective on the human body. If touched, the irritating chemicals will immediately penetrate the body, causing redness and swelling all over the body, and they will become maniacal, cursing and biting like rabid dogs. High-ranking malicious and destructive scent detected. Positioning for the host. Locating successful. There is a medium level of malignant aura in the helicopter gunships in the air, and 9 snipers on 5 helicopter gunships are targeting the host. 9 snipers will fire micropoison needles containing incurable viruses. Please be careful. Demon-level demonic aura has been detected. Locating host. Locating successful. There's a powerful explosive buried under the rooftop where the host is. It can blow up the rooftop. Please proceed with caution. Bai Xiaowen's expression changed, and his brows were even directly furrowed. This boss was trying to deal with himself. It was really reckless. This guy is definitely a madman. And just as Bai Xiaowen was thinking about how to deal with it, the dazzling lights cast from the stage suddenly gathered on Bai Xiaowen. The tuxedoed host's pithy voice resounded once again. As usual, next, to all the guests, we announce our main protagonist for tonight, the 7th free day, the super special guest that was finally selected after our strict screening, as well as various qualification judgments. A true super heavyweight. He's called Bai Xiaowen. Everyone applaud and welcome our super special guest Bai Xiaowen to the very center of the stage. At the same time, a private vacation island in the north-south direction, in the middle of a super luxurious villa. The boss's study had undergone a radical change, and all the books had been put away. In its place was a huge LCD screen, and what was projected on the LCD screen was the live scene from the free day super feast. What was different from the last time was, next to the boss this time, it wasn't the sexy and hot female secretary, but another mysterious figure. A middle-aged man with a country face wearing a clean white shirt and a beard. His name was Xian Muqing. Boss, you're intriguing me more and more. I've been checking for so many years and never found out your real resume. There's no one in this world more mysterious than you, so I simply came to ask you directly. Can you reveal a thing or two about your identity to me? After all, this time I'm even planning to give up on my third sister. For your sake, I've given up even my relatives. At the very least, there has to be a little compensation for me, right? Ha ha ha. Your set of rhetoric is useless with me. And also, think I don't know what's in your mind? You, the one who even betrayed the country. What things can't you do? I'm curious how much the country actually gives you for every day of the gunfight. Hey, don't say it so bluntly. More or less give me a little face as a partner. After all, we are both driven by profit, aren't we? Wrong, we are different. Boss raised the red wine in his hand and took a sip, coldly looking at Xian Muqing. I'm not the same as low-class goods like you who only look at money to do things and do whatever they can for money. I'm not driven by profit. I only do things according to my mood. Low-class goods? Your words are still so hurtful. Xian Muqing wasn't angry, and instantly raised the red wine in his hand as well, laughing. Your few remaining emotional intelligence seems to have all contributed to intelligence. The smartest person in the world. You shouldn't be ridiculing me with that statement. Certainly not mocking you. Genki Kiyoshi looked at the man in front of him through the red liquid in his wine glass, still maintaining a decent smile, and said, "To be able to build such an amazing business empire with the power of one person, and still be able to remain hidden behind the scenes, your IQ should exceed 135. Maybe even that underestimates you, so I'll be a little bolder at between 150 and 200. Boss laughed. "You may have guessed right. If I guessed right, it would be logical to describe you as the smartest person in the world, wouldn't it?" Logical indeed. Then, Shen Muqing suddenly drew a sudden turn, a hint of deeper meaning suddenly permeating his smile. "What on earth is that fellow called by Xiaowen capable of, to be able to force us, the world's smartest behind-the-scenes boss, to this extent? Push?" Hearing these words, the boss immediately furrowed his brows, obviously a little dissatisfied with this statement, and his fingers, which were snapping on the table, tapped out a sound all of a sudden. Genki Kiyoshi, who thought he still knew boss fairly well, of course knew that Booz was displeased with this statement of his, but still had a playful tone. Chapter 78 Trap, by Xiaowen Danger. Looking at Booz frowning in displeasure, Shen Muqing still had a playful tone, only to hear him continue. "Isn't that right? You set up so many multiple traps just for this brat. That brat simply can't escape with his wings and will surely die. And there are very few people that can make you, the boss behind the scenes, use such means. It seems like that kid called by Xiaowen has really given you a headache. TSK, this is too rare." "You're wrong," boss coldly said. "That kid didn't push me to that extent. I'm just using means that correspond to that kid's strength, far from being called pushing. In other words, it's respect for the opponent. If you were in by Xiaowen's place, I would do the same to you. Respect for your opponent? Just that kid can make you respect him?" Shen Muqing's tone was permeated with a hint of contempt and disdain, and then, a hint of seriousness flowed out. "Do you really want to move that for that brat? You know, on top of that stage, there is my favorite big star, Nana. Even if that kid really deserves you to use that real style, don't you know that I've been pursuing Nana recently?" And immediately chased her down. "Women are all toys. You just change another one," boss said lightly, his face expressionless. "In that case, those few big stars that you spent a lot of effort to bring up, are you willing to throw them in as well? Those few are now the world's top stream. Is unlimited money tree? If you put them in, your loss cannot be measured. Well, let me do the math for you. If you don't have those popular stars, you'll lose at least $5 billion a year. You're losing the vault. Also, not only is it a loss in terms of money, there are still quite a few celebrities and stars from the gunfight everyday nation at the scene. There are even a few scientific research experts. If something happens to them, aren't you afraid of going on the gunfight everyday nation's blacklist? You are risking your own future. My words may be a little hard to say. From an objective point of view, you are a complete madman. Told you. I'm not like you." Boss's words became even colder. He looked straight at Shen Muqing. His gaze was like an eagle, penetrating a creepy chill. "You are a profit-driven person. You can do anything for money, but I am not the same. Money is just a string of Arabic numbers to me. No matter how much is credited and how much is lost, I am not interested. I care more about my mood than money. And this one called by Xiaowen has been upsetting me a bit lately. No one has ever been able to put me in such a mood. It's like going on a date with your lover, and when you're about to get ready to kiss, your right foot steps on a pile of dog on the side of the road. So, you do whatever it takes to make this piece of disappear from this world." Genki Kiyoshi looked at boss, the smile on his face disappearing. Boss didn't say anything, just looked at the live image of the scene on the LCD screen in front of him, without a single expression on his face. Silence. Sometimes it was acquiescence, and this silence, held for a long time. It even made Shen Muqing feel a hint of near suffocating depression. Not bad. Once boss moved to the real thing that was very scary, and it was only after a long time that boss spoke again. Then again, things are actually quite interesting, aren't they? Don't say anything next. Let's just see where this game is going. How will this by Xiaowen, as the mouse of the hunting ground, respond? Hearing these words, Shen Muqing's gaze instantly moved to the LCD screen in front of him as well. Watching the game was an innate talent, and he was no exception. "Have you noticed? By Xiaowen just a moment ago sneaked a glance at Barton Eagle on the side. Reasonably speaking, it's impossible for Bai Xiaowen to notice any oddities on Barton Eagle. There's only one possibility, unless Barton Hawk betrayed me." Boss crossed his fingers and propped up his chin as he began to analyze. "Your people would betray you?" Genki Kiyoshi laughed. "The probability of such a thing happening is smaller than a meteorite falling from the sky that just happens to hit a mouse on the street." "So he didn't. And then what?" Bai Xiaowen also merely glanced at Barton Eagle. "It doesn't mean anything. It's just like me walking down the street and inadvertently glancing at you. It's plain as day. It couldn't be more normal. However, since you would care about that, I believe that you also have your own reasons. Of course, my intuition tells me that Bai Xiaowen must have sensed that Kato Hawk was off and would give a counterattack next. And Kato Hawk would use the excuse of purifying Bai Xiaowen's body and repelling dirt to take out that bottle of air freshener and spray it on Bai Xiaowen later on. Bai Xiaowen is definitely not in a good position to just shrug it off, because Kato Taka is not only a big star, but also a reputable arch/mage, and using such a reason to make a move makes complete sense. And in the face of such good intentions, if Bai Xiaowen were to directly rebuff it, not only would it be a loss of /status/, but it would also spoil the audience's fun. Then the question arises, what exactly will Bai Xiaowen do? Boss smiled and looked at Shen Muqing. If in your place, what would you do to escape this one whole trick? Shen Muqing was silent for a while before speaking. I can't think of a way to deal with it. I have to say, your trick is too underhanded. I think it's better to put my hopes on the fact that your people will defect. And what about you? What would be the response to your words? Oh, my words. Boss laughed, and then the smile directly was gone, replaced by a touch of gravity. Even if it's me, I'm only able to come up with a response that's most suitable for this time, and it's not particularly perfect. Is it difficult for even the smartest person in the world to solve such a predicament? Hearing such a reply, Shen Muqing's complexion couldn't help but become serious, a problem that the boss who was claimed to be the smartest in the world, with an IQ of more than 150, found tricky. In front of this Bai Xiaowen, it was undoubtedly a big problem. And so, next Shen Muqing's gaze was once again placed on the live broadcast image on the LCD screen. His breathing was slowing down a bit. He wanted to see how this Bai Xiaowen, next, would deal with this extremely tricky problem. To know, according to what boss had said, as long as Bai Xiaowen was slightly sprayed by Kato Hawk with that air freshener, in the next activity, it would end up in the mold of a clown. He also seemed to have been able to predict what Bai Xiaowen would look like next in his ugly, wretched end.